auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to step out.
And it's all done. A Trollocs win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome to day 6 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. I'm here in the Hall of Heroes, and these heroes are previous champions of multiple IEM events from over many, many years, starting here with Taz from the PGS Gaming Times. Now, the players that featured on his team, Neo, Lord, Cuban, Luke, and then Taz himself. They went up against the Danish H2K back then, and they managed to get this title. They managed to achieve greatness. They became to be known as the Golden Five. Now, back in these times, 2007, 2008, things were very different. You didn't have these amazing setups. You didn't have these cameras. We didn't have Twitch. We didn't have YouTube. It was all a very different side of things. God B, you can see up here, he was sadly eliminated with Big Clan, but this man has lifted trophy. He has been a champion with MOUZ. And back then in the final, he was facing off against Get Right, Robin, people who are also still involved in Counter-Strike from start to finish. My boys, Na'Vi from 2010. This was a full Ukrainian lineup, a huge success for the Na'Vi roster. They, back then, beat Fnatic with Threat, Khan, DSN, Forest, and Get Right on the team. Legends who are all still involved in their own way. And this is the beauty of the game. Now, there's 2 players you also have to mention. When we look over here, you see Neo. We've got Get Right up there as well. Neo and Get Right, widely considered as the 2 greatest 1.6 players of all time, ending with career highs. When I did an interview, Heku, with Neo, just before CSGO came out, it was the beta we were playing, he said, I would rather play League of Legends than this game. Well, he did very well off the game in the end. And then there was Get Right. He went on to win absolutely everything in our beautiful game.
They became legends in both games, in 1.6 and in CSGO, but some managed to leave a legacy and still are building it in CSGO. Because, for example, there we have Krims. He did so many things for the Swedish scenes. He played in so many grand finals. He won a major. He has so many titles, and he's still playing. He's still competing up to this date. He's playing majors. He's playing Katowice, but when we're talking about CSGO, there's only one person that comes into our mind. The best of the best, the GOAT, I mean, the player of the decade. Obviously, I am talking about Simple. He won a Grand Slam, he won a major, he got the title of the best player already 3 times. And it doesn't seem like he's actually planning to stop anytime soon, Banks.
I hope not. I want to see him lift more trophies. get more championships under his belt for sure, because this game has already been going on for an incredibly long time, and we're not slowing down. We're not stopping anytime soon. Counter-Strike is here, and Counter-Strike is forever. It's been part of many of these players' lives. Their entire journey has been featuring Counter-Strike, and soon, in just a few days, we'll be seeing who our next IEM champion will be.
Yeah, history certainly runs deep in these halls. Some players thrive, some players barely survive, and for others, unfortunately, their names already torn from these walls. Many a legend has hoisted the trophy here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, and for some, yesterday, they clawed themselves ever closer to that feat. But for others, Janko, Peacemaker, unfortunately, dreams already crushed. I'm talking about Big, I'm talking about Cloud9, a team that made it all the way to the playoffs this time last year, unfortunately, dead last in groups.
Yeah, especially for Cloud9, I think it all catches off guard yesterday with how surprisingly IHC played really well against them, outsmarted them in the series. Yeah, same goes for Big. What do you think?
Yeah, I think for Cloud9, I had no faith in them, but I wouldn't have had them losing to IHC 2-0. By the way, not even picking up a single map, but I'm used to Cloud9 being a disappointing after disappointing performance. And that's why we were saying the change that they made isn't really the change they should have made. And I think they have some, deep analysis to do. I'm hoping they're not going to be as stubborn as they've shown and actually make the changes that are necessary. But for Big, it's unfortunate, right? Facing off against Team Spirit so early in the tournament. Those two teams, it was very hard to place them, right? Like how good are they actually? Big beat Furia in the play-in to secure a spot in the group stage. Furia lost to IHC, but then IHC beats Cloud9 as well. So, it's still very early on in 2023, and we're still trying to figure out where do all these teams rank.
And in terms of IHC, man, the heroes of the Asian scene. I know Blair was raising a drink for them last night at the bar. The fact that they managed to take 2 maps off of Cloud9.
As if Blair needs a reason to raise a drink for him.
Yeah, you know what? Just give him another one. Might as well throw it that way.
Just keep him going. Keep him going.
Yeah, I mean, IHC, just hugely impressive, particularly on that Mirage as well, because that was the map they lost out to initially in the play-ins at like a completely different team, Janko.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you go back to Rio, and you see they didn't do pretty much anything there. They knocked out 0-0 Nation in the O2 game. Sorry about that, Lewis. But but you can see in the way they play, they are the team that looked most European out of Asian teams, right? So you could tell, with somewhere, maybe there's something there, but I don't think anyone would have expected for them to have this much success at this tournament, especially because their 6th player is, playing in for Cabal, but they've just impressed and surprised everyone, and I'm very happy to see a team from that region sort of doing some damage, and I'm hoping this is just the start of the story for IHC.
Yeah, potentially a very tough, well, not potentially, definitely a tough opponent in FaZe coming up later today. But speaking of more highs from yesterday, G2 and Na'Vi making it all the way to the Spodek. Very happy about that.
Definitely, G2, I've said it a couple of times, the most informed team coming into this tournament. And that first map against FaZe was just a joy to watch. I mean, you just sit back and enjoy the atomic CS, as I like to call it. It was just individuals really sharp. There's not that much room for, mistakes and adjustments and whatnot. And G2 was dominant on the second map. And for Na'Vi, can never count out Na'Vi. Like, yes, they've looked shaky, at Blast. You were there, Freya, but, they still made the finals, the spring finals. They're straight through the groups. And here they're in the playoffs yet again, right, beating Team Liquid. So Na'Vi, they might look shaky, but a team with Electronic and Simple, and now you can maybe add Bit to that duo as well. I'm always going to have them make the playoffs until they don't.
Electronic, I mean, he was looking pissed in the sort of tail end of that series. The fact that Liquid was so close to be pushing that to a third, but Na'Vi said, hell no, we're taking this one at 2.
Yes, and I think that for the Na'Vi roster, I think they just made a change, right? And they just keep with the... It does feel like they are having issues with the 5th player, right? The past couple months, and it takes time for them to figure out role-wise how it works, Electronic as an IGL. Personally, I would like to see Electronic back into his normal role, not in-game leading. I think that would benefit Na'Vi a lot, but that's the roster they came up with. And yeah, too soon to talk about like the expectations. Like as Janko alluded, like it is true. Like we all expect big things from Na'Vi, mainly because of Simple, the roster they have. Like they have great players, but it takes time for them to mature as a roster, to get experience with the young gun. I think that's it.
Well, yeah, plenty more CS going down today, including Outsiders taking on NIP to kick things off here on the B stream. So let's check in with NIP and see what they've been getting up to outside the server.
Head Arctic, new future top 3 Oper.
Not yet.
We never break top 12.
Too early to tell.
+1, maybe he's one Monacy of 2023. Or maybe he's shit and Nip loses everything.
Maybe yes, maybe not yes. So far he did have some high peaks.
I hate that people overplay that fast.
Way too early. Opers and NIP have never really shined so adopted. But hopefully, I'm wrong.
In my opinion, DJL is a bad coach. When he came NIP better position, he said improved T-side, but not working at all. Felt better.
With 19 years, Messi did his first hat-trick. Hat-trick is 18 and he has not yet done a Messi. I'm waiting, but not for much longer.
You know the only thing more important than what the HLTV forums think? What James and Hawker think down here, because we are about to rank these teams here at IEM Katowice. Any standouts for you so far?
Ooh, I mean, I'm just glad G2 look like they're in form to win the tournament. I mean, if we want to, go through the teams at some point, like G2 are the team that I think are going to win the tournament. I'm just saying it straight up. Okay, should I just do it? Should I just green light them?
We can. I
feel like I don't need.
Is it green light or where are we going with them?
I feel like it has to be green light. Where else are they going? Where else are they going here, Freya?
What do you think, Bardolph?
I'm doing it.
I mean, you could so you could put them in green light, right?
Yeah.
But Keck is down to interpretation.
Yeah, see, I would say that as
Keck can be negative, but Keck can also be, we're literally playing like at all-time highs. How is anyone going to beat us? I think they're in a Keck zone.
That's kind of true. With the way they were winning some of those rounds, actually, they were some ridiculous
I think they're full Keck
rounds.
right
Maybe we can split the Keck zone into good, bad Keck.
Okay,
all
right.
Maybe we have 5
double Keck.
categories. I don't know whether the production's okay with that.
I'm going to spin it even more. I'm going to put Keck. I'm going to put IHC Kecking on the other side, which is still a positive because the people that they're playing are on the receiving end of the IHC Keck. So we've got different types of Keck. But
I want to put Cloud9 in the, oh no, this has gone terribly wrong Keck. That's what I kind of want to do.
Is that
like
just panic?
Maybe that is just panic, to
I mean,
be honest, maybe.
I think it's panic because...
What if they're like half panic, half Keck?
Yeah?
Yeah, a bit of both.
Somewhere in the middle, like here. What are we saying here? Or are we putting them in panic?
I think that makes sense.
Just poking into panic, little poke?
Yeah, it's got to touch both of the boxes.
All right.
I think that is totally fair because we were coming in thinking, Buster, they kind of said to us, I feel like we were a bit baited by Cloud9 saying, oh yeah, Buster's going to take some new positions, new roles. So far, I feel like he's literally just slotted in for Inters.
Yeah, pretty much. There's like 1 or 2 role swaps, I think, but mostly he's just been slotting in. It's not working. That's the only excuse, right? That's the only reason. I guess there's the roster move angle, but I think most people are definitely towards the panic a bit more than the Keck.
Anybody else in panic right now for you? Would Bake be classified as panic?
I think Liquid.
Liquid?
Because they're going up against the gatekeepers, the Keck masters.
Okay.
So I reckon that I think Liquid needs to be in panic because it seems that IHC might not win, but they might stop you from winning.
Yeah,
or even making it to playoffs here.
I don't want to rain on your parade, James, but is FaZe playing IHC? Does that change anything?
Oh my God.
Get them in panic then.
It's too early for me. I need a coffee.
I feel like it's been green light for FaZe.
Hold on, let's get rid of that.
Get it out.
Green light for FaZe? Is that how you're feeling about this?
I think so.
You do the
I
honors.
think, wait, I haven't used this before. It really is that easy.
Oh, you put them in panic?
Oh, no, wait, yeah.
Now there's 2 FaZe.
Sorry.
Well, we're both morons.
There we go. Perfect. Let's put them back in green light. I think they've been looking great. I think they started off the year, G2 is the only other team that I would say started off the year better than them. I think that's fair.
I agree. What do you think about Na'Vi? Because they're getting wins. I feel like they've made the roster move. So, like, from all we're seeing so far, I feel like I'll put them in the green light.
Yeah, I'm like, I would have been over here.
Yeah.
But not so much.
Like,
anymore.
I don't need them to win the tournament right now, when they've just made a roster move. I'm still not 100% sold, but like for this tournament so far, what they've done, I'm closer to the green light. I'm over here,
Yes.
Not panic, just about green light, but I still want to see. I kind of want to see.
Totally fair. Anybody else for you, James, that's really shouting out to any of these categories?
You have to believe in Spirit.
Okay.
Spirit doubters always get proven wrong. So I'm in there with a green light on Spirit.
Are you in there with
they don't get enough respect. They don't get enough respect.
That is true.
We've got to put respect on Spirit's name.
Definitely. Vitality. Where are Vitality sitting for you guys? I think green light.
I guess green light. They've got that like Group B. They should be making it through that.
Yes.
We're kind of waiting today to see how they perform, I
think
guess.
today is the green
It's almost
light.
like a wait and see.
Should we put it maybe just a little bit
We predict them to be a little
like
Navi
they are
spirit
better than
sandwich.
Navi. I think they're doing better than Navi.
Yeah.
Okay, we have just 1 minute to do the remaining teams. This is going to be a speed run.
There's no way we're getting through all these teams. My
right,
goodness.
OG, where are they going?
I think OG are doing. I think they're doing pretty good right now.
Yeah.
I think green light.
I think you got a green light.
Yeah, I'm impressed with what we've seen from them so far. So I'm going to give them the green light. I think Fnatic, they were able to finally conquer outsiders.
We love that.
So I think,
especially the UK massive.
I'm putting them in Keck zone.
Hell yeah.
I'm putting them middling Keck for Fnatic. I think they're
Messi till
laughing
I
right
die.
now.
That is exactly what we are.
Yeah.
NIP, where are you putting NIP in this?
I don't even know. I have no expectations. So like they're just kind of like they're nowhere. They're in the middle. Like they've got config playing. They're doing all right. I can't green light them because I don't know what's going on.
I feel like it was unfortunate they had to face Vitality in the first series, so that kind of makes me go just an off day, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Where you put? I was going to say they could be just an off day.
Yes.
Outsiders.
I think that's fair.
That was a hard game for Fnatic to win.
That was a really close series.
Yeah, they're going to play well today.
MOUZ, final team that we're going to be categorizing here. Where are they going? Where are they ending up?
I mean, I guess
just an off day.
Just an off day.
I think
but
that's fair because
it depends what your expectations are for MOUZ because they're making playoffs now. It depends if you think they're that team that should be really making sure they make playoffs or not. I've never really seen them as that team, so we'll go with just an off day for now.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for helping me categorize all these teams. Speaking of NIP, I believe Heku had the chance to catch up with them before they entered the arena.
NIP are doing their last minute preparations. They are warming up. We have Resi, we have Braun. Alex CB is probably discussing some last minute strats. There's a hat trick, and of course there is the last minute addition config. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, feeling prepared, feeling like it's going to be a good day today for me and the team.
But I see that you actually have quite a lot of people here with you. Are they taking a really good care of you?
Yeah, I mean, we're like a team family, so they take really good care of us, help us with everything. You also spoke to them and also did the camera people, so they're really good people, yeah.
They're really good people. I mean, as long as you feel really good and comfortable in this team, it's really good. I'll not disturb you any longer. You have a really important match, so thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show love. I can't explain.
No time to turtle up as the Ninjas needs to come out swinging. Tournament life is on the line, which is the same situation that the outsiders find themselves in too. Coming into this one, potentially a spot at the Spotlight going to be taken away from them. And for NIP, it's been a turbulent road to say the least, Shanko. Coming into this new season, we thought, okay, they finally have an AWPer, but then another roster change kind of comes out of nowhere for them.
Yeah, I think it's just, unbelievable that Alexi does an interview with HLTV and says, I just hope we don't make any more changes. And then 3 days later, they're forced to make yet another change. And I liked the interview with Heko, got some insight there talking to Config. There's a lot of people around NIP. I think half of them are there just for Config's sake to make sure he eases up into the team. He doesn't slip on a banana peel or something like that, right? So we'll see. They've had a decent start, right? I mean, they overrun Spirit 2-0 in the plane, which was a little bit surprising. Then, as you said, ran into Vitality, hard team for anyone to play against right now. So another difficult opponent for them. It's not going to get any easier against outsiders.
In terms of that game versus Vitality that we saw to kick off the groups, any key takeaways for you, Peacemaker?
Yes, two of them actually. I think one of the things that is a little bit worrying is that the hat-trick went missing completely against Zywoo. We don't have the stats, unfortunately, but yeah, it was very off, in my opinion. 17-30 and
over
0.59.
Yeah, that ain't cute. That's not good.
0.59 rating. Yeah, that's not good for an AWPer, right? But I mean, I understand.
It's not good for anyone.
Yeah,
especially for an AWPer.
Especially for an AWPer. But understandable that he's going up against one of the best players in the world. And unfortunately, it's the AWPer.
But he's continuing in the spirit of NIP AWPers, right? All the way back to Fiflaren, and Mirage was in there. So yeah, I think that has to start from somewhere. But young kid, a rookie. Also, it's always going to be difficult for a young player when there's changes within the team, and that obviously means lack of structure and having to do things on the fly, speaking in English as well, not his first language. So that's all understandable. He's going to be given time, right, and to show us some positive
Speaking on things on the fly, my second point was their city sides in this particular one. I think it was very sloppy for a reason. Like their new team barely had time to practice, and it's nice that to see Alexi. It's calling really well, but he can only do that on the T side. On the city side, it's about the bomb sides, the players talking and being proactive, and they just haven't had enough time to...
It's about clicking the mouse faster than the other guy, shooting them in the head, headshots only, nothing else matters. And that's hard against outsiders, like they've just with NIP, right? What's a good thing going for them right now? They have a lot of firepower. I mean, you look at Brolan, Config, Rez in there, right? Alexi as an in-game leader also can frag, and hat-trick as a young AWPer, right? But you turn it over to the side of outsiders, you have Fame, Flit, and Jame, right? And Chiron has been added as well instead of Norbert. He's been fragging well yesterday, and then Kickert is, kind of to fill in all the gaps. So that's not going to be a massive advantage for NIP coming into this one, if it's an advantage at all.
In terms of the squad of outsiders as well, you mentioned the name Kicker. I think it's apt to bring him up in the discussion. The fact that he's been alongside Jame for 6 years now, that is an incredible feat for him. But in terms of what he's been picking up on the server, I feel like there's a bit more to be desired from him.
Yes, for sure. I think 0.9 rating. Considering his role, yes, sure. But if you go and take a look on his statistics from each one of the maps, which we don't have, but go ahead and take a look. It hasn't looked great for him, especially post-break. Yes, they won a major. That's great. But I think that, nowadays CS is so competitive that you need your IGL stepping up, you need your anchors stepping up, And this could be challenging for them. Let's say, for example, they have a series where James is not pulling the numbers that he often does. Then what? Kicker needs to do something.
Yeah, I think he's fine in this team, right? Does his job. I just wish they would switch some of his roles. Like on the overpass, he plays the B lurk, the B anchor on T side. That's like a pretty important role usually for like the star lurker. So I'd like, for example, Flit to play there instead of him, perhaps, or Fame or something like that. But you know, their overpass has been also good. So I think it's just for them, it works. No need to change it.
We spoke about roster shuffles on the side of NIP, but for outsiders as well, they won the Rio Major, and then they said, hell no, we're coming into this new year, and we're going to bring in this new kid, Chiron. So Janko, for your money, are you satisfied with what he's delivered?
I am. I'm satisfied. In the first game for him, it's, you know, as you will see in these highlights, he's sharp, he gets the kills, his mechanics are good. Obviously, there's going to be some communication issues early on, right? Getting on the same page, perhaps also as a player who hasn't really played on this scale of events, getting used to the environment, even in this sort of studio area, but even more so if they can make it into the playoffs. So I think the first signs have been positive, but it's also the smallest of sample sizes.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that, I mean, considering the change they made, I'm not sure, like we were talking about it in the green room, and it does look a little bit weird for us, the fact that they just won the major, and then right after that, yes, they didn't perform at Blast, and then came with a roster change. For us, for the viewers and for us, it's a little bit weird, the fact that they just won and changed, but we never know what happens inside the team. Role-wise, if it makes sense, if it's an attitude thing, if it's just a thing where they thought, okay, like maybe like we won a major, maybe it was a little bit of a fluke. We didn't play absolutely the best teams there. Yeah. Maybe it's time for a change.
Well, let's dive into some specifics with Janko, because he's got a couple of moments from that Fnatic series earlier on in the tournament.
Yes, indeed, Freya, thank you. When we talk about outsiders, we talk about a team that's pretty solid, right? Good fundamentals. But this is their first tournament of the year, right? And yesterday was their first game. I think you could really tell against Fnatic. There were a couple of rounds where they were still maybe in their winter slumber. So we're going to jump right into it. The first map is Vertigo. This was a pick from Fnatic. Made a lot of sense. They needed to switch up the pool. So you can see, well, outsiders are already down, but they're making some good moves. Initially, we talk about how important it is to have ramp control, right, and fight for ramp. So this is them just using some early utility. They're not going for a full-on fight. If you pay a little bit of attention, here you can see that there's two players towards B, one player towards mid. So they're just mostly trying to feel out the round, see if Fnatic wants to fight for this yet again. If they do, then they'll make a call in the mid round. And that's exactly what outsiders do. They're going to start falling back from this sort of position and reaggress a little bit later in the round. As we move around the 45-second mark, now you see James coming in with the flash, Kickert and Flit are there, and Chiron and Fame are just watching out for the mid and B area. And you can see that the concentration of the T's is on ramp. So this is, you know, a good call. Everyone's blind, as you can see as well. Flit gets 2 kills with the James flash. So these are all good openings, good decisions early on. And now it's a 5v3 situation. Outsiders had an 84% win rate at the major on the CT side in 5v4s. And look here, right? This is also fine, 5v3, but you don't want to give the T's too much space. There's a flash, but the spacing isn't great. Like this amount of space, they should be leg to leg, so to speak, and Kicker needs to swing deep or swing wide so that Chiron can do the trade. Instead, they mess it up a little bit. Maybe the timing was off. Maybe Kicker needed to wait a little bit more. See, Chiron also hits the pole, and instead what happens is Mezzi gets basically 2 1v1 fights, and they win this round as well. So moving the following gun round, there was an anti-eco in between. Again, the fight for ramp. Now, outsiders send 3 guys. There's a lot of utility, spamming everywhere. We want to take this ramp control very early on, and they're successful, right? 5v2 situation should be pretty straightforward now, but watch out here, right? First, if you look again towards the radar, 1 and 5, that's watching B, kind of watching mid, but then James took it from this position. Crims is going to hit an insane shot for James, but the problem here is, this is Chiron again, right? He needs to be closer. If James is spotting this angle from here, where's this? There you go. From here, right, you need to be closer so that as soon as he shoots or dies, you just swing, get the trade, and that's easy. Instead, what happens, he's a little bit too far away. You can see Crims has time to reposition, readjust, and get 2 kills here before he ends up being traded by the third player. Now this is still a 1v3 situation for Fasher, right? It shouldn't be great. It shouldn't really be winnable for him, but he's going to find a way to make it happen with some lucky timing, so to speak. He's going to stick up, play a beautiful round in the clutch, in the 1v3. Let's see what's going on with this thing. Reload it. Play it. Fast forward it. There we go. So, Crims gets traded here. Now it's Fashion in a 1v3, but you can see his timing, right? As he's sneaking up, Kickert is falling back. This is Flit who's coming over with the op, but they just miscommunicate, right? You can't leave this space open here. You need to be watching it or communicate. Someone needs to look at that, even though Kickert is worried about yellow, and this is where Fasher is just going to come. He's going to find space. He's going to find room, and he's going to win this 1v3. And those are just rounds that, you know, you can't afford to lose. They almost still came back in the second half on the T side, despite being down, but in the end, they lost to Pistols as well towards the end, and it was just poor play from outsiders.
And I love that you bring those specific moments up, because those are uncharacteristic mistakes coming out of the outsiders. They look so well drilled, particularly at Rio, but coming into this new season, need to brush off some of that dust. We got Vertigo coming up. We're going to see a replay of that one. Overpass, pick of outsiders. Then we're going to have the third and final, which will be Inferno. Any surprises, gentlemen, on this one?
Not really. I think a punish pick from each one of them. Vertigo has been looked pretty bad for outsiders in the series against Fnatic. They're sloppy. I would call the major hangover a little bit, you know?
Still feeling the effects,
yes,
2 months later.
Yes. But other than that, I think it makes sense. This is probably going to be a tight series.
I think outsiders have a massive advantage. NIP has to play aggressive. Outsiders very good at playing slow, defensive, punishing aggression, right? I think they have the upper hand no matter what the map is. And I think they're going to win this series without too many issues.
Well, it is NIP's map pick coming up first. That will be the grounds of Vertigo. Hawker and Bardolph had no expectations for NIP coming into this one. Let's see if they can deliver them something.
Very interesting series indeed, especially with the maps. It's a nice watch from Alexi B. See if he's got the right timing against the likes of outsiders, though, who, as they've said, like a slow round. NIP will be in charge on the T side as far as the pace is concerned. So let's see what they have to offer the outsiders. Again, they've had a small window of time, outsiders, to learn lessons from that game versus Fnatic, especially on Vertigo. We'll see if NIP try to abuse similar strategies. Mezzi was great on the entries. Can NIP do the same? We'll find out later. First comes the pistol.
Molly at the ready from Rez. That should help them get this mid control. No one really going to be dissuaded by this Molly. No one there from outsiders. Kickert's playing further back. Flit here alongside him. Oh, solid shots from Flit. He'll take down 2 and fall back, giving his team a good advantage.
Happy with that. Headtrick has to be careful now. Able to slink away after collecting the bomb. Outsiders not wanting to necessarily lose players defending the bomb in that position. They've got other advantages. 45 seconds on the clock. No utility left for NIP. Cutting noise, as we can see. Outsiders biding their time. Moving together, though. Have some concerns towards mid. Lots of guessing to be had until they start to see some players, and that will likely be soon. 25 seconds on the clock. Flit will see Brolan coming up the short position. Trying to finish off Flit. He's so low, but he's still just being a nuisance. Chiron has dropped. Opening frag for NIP as they try to plant the bomb. That's successful. Rez and Headtrick around default now. Running low on bullets. Rez, 1 bullet, trying to get that reload in. 2 versus 3. They don't know where the third player is for outsiders, I don't think. Flit's still alive somehow, 4 HP. Did he realize he's there? Yes, they do know he's there. Saw him earlier. And now we have Fame coming through. Damn. He'll be finished off by Rez as well. An ace from Rez. All the frags necessary to turn that around for NIP.
Well, if NIP have a way to win this series, it probably is with those individuals. You heard the Dash say they're going to have to play loose. They're going to have to play based on their individual performances. And Rez is the man you want to see delivering early for NIP. He can have pop-off maps. When he's feeling it, his aim is so snappy. And we see that come through on the pistol as he gets onto that A bomb site. A 3v5 overturned for NIP early.
Not too shabby at all.
That's gotta feel good.
Yeah. Great way to start things off. Seems like it might be another struggle for outsiders. On the CT side of Vertigo. Roland checking short. Unbeknownst to him, though, there are many people just around the corner. The entire outsider squad. team who are very good at making reads, including ecos. On this occasion, though, they'll be on the wrong side of the map. So careful, still creeping as Brolan. Ninjas in Pyjamas should have little issue securing this round. Still hunting against the MAC-10. That will give NIP extra money if they choose to chase that, although there are 3 MAC-10s on deck here for Outsiders, so wherever they choose to go, it's going to be painful.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see NIP try and make some money. I think the story of this series is Outsiders should be solid favorites, but NIP, they're kind of a little plucky underdog in this one, just because of the individual skill they now have. Ness was saying they've got players like Config, Rez, players that can definitely take over maps when they're feeling it. But considering Outsiders had that incredible major run and are a team who always seem to be able to be competitive in events, you would expect them to be favored in this matchup. Good start for NIP, though. And Outsiders will get their guns out. They went for that heavy save in the previous. Jame boosted. This is an off angle. So early in the round, you're just not going to expect that. Config caught out in the default.
Alexi B dropped in a short position. Bomb not spotted just yet. NIP sending the feelers out. Don't have many more people they can do that with, though, in this 3 versus 5. Outsiders content to keep quite a few people towards this A bomb side.
James having a lovely time.
He's really like had a lot of freedom these last 2 days. Catches Rez off guard as well. NIP know now that Outsiders have all the information they need. That's going to raise the urgency for NIP. They've got to do some damage at the very least. Once again, Flit just being a nuisance in this position. Very good at showing presence and not dying in that spot. Triple peek at the end there as Brolan falls. Nothing doing for NIP in round 3.
Definitely important for Outsiders to get some of these early gun rounds to go their way. As you were alluding to earlier, they had a very tough CT side on Vertigo against Fnatic. They only got 3 rounds total, and they just looked so slow to start, just individually. So seeing this, seeing the individuals step up for Outsiders in this round, definitely a great sign for them. And now NIP will have a bye, but it is slightly weakened. Only 2 AKs for them in this one. Smoke goes up the ramp. Outsiders don't seem to want to challenge for that position anyway.
One thing to look out for later on is... Oh, it's a James nade if ever I've seen one. Yes, it was thrown by Kicker, but if you saw James smokes yesterday, it was an entertainment piece in itself. Well then, you can see NIP trying to find a can opener. Flit just hiding off angle by the sandbags, presence shown elsewhere. Minute 10 on the clock here. Outsiders try to delay. Cutting noise in IP, inviting Outsiders to look for information. And we can see Chiron is doing exactly that. Not where NIP are expecting, though. In the meantime, Brolan's finally going to get what he's looking for. There will be a trade, however, 1 for 1. Where are the rest of the team? That is the question.
B is completely clear right now. I feel like Outsiders have got to figure this out. Chiron's pushed all the way through mid. You already got 1 fight towards A ramp. There's still no response from the CTs. They're still sticking around towards A. I know Chiron could be on a flank, but it might be too late here. The B bomb site is surely going to see a bomb plant any second.
Chiron's pretty close though before that bomb is planted. Alexi B might not last long indeed. Down he goes in the red, now dead. Chiron can show presence while the rest of the team try to find something. Config looking over the smoke. Think he's been spotted though. 3 on 3 now as Kika is dropped. Fame on the other side of the smoke. No utility for the NIP. No pop flashes, nothing. But a Tech 9 close will be devastating, leaving Jame in a 1 versus 3. No kit for him, but he's made it a 1v1 very quickly indeed. It is a kit off of his teammate's body, and now he's got position. We can see Rez down the stairs. He's got great angles as James tries to find the right place. Rez not believing he's on the defuse, and James gonna have to fall back from this one.
Nice work from Rez at the end. Just make sure not to give away the fight too soon. And I think for Outsiders, they were hoping that flank of Chiron would be a difference maker if that B play were to come through. But I'd have loved it if they just kept Fame on that B site. If he could have just had a little bit of resistance because you picked into ramp, you didn't see too much. But Outsiders weren't a believer that it was going to be that B play.
Speaking of believing, Hawker, let's not forget, James had a really rough time with the AWP against Fnatic on the CT side of Vertigo. Now he finds himself on the AWP again. I think it's maybe the different elevations, especially at close quarters, that were awkward. But he hits the flick. Speaking of elevation, it's below the waist on this occasion. So Brollan escapes, and now NIP know the big gun is out. I'm sure that James must have done some practice with the AWP on Vertigo specifically, some drills to try and sharpen up for today. A lot of missed opportunities with that. Maybe life would have been a lot easier if he'd hit the mark there. Kicker spots a lot of information, but he cannot escape in time. Can't pull out the rifle either. Very awkward for him as well. Perhaps they haven't solved the problems on the ramp as 3 players are lost. James with another tag, but still they're standing. Rez and Brollan, USP to finish him off, but it might be save territory for James if he can. Brollan's coming in from the back. Been heard though. James still with the flicks, and now it becomes clutchable. The bomb's not even planted just yet. From save to maybe winning the round. Config's going to peek with the bomb, and that's a calamity. Looking for an ace now all of a sudden. He was looking to save James, and now he's looking for the last kill of the round. Alexi B's got 40 seconds to solve this. James might have a one-way. Does he wait out the smoke here? How does he approach this situation? James hiding in plain sight. Alexi B on the flank. James is not going to get the ace after all, but we do know he's running hot.
Oh, good to see James showing up. But man, that got so stressful for NIP. James, I thought initially, was just trying to find an exit path. But then, once he gets flanked, he gets the second kill. And he's like, screw it, I'm sticking around. I'll just try and fight my way out of this one if NIP are going to keep coming to me.
Yeah. 1v1s all day for James. That is his bread and butter.
Yeah, you can see how loose NIP are playing. Like, they are just taking fights towards that A site, not even always having players ready to trade. But the Outsiders players just could not hold their own. The Riflers just could not get anything going.
The situation is somewhat fascinating. The sheer amount of damage that James did may make for an interesting buy, as we can see here. The Galil for Rez. Well, they've got 2 AKs out, so it's not terrible. But there is some opportunity. There'll be some investment here for Outsiders. They can win rounds like this. We saw many a round from Outsiders won with a buy like this. The last team you should doubt with a crap buy is Outsiders and G2.
Yeah, oh, for sure. James spent basically all his money dropping that M4 to Flit. So for once, it is Flit who gets the best gun on the team.
Wow. You know they're in dire straits if James the one spending all his money to give somebody else a weapon. We'll see what Flit's able to do with it. He's got to be careful around the smoke. This is looks very deliberate. So patient, NIP. Just not giving much of anything. Allowing Outsiders to poke and prod. No response until they're ready with their timing. Now, there's a lot of utility for them in this round. See Flit trying to pick his boost at the right time. The flash is there, but he just can't get ready in time. I think that was a wallbang onto Kickert as well. And Outsiders starting to fall back now. Chiron almost in danger of losing the M4 there, but he's still up. They've got 1 smoke now, NIP, and this is still a dangerous round. 33 seconds on the clock, 2 players tagged, and it gets worse for them. They've kind of stalled on the ramp, and now the dream is collapsing.
Everyone's having a go with the rifle. Fame got given it to get that headshot, and NIP have been stalled. They look so hesitant moving into this site. Finally looking for the bomb plant, but it's Brollan with a MAC-10 defending. It looks like it might work out for him, though. Low health players against him, lining them up, and Fame, the only man up. Rez will trade. NIP bail themselves out of it with a nice work between Brollan and Rez. But Outsiders, again, showing that they are going to make these rounds competitive.
Quite the standoff on the A bomb site there. Normally there's a line drawn with smokes. But it was just the guns there. Many a pistol as well. The one rifle. NIP entertained by that one. Outsiders still looking for success. Jame on a FAMAS. We've seen him with quite a few things, often just rolling with a Tech 9, sometimes AWP no armor for fun, it seems. And today it'll be the FAMAS, but there's no fun to be had there.
Just giving all the weapons a go. Outsiders keep on running this double mid setup, but that means ramp is so much more vulnerable. Only 2 CTs here, and they get run over so quickly in the round.
They haven't solved the problem, it feels like. That Fnatic were able to abuse with the entries. NIP are doing the same, giving themselves a great chance. Headtrick is delivering with the AWP. And Outsiders are not having a good time on Vertigo whatsoever. Again, you know it's not over until it's over. Only had that one real round with the AWP. Can't imagine that scenario happens too often, but NIP off to a roaring start on the T side of Vertigo. 6-1 on the way soon. How do Outsiders solve this ramp problem? They die there a lot. It's very important to hold it, but the war of attrition is being lost time and again by Outsiders.
Yeah, you can also play retake on that A site. It is an option. If you even just play back from the bomb site, you can put these smokes down sometimes to stall things, maybe even flash back into ramp at some point for info.
Oh, VLC media player, no!
But yeah, this is tough for Outsiders. I don't want them to make a theme out of these slow starts. We talked about it yesterday. They only got 3 CT rounds on Vertigo in that opening map against Fnatic.
The scary thing is sometimes that's enough.
That's
for
true.
Outsiders. Not necessarily comfortable, but it can be enough.
Let's see if they can come alive in this round. They have got 3 towards ramp this time. NIP not putting as many players towards ramp in this round, though. Config thinking about lining up some utility. But the Ninjas not committing to anything early in this round. In fact, Brolan's just making a little bit of noise towards ramp. It looks like the rest of the squad might be going back elsewhere.
Triple FAMAS for Outsiders. I think the best use of the FAMAS we've seen so far was Rops yesterday. Outsiders may need to do one better to survive here versus the AKs. And the AWP of Headtrick. It's been quite reliable so far. Well, here are the flashes, the Molotovs, the chain flashes as well. Alexi B leading the charge here. First one down. 2 FAMASes remaining. Alexi B will fall eventually, as will the bomb. Config trying to create some space. Barely mentioned his name just yet, but he needs to plant the bomb now. He's got to find a safe place to do it. You can see Chiron trying to find his way over the smoke. One kit for Kicker. Trades now as we go down to a 3-on-3. Config gives the sound cue away. Gotta avoid the spray through the smoke. Creeping forward. He could find 2. He will find 2. Kicker now close to the site in a 1 versus 3. Backing off once again. Another round. Outsiders have to give up to Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Damn. Really cool round here from NIP. I love Alexi B's pathing, his movement on that execute onto the B site. I feel like he basically just overlooked the left side of the site entirely and said, I'm just going to run towards generators. If there are people on that left side, they'll get me, but I'll probably get traded. And instead, he was just able to basically take full control of the bomb site so quickly with this kill onto Fame. And then Config. I don't think he's been at his best this tournament. He's looked a little shaky at times, but that's the sort of aim he can provide. Snappy headshots. Another round for NIP. They're playing somewhat loose, but I think Alexi B's calls have also looked pretty good here. Outsiders haven't shown much resistance, but they could have just kept going back to ramp. They switch it up with a good B play. And finally, Outsiders take a timeout. Yeah, that's the first timeout they've taken here.
7-1, of course. Config just needs to keep his head down, focus on what happens in the server. can be very difficult growing up in the public eye, especially when you're constantly on the road, living a life that isn't normal to the average person.
Here we go. This is the Outsiders special. Flit has to drop the AWP to Jame, and he's got a USP right now. Okay, they gave him a Deeg, but he's been the Sanji in this scenario.
They really do squeeze the money out as best they can. Outsiders. All right then.
Damn.
Well, one AWP firing better than the other one. Jame insta rotation after firing off that shot towards B. Last seen on the other side of the map. And now he's on the A bomb site with some support flashes trying to delay Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Ooh.
All right then. A Jame grenade lands. Check that one down in the notebook. Waiting for a push in the meantime as things start to slow down. NIP cutting noise once again. Config having a look. It's a hard peek for him. The rifle support's here as well. Okay, so it was a fast push. Oh, the quick scope from Hedrick. Very, very nice indeed. Proving to be very important on the AWP. They're trying to keep Outsiders' heads up below water in this round. 3-on-3, they've got plenty of utility. They've got a molly for brutal positions where Flit has been holding round after round. Somehow still alive. Does he dare peek again? Roland's got a molly, so they can deal with Flit's position. He has fallen back somewhat, though. 33 seconds to plant this bomb. Outsiders being forced further and further back.
Ooh, those pot shots are close. Fame through the smoke. They're not actually covering, but he won't get up onto the site in time. So bomb planted. Now Rez playing around this smoke. Decides to drop back. It's Hedrick who comes in with the AWP instead. And I don't know if Outsiders want to go for this any longer. Jame has that valuable AWP in his hands. Can you silent drop? Well, apparently Jame can't. The 8-1 NIP. They had a couple of smokes onto that A site. That's all they needed. And we heard in the skit earlier, they were asking if Hedrick would be the new Monacy for this year. That was kind of a Monacy-esque round with how quick some of those shots were landing.
Yeah, from the beginning of the game.
Did they say keep saving?
I think they did.
Love that.
Lots to say. Love to see a vocal team. Came in good moods today. XCB complimented the shoes as he went past the telestrator earlier on. 8-1 for the Ninjas. There we go. Stark contrast from one side to the other. Glass between goes cloudy again as the round begins. 8-1. An avalanche for Ninjas in Pyjamas at the moment. But we know Outsiders are never out. Often down, never really out. Again, the A-bomb site proves to be very problematic. When do you see Jame in that position? Desperation for Outsiders. If Kicker can win this duel, then maybe, just maybe. He's running into the grenades! Pick your poison. Nowhere to go. Fame is left to wonder what could have been, or how they solve Vertigo, or when it's removed from the map pool.
Damn, this is tough. This is tough. I don't even really know what to say. It's just NIP going back to ramp again, getting that player up the scaffold side, standard smoke up so that you can scale and look towards the left side of ramp. And it almost looked like Outsiders had no clue that was a possibility, which is wild because that's a pretty standard play. And now Fame. Oh, this is a cheeky position. He might be able to hold on to his FAMAS, but it is a FAMAS, and it's not even a pretty FAMAS. That is an ugly-ass skin. I think you just put burst fire on or off. Won't matter.
I think he took it off, so I might watch his POV just to see what he's doing with it. Well then, it's not too late just yet. Outsiders could still get 6 rounds from this, but they have to solve the A issue because that's where everything goes wrong. From time to time, the A bomb site is porous. There are many holes, and Outsiders can't seem to plug them.
I wonder if it's time to just give up ramp and just play further back on A. Oh, Rez so clean on the entry. Fame hasn't been involved much on that B bomb site, but he goes down first. Config at least cleared out of mid, but Rez is just making pressure on this B site. It's actually Alexi up here instead. And now the rest of NIP will come to join. Oh, Chiron's getting inquisitive, looking for info, but Alexi holds the line. And now this B site looks like it could be compromised.
The tightest of angles from Alexi. Just waiting for outsiders to walk into the trap. Kicker's pretty far away at the moment, but we've got ourselves a 3-on-3. Slowly making its way in case of a lurker. Outsiders don't know how many are here, but again, NIP better equipped in the mid to late rounds, more util. Another molly to throw as well. Down it goes, slowing things down for outsiders who don't have a kit. Head trick again. Dependable pair of hands. Jame with 16 HP. Once again, it's time to fall back.
I'm so happy to see Head Trick having a performance like this, landing some good shots. I think NIP are taking him onto the team, and they're aware that it might take a bit of time for him to fully adjust, fully adapt. Speaking in English, international roster, there's a lot of parts at play, but you can see those moments where he lands some really nice shots. For outsiders, I feel like I need to play a half of Counter-Strike against them before they go live, just to warm them up, because their first halves have just been terrible.
Let's get them on pool day and Ice World. That'll warm them up.
Oh, that'll warm you up good. Let's see what outsiders go for in this one. It's not even always A ramp. Sometimes it's just that B site. The early kills are just too much right now. They need to make sure they don't give away those early picks too easily. Still looking to fight for ramp, but look at Jame. He's already in behind. The bomb is actually left back.
Has he seen it yet? Yep, that's on the radar. He could get two here. The trigger discipline will be important. Didn't wait too long. There's one. Oh, head trick straight in the face. That was so fast. This guy is ready today. He is well oiled. No squeaky parts. First frag just took too long.
Nothing going right for outsiders right now.
It's unbelievable how fast that was.
That's crazy. And now Config almost cuts off the rotation, but he spots that Chiron moved into CT. There are two CTs towards B. Fame a little unlucky not to get that frag. The nade also won't finish the job. Now the player up close will try and take the fight instead. They don't need to fight though. They've got smokes up. They could just take the map control and take the bomb plant.
How many rounds can you concede, outsiders? Has Chiron seen Brolan by the steel girders? I'm not sure if he has. The counter flashes are here, but hold on a second. There's finally an advantage for outsiders. Head trick goes down. Config in the clutch now. Two more to find. This is the time to deliver. Trying to keep outsiders on that one round. Where's the trade frag up? Yanko pointed out how late the swings could be. That one was certainly late. Spot flit tags him through the corner of the box as well. Left his teammate to swing alone. No trade frag. Some hesitation, went for the defuse, but it was all too late.
Config getting rowdy after winning that one. The initial headshot was very clean, but you have to question the spacing here. The initial frags were good, but look, Fame goes down. As you said, Chiron just swings, no one else with him. Flit almost just desperately tries to stick the defuse, hoping that the angle isn't there, but Config's got his angle locked in. And now Head Trick back to another pick. Didn't expect the second man to be there, though, so Fame at least gets one in reply. It's still not good enough for outsiders, though. Another pick lost on ramp.
Kicker can't be enjoying himself. Kicker, Fame, and Chiron, both 4 kills only. All 4 kills only.
Oh, man.
Flit just in no man's land.
I mean, yeah, these double ramp setups especially, they're so committed. Once you lose one player, it's so difficult. Oh, we still got Jame in the right position and with an early pick. Does that make NIP second guess this decision? Oh, they're still going. Config's going alone up into the site, giving away another fight. And now this round is doable for Outsiders.
Alexi B will show presence. Oh, he's getting the frag as well. I was going to say the rotation could be heard by Outsiders. But now they can just play together and trade out. Wow. James not having a fun time. That target acquisition, when he saw the first player but just waited, wanted to make sure he had a clean shot, took down the second one instead. Might all be for nothing. But Famous somehow picked the right angle. How does he know? 2 players remaining, 23 seconds in a position Flit had much success in. Here come the grenades, head trick spotted. Oh, he's giving it up now. They know where he is. Can Alexi B cover though? Threatening to push. The plant stun almost sliding up, but Alexi B has the angles and the headshots. 12-1, an oppressive scoreline at the hands of Ninjas in Pyjamas.
I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing another timeout here for Outsiders, even if it's just to breathe for a second, because these rounds keep slipping away. It's a nice pick from Head Trick. Got those initial trades going down, but again, those ramp kills a little too easy, and oh, that nade was so perfect from Alexi. 12-1. Imagine being 14-8 and only having 1 round. They must be a little frustrated. He's been getting a lot of kills while saving, and again, Roland in position on ramp. NIP have so many good aggressive riflers.
They keep showing, they keep dying. It's like Outsiders. So I think some other teams, maybe NIP by now would have conditioned them to play more passively and just give up the space. But then NIP have got so much real estate early, they could do so much with that. Outsiders refuse to do that at the cost of their lives, time and again.
And to be fair to them, in this round, they don't really have the nades, they don't have a kit. You don't want to play full retake on the A site. But yeah, the coordination is not good enough for these ramp fights.
Yeah. Always been behind on util mid to late rounds. Lots of disadvantages for Outsiders, including the numbers game in round 14. Fame trying to even that up. He will be denied. That's got to be frustrating. Red standing dead still. Just couldn't connect the dots there. Chiron and James now. What can they do? What is there to do? Try to save for the next round. They both have combined 0. The whole team has $50. The whole team is carrying $50 right now.
Chiron will get a few hundred in his back pocket thanks to that kill. But yeah, that is not ideal, we'll say. I mean, NIP are just going to hunt. They've got so much money. There's not many rounds left in the half. Why not try and get rid of these guns? It's from Chiron. It's just a shame it's not in a position where it can have an impact on a round. I think there's an AWP recoverable for the CTs. James. Oh dear. Brolan wins the fight against him. That AWP was saved. So that is something for Outsiders, but I mean, 13-1 down. You said earlier, 3 CT rounds was kind of enough for them against Fnatic to make it competitive. The best they can do is 2.
Can see them trying to keep the morale up on the Outsiders side. Indeed, this is as rough as sandpaper for Outsiders. Triple FAMAS once again, but with an AWP, James could. He might. We'll see. No early losses yet for Outsiders. That really has been part of the tale here. The entries have been so sharp for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Rez on the B bomb site, and this one might be over as well. Oh my god, he is grotesque on that AK-47 as far as Outsiders are concerned. Almost all the rounds. Flip forced to turn away, and it's Rez again. Let me ace, I'm sure is the call as he hunts for Kicker. What can Kicker do now? Just trying to save face by avoiding Rez somewhere? No, he's pressing forward, of course. Pressing forward straight into Rez, who will find that last frag. An ace at the beginning of the round, an ace at the end of the half, not the round. Outsiders have so much to do in this second half. We'll see if they can do it after the break. An ace at the start of the half, an ace at the end of the half for Rez. Fixing my word soup there. 1 round for Outsiders, 14 for Ninjas in Pyjamas. You thought it would get better. It seems like it got way worse.
We always sit here and talk about how Outsiders are so hard to beat, so hard to put away. I don't even see that being the case on this map. I mean, maybe they win the pistol, but I'm not feeling good about their chances. That was an awful half from Outsiders. There's no sugarcoating that one. Maybe the T-side pistol will be the start of a comeback. I'm kind of doubting it, even as I say it. But I like to try and believe, James. I like to believe in this world.
All right then. Something, finally, for Ninjas, for Outsiders. 4 on 3 as Hetrick is dropped as well as Config. They didn't go too crazy though. Outsiders. Not wanting to rush into anything that could be dangerous. James just having a look while the rest of the team rotates away. Draw attention. Something Outsiders love to do on the T side. Make a few sounds, draw attention. Tell them, we're still here. Meanwhile, there's just the 1 player on the B bomb site and 3 coming his way. That's the first part done. Roland takes one in the face, still alive for now. Flashes are here. Surely he's about to get dropped. Indeed he is. Fame will plant the bomb now. Alexi B and Rez have a kit. 2 versus 4. Very doable in this pistol round.
Good possessions for Outsiders. Got the player up towards the generators for the initial contact, but even if Fame goes down, you can just play back towards the bomb, and that bomb is ticking. Rez spots the first player. It's Alexi who is able to clear. He knows where Chiron is, but there are still 2 players that haven't been spotted. Taps that bomb with the kit. There's a long lurk around, but it's just not enough time for Alexi here. They won't give him the fight. Outsiders pick up the all-important pistol. If they wanted any chance at a comeback, that had to happen. It is still a long and winding road ahead of them. But at least they've got a chance to, you know, put a few rounds on the board, make it look a little less embarrassing, so to speak.
I think that might even be, like with 2 rounds on the board, it might not even be time to say that because Outsiders have got so much experience coming back from a crazy deficit that would make most people collapse. But this is almost feels like half the time what they do as the norm is just focus up, take it each round, and just scrape through somehow. But indeed, this is nightmare mode. It's almost as if they die, the game is over. Outsiders playing close to roguelike on Vertigo. First Fnatic, now Ninjas in Pyjamas.
This round's looking good for them. Already got 2 kills on the mid aggression that was attempted by NIP. I feel like that was a full matchmaking strat from NIP. MP9s rush up mid with a flash. That's a classic. Try that in MM. Works pretty well in general. Not always at the pro level though. The rifles hold on. And now those smokes will come into the A site. So even though NIP players are in position, there's no vision for them. And Chiron, that's not fair. Just a little spray through the smoke, why not?
He has quickly been a big player for Outsiders.
Yeah, he's not been a problem for the team.
Yeah. I mean, no one was a big player in the first half, but generally speaking, in the grand scheme of things, in the big picture, going out wide, he has been great for Outsiders. And he will continue to be, I have no doubt. So, Outsiders will be heading towards a 3rd round. NIP won't want to be too crazy with their economy. They better make sure their full buys are full buys. Hetrick can drop the MP9 to a teammate and roll with the 5-7, or vice versa. Maybe he'll choose to keep the MP9, since he has the Kevlar, can run around and take the odd bullet, give the 5-7 for someone who can one-shot. That's exactly what he will do. So they're all deciding who takes the 5-7 now. Will it be Rez? Will it be Config? Yeah, so far so good. The road is possibly a long one for Outsiders. Then again, it could be cut short by the likes of NIP. Wouldn't be too difficult to do that. We have often seen both teams struggle to find rounds on their CT side, but NIP have so many opportunities.
Don't worry, the bomb doesn't fall out of the map. It comes back. Molly put into short so that James can start to scale. Oh, he's going to smoke it himself. Not wanting those pistol players to get up close and personal against him. Hopefully a chance for the Outsiders players to warm up. We know they've got good riflers. They've got skilled riflers on this team. We've seen it. Chiron again doing the business. I'd like to see a little more from Fame and Flit, who are definitely meant to be stars on this team.
Oh, it wasn't supposed to be head trick. When you're the guy in the back who gets domed, like, why me? Why always me? And where is Rez? He's on a B-bomb site with that 5-7. Outsiders giving him time to rotate over, maybe so they can get a bonus kill, who knows. Fourth round coming for Outsiders.
That camera work. Beautiful.
We really need to see the toilets on this map updated so they don't show as engaged when someone's in there, because no one uses them.
It's true, it is true.
Nobody uses them. I want to see people hide in there. I want to see people get domed through the Portapui sign. Like, just change it so people use it. It's more interesting, especially Vertigo needs more interest, right? It's a difficult map to watch versus some of the more engaging ones in the map pool. Let's change toilets.
I'm behind it. I'm with it. You might actually see it used as a save spot sometimes if that was the case.
Exactly.
Just maybe.
Exactly.
We should have the buyout now for NIP. So finally back into the proper rounds. And Outsiders also have plenty of cash, including an AWP for James into this one. He's actually been landing shots, even if they haven't been leading to round wins. This time waiting to see if he can find a fight on ramp, but not meant to be. NIP's protocol's good enough, and those nades do a decent bit of damage.
Some warnings for Outsiders. I do wonder if they will be afforded the success that we saw from Ninjas in Pyjamas on their T side and for Fnatic. Very careful. Space for error is quite limited. How low does he go?
It is a little scary wall banging nowadays when you've only got 5 bullets in that AWP. I mean, obviously James in a safe spot there, but in some positions it can be sketchy, like Banana on Inferno. It is back to B for Outsiders. Rez has been having a really good game, and he's got an M4A4 for the hold. Oh, hello. Just a little warning shot at Flit, doing some damage and dropping a smoke defensively.
Hiding in the smoke, waiting for a swing maybe. Chiron will deny though. Outsiders must succeed here. 35 seconds on the clock. Chiron and an AK. Bonded together. Alexi B running to his doom. Tasting their own medicine now for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Roland will have to fall back. Head trick up to some shenanigans there, but he'll be falling back as well. So far, so good. Baby steps for Outsiders. You've got to walk before you can run.
What are the chances they actually pull this back?
It's
like, they're
Outsiders.
still so slim, but it is Outsiders.
They're higher than most, I would say.
Absolutely.
Than most other teams.
It's also just nice when you can make it a little close here, just to make the NIP players a little stressed. You know, they have to hang in the game. Can be a little difficult sometimes to deal with. Mentally fatiguing. Playing against Outsiders when they start coming back at you like this. I think those guns... Oh no, one of those guns was taken out there. Only one rifle saved for NIP. I think it was Hedrick who went down just before the time expired. So I assume NIP will now have to half-buy, no question. See, it's only Brolan with the M4 into this one. And a second timeout taken by NIP. I do like that they're taking these early timeouts, clearly respecting the fact that Outsiders could come back here. And just the individuals are looking so much better from Outsiders. Now they're on their T side. Chiron has really started to open up, landing some pretty quick headshots. I mean, KitKat's still got his head in his hands, but it's looking a little better now for Outsiders. And that's the main thing I wanted to see. Just some of the players starting to show up. Oh, that was the wallbang at the end to deny the save.
Very nice. They know their angles. NIP against the Kosh. Area control from Outsiders. Molly's on either side. Stopping any numbers abuse from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Quickly taking the reins on the ramp. You can see Brolan is creeping here with the solo M4A4. Lots of Desert Eagles though. It's almost like an aim training map the way they're lined up here. Edging forward and while they're swinging at the same time. Brolan will drop Chiron on the short side. 3-on-3. Can they rescue a rifle? Perhaps not.
Do Outsiders want to stick around on ramp though? It looks like it. Jame will deploy another molly. They've used those mollies pretty effectively here, Outsiders, at just denying some of those early positions, some of those awkward angles that you don't want to have to clear. But now Outsiders start to consider where they want to end up in this round. Smoke out to the A-bomb site. And having those smokes up should allow pretty safe passage here. NIP don't have the utility to fight through the smoke, but maybe they can fight over the top of it with this boost.
35 seconds remain.
Damn.
Trick with a great angle. Down goes Fame. KitKat's in trouble as well. Brolan has to clean up after his teammate runs out of bullets. 23 seconds for Jame. He can't let them rescue too many rifles at the very least. There'll be one more kill. But Ninjas in Pyjamas will find themselves at game point. Didn't need much success. Of course, it's on a bunch of pistols and a rifle that they find themselves one round away from a big victory on Vertigo.
A lovely boost there. This is the initial aggression that works out pretty well. Fame was able to bring a couple back, but that shot from Headtrick was a lovely adjustment. And then as the second player swings in, the smoke goes away, so it's not even just the 1v1 fight. They gang up on it. 15-5 NIP. What a map this is looking like it's going to be for them. Nades into ramp, do good damage, but Chiron will look for that control.
Can he find some entries though, as NIP did after like round after round after round on their T side? Pretty close, but he'll be denied. They're both ready for him, both facing out of luck on Vertigo. Do you wonder if we'll see vetoes of this in the near future? Always better to just fight through it though. Fix the problems and up the game. But how long do they last? 4 versus 5 in what could be the final round. They've got much work to do to turn this around. NIP being proactive. What are they walking into though? You can see Jay moving around below. Flick could catch somebody off guard. There is the swing from him. Third one to find. He knows where Headtrick is. Oh, the big headshot from Headtrick, and he'll deliver a second one. Jame to trade. But there's only 2 players left for either side now. KitKat is here as well. Config starting to move on short. KitKat waiting for the duel. Joseph's shoulder, down he goes. Jame in the clutch now. Otherwise, this map is done. 1v2. Yes, half the information. There's the flick. But he doesn't have the bomb. He's got to fall back and collect the bomb as well. He has no idea where Rez is. 12 seconds. He has to commit to a bomb plant here. Surely he doesn't gamble. Trying to create some space. He goes for the bait, but Rez is there. And the map is taken. A monstrous Vertigo. Rez, of course, to finish it off the way he began, with power and strength.
We say NIP are hard to put away, or sorry, Outsiders are hard to put away. Well, NIP made it look easy on this first map. There is still more Counter-Strike coming, but Outsiders need to figure out what the hell is going on here. I think they need a break, and we might need one too. We'll be back with that second map, and first, the thoughts of the desk coming up next.
He offhanded it, I think, feeling nervous about the fact that he couldn't find it for a while. When he got that together, well, he said, I'm sorry, brother, but look at my sight hold. Whoa! Net 15-5 versus Outsiders. Alexi came up to me earlier. He said, you think we have a chance today?
It's a 1v1.
I said, yeah. But it's going to overtime. But it looks like no, it's not. Wow. Very well done here from Nib. They came out of the play-on looking strong.
Oh, blowout.
And they are only getting stronger. It's not easy to blow out a team like Outsiders. Everyone knows that.
No. I mean, they are the champions of 30-round Counter-Strike.
Yes. And they went to OT and lost versus MOUZ. Damn, maybe Norbert was the secret.
Ay. Major champions, by the way.
Yeah.
Major disappointment.
Oh, wow. You can't take that ring away.
That is true. Norbert's a major champion no matter what.
What?
Neofrag. Didn't see him, but there's a lot of presence here for Heroic. Cadian.
Travel at light speed and leave Outsiders in the dust. A dire CT side lives Outsiders simply starved coming into the second. Turns out, Yanko, NIP can have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah, it seems like it, right? Like I was saying that stylistically, you know, Outsiders should be able to weather the storm, but, you know, to do anything, you have to first connect to the server, and unfortunately, yet again, it feels like Outsiders failed to do that on the opening map. I mean, we showed examples of them losing rounds with advantages, and that's how the game began. Another 5v3, 4v2 in the pistol, first reset round as well. And, you know, we always talk about the importance of these swing rounds, crucial rounds, where the economy is, you know, there's nothing in the bank for either team. Whoever wins that round is probably going to end up winning a couple of more, gain a lot of momentum, take control of the half, and Outsiders failed to do that yet again.
Well, 5 situations lost in total in this game, from what I remember. 1 timeout used only in that city side. I mean, as Yanko said, like it just felt like they're completely disconnected as a team. They didn't show up on the server. They're just sleeping in this first map. I mean, we see some of the highlights from the game. There was a lot of situations where they lost. Like they didn't have an answer for the ramp control from NIP. NIP was sometimes walking through the outsider smokes and catching them off guard. Yeah, sure. But there was often times as well where they're not even counting the seconds of the smoke, like 18 seconds, guys. You, as an A player, you need to know when the smoke is about to fade. They're peeking when the smoke is fading. They're getting caught. And then as the B player as well, like they got so panicky towards A that the B player, when there was any noise towards A, there was 3 guys from outsiders on A. And then if there was 1 guy shooting from NIP towards A, and then suddenly the map went full quiet, they're so panicky towards A that the B player is not aware of that. He has a smoke, doesn't use it effectively. I mean, yeah, it was a pretty bad showing, not gonna lie.
You know what they need, Freya? Outsiders? They need that guy from Spirit. But instead of giving them high fives, he needs to slap them on the face to wake them up. Or they need to like take their pants down and go outside in the -5, right? Like they need something to wake them up. I don't know. They need water in their face. They need like a bucket of coffee. I don't know what it is, but it's just, and you know what the problem is? Obviously, it's the same map like versus Fnatic.
Yeah.
And it's the same things happening. And absolutely, I can guarantee you they had the talk after the game and say, guys, you know, like we can't be losing these rounds with advantages. But I think they also said it was the first game, so mistakes were bound to happen. Let's tighten up for the second game. And then the same thing happens, and that sort of brings everyone down a little bit. You know, there were a little bit of unfortunate in the beginning, you know, that 4v3 situation in the reset round. Chiron pulls off a molly on the flank. That's when a guy peeks him and he dies. So that was a little bit unlucky in the beginning, but you know, you can't a 14-1 scoreline. There's no talking about luck or anything else. You just didn't show up. So if anything for us outsiders, the silver lining is similar thing happened yesterday. They bounced back on the second map, their own pick, and had a confident, comfortable win.
Yeah, before we do move on to talk about that second map in this series, let's bring up our Air Force Aim High head-to-head. Of course, this one is going to be the AWPers going head-to-head in this. We said about, you know, outsiders just not being connected. Literally every single person on the side of NIP was connected in this first map.
Yes, especially this guy, Hattrick. I think that we asked him to step up because against Vitality he was completely missing, and well, he was on the server, he was fragging, but it's just not enough. Like for example, James had a lot of kills, right? Impact, 19 kills. You see that and you'll be like, oh, okay, he's playing great. But if you look at this match in particular, the way they played and how he get those kills, like, it's not really what we would say impactful kills. It's just kills that he's like holding an angle, gets a kill, and then someone from his team goes and commits a mistake, 4v3 situation. Like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter how many kills James gets if the rest of the players are committing mistakes, if they're not connected, the setup doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's tough to watch.
Dire straits for outsiders on the first map of this series. Let's see if Heku can give us any insight as to how the team are feeling right now.
Freya, I heard Janko kind of makes different suggestions about like what was said after the map. To my surprise, honestly, their youngest player, their newest addition, Karan, that doesn't really have a lot of experience, was the one who got up and said like, it's all good, guys. The next one is overpass, and we're taking it. So it's kind of like nice that he's maybe not very experienced and super young, but he's still like trying to keep like the team. You know, it's not like his team needs to keep him encouraged. So like that's kind of nice to see.
Thank you very much, Hoki. Yeah, let's move on to talk about the second map in this series. That is going to be Overpass, obviously Outsiders pick coming into things. But then I think back to that game versus Fnatic. Didn't end very pretty for them, Janko.
Yeah, it didn't. And it was another game where, you know, they had the upper hand. You feel like they're coming back on the CT side. They can close it out. But a couple of rounds fumbled again. They lose to Pistols at like 11-10 or something like that. The scoreline was. That was a situation where, you know, just a bit too passive, giving too much space to Fnatic. They bounce back, they bring it all the way to 15-14 and then lose to sort of a force by, you know, Fnatic obviously buys everything, it's the last round, but it's mostly pistols, some utility, and then things fall apart for them in overtime. So you're hoping that that's just the opening series and everything, that's the reason, but this vertigo doesn't give you a lot of confidence into outsiders.
Yeah, certainly. A chance for NIP to be doing this 1 and 2 and potentially eliminate the outsiders here from IEM Katowice. It does come at a bit of a taller task of the outsiders map pick coming into things. It's Overpass after this break.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
spokesman, a trusted follower, a right-hand man.
Madden is an in-game leader's dream. Snappy says jump, Madden says how high.
Madden snaps in.
Displaying unfaltering loyalty to their authority figure.
That's a thinking man's shut down from Rain.
Prepared to engage in violence by way of service.
Flatro looking to inject some life, some hope into the Eagle rank.
You've seen the brutality of Blame F. You've heard the roar of Flatro. But the real henchman is Kicker?
I think the world became aware of Kicker with Avantgarde and the major final. The fact that they were this team that not too many people were looking at just appeared, and everybody showed good individual form to take them to that level. Kicker was just one of these names that was able to deliver in the server, and it doesn't say a whole lot.
В игре командные не выигрывает один игрок никогда, и очень важно иметь человека, на которого ты можешь положиться. Это такой серый кардинал нашей команды.
He seems very loyal regardless of the leader. He definitely believes in the project they have going, and James has to be a huge part of that. He's almost like James' right-hand man, considering who's left over from the old days. So I think for Kick It, it's just being able to deliver consistently for James.
Kicker. Ooh, it's clean, baby.
Kicker is now on his own, trying to get the second round for his team. Nice head drop to bring down Spix. Kicker, he can't quite find it.
I don't think Kick It necessarily had the best major, and the team was still able to win. That's not saying that he didn't add to the team, it's just saying that he's adding to the team maybe a different way than the stats are reflecting here.
I wasn't thinking like a lot of about win or about lose. I was only thinking about game, how to win this game. We knew like we deserve it, and we are a team which could do it.
Accomplishments of players who have come from Kazakhstan, it doesn't really get spoken about a whole lot. You have players like Adren who have done it over 1.6. You've obviously got Hopper. You've got Mo who did it with Gambit as well. And I think Kickett's in that conversation. He would be in the all-star lineup of names.
The support from Kazakhstan is really huge. The whole country supports you. So it's really important to show good results if you're from Kazakhstan.
Outsiders facing elimination if they were to lose this map, and I don't want to see them go out this early, James. I like this team. I think they're a lot of fun. They're a unique squad in the way they play CS. That first map was just not good enough, though, but hopefully Overpass, their map pick, will be a better showing from them.
Grey Cardinal Kicker. That's a really cool nickname that he's been given by James. We'll see if he can live up to that in this game of Overpass. I'm a believer. I believe they can. Indeed, they did not show up to Vertigo. Definitely a problem map for them at the moment. I think they've definitely been shown their weaknesses on their CT side by multiple T sides now, multiple teams. But Overpass is a very different kettle of fish. Outsiders waiting to start in this game, really. They've barely moved from the start line versus Ninjas in Pyjamas, and we're on the second map. Going into this one cold, they may have pulled a muscle, but hopefully they'll be fit as a fiddle for an Overpass. Otherwise, there may not be that much to say about them here in Katowice, Poland. Indeed, it is very cold outside, so maybe they took Yanko's advice during the break.
I hope so. I hope they've done something to wake themselves up. Overpass, definitely a map more suited to them. We saw them play it yesterday, a close map against Fnatic. And for NIP, you've got to remember, they've had roster changes. They've got config in the team. Overpass is a map where the coordination and the nade sets are so important. So And maybe Outsiders can have the edge in that sense. We will have to find out. It is Overpass ready to get underway. NIP with such a strong first map. Remember, Rez got that ace in the first pistol last time out, but this time, he's the man with the utility. So if he aced again, I would be hella impressed.
Not often a player starts a half and finishes a half with an ace. Config looking for the initial one, as is Fame. You can see Jane rotating around the back as well. Rez staying on the balcony. Quick rotation if required. There is the first of 2 flashes deployed. Roland has a look, but Outsiders are playing far back. He sees absolutely nothing. Now, does that invite Outsiders to move forward towards B? You can see NIP, having seen nothing in Monster, will slowly start to play a little closer to the back. A bit faster of a rotation. Headtrick will put a 3rd man on the A bomb site as Config starts to wonder where these Outsiders team, where these Outsiders players actually are. There's Jay, and there's Fame.
How clean is that? Don't need more than 2 bullets on the execution from behind. Flip, thankfully able to bring something back for Outsiders, and in fact, the smoke into the B site forced Brolan up, but Rez has also landed a shot from heaven, and Alexi, 2 clean kills of his own. NIP off to the races again.
I love this from NIP. Not going to wait around and allow Outsiders to just lurk around the map quietly. They will find the right way to get behind the defenses. Great one-taps around that party position. Really hamstringing Outsiders straight out of the gate. So we're still looking for Outsiders at the moment. They are somewhat missing. Lovely.
Brolan's like, I don't need to do anything, man. I'm sitting here. I'm chilling.
Well then, a minimal investment from Outsiders. Flit drops immediately. You can see the door is being blown off as per usual. Quick rotation for Headtrick. One in connector though, which may try to finish him off, but he'll swap positions with Rez. Cold as a cucumber in the fridge. Outsiders.
To be fair, anything is cold in the fridge.
That is true.
That's how that works.
Cold as any item in the fridge. Outsiders.
Cold as any, you know, take your pick.
Choose your own item. Cold as a brick in the fridge. How about that?
Sure, why not? Yeah. It's a bit of fun. Well, we got the MP9 Headtrick making some money, which I'm sure he's happy about. Oh my god. Dude.
94, cousin. Really taking the time, Outsiders.
As we know they like to do, even with the pistols.
I do wonder if there's conversation being had amongst the team, talking about the round to come. Oh, man.
I mean, that's why they do it.
Yep.
NIP overextend, now a rifle, but now you have to commit to this A site. And NIP know it.
Yeah, they need to die. It is in their interest for the most part, because they need their loss bonus. 13 seconds on the clock. And indeed, it'll be very dry. Just sapping the energy of ninjas in pajamas. Perhaps it pays off later on, but maybe they're a little slower when Outsiders start to swing with how long they've been made to wait and stare at angles on the CT side. It's hard to just stare at an angle.
Yeah?
Just for ages and keep alert and so on. But now the AKs are out. Less than ideal utility, but indeed they did squeeze something out of that round, Outsiders. They did get a kill from that. Brolan looking for his first frag. Maybe round 3 will be the trick for him.
Headtrick was looking good with that AWP on the first map. He's got it out early on the CT side in this one. Looked for the initial contact, however, no rifle support for him in bathrooms. Instead, Brolan's playing on long. So I think falling back was a good shout here from Headtrick. Utility from Outsiders allows them to start to close the gap on bathrooms. They're actually going into their own smoke. They're going to wait in that as it fades to be able to clear out the long bathrooms. And NIP seem comfortable just playing back towards the bomb site right now.
One minute mark. Plenty of time for Outsiders. No one with possession of short B at present. Pop flash and a swing on long. The bomb so far away in the hands of James, as we saw on the previous overpass as well. Capable of rotating. Being given to a teammate, though. As James will be the utility man. But where is the smoke going to go? Starting to speed up now. Classic AWP rifle setup. Roland will be the first to engage, and that's the bomb spotted. Kicker realizes what the setup might be, but Hedrick has to deliver now. 2 coming, and everything starts collapsing for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Config on the way, but Chiron's already in the bank position, which really compromises where he can stand. He's got to pick his timing well. 15 seconds on the clock as the bomb is planted, and Config starts to fall away.
Nice work from Outsiders, even up against the AWP towards A. It's a really clean site take for them. I think that Jame lineup might have been the dumpster smoke, or certainly one of those A site smokes. Pretty cool that he's got a lineup from that far away. NIP, unfortunately, it's the FAMAS players surviving. Hedrick with that AWP was on the A site, so Jame will get to scavenge that. I feel like James the kind of guy who might actually prefer stealing his opponent's AWP to getting like a nice 3K or like a nice shot with the AWP. I feel like he takes pleasure in that. He's sitting there like, yes, you have wasted your money.
It was so interesting, the last series for Outsiders. Many rounds we saw James just rolling with a Tech 9 only. Even when he had the money to buy an AWP, sometimes he's just like, nah, I'm cool with this Tech 9. I'm holding the bomb, he's playing he's playing his role, he's far back. He's throwing grenades for his team and rotating, just chilling with a Tech 9. AWP out early. Maybe there's a higher urgency here. They need to find their confidence. See Jame in connector with the AWP, just trying to defend the connector door, which isn't blown off yet on this occasion. Normally it is. And again, NIP not really respecting Outsiders, taking so much map control. But the question is timing. Can they pick the right timing to press on from these positions? Because Outsiders are not shy to wait. Flit surviving with 12 HP. Important duel to be won. As Chiron starts to wonder, Fame covering is back. Keep an eye on 4 and 2. Sorry, keep an eye on 4 and 2, yeah, on the radar. See when they start to move. Giving sound cues away, but Chiron watching long the entire time. At some point, they're going to have to start moving. Ninjas in Pyjamas going to have to start flanking. Molly's heard towards the toilets. Will that make them press on?
Oh, this is some fake presence towards A, and NIP have fully rotated. This is what Outsiders can do to you. Playing across the map, they bring the bomb back to B, which is completely clear. And even though those A-long players have finally pushed, I think the info might have come too late. Kicker and Chiron on an excursion. Fame struggling on that spray. Still wants to stick around, but he's low on ammo, and, well, that doesn't even matter. It's Alexi B to get him with the MP9. Oh, Flit was low, but luckily in the corner goes overlooked. I still think Outsiders should be fine here. Might be about trying to get some guns for NIP.
I think they walked into the B bomb site with about 45 seconds on the clock there. So keep an eye on how they change their approach in rounds to come. Outsiders, masters of outmaneuvering teams in these slow rounds. NIP will try to keep their economy intact. You can see the monetary struggles they've got now. Outsiders tying the score early after such a struggle on Vertigo. They definitely know their way around overpass.
I wouldn't be surprised to see NIP continue to show different looks on their CT side here. I feel like those mid-round aggressions will be important for them. And when you have a few cheeky setups like 2 towards long, gives you slightly better options to get that info. But I also like Outsiders going just slightly faster than they usually would on towards that B site. Not completely running down the clock. It means that mid-round aggression wasn't as valuable for NIP. There's 4B early for NIP in this round. Couple of rifles in play for them, and a big ol' run boost for Config. I like having Config with an AK in this round. He's happy to look for fights, and now we've got the 3-man boost. You don't see this too often nowadays, but it gets some good information. The question is, what do NIP do with that? Because they're still sticking with 4 on B right now. But maybe with that info, you could either rotate or even just try and take B short if you think it's clear.
Jame playing very safe with the bomb. So far behind his teammates. Again, the support player on the T side, Jame. Flashing his teammates in.
Bloody hell, A is open.
49 seconds on the clock. They haven't pressed in just yet. They've heard some presence on B outsiders. They don't have position to really make a play towards A. So how much rotation are we going to see here? Flit waiting for a boost to come through. LXCB walking to his doom. Flit looking for info now. Surely has the green light on the A bomb side. Brolan wins the duel with a USP. Almost gets the head trick to trade. Bombs on the floor. So is head trick. 25 seconds. 2-1-2 all of a sudden. That one sped up real quick. Rez has a defuse kit and a smoke. If he can push them off the site, then this could get real interesting indeed. Jame, though, might be stuck at the truck. Looking towards bank now. Moving behind the smoke. Here's the reload. Knows where Config is, but where is the other? Almost a gap there. This is bold from Jame, and it's perfect. Config just about can't see him through the edge of that smoke. Down he goes eventually. He sees the arm of Fame as well, and they've somehow managed to clutch it. The USP frag from the truck was huge for NIP.
Damn, you don't often see Jame get lost like that. He was concerned about the flank through connector, the players coming back through bathrooms. And I think because Fame went to play over towards A long, it became almost impossible for Jame to know where he had to look. He had so many angles he had to be scared of. NIP with a steal of a round. Outsiders still have money, but that's great for NIP. They've actually got a chance to try and break that T economy now.
Not often you see Jame falling like that in a 2 versus 2 post plant. Have they had their coffee today? Start to wonder. In connector once again. This time, a change in approach from outsiders. They haven't often been fast towards short B. They haven't really challenged for it in the rounds prior, but here they are. Early control. Squeaky doors blown off. You can see Brolan with the AUG on long. Looking for that long-range information. Head trick around the toilets. See how they support each other later on. But there's a big focus here from outsiders who may go for an earlier round towards B once again.
This could be a nice change of pace. Outsiders are so good at knowing when to just switch up the pace of their play slightly. If they think they can catch you off guard with a slightly faster round than you'll expect, they can oftentimes be good at knowing when to do that.
What is Jame up to here? Oh, he's going to smoke the balcony. The running smoke. He missed it last time. He should be a bit more to the left, I feel like. Should be in line with that square. Is he going to miss it again?
That'll do. 2 CTs on B for NIP, so they're going to focus hard on Monster right now. Outsiders faking that presence. They're trying to come back to A, and it's just as NIP start to leave this A bomb site. Oh boy.
They're not in position to get their sound cues. No one's at the back of the B bomb site to hear this. That could have been so much information for them. 10 seconds to plant a bomb. There's a molly landing on default, but it's a truck plant now for Fame. 4 on 3. Outsiders. Late call, but they will win on the A bomb site with no map control, basically. One guy in connector. And again, the time is so low. NIP have to play on the sites there, but they didn't have anybody near connector to hear the rotation. They head towards B as outsiders head towards A. It's crazy to watch.
It's amazing how outsiders find those timing windows, because it's not like there was a massive opportunity there. I feel like it was 5 or 10 seconds where NIP decided to leave the site briefly, and outsiders just always seem to find the right time to make the play happen. You see some other teams sometimes just hesitate for a few seconds and it make the difference. But outsiders know exactly how they need to play that round. Just getting that bomb down in time. NIP tried to force the retake, but outsiders were too well established on the bomb site.
We've seen some really cool strats from outsiders that I feel like many other teams wouldn't be brazen enough to do. There was a late one versus Fnatic where Jame was the flash man, sending 2 guys in towards B as 2 guys pushed A at the same time. rotated the bomb alone through connector for the A play. It was pretty wild. So interesting to see how they judge these things as well. The right play to make.
That was 2 mollies in connector from Flip. And Brolan and Rez were trying to play there, but the second molly forces them away.
Dodging the late incendiary on the A bomb site with the truck plant as well. It's like they're in bullet time, just dodging all the rounds coming in from NIP. Now, we've seen the NIP win an unlikely round already. Head trick, that scope's been heard. Kicker will make some footsteps as he desperately falls back. So NIP have a clue there. Somebody was trying to find themselves an entry on B. Present still on the A bomb site. They've seen 1 player on B, 1 player on A, NIP. What do they make of this? Chiron by the toilets catches Rez on the rotation. And the bomb's essentially a T-spawn in the hands of James. Their options are wide open for them outsiders. Brodan looking over the smoke now. Might catch Chiron. Some pre-fire though. He's got to be careful. Down he goes as well.
Solid openers. NIP had a mishmash of a buy in this round. I think outsiders figured that out. As soon as they heard that up towards B, they come back to A. And even though there was 1 rifle here that got cycled between the 2 CTs, the fights aren't favorable for them. Really happy to see how comfortable Chiron is looking, slotting into outsiders. I remember some of the players when they initially joined the team under James' leadership said that they weren't fully figuring everything out. It took a while for them to understand James' calling and what they needed to do. I think Chiron's fitting in pretty well. There's definitely some improvement to be had. Oh, nice try on this boost. But I feel like Chiron's just individual ability is clear to see. And that's the main thing you want to see early on this Outsiders roster.
Someone needs to throw a flash and then the molly. We need a combo. I need someone to be standing in the molly blind, not know they're on fire and die. I need to see that at some point in the life of Overpass. That needs to happen. I'm going to keep putting it out there in the universe until it does. Get a pop flash from barrels, then throw the incendiary, let them hide in the corner blind, and fall to the flames. Head trick will be going aggressive with the AWP. That's the big weapon in this round. We'll have to fall back before players might go to party. 2 men sending it on long for outsiders. They just picked the right timing. Of course, this is a weak buy for Ninjas in Pyjamas. 3 players on pistols. They're basically saving for the next, what they had previously. Oh, not expecting that from outsiders. Head trick, what does he do now? Not sure if he spotted 2 or 1. There was some traffic there, so it's not completely clear. So now he'll be entertained by outsiders in a long position. Meanwhile, what will the rest of the team do? You can see the escape there. Bomb not spotted, of course. James so far back with the bomb. Every round. That's why it's so hard to identify what they should be doing, NIP. They see the 4 back and they start to send 2 players up long. Smart decision from Nip. But picking the right timing versus outsiders on Overpass, very hard to do.
Still a good spread from outsiders. Chiron was the man up through the bathrooms, but everyone else coming back to B. Interestingly, they are going to get a fight close range, and Flitz almost makes it 2. The AWP just about able to get away. And now Chiron gets an A entry. The bomb could try and come back, but Config still here. The bomb is going to go back down connector. James says hell no, but he's got to come back up. Trade is there, 17 seconds. They should have plenty of time to deliver that bomb to this A bomb site.
It's a great call. James runs to his death, takes one for the team, allowing his teammate to trade with Chiron in a bank position. That's the play to make, and they made it so quickly as well. More risk towards that B area. You can see NIP were waiting because surely he had to go. He died for the cause, though. And outsiders will make their way to 5. Just solving the problems round after round. But, again, this was a round where NIP had only 2 rifles, which they still have at the moment. A trick going back for a peek. I don't think they've seen Rez, though. But really, these guys need to try and hold on to what they have. Oh, head trick looking away just at the horrible time needed that AWP. Rez had this point covered. Now he's in trouble as well. They won't take anything into the next round. Outsiders take it all away. 2 AKs and AWP, 2-round lead as NIP come back on the bye.
And you can see just how composed Outsiders look. They are not letting that first map loss rattle them, even though it was a stomp. They know that Overpass is a map that's so good for them. And I think for NIP, the fact that their CT side is showing weaknesses here on this map suggests to me that Outsiders are very heavy favorites in this one. Because it's normally that T side that teams struggle on if it's a map they don't play often. It's very hard to coordinate and play between the bomb sites like Outsiders do. So for Outsiders to already have this many T rounds and likely more coming, looks good for them. Flip in connector, hoping that Brolan strays a little too far, and indeed he does. Opener for Flip, but he's got to be careful. More aggression comes his way, and he hits a second headshot. He even hit Rez through the wall accidentally.
Yeah, that timing wasn't great for NIP. Of course, they had concerns at the back of connector. We've seen James in con with the AWP as well, so really hard to pinch that position without a smoke down. Start to execute now. That grenade could be huge. Headtrick falling back though. Nice chunks. Flit finally has been dealt with, which raises the threat through connector. We still have a lurker towards B, waiting to take all the saving weapons away as the bomb heads up on long. James gonna post up now as Chiron goes for the bomb plant. Fame in the toilets, not too concerned with connector, and indeed, NIP haven't chosen to go for this. They are saving once again. And the net is pretty tight already with Kikurt's position. He won't be expected by Alexi B. Knife out. Gun won't be out in time. They'll lose more rifles as Outsiders head towards 6.
Funnily enough, Outsiders are hunting so heavily here. The bomb is actually a little exposed, but it won't matter. NIP don't have anyone near. Headtrick looking to flank this player that snuck past him. That's a nice execution from behind. And, oh, the Orb of Jame dropped. Outsiders' money is still pretty good. They also can't get that back. Fame will save it, and Kicker also falls. I think that's fine for Outsiders, though. They know they've got so much money that it's worth trying to hunt these NIP players. Even though they lose a bunch of guns, it's obviously not ideal, but it's not the end of the world for Outsiders. And NIP decide they need a timeout. They've been trying a bunch of different setups. They've been trying to get aggressive at times, like that previous round we just saw in Connector. But Outsiders just look so high class on this map.
The game is not as close as the score suggests. If we ignore the pistol-related rounds, it is 6-1 to Outsiders, to give you a measure of NIP's lack of success versus this T side. Just a 1 round, 5 rounds ago. 4 in a row for Outsiders. We'll see if they're good for a 5th. There are 2 AKs in the hands of NIP. Sometimes it feels like they're doing more with less. Bunch of pistols, some utility. Outsiders very well equipped indeed. No AWP, but Headtrick still sending it with the AK-47. Chiron and Fame will have to try and figure this out now. Try and get some map control. You can see James creeping as well. Now, how do they respond to this? They know there are weaknesses. They know there were 2 saved rifles, and one of them is all the way down long. So do they try to send it straight into the B-bomb site? There's another rifle somewhere, and the pistols are dangerous as well. Not the first time we've seen Kikut just creeping in, dry peeking. He's got the flashes. Will there be chain flashes as well? Avoided by Config. We know what he can do with the Deagle. He'll need to get working now. Running distraction at least. Bait shut up as well. Rez can play off of this. The molly's deep enough, though, that he can't. He'll stand his ground and try and find the kills. Only good for 1. James spots 1 at the back. Goes for the bomb plant. Headtrick rotating with that AK now. 2v3, favoring Outsiders. James looking for boosts. Jumps. The way he jumps towards the pillar there to get that quick information. Very nice indeed, very efficient. But still only one of the 2 players. Both with Kevlar, no kit. Look like they might try and get something done here. They can both buy in the rounds to come regardless. Down goes Brolan looking for the information. 1v2, no kit though. Hetrick's done all he can do, really. So he'll hold on to the AK, and it will be 7 rounds for Outsiders.
Has been nice to see Hetrick still playing well, but it is a silver lining right now for NIP on this map. And a nice switch in pace from Outsiders. I thought NIP did a good job at activating Hetrick early. They put a couple of mollies into mid. They get Hetrick into that advanced position where he's able to get away with an opener. But then Outsiders just quickly respond towards B. And even though NIP had players pushed into B short, Outsiders didn't overlook that possibility. They've looked so dialed in here, Outsiders. They've basically made this map a no contest, really, in these early rounds. These gun rounds have just been so decisive. Finally, a buy back for NIP. That AWP of Hetrick is playing in Connector. Oh, but the molly will spread to him, so no chance for the pick.
That has been a really sore pain point.
Yeah.
This Connector position. I haven't seen too much spray from CT into Connector either to support that player, as you often might. Maybe fearing an AWP firing back at them. NIP will be further back on this occasion. No long plays as we've seen in rounds prior. Molly for Divider, take the AWP angles away. Minutes on the clock, all the time in the world as far as Outsiders are concerned. Hetrick has to be really careful. The angle is very advantageous for James now. On the CT side, we can expect him to be on that elevated grass bed looking towards Connector and Divider. But there's plenty of key rounds to come first. Showing some presence now. He's got Fame creeping up the rifle support, the sound cues. He hears the CTs falling back. That just allows him to take that map control in kind. Brolan will just deliver the frag, though. The remainder of Outsiders heading towards B, where there's only 2 players here for NIP. We'll start to see the grenades. They're lining up. Config will get both of them. And the bomb. 16 seconds. And finally, there's some life in NIP. We won't be giving this one up.
James seeing if anyone peeks him at the end. But I feel like NIP might want to save all their guns, keep some good money for their CT side, and that is what they will do. Nice little setup there from NIP. You see both players on the side of Monster, because they realized, look, if we don't have the full players towards B, we might as well just focus one of the choke points first, so that if it is a split onto the site, we can at least shut down one side of it. And as soon as you do that with the spray from Config, you're going to be in good shape. As you saw, Outsiders had to save.
Look how frustrated Kickert is.
Yeah, I know, right?
One thing's gone wrong in so many rounds, and he's like, I can't believe this.
What the hell, man? And they've taken a timeout. Maybe just to let that frustration pass through them.
NIP breaking a 5-round streak for Outsiders. Very few and far between, though, on this CT half, but 8 are still possible. Roland will continue with the AUG. 2 scopes then for NIP. Hetrick, of course, on the AWP.
3 towards A early, but Alexi B will move towards Connector. NIP have had basically no success there. Yeah, and I think Alexi is going to fade away from that position again. It's nice seeing an AUG on the server every now and then. I like that I think it's still viable.
Absolutely. 100% armor penetration. Or is that the Krieg? Or the AUG? Back in the room. No, it is pretty useful, though. The scope definitely has purposes.
I think it's in a good spot. You'll very occasionally see it, but you don't want it taken over.
Again, Kicker just going for these dry peaks. Oh, damn. Man, so nasty. In they go. The bomb not committed just yet, though. Still throwing support grenades for the rest of the squad. So tough for Rez. He hears grenades being thrown behind him, but Kiket's in the front with the second entry, and just like that, this round may be over as far as winning it is concerned, but it's not over as far as saving is concerned, because once again, they are surrounded. There's always a lurker on the other side. waiting to make life even worse.
Outsiders are hungry, hungry hippos right now. They want to get rid of all the NIP players. And with good reason. They've got enough money. Oh boy, Flip with the eventual spray. Successful. And Alexi B tasked with holding on to the sniper. NLP's money is also pretty decent. But you definitely do want to save this AWP if you can. They're coming for him, but I don't think they're going to get to him in time. Oh, Alexi. Okay, he's fine. It's all fine.
Just about survived, but they haven't been able to get anything going early with that AWP. Headtrick has a terrible spawn for the A-bomb site. Maybe the worst spawn possible. Kicker finally getting these entries. At least a third time he's just crept into Monster. Very oppressive game from Outsiders. That flashbang just forcing Jame away. Again, he's down to 50 HP early, as he was in the round prior. Didn't matter, though. No fast, short B take from Outsiders this time. We see a familiar setup from NIP on B. Hard to break. But again, when there's only 2 players there, difficult to hear the rotation as well. Kicker once more into the breach. Once more. Oh, the trade frag will be here by Chiron. And perhaps he's done his job. They're not going to raise the variance level, though, Outsiders. Being careful. Flashing flitted. The support flashes from Jame doing the job. Still up a man advantage. Fame creeping. Headtrick's seen him, but what can he really do? Oh, the crouch peek from Fame. Remorseless, relentless from Outsiders on the T side.
Yeah, Fame just keeps lurking in those bathrooms, just being so annoying. You can never seem to get rid of him in that position. And for Outsiders, as you pointed out, they don't ever get ahead of themselves. They don't ever overcommit to these positions. They're such a well-drilled team. I feel like on other squads, even if the plan was to slow down there, occasionally you'd see some players just say, you know what, I'm just going to take the freedom. I'm not going to listen to my in-game leader. I'm just going to go. Or maybe they wouldn't fully understand that their in-game leader wanted them to stop. But Jame has this team so well drilled.
Second AWP comes out for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yeah, they need something.
Been really hard to solve. You can see the power of the org there. Just make sure those bullets land. Double orb, triple FAMAS. Second last round of the first half. It's been so strong from Outsiders. 9-2 in terms of performance. Outside of the pistol. Big T-side so far. But that's a great start from Headtrick. Now, can LXCB catch anyone by surprise? In fact, both AWPs are on the A-bomb site. With all the French guns on B. Decided to give up on the connector area, at least for this round. In terms of contesting it. Again, Kikert's creeping through. Will there be flashes?
Oh, no.
Look how many teams are here. Welcome to the party. Config with 3. A much needed round for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Whatever they can take from this will be massive. Split now. Could just try and get as many frags as possible. NIP can't really afford too many losses here. Jame has 8350, and indeed, well, he doesn't know that there's 2 AWPs, I suppose. But he needs to try and find some frags here. Everybody will have money next round. But NIP could still be on the ropes.
Yeah, no reason not to try it, or at least try damage. Unless you're scared about giving the AK to the CTs. 22 seconds. Flip will swing open the door. He's going to try and see if he can run into B. But NIP have so many players here. It won't work out for him. Headtrick locking it in. A 5th round for NIP. Still not looking too great for them, but that's at least a nice round. A nice, comfortable, confident round win with Config having an incredible impact with that FAMAS. Did not expect him to get 3. I thought Outsiders might realize that they were stuck on the CTs, but I don't think they were trying to walk forwards. I actually think both teams were trying to sit in the smoke because you can get that advantage as it fades. Config showed us exactly that. Last round of the first half. NIP with a chance to salvage 6. Still wouldn't be great for them, but it could be enough to make Outsiders sweat slightly.
Ten kills for Flit. Been quite a problem in this connector position. Instrumental in gaining an advantage for Outsiders.
Just looked at the kills and deaths, you might not even think Outsiders are in the lead. They've barely got anyone positive on KD. But they've just been getting a few kills, and Alexi takes big damage from the nade. Flit looking for this fight. They'll back up.
Roland dancing from side to side as T's walk outside the toilets. Start moving inside. Does Roland go for the flank? Holding position for now. He's fired one bullet. They know where he is now. 5 players up for both squads. Still, James very passive with the bomb. Just allowing the probes to go out and find that information. Then they'll decide where to send it. Shadow from Kika is shown, basically baiting information by showing his shadow there. That wasn't even a shoulder jiggle. That was a shadow jiggle from Kika. Waiting for the flashes now to start swinging, or just going in dry, in fact. Alexi B's close with the AWP. Looking to his left-hand side. Kicker finally dropped now. 21 seconds on the clock. Rotation coming through from NIP. They need to be fast. They still haven't seen the bomb. Still wondering somewhat. Now they see it. Chiron dropped. Man advantage for NIP. Bomb could get planted, though. We can see Fame going for it now. No retake utility beyond a flash for Brolan. This one still won't be easy. Jame on the AWP. Post-plant. So dangerous. Fame starting to creep. Down one goes. Brolan's been dropped. Rez here to trade. Jame moving forward with the AWP now. Hard to pick the right if the top isn't smoked, but he'll deliver the frag, and there's the instant trade. Alexi B on the side of the AWP. Double up retake will work out, and NIP will get 6 rounds on the board as we head to half-time.
Бараж делаем сейчас. Какой? Первый смок об стенку, флеш правой кнопки. Второй флеш, тушит. Четвертый, две флеш-вальды и смок темного. Сделайте четвертого.
Налево. Я сделаю четвертого.
Я третьего.
Фокус.
Just 1 round away. And with plenty of money, they switch to Tech 9s and Mac 10s. Another change of pace. How do you see this coming? How do you read it, and how do you stop it if you're MOUZ? Ворвал! Квадрат аккуратно!
Чё? Руин убил. Светло.
Петь, уйди отсюда, если можешь.
Два, три все тут,
Да.
Могу через 9?
Да, беги со звуком. Беги.
Look at Fame, he's making noise intentionally. He's running and frozen. He's not ready. What a great bait setup.
Петя, молик диагональ и ставь бомбу. Один из них красный, торс 50 хп.
Рейды рано будет, минут будут. Бомбу запомните, как стоит. Бомба... Фолт левее. Я смотрю, курю.
Красный, не красный, все тут торс.
Все, я забрал лево.
Nice to see the communication from outsiders there, the intensity on point back from the Rio Major. Now we'll see if they can bounce back here in Katowice. They're looking good right now on Overpass in this elimination match. It is outsiders getting onto that CT side, and they've got double dualies for the pistol.
Outsiders so grimy on Overpass. Grimy. Oh,
run boost. Maybe not. They're just teasing us.
Bomb is committed to be at present. Super Mario in the meantime. You can see Rez. He's jumping backwards because it's harder to shoot the back of the head there. Very deliberate. He is the bait. Making space for the P250 of Brolan. Continuing to clear the area now. As we can see, outsiders are playing from the bomb sites plural.
Not a bad bit of damage onto James. Taken down to critical health. Outsiders aren't going to shift this setup, though. Not just by seeing a couple of players towards A.
They're the kings of that kind of play as well. Showing presence and pushing elsewhere. Fame. Just so pedestrian, that headshot. So, okay, I guess you're going to make a move now. 5v4, thank you. They're starting to rotate away, though. That bomb is going to start sending it. Connector door is closed. They realize what is happening. James trying to stay alive. They're trying to find a frag. Rez moving forward. We know how dangerous he is with the pistols. 20 seconds to plant the bomb. That shouldn't be an issue. A slow lurk from one of the outsiders players through connector. The rest coming in from CT and trying to go as fast as they can. Cairo dropping Alexi. Roland running out of bullets. Does he have any cover from his teammates? Split with the Julies will deliver the multi-frags. And now it's Headtrick to do it. 1 versus 3. Stuck in the middle of the site. That flank is coming. Forces his way forward. He knows Kikut's behind him. The Glock versus the Julies. One won't be easy. Had himself a flashbang, but surely he doesn't pull that one out. Kikut running all the way now. Headtrick having a look. Kikut doesn't have a defuse kit. This is wasting a lot of time, maybe too much time. And he's falling away with the Kevlar because there isn't time to defuse the bomb.
Big 1v3 from Headtrick. Getting a well-earned fist bump there. Doesn't need all the frags. Just needs those first 2 quickly because outsiders don't have enough time to play the bomb. And Headtrick is having a really strong series here. He's come to play today.
Remember how happy NIP were when they won the pistol in the first half? Didn't last very long. See if they can change things in a second or if it will be a mirror. This time outsiders have gone for a full force buy. James on the scout. See if he looks for the headshots. And again, these funky buys from outsiders are terrifying to play against. Always a difficult squad. But now on the T side, at least Ninjas in Pyjamas can set the pace. Far better equipped. 5 rifles, 3 Galils. Great for armor penetration. Plenty of util as well. 2 Molotovs. They'll have to use them wisely, especially if time starts to run down.
Standard smoke into the bathrooms. Now James has to be aware that they will be looking his way if they do come around this corner. And Headtrick. He's feeling it, man. I think if NIP have a chance on this map, it's massively thanks to Headtrick. Swings for the headshot, even if he takes a tag in the process. And now Brolan getting involved. NIP players starting to show up individually. And this is what was so good for them on their T side of Vertigo. Just winning fights like these.
Lexi B almost baiting with the footsteps. Bombs drops briefly, but Flitz has a lot of targets coming his way. Full armor and an MP9, sorry, Kevlar and an MP9 versus 4 players. How long does he hang around for? If he's gifted something, he'll take it. I'm not sure if he runs to his doom here. It's an eco round on the way for Outsiders. The MP9 could be useful.
I do like this MP9 skin. Almost reminds me of like DNA strands or something.
Those are veins.
Ah,
Capillaries.
that would make sense. That makes sense.
I think it's called capillary.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. I don't really look at SMG
What kind of
skins
DNA
much.
strands have you got?
Yeah, I don't know, man. My DNA's special. What can I say? Well, nothing doing here for Flit. Kind of impressive that Outsiders are winning this game while having no one with a positive KD. That's just how they roll. That's how they do it. Don't think there's any chance Flit will find anyone at the end there. So NIP up to 8 rounds. It's going to be much harder for NIP to play the way they did on Vertigo here on the T side of Overpass. But this is a really promising sign for seeing them win all these fights. A couple of them were fair fights against Outsiders players. Once we get to the gun rounds, Outsiders will have the utility and have the ability to just stay at range and not give away those early fights as easily to NIP. But for now, good start to the T side for the Ninjas.
Aggressive setup on the B bomb site. NIP take their time. Not every player is a big fan of Overpass. I think some of the stresses of it, even in a round such as this, is clearing the area towards A. It takes time. It takes utility. All that information can be played against by the likes of Outsiders. Ninja Turtle gloves. Imagine a spinning back fist with that on.
Ooh, they do look like they'd pack a punch.
Those flashbangs, you can actually get like dummy flashbangs from eBay, which are significant metal construction to the point where you do wonder if it's real. I have one at home. I won't be pulling the pin anytime soon.
No.
Flashbangs are quite dangerous, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Very dangerous. This one might be for Ninjas in Pyjamas because Outsiders have started to rotate towards the A-bomb site. And that flashbang has just been deployed now, but they are lining up for conflict. Only gets one. Flip is here with the MP9, but Rez will be a hammer drill with that Galil. Only one player lost. Not terribly concerning as Ninjas in Pyjamas tie the score on the T side.
Keeping themselves in this map. But it is now the first test, or I should say true test, because Outsiders have their guns at the ready. Now, what do NIP have in their T-side playbook? They were a team in the past that were loving Overpass. There was a time period where they picked this map a lot. They're definitely no strangers to it. So they should have the fundamentals down. Should be ready for these mid-mollies, which are so common for the CTs. Chain is the man with the utility. Fame is the man looking for action, but no one there to take a fight against. See, that door got blown off, so now the T's have to put a smoke down if they want to focus these connector fights. And focus on connector they will. Look at all these NIP players, 4 of them.
Might be because they're expecting Flip, maybe. Of course, he's on the B bomb site. Such a pain in the first half was Flit in connector. Very careful in IP. James is position unknown with an AWP. And once he announces his presence, it normally means you're a man down. Fame's got the sound cues. Is there cover for the inside? Indeed there is. Look at the support. The other way around to normal. Jay misses a flick, but Fame somehow delivers. Head trick will trade, but that's the bomb spotted. There's still time for NIP to go either way. Outsiders don't have information towards short B, etc. right now. They do have 4 players up, and they believe in their reads. Everybody still on the A bomb site. Dropping some mollies around. 29 seconds now as Roland tries to get something done. Chiron going for the transfer. Flitz here to trade. Bombs on the floor. 23 seconds. Rez has got so much to do. They're swinging on him as well. Molly towards default. Down he goes. No plant for you. Back in the lead, Outsiders.
That fight from Brolan, I think, was the moment that NIP needed him to win it. As soon as he loses out, that just puts Outsiders in a really powerful position with all those players close by. It's a nice little setup initially. Fame did have to flip back, but James was able to get out alive. And then you see, once the trades start to go down, the Outsiders players can just emerge from down below. Looks like a tech pause here. NIP having some issues, but I think it should be resolved quickly.
Yep, they're good to go. Or are they?
Yeah, we're okay. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, yeah, we are. Okay, they're okay again.
Config says yes, Fred says no, then says yes. Well then, Outsiders in the lead once again. Once NIP get onto the site, as you can see, they don't really have control of the whole thing. As you saw, so many Outsiders players ready. Not much doubt seeing from them. Not much doubt we're seeing from Outsiders in holding everybody on that A-bomb site. Big focus there, shutting down Ninjas in Pyjamas. Bleeding the money as they deny the bomb plant as well. First round on the board from Outsiders after 3 in a row from NIP. Again, they won both pistols, but they're still behind. Jamin Headtrick on the orbs once again. Doesn't need long, does he? Roland lucky to be alive.
Very relaxed start to the round for both teams, other than for those players who have taken the early damage. Ooh, Config actually just took some pot shots. I think it was a spam through from Chiron while he was in connector.
How do they find the 5 versus 4? NIP.
Outsiders are so turtled up. I don't think you're going to find it for free.
Yeah,
I feel like you've just got to commit to a bomb site to get even a single frag here.
You saw the setup that James and Fame had. More or less this. James covering the entrance to the toilets on the CT side once Fame had fallen back. Slight variation to it now. He can hear the grenades being deployed as well. Port flashes, so many showing. 40 seconds on the clock. That's the bomb as well. Quite clearly suggests a setup towards A. James spamming, but let's not forget, that's a 5-shot magazine. In the corner now, can't see anything. Rez drop, 28 seconds. Sight is cut in half, jumping through the smoke into 2 players. High variance plays from NIP, not going in their way. Headtrick and Alexi B now remaining. So awkward. Alexi B in the red. Still a 1. What? Hold on a second, what? What was that from Alexi B?
How does he do that? He's so low. That is not possible. I got to see that again. Did they line up? I don't think so.
That's crazy. He's done so much damage to their econ as well. What in the blazes, Alexi B?
It was all headshots in the kill feed.
4K, look at all that information. It's so hard to push this site though. The smoke up on the site. Oh, they lined up perfectly. They lined up like it was communion. 10 rounds apiece. And that's an impactful round. Again, you're not going to win a round like that all the time. But winning that particular round could have big implications for Ninjas in Pyjamas. It's so hard once they get onto a site though. They're pushed into high variance. We've seen the kind of smokes that Outsiders can sometimes put down towards A as well, where you have to swing through the smoke to duel with them or walk into a crossfire. But they've broken the money, at least in the short term. So they can edge closer unless something goes wrong. We see a rifle will be pulled out for Chiron here. So Outsiders are not going to give them this one for free.
And in that previous round, you can't even use the excuse of Chiron being the new addition. It was Flit and Kicker that swung together and just did not have the right sort of spacing. I think the time was an issue as well. The fact that you both swing like that, Alexi must be delighted that he's managed to steal that round. And as you were saying, that could honestly be the turning point here, if NIP can start to control the economy.
This could be huge for them. They have to understand that this is an opportunity they will not be gifted very often versus the likes of outsiders. Especially the way they make it so hard to get a bomb plant on the sites, especially A. We saw it on their previous overpass. Really tough to take those jewels to avoid getting traded. Absolutely designed to not be in their favor whatsoever. That's not a start they were looking for. Fame has found himself with two. Two with a 5-7. Kika flying through as well, keeping the pressure up, and Flitz creeping in with a 5-7 of his own. If they swing right off that pillar, they could work into a crossfire. James baiting off of his teammate there. Flip moving forward down to the 1v1. Where is James? Does he know? Seems to have an idea. Rez going for the plant now. He's got to commit to it. James forcing forward. Can he draw his gun in time, Rez? Yes. Creeping around the smoke. They cannot capitulate here. He didn't see him through the smoke either. Rez has no idea where James is. Oh, he's just about seen him, but he's still standing, Rez. Still standing, James. 13 HP now. Creeping closer. Rez cannot lose this duel. He has to prevail here. James somehow done it. That was the opportunity for NIP. They had to win this round.
So much damage done by Rez. You thought he had it. You thought he was in position, but then the shoulder peek allows James to do loads of damage back. And even on that final peek, I thought Rez was going to land a shot, but just didn't connect. Fame was incredible here. Look at this. He gets 2 kills, and he dinks head trick. He dinks the AWP at long range. He was the initial contact who was kind of meant to be the bait at barrels for those water players to get involved. But look at the reaction from outsiders. They're not always a team that show much emotion.
That was the door for a possible 2-0 for NIP. That was the door open, shut in their face. James at basically point-blank range, switching weapon as both players are dancing around the pillar, then waiting for the weapon to be ready to fire and dodging the opponent all that time, and then winning the duel with 13 HP. Utterly ridiculous. And let's not forget, that's such an opportunity lost. The money's broken for Ninjas in Pyjamas as they lose the lead. And just pay attention to these buy rounds to come. How hard it is for NIP to control a bomb site versus the CT side of outsiders. It is never in grasp, really. It's so hard to plant that bomb, get away cleanly against this specific team. That is a massive opportunity loss for them.
Yeah, this round does not look like one where they'll get much going. Oh, it's again outsiders, always just winning that round in the key moment. They're just one of the best teams at doing that. Whenever you feel like they might get counted out if they're not careful, they come through with the important round win. Notice outsiders like a lot of these like dark green camo type guns on their skins. Not my style, I gotta say.
I love the camo. Barry camo is underrated.
Barry camo is cool.
Yeah. Dire situation for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Inferno, the deciding map. Should it be required? Oh, all right. It's a promising start, but there's so much more work to do versus these rifles. These NIP players are naked. There's no Kevlar to be seen. And again, we've got a cover for Fame. This time it's Chiron, proving quite successful versus NIP. Limits the bleeding as well. James, the only one lost. AWP rescued by Flit. Outsiders, 4 rounds away from victory. NIP just 2 rounds shy. Starting to lose grip, though, in the second half.
Rez has still had a solid map, even if he wasn't able to win that prior clutch. Headtrick also showing up. For NIP, now I'm curious to see if we watch them switch things up, because they've been committing to bomb sites pretty heavily here. We haven't seen them try any misdirection. Oh, and here's some aggression. Rez has to be holding for this. Flip round the corner. Was briefly blinded, but it wasn't good enough. He'll spray Rez down early. Nip have to fight from the back foot.
B-bomb site is a fortress. A-bomb site, smoke goes up. And you're in dire straits. Let's not forget that round where they were jumping through the smoke around the corner, NIP, to try and get an entry onto the site. And that's what I call oppression. Outsiders are so strong on overpass. We haven't really seen NIP solve the problem just yet. Look at the timing from James. Brolan just continues to edge forward. Timing though, James still alive. Forced away, that's something for NIP in this 4 versus 5. There they go into short B. Will there be sound cues? Maybe Flitz heard something. You can see a different focus from the CTs now. As they put more people towards B, already for rotation. 27 seconds. Stripex all the way from Ninjas in Pyjamas. They've got to find the entries, but the trades are here. 4 outsiders, 2 remain. With CTs on either side of them. James, Chiron to sweep up as well, or try to. Head trick in a 1 versus 3. 12 seconds on the clock. Another round in the bag for outsiders.
Yeah, outsiders have started to pick up on the NIP play style, grouping in these late rounds. They had a couple of incendiaries left towards B. One of them was put towards short. Then there was an incendiary on Monster as NIP tried to push the site. And that means that the CTs are so heavily focused on short. You even saw Chiron just go have a little look into Monster, see if anyone's stuck behind the flames. Realized there was no one there. They could catch NIP in the choke point, but now with the pistols, it's a faster B play from NIP.
In they go. Chiron, James, Flit will collect, and that is so brief. They barely break ground on the B-bomb site. And outsiders keep collecting. 14-10, by coming through for NIP once again. Still, many quests to be solved by Ninjas in Pyjamas, and they're running out of time on overpass. 21 frags for Flit, 20 for Head Trick, but they may all be in vain if things continue in this fashion. And I'm yet to see a reason why they wouldn't, to be honest.
Bit of aggro from Fame. Haven't seen this too much, but he's been blinded. And Brolan will run him down. James was playing in Connector. He's still there. He could be in trouble if he's not careful, but the spacing is not on point for NIP. And oh, James could go for more. No scope lands. He's going to switch to the AK for the close range action. He's actually pushed through the Connector smoke. James is on a mad one right now.
Oh, you must have heard Rez.
Yeah, you can't risk going up that ladder. Not right now, anyway. I mean, they took Fame out early. They know that James was in Connector. So maybe NIP are figuring the 2 A players are gone. It'll be a rotate onto this A site. It could be a weak spot. Chiron is jump peeking. He's got to be careful. Now he's been spotted. Head trick. Looking to close the gap. Oh, it's a commitment. And Chiron caught in the corner. Easy pre-aim for Head Trick. And it should be a bomb plant any second.
James doesn't have his orb. He's also in playground. Long rotation towards long. They'll come from different directions. Outsiders. Kickert may have to bide his time here. Got to be careful about his angles. Because there's one in the bank. Maybe more than one. Brolan with 2. Leaving James in a 1 versus 3. Doesn't have a kit, actually.
Even with all that money.
Yeah. Standard James play. All right then, NIP not done with this one just yet. It has been a struggle. They are losing most of the time, but they're still just 3 rounds shy of outsiders thanks to the work they did earlier.
Yeah, nice faster round here, a faster group up from NIP. But you also have to remember, that's a round where outsiders kind of switch things up. You have Fame going much more aggressive than usual. It basically gave the chance for NIP to get this early pick, which kind of opened up the map. And I don't know if Outsiders need to give away those early fights in future. They might just sit back and start turtling up again, because that's what's been so effective.
James has a fantastic spawn to send it at the beginning of this round. She'll go for a peek on the upper area. See if anybody serves themselves up. Doesn't outstay his welcome. We'll see what he does next and what the setup will be. He'll have some rifle support. Fame in connector, or near connector. Fliss, of course, over towards B. The AKs are out for NIP. The simple flashes and entries have worked on occasion for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Losing 1 or 2 players early and then edging forwards, much more difficult affair. As we can see on the radar, Outsiders are playing very far back indeed, but Fame is still moving about, as is James. Going back to their old faithful setup again, this time on the inside. While the smoke is up, we'll see how it changes afterwards. NIP have got some of the toilets present. They've got a lurker outside B. And config around connector. Heading towards the 45-second mark. You can see Rez just trying to bait out utility. That's been a problem as well. At this point, James the only man with grenades. Actually dropping grenades for his teammates to collect so we can focus on the sniping. Smart stuff, 35 seconds on the clock.
These slow rounds haven't been effective for NIP. That's got to change here. And Kicker. Oh, and Flit. What is that shot? All-bang headshot looks so clean.
Oh,
and Flit keeps on farming.
That's a complete catastrophe. Kicker pushed B. He pushed Monster and won the duel. Short duel won soon after. And they lose the bomb in connector, just trying to trade the frag.
Bro. You don't have time.
Oh, no. That's a disaster for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Their money's utterly ruined as well. And with that round go, their hopes of winning Overpass, surely.
Oh, and Brolan's gone.
What happened on Monster? Kicker just walked through. I don't know if there was a flash that happened while we were on the other side of the map. There was so much happening at the same time. But there were big frags lost, trying to trade. They should never be winning that one, surely. Oh. Then they lose the bomb in connector as the 3rd kill. They can't have been expecting that. Perhaps he was looking at the radar, I don't know. But that is quite the round from Outsiders, giving NIP nothing for free. A Desert Eagle and a Scout, part of the buy for NIP. The 3 AKs will have to do work here. Once again, it will have to be dry. So light on utility. Will they find an angle on Flit? They will. Good timing if they can get the kill. Just about, yes. Chiron trying to respond. Perhaps there's a chance yet for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Oh, the nade not on point onto Alexi. Could have finished him if it was a good one. That's a great shot from Headtrick. The Scout flicks up to the face of Fame. Kicker finally bringing something back, but NIP grouping up in the mid round. Faster this time, on towards A, and Chiron just arrives in time. He's looking for fights that won't be favorable. Rez hits the headshot, and NIP should be staying in it.
We're not done just yet after all. Backs to the wall, NIP are swinging. Heading to 12. Money getting dodgy for Outsiders. There is a chance of overtime after all. The pulse is still there. The heart's still beating for NIP on Overpass. Up against one of the hardest teams to play that there is on this map.
I still feel like Outsiders are just going to start sitting back in some of these rounds coming up, and that's when NIP are really going to be tested. It's another round here where they're able to get an early kill, and it kind of allows the rest of the action to begin. But in a lot of the prior rounds, Outsiders have just been sitting back on bomb sites and saying, all right, NIP, you think you're good on Overpass? Prove it. Making them execute into the CT setups that were pretty strong early in this half. There's an AWP on the floor for James. Yeah, not a bad spawn for him. See if he goes connector or mid. Looks like connector is where he wants to end up. Has been a pretty action position so far. And Rez gets the opportunity for a fight. but it was a very awkward angle.
Quite sneaky with the door blown off. But importantly for Ninjas in Pyjamas, everybody's alive. Outsiders looking for that 5v4. We heard some stats about their 5v4s. I think it was 83% success. That's crazy.
Bit of damage from the nades. They heard the smoke extinguishing the molly that. So they knew someone was around. Again, we got Jame and Fame set up on the A site. They've been pretty good when they've been tested, even if Fame hasn't had his best map here. Jame really wants this early action. Flash in. Ooh, he's toying with them. Smoke will keep him safe, and Fame just wins the fight anyway.
Love the urgency. They know they're so strong with that man advantage. See if they can hold on to it. More rotation as they are slowing down NIP. Slowing down their advance to the side, trying to find angles, but they're so well placed. Finally a frag for Config and NIP, but is it too late? The A side is so hard for them to breach, and Split will deliver a frag. Head trick to trade, but it's again, the advantage is raw for outsiders. Man advantage, time advantage as well. That clock is ticking, the bomb's dropped. Rez has to find 3 with 15 seconds. And that's it. Overpass is done. Outsiders force their way to Inferno.
Stomped out on the first map, but outsiders kick back on the second. The cold shower of Vertigo clearly woke them up as they now equalize the series scoreline with this win on Overpass. Yanko, two different sides of outsiders that we've been able to see today. What was the biggest difference in this one?
Absolutely fair. You know, I'm tight with the guys. I am the only one who believed in them in Rio, right? So I asked their manager after the first map, was like, you know, what happened? What did you guys do? And they said, I just showed Kickert the segment that you guys did, right, where Peace was criticizing him. We played him Eye of the Tiger, and he just got completely unleashed, as you could see there. We didn't want to play too much of it, right? We want to save some of his energy for this decider map, but Yeah, that was the turning point.
Imagine
absolutely.
they played him Eye of the Tiger twice. What on earth would he do then?
Well, I mean, you need to save something. You know, they're thinking long term.
Save the
right?
strats, man. Yeah, of course.
You don't
of
want to
course.
spend it too early.
Peacemaker, what was your biggest difference then? From the outsiders we saw in Vertigo, then coming into Overpass?
I think just in general, it's a much more comfortable map for them. I think it's a map that they have played quite a lot. If I'm not mistaken, 8 Overpass played past 3 months. Not with this roster because of the roster change, but still, it's a map that they're very comfortable with. And I mean, the thing that on the T side specifically, what we saw is just some way more. How do I say it? It was just way more like relaxing to watch them play. They play it slow as they usually do. They get the map control. NIP didn't really put that much of a challenge towards them. And remember when we were talking about the pre-segment about that the NIP city sides were a little bit shaky, and we didn't get to see them play city side on Vertigo because they just stomped on the T side. Now on Overpass, they had the chance to play CT, and you could just tell, like especially Brolin as the A player, a guy that needs to get impact, play aggressive together with the op. We saw Hedrick playing well. Brolin, on the other hand, very quiet city side. I think it's challenging for him with the amount of roster changes that they had and all the kind of stuff. But it's very surprising for me that Brolin lately hasn't been able to perform on that city side Overpass. And yeah, that's a little bit worrying for NIP.
I think the problem is there's some role overlap for them as well. You have Config, Rez, and Brolan, who all three ideally would play A player on CT side, the playmaker, right, or the A lurk on the T side. And also with how little practice they've had with Config, even with Hat-Trick, it hasn't been, you know, it's only been a month or whatever. Overpass is a very complex map, especially when you play outsiders. It requires very good communication, very good coordination. It requires almost like 2 little teams to work together at the same time, right? So no surprise that NIP was going to struggle. I mean, this was a pretty comfortable win for outsiders where they lose both pistols. There was that Alexi B clutch. There was the second pistol round where they're 5v4. They just give the site away to NIP. So some questionable decision-making still. It didn't just disappear after Vertigo, right? So, but when you put all those things together, you know, outsiders, very similar to yesterday, bounce back after a rough Vertigo.
And speaking of bounce back, we can go back to that Alexi B clutch. And then the round just after that, we thought maybe that was, you know, the gates open for NIP to be taking this one 2-0. But around 21, Janko ended up going quite a different way.
Yeah, so just before this round, Alexi has that crazy clutch that he probably never should have won with very low HP. And this is a half buy with one M4. You can see Fame played behind the smoke, inside of barrels. You know, they're sort of gambling towards B. NIP, unfortunately, runs into their stack. And then this 2v2 was so awkward. Like, I felt like outsiders, again, not playing together enough, maybe a little bit too passive from James. And I thought he lost it here, right? When Rez does a lot of damage to him and his red HP, but somehow he switches guns as well and somehow still gets the kill. But this was massive for outsiders to not let NIP get any momentum after that Alexi B clutch.
Rez showing a bit of respect to James in that one, Janko.
Get out.
You like that? Before we do get out, though, Inferno. That's going to be the third and final decider coming into this one. So how are you weighing up these two sides coming into this map that we know they're both quite well drilled on?
Yeah, Inferno is a hard one because I feel like it's going to be very tight. Both of them are not very, very consistent on it. I would say that I was even checking the stats, and it looks like NIP comes from a 2-loss streak on it. So, I mean, it's very open. I think that for Oppers in general, it's not really a map that James can have tremendous impact unless he proves me wrong. But Inferno is a map that there's only much you can do as an Opper. Yeah, you can go banana. I think the biggest difference maker for them is the way they use utility on Inferno. I think they're really smart. Like, we see them going towards B with 3 guys on the city side, dropping nades, and doing a little gimmicks with their nades. I think that was also the difference maker on this map that we just watched on Overpass. I think the biggest thing is the way they used utility on Overpass on holding it, that A bomb site and the B bomb site with defensive smokes. I think that's one of their strong assets coming to Inferno as well. And
one of the reasons why Outsiders games are close so many times is they're actually not that good at winning pistols. So generally they have to start off from behind. If they could win a pistol or both of them, especially on T side, the record isn't great. If they could do that, it could make the game easier for them to play. I think NIP is going to show us a little bit more than they did on Overpass, right? But for Outsiders, the name of the game is for the CT side, like, don't let NIP win rounds against you by doing something in the first 45 seconds. Like if you can prolong the round and deny them like an easy call, like if they get map control and do an expo round, if you can stop doing that and they have to slow it down and play, a late extended round, I feel like that's where outsiders have the upper hand.
Any player that you're particularly putting in your sightlines coming into this decider?
Not really. I mean, if you're looking for NIP, they probably have to rely on someone kind of stepping out like Hetrick did on Overpass, someone on Inferno, whether that's going to be, Rez, Broland, Config, some of the riflers to have a good clutch, a good entry round where they're brute forcing their way in, opening up the bomb site. That would go a long way for NIP to pull off a win here.
We were also talking about the clash of play styles coming into this one. I think we saw it play out more how you expected on Overpasses versus Vertigo. How does that then come to a head on Inferno?
Well, Inferno can be a little bit tricky because way back when they were even avant-garde, right, the outsiders could go for these stacks randomly, right? Usually, let's say you give up banana and the CTs, that means there's 2 guys there, 3 guys there, they're almost inviting you to come, but they would do it and just leave maybe Jane with the op and have 4 rifles on A, and that's difficult for the T side captain to sort of predict, get a read on them, what should he call, what shouldn't he call. So I think they have a very good knack of, picking when to gamble, when to be aggressive for outsiders, and I think that's what makes their Inferno strong in some moments.
Well, it all comes down to the final ground of Inferno, the final map in this series, and one team will be eliminated after this one concludes. It's NIP taking on the outsiders, and only one team can survive.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
As Freya alluded to, the loser goes home. This looks like it might be a stressful map for both squads here. You can see them trying to rally the troops. Knife round is happening as we speak. A standoff in the middle of mid to find out who starts on what side. Who's taking this one?
Ooh, you're putting me on the spot.
Right now.
You're putting me on the spot. I think it will be Outsiders. I feel like we saw enough from them. See the smiles on the faces. Basically, what's happening right now is it's the classic knife round scenario where they're just all in mid, kind of looking at each other and pretending to go back and forth. Finally, they're actually doing the knife round, so there we go. I didn't even catch who won. It was so quick. I think it was Outsiders who get the side choice in the end. But yeah, I think Outsiders will win this. I just think they have a little more cohesion. And as Janko was saying, I think it really could come down to how the rounds play out. If Outsiders can draw out the rounds and make them extended, not give away early fights, not give away early action, that's probably a recipe for success for them. Whereas NIP, I think, needs some of the individuals to just crack open rounds and cause a bit of chaos.
I'm sure the end of Overpass will ultimately be a relief for Ninjas in Pyjamas. On the T side of Inferno, I expect much from their AKs. See how comfortable a territory it will be. They will be the aggressors to start off with. Deciding map of the series. Not comfortable being in a lower bracket, but here we are. Outsiders, of course, with a loss to Fnatic. Finally getting that monkey off their back. NIP trying to do the same now. Inferno is upon us. NIP will start on the T side. Rez pulling out some utility. Especially after the stress of losing that match of Overpass. Will they be ready to begin on Inferno? The time is now. 5 USPs and sets of Kevlar for Outsiders. Jump, peek, and Fame will see a few. Roland is in position on Banana, though, where Flip will be spotting. Outsiders expectant of A. 4 players waiting, 2 on long.
Silent up into the apartments for Alexi. No one here to hear him anyway. Outsiders and NIP head-to-head in the Hall of Heroes. One of them will not be getting their name on the sheet. There is a Roland with the P250. Looking for action, and look at the response. Outsiders are all drawn away from A.
This would be a miracle with a USP to stop a push here.
Yeah.
You'd often expect to see a 5-7 or the Julies in this position, just for the extra bullets.
Well, definitely heard that drop down.
Absolutely did. There is a flash here as well.
I think Fame realizes he's got to play retake. You can't really hold the site alone, especially not at that close angle. And that means he'll allow them onto the bomb site.
Bursting out of the balcony position now. Had to keep an eye on a potential play from long as well, but didn't have the right timing. With all the players coming out of the balcony, a free kill in the side of the head. Outsiders out of position. But the utility has come and gone. No kit for them, so the urgency is high. But they're close to the site. All 4 players on long at present. Roland can stand up and look over the wall, help his teammates as necessary. And just like that, Outsiders are like, nah. Well, if it's going to be a forced buy in the next round, they've got a lot of Kevlar. They're saving themselves some money. You have to respect it. They do choose efficiency at all times, Outsiders.
Listen, this could be a sign of rounds to come here. As Janko was saying, over on the desk, Outsiders are a team who like to commit to these stacks fairly frequently, and when they get them wrong, they're pretty happy just to save. I didn't really think we'd see it in the pistol, to be honest, but we have. As Rez looked like he was changing the page on his notes there, making sure he is fully up to speed with what the hell is going on.
Roland's the only person with Kevlar who managed to dodge the explosion. So, without the kill bonuses, and having to spend $1,000 to buy helmets, there'll be less AKs than there might otherwise have been. So that might be something for Outsiders. Oh, and a lovely chunky grenade up towards top Banana. So indeed it is a force buy. Outsiders lost one player and started thinking about round 2. Ways an interesting team, definitely on their own path in terms of decision-making in this game. 2 rifles and an SMG for Outsiders. In terms of delaying, after these smokes, they have 1 more in the hole in the hands of Fame, who's in the pit. NIP with a good take of top mid. There are 2 MAC-10s, so they could send one up towards B to find out what's happening there. Currently, though, they're moving into a stack, including a crossfire with 2 people, not just 1, but 2, on the bomb site. So if they take 1 down, will they check properly for the second? If Flit's the initial engager here, will they be checking for James as well? Kika's the one to drop. Still 2 on the site. Flit just waiting, moving through the smoke now, and that means variance. This is a calamity for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Only 1 for Alexi B towards the end, moving into the stack. They had 2 MAC-10s to find out the info, and they experienced pain immediately.
Outsiders live by the stack and die by the stack on those bomb sites. The pistol was an example of how it can go horribly wrong for you. The second round's an example of how it can be oh so sweet if you get the right read. And as is so often the case, if you win this second round, as CTs, it puts the Ts in a really bad position. They'll normally have to go for a buy that's really not great, and then their economy can get reset. And you can already see a little bit of frustration there from Brolan.
Yeah, he knows how ridiculous it is to lose a round like that, in a fashion like that. No Molotovs or smokes really to clear any potential crossfires there. Just walking to their doom. Not investing a MAC-10 to poke a little bit towards the B bomb site. Seems they may have telegraphed their intentions enough with the utility towards top mid. Maybe a few months down the line, things will be a little tighter with the roster. But they still need to find a way to make things work right now. Otherwise, the line comes to an end, the run goes to an end. It's off to the airports. If you're going to have a disaster, better it happens in round 2 than round 28.
I thought you were about to say better that it happens on the server than in the airport. And I was like, well,
wow,
that's morbid.
that's
My
that
goodness.
Too. But, you know, put a positive spin on it.
Sure.
Refocus the squad.
You still got good utility in this round. You can still run some of your strats. Maybe you can still bounce back in this one. Smoke was just put up towards A long. James nade. Not as good as it could have been. Not a stack this time from Outsiders, but still a pretty good rotation towards this A bomb site. Chiron spots the gap. Fame up above. Makes it a double kill. Eventually, Hedrick finds a single frag, and he does double up. But the P250 can only do so much. Man, that MAC-10 initial hole from Fame, so clean with that second kill. Comfortable for Outsiders.
Yeah, it is. It's very early, but I have cause for concern on this T side for Ninjas in Pyjamas. I have cause for concern. Eco territory for them. They can use this to talk about the buy round. They've got to tighten things up quickly here. Money-making opportunity for Outsiders. Fame with $50 right now. Ooh. Smell you later, Brolan. No Kevlar for him. Did survive the HE though. Again, it can do 101 in 2 hits if it collides with you and explodes, but the Molotov will do the rest. Very dry round for Ninjas in Pyjamas, and the landscape has felt arid for a while. From Overpass to Inferno, life is not looking good, even with these few rounds on the board. Just the nature of that second round win from Outsiders does make you wonder. They need to show us something now as they head towards the buy round.
It's also just a lot of money for Outsiders. You're not going to break them if you beat them just a single time. That makes them a lot more comfortable, especially considering they are a team who sometimes like to take a few risks with those CT stacks. If you've got money in the bank, you can definitely do that a little more easily. 3-man banana stack for Outsiders. 3 rifle players in position. And the nades exchanged mean that NIP aren't comfortable taking top banana. Meanwhile, Rez working over towards the apartments in tandem with Config. I think once those banana smokes fade, NIP should have no trouble getting that map control. But again, this is what outsiders often like to do on their CT side. They are very happy, very comfortable, sitting back and relying on the site holds, relying on the crossfires. And NIP have used so much of their utility on initial map control. Yes, you still have a couple of smokes, but no mollies to clear positions, and just the one flash for them to try and take one of these bomb sites.
Meanwhile, outsiders have 4 smokes remaining with almost 45 seconds on the clock. Holding on to their util, forced from their positions though. But again, they could be delayed here, NIP. They could be forced into a even rougher situation. Smoke in the library. James is trying to watch for any feet now. 31 seconds on the clock. NIP still creeping, quietly edging towards the bomb site. Soon those smokes will be gone, and they're going into a crossfire again. Might even be a triangle kicker emerging now. Down he goes.
Wow. 2
players remain, but there is James. Does the bomb get planted? 13 seconds. He's got such a strong angle as well. Flit now, the last man, coming in from long. So difficult for NIP to get into this spot, but they have to work together and trade frag. They don't know where he's coming from. Who's holding the angle? Moving through with the Galil. There's the first one. What's his read of the second? Headtrick waiting. Full health versus Blitz. Delivers a much-needed round. Expensive, but successful.
Headtrick's been on point all series long, and that's not even with the AWP. That's the rifle coming out from Headtrick. The desk was saying, we want to see Config, Brolan, Rez, these riflers step up. It's Headtrick's rifle who gets some incredible entries here. Look at this turnaround. Boom. Instantly gets Kicker out of there, despite Kicker having a strong position to assist. And Headtrick not only has to open up the round, he has to close it. And look at the response from NIP. A release after they pick up their second round win.
It already feels like we're deep into Inferno, if you're looking at it from the NIP perspective.
Second timeout from outsiders. We're only 5 rounds in, lads.
Yeah, their money's been broken. They'll get the M4s out. They'll be lacking a few grenades here and there. Let's see what James chooses to do. His money's not too broken. It's still a very, very dangerous round. Every round is dangerous, though, for NIP. We have learned that. Okay, AWP's there. Their money's not broken at all.
Yeah, they're fine. It's actually NIP who have the weaknesses. So I think outsiders just realizing how important these early rounds can be in a half to get that economy going. Making sure that they know exactly what they want in this one. That was an opportunity for Jane, but look at the pace up towards A from NIP.
Very fast indeed. We've had such slow, pokey rounds. This could be exactly what the doctor ordered. Ooh, opening things up now. Alexi B changing the space. Don't give them time to respond, surely. Config with a very important frag. A CT smoke on long. Just trying to calm things down and disengage. I think they needed that just to wake up. Outsiders will hold on to the rest of their broken buy of 4 rifles and an AWP. I've had 6 shots of coffee. Maybe I needed 10.
That's a dangerous game, James. You can just keep on increasing that number.
Yeah. Let's keep going until the brain functions properly.
What a call from NIP. I love that round. Alexi's just so quick up long.
I'm really happy to see a fast round from them. They've been edging forward again, draining their utility before they get to the site. Same was true on Overpass as well. Outsiders put them into very difficult spots when it was time to try and reach a bomb site. They were never comfortable. It was a nice one to throw into the mix. Good confidence boost as well. You can hear the war cry there from Alexi B.
Yeah, and you see the timing of the smokes and the nades are really important here for Alexi. That smoke lands, then that second smoke lands, and more importantly, he can beat the incendiary because that utility is so quick. And definitely deserves credit for the transfer of that MAC-10 to get that initial entry onto the site. That makes it so much easier for everyone else to follow up. Big round from NIP.
More tests coming their way, though, from Outsiders. 3 starting on B for Outsiders. An exchange of grenades. Well, that could be a meaty one. Land on Alexi B's head. Roland has an angle, though. So they've won the fight for now. We'll see if Kikat posts up for a flashbang play. Flip will be the close-range rifle support. And there's the flashbang lined up as well. With his teammates ahead of him, he can hide behind the coffins. Now, how long do they hold this for? They are playing extremely defensively on the A bomb site in the meantime. Great shot from Roland, almost 2 for him. They know James on the B bomb site. They know the flash was there as well. If they go fast towards A, it's a 5 versus 2.
Yeah, it's a great call. They realize there's so much presence on Banana. Wrapping this A site could be very scary for Outsiders. When you've got 2 CTs on A, you can't really hold top mid. That leaves options open. Still 45 seconds here, but NIP have been stalled slightly by the nades. And that's allowed Kicker to rotate into CT. Staying tight angle, but Rez hits the headshot.
More to do, 30 seconds. Kicker and Chiron trying to do what they can. Kicker continues, 2-on-2. Long rotation for James. And the bomb's been planted. No util. They'll have to be so careful. They won't know where he's coming from either. There's no kit for these 2 players of Outsiders. We'll see if they pick one up on the way. Does Kicker swing out? Indeed he does. James posting up as well. He's got to be careful about the pit. He's seen the arm config. Great burst from him. And down goes Kicker. Unless he's given something, James will have to fall back. NIP move into the lead, and this time they have broken the money of Outsiders. I've done the maths.
Yeah, it's all good. This time it is definitely broken. I think you can see in the retake there, James is almost set up, like he's half committed to the retake, half thinking to himself, if Kicker gets a kill, I'll commit. If not, I'll just save. Because that AWP can be valuable, can do damage, as we always say. NIP, though, really nice round from them. And Brolan, he turned away from that flash on Banana while on top of that wall and just instantly flicked back. That's some really impressive mechanics from him. It's what allowed them to get the man advantage that made them comfortable coming back to the A bomb site. It's actually NIP's turn to take a timeout.
Their first of the game.
I mean, these rounds can be hairy because you know that James has an AWP and you've got to make sure you don't let that, get in your head.
Well, let's not forget round 2.
Sure.
They need to refocus on a round such as this.
It's also just slightly different to a gun round, right? You need to know, if you see that AWP of James, what do you want the team's response to be? You just want to run and go to the other bomb site? It's not like a standard gun round. So I like that they take that time. And Alexi's got a MAC-10. So maybe NIP will keep with the pace, or maybe he just wants to farm those pistol players.
He can take the additional risks and find the info that they were lacking on that round where they pushed into a stack. Now, if they are going to use all their mollies before they make it to a site, I am curious to see the timing. See if there's room for error correction to wait out a crucial counter nade from the likes of Outsiders. So Alexi B's dumped most of his grenades already, so he can be the information man. He can swing without losing too much if he falls. Are they going to send it straight in? We can see Flit holding the smoke now, just jiggling. Indeed, there is the send. The MAC-10 is going through. There's one job done, but there are many more. Fame and Chiron putting in some frags. Flit's been dropped, but now with that MAC-10, things could get dangerous. Headtrick had to deliver that frag. That keeps the B bomb site open for them. That second kill, they could consider it. Config somewhat alone with the bomb now. James wondering which is the play to make. Scary for Config to rotate with James somewhere on the map. He has the gap. And he has the frag. Rez with the bomb on one side with Headtrick on the other. And James rotating as well. This is going to get even scarier. There's no grenades, there's no smokes, there's no flashes for NIP to help the bomb cross to the site. Headtrick's got 2 HP. All the ingredients are here for this to be a disaster, but he doesn't find a USP angle. And NIP will secure the round.
Oh, Headtrick scared me with that peek, man. I thought he was playing up top so that he could swing with his teammate once he arrived on the site and they could just double peek CT. But he might have been scared that Jame would sneak up into ruins, so just goes for the fight, and it's an unexpected enough angle. Good shot again. Hedrick has been bailing them out of a couple of situations now with that AK, but now it's Hedrick's time to shine with the AWP, his main weapon of choice. Meanwhile, James still has his on the CT side. And so often, outsiders are starting with this 3B stack. Doing it again here, wanting to go for the banana control. They've got some good utility down to clear NIP out.
One step at a time for NIP. So far, so good on his T side. Well, the score is so far, so good. All the rounds, not so true. Again, that second round was a nightmare. And if there are more rounds like that to come, they must be able to avoid disaster. Creeping up banana now. 4 of the 5 players. Config will be the lurker. Offering something to outsiders on the A-bomb site. But Chiron's rotating towards B. Forward smoke from the ninjas. Kicker can see beyond it. Starting to head back towards A now. With an AWP on short, we can often see them start heading forward to clear top mid. 30 seconds remain. Jame holding position. Kikut's curious. Roland waiting, but loses the duel. A quick swipe and Kikut sees no one is here, but the bomb is heading in this direction. Config, how about that for a response? I don't think they saw the bomb on the def cam. Flit has got some work to do. Off angle from him. Alexi B taken down. Big action. Another smoke push and the trade. They're forcing their way in. 9 seconds to plant a bomb. Flit trying to stop it from happening. No more util for the CTs.
Bomb goes down. Hedrick still has that AWP, which can be so powerful in these post plants. There's no utility for outsiders. There's no kit right now. So they're upping the pace on the retake. It's Rez who spots them early. Still waiting for further fights. Hedrick eventually gets involved. Both players stacked in the same position for NIP, and outsiders have to tap that bomb. Finally they do. They're going to bait Hedrick in, but another shot lands, and Jame realizes it's go time. Time to get out of there. Hedrick with yet another multi-kill, and NIP are rolling on this T side.
Very fast decision making there. Losing their banana player, running straight back to banana, expecting the rotation. That's a big pressure duel to win as well. Kicker, great work from him. You can see there's so much action on the map, cutting off the rotation with the off angle in CT spawn. Kicker looking for the info after that frag. He thinks it's a lurker. It was. But then they come for revenge, and Lexi B is quite happy with the situation at the moment. Where's the high five? There we go. Get there in the end. 6-3, 3-round lead now as we see the third timeout for outsiders, trying to get a grip of this game. There's a world where they don't make it to playoffs.
Yeah, that was a round where, so the plan for NIP was always to come back to B, but they had a brief moment of hesitation when they saw all that aggression on banana. It actually works out nicely though, because outsiders thinks they've cleared it out late enough in the round. NIP come back to B with a quick entry kill. And Hedrick has been the best player on the server by far in this series. He's been so reliable, so consistent at putting up multi-kills, and his impact has been high with every frag he's getting.
12-3 against outsiders. How many people can claim that?
Early group to A from NIP. Maybe another faster play for them on the cards here.
Jame holding on to long if he can. But the smokes are coming his way. He'll be forced forward. Eats a flashbang, but he holds position for now. I think they've seen him. Down goes one. Bomb carrier is next up. Things become awkward immediately. Their timing has to be good. Fame holding the angle now. Jame on the other side. Bomb is indeed dropped, as are most of NIP. Hedrick and Config remain. This was a low util round for outsiders. NIP picking this one to go fast. But Jame on long with the AWP. Quite troublesome. 2 kills for him so far. Fame coming through. Config in the clutch. He's got so much to do if he chooses to go for it. 42 seconds. Bomb thoroughly lost. No one in mid. Trade frag situation. In this position, you can see Kicker is waiting. Flit just jiggling, showing some shoulder. There's one, but Flit will trade. Fourth round for outside is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, surprised that bomb went up through a long, actually. I thought it would come in through short, and those long players would just be trying to wrap. But as soon as that long side of the push gets shut down, I mean, that bomb is so far away. You've got so much to do. James did a really nice job at being able to get through the smoke and then back to the bomb site. Those early 2 kills making a big difference. And you can see Alexi showing a little frustration. Got to keep your head in the game, though, as the leader of the team. I'm sure he'll be right back in it for this round. Still a buy for NIP. Not bad nades towards top banana. Flip will feel the brunt of them. And NIP are getting given this banana control in almost every round.
Wow.
Good nade back.
Straight on the head. Minute 20 on the clock. NIP still edging forward. James interested in what's happening on banana.
Just wanted to come see for himself. Now he's going to go back to A.
Yeah, show some presence and he's out of there immediately. Are they reading that there's 3 players towards B? You can see some urgency towards top mid from NIP and how far back the A players are playing.
Wow. NIP now go back to B. The rotation's going both ways. But it looks like NIP might have got the better read here.
Yeah, you know James likes to take a shot then rotate. So their timing might work out for them as Kikert's the only man here. But he might have bought some delay. We can see he's got a great angle on the smoke as well. And he could get a free one if his timing is right. Rez's got to be careful. Kickert is really slowing them down when they're so vulnerable on the B bomb site. Dropping a flashbang for his teammate so he can swing. Roland just sending it though with 2.
Oh.
And that just might be that. The timing for NIP will surely lead them for a 7th round.
Just when you think outsiders might start to figure the round out, Roland gets 2 entries, and this is so often the case on Inferno. If you could have players just kind of overperform on the T side and get 1 kill when maybe they shouldn't, it makes it almost impossible for the CTs to react. And NIP have a lot of sharp riflers on their team. Beautifully done by NIP with limited utility. I think they realized we've just got to rely on pace. We've got to rely on Brolant hard clearing CT and assuming there's no one on the site. Outsiders will still save 3 guns. So that keeps them competitive. But NIP are the ones taking more rounds right now.
NIP have won 6 of the last 7 rounds. Reset after the pistol, let's not forget. But they stabilized and then some. That second round was horrifying for NIP, but it feels a world away now as they are in control at the moment. Heading to round 12. Outsiders need to figure this one out. James has the AWP again, as we saw that round on long. If he's in the right place at the right time, it's really hard to trade the frags. Might be another fast one from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Well, showing some presence at the very least. Outsiders retracting immediately. Giving it up straight away. Forced back, denied information. James in that long position once more, but what will the timing be like towards B? We saw Kickert slow things down quite a bit on his own. In Kickert, they trusted until Broland decided to swing through. Flitz here as well. Static on A outsiders, no one moving.
NIP are doing such a good job at keeping outsiders back. Outsiders never going for info plays, always on the back foot. They never know what's coming. Kicker able to get 1, but he's blinded. And players pushing from above. 2 more entries. Flit desperately looking for something back. Because if they don't get a kill soon, this retake is so hard. But more damage done. Look at the health of the NIP players.
Config's slowing them down though. He's been lurking in that mid position. He got a kill in library and he stopped that rotation from happening. They had to deal with him and he's dealt with the round for NIP from the back. Can't afford to lose any more outsiders. Ninjas in Pyjamas, the pop flash plays, keeping it simple. Showing presence, forcing outsiders back, denying them info. And then a nasty surprise. Numbers abused towards B with the flashbangs. Over the top they go. The lurk play from Config, slowing the rotation, separating the help from that B bomb site. Very nicely done.
Really impressive showing here from NIP. I think the cohesion looks just so much better. And the conviction behind the calls from Alexi. You can see he is just making sure they stick together as a unit in a lot of these rounds.
Two outsiders try to take all of Banana then. To slow down NIP. They've got a fair amount of utility. The HE grenades as well. NIP has started abusing their early control. They'll start with 3 plays again, outsiders in that Banana position. And yes, they are trying to take all of Banana, but it has been costly already.
That's fine for NIP. Big commitment of utility from outsiders, a 4v4, which opens up the map, and that means they say some could be vulnerable, but Rez unable to get the timing right.
Whoa, careful. Jame is lurking. They weren't sure if Banana was clear or not, but things go quiet there as Fame tries to deliver more. Smoking a bit, takes a second, down to 44 HP, wondering when it would pop. But these pushes have been hard for Ninjas in Pyjamas in scenarios such as this, swinging out together now, but Chiron delivers too. Difficult for Head Trick. I think he sees 2 in library now, based on the jump and the smoke grenade. Bomb planted. Can he clutch it though? Looking for second, third, and fourth frags in this round. Fame still in the pit. That's a big problem that has to be dealt with. Moving to double stack. Wondering about top mid, but there are still 2 players on long. He could still be on a site for as much as they know. Fame making some steps now. Got the information for his squad. They can move together and try and trade frag, unless Head Trick can find a clutch here. Inviting them. Down goes James. Down is just Flit now. 1 versus 1 to stop the 4K for Head Trick. Has he done enough now? Is there time to defuse the bomb? It's going to be a real close one. Has he done the work, Head Trick? Or are they going to clutch the round outsiders? Oh, they'll just get there in time.
Oh, Flit just about crosses before Head Trick sees him. It's such a shame because Head Trick has been playing so well. You almost want him to get a fair fight. You almost feel like he's winning all of his fair fights right now. What a way to maneuver in the 1v3 to even make it possible. Chiron did great work on the site initially, but then Head Trick, he comes so close there. Really impressive for this young man to be having so much impact. Nearly clutching a big round there, but still NIP in a good position. Again, they group up early with 4 players towards A. Looking for this early map control, as they have been going for consistently. This time, outsiders only with 2 CTs on A, including the AWP of Jame back on site. This is so scary for the CTs.
The timing of this incendiary, though, 3 players in the apartments. Perfect utility.
Yeah.
Just solving the biggest problem before it arises. And the timing is completely ruined for NIP. Plan A to plan B, perhaps. Still 10 players up. Flit starting to wonder about the Banana position. Rotation starting to come in towards A. So a disengagement from the balcony. But what exactly are they going for here, NIP?
James still on long. Molly forces him into the open, and he decides to give up on that angle. Wrap up long looks likely, but Jame and Kicker both combining for the long hold. Kicker does damage. James still here.
Yeah, they've seen the bomb again in that long position. This time the bomb rotates over towards the short side. But Jame has delivered from this angle as well. Tags Brolan through the barrel. 20 seconds. Chiron has to be dealt with. He's still standing for now. Oh, Chiron, he's running out of bullets. Look how red they were. That could have been everything. Maybe Flick can do the rest. Head Trick with 4 HP, trying to plant a bomb. He's seen his head, or has he? Maybe the res is different for Flit. Surely he gets this one. Elbow will be enough. Big fight on the A bomb site. Outsiders really needed that one, and they found it.
I'm sure they're very relieved they win that one. Back to the AWP for Flit just before the defuse. Smiles on their faces. There were so many flashes going both ways there. Chiron was incredibly blind on the site. I'm not sure how Chiron gets away with the second kill there. I thought Rez had him on that wrap from long. And that might have been the critical moment in the round when he overperforms from that position, stuck on the site while briefly blind. Before the final round of this first half, NIP decide to take a timeout. They want to make sure they've got a good chance getting 9 rounds at the half. Whatever happens, it's a solid showing here from NIP on Inferno in this first half. Definitely showing that they are going to be very competitive on this decider map.
Outsiders looking to get some late rounds now. Still going down to the 1v1, and you can see how much it means. That's great energy for the rest of the squad. See them all trying to encourage James, keep him focused. Pop off like that is fantastic, especially with the other team occasionally shouting over. Outsiders a quiet squad, but that's the kind of banner man they need, screaming in victory. They need these CT rounds. The pressure only rises in the second half. Outsiders with a take-off banana this time. Again, the smoke is down at the bottom. This time they don't lose any players. Chiron will leave all his grenades on B. Head over back towards the A-bomb site. Kicker will have the one smoke in the B area. Split with an incendiary. And IP just taking their map control, showing their presence. We can see the bomb is in second mid at the moment. Those chunky grenades again, softening them up for later.
And you like your food to be soft, yes, flip or gobble up Brolant. More aggression at the ready, spray to the body. Alexi was hoping to deny the banana control, but now Outsiders have full control, not any longer. Hedrick hits the headshot. Now Outsiders have to consider that B site a possibility, and Chiron, almost caught with poor timing, decides to tuck back, but Rez swings him. Still Hedrick goes down, but CT is wide open.
Heading towards B. Kicker surely gets a free kill based on the possibility of him being absolutely anywhere. It's going to be really hard to deal with this. They're looking for an own config, looking to deliver. Rez has to do it now. The pre-fire from Kicker will be good enough. A late comeback from Outsiders. Just one round between these squads at half-time. Someone's going home. Find out who after the break.
In Your Head, the segment where we ask IGLs about the other IGLs and have them rate them on a scale from nap time to hair loss. And we're talking about a very interesting one, James.
James is probably the most annoying to play against.
I hate their playstyle. I would say slight tilt.
Hair loss.
If we're winning, you're falling asleep during the game. Like when they're saving all the time, nap time, you know?
Why?
When James is saving, you can rest a little bit.
Okay.
That's nap time for sure.
Nap time.
Yeah, that's slow and like you only have to kill 3 people because then you know they will save, and you know that's just like nice and relaxed. I think
It doesn't impress Giga Chad.
no.
But then you also have hair loss when I'm pushing and retaking and he's still holding me.
He's one of the smartest IGLs out there. He has really good reads on the game and he has a good system.
There's no easy rounds to win against his team. He's saving a lot.
Killing James while he's saving is can be better than a trophy itself. Because,
They always have money to buy and he's always got an AWP in his hands.
For me, it's hair loss to play against them, you know.
I would say Desk in danger. I've had good points where I thought I was smarter than him, and then we'd play another match versus them, and then they would just absolutely destroy us.
He's definitely thinking like big picture, like every single round to try to have that mind games part of the round as well.
I would maybe say Desk in danger. I mean, I think it's really annoying to play against.
On T side, they play really slow and they try to control, sit, make a decision, control, sit, make a decision, and you can read what they're doing.
face-to-face kills, I think he wants me 10-1 at each game, I think. Has to.
But he's good at it, so let's give him some credit.
Of course.
I mean, it's a playstyle they play around. So.
Exactly.
Yes.
How do you think the other IGLs would rate you?
I don't know. Maybe I'm genius, maybe I'm biter. For me, I'm hair loss.
Get your plugs out because James is absolutely hair loss, full hair loss. Say the panel. That was absolutely amazing for Apex. Can be bigger than winning a trophy to take a saving James AWP away, and it can often be so hard. I can understand that one.
Hey,
well,
Hooksy was the one guy who said nap time. To be fair to him, the only one. Shout out to Hooksy.
Well, Blade's comments were interesting as well in terms of their T side waiting, making a play, making a decision. Very difficult to read what they're up to. Let's see how their T side is shaping up in this pistol round. James and Flit will be the utility men. James like channeling his inner Sanji with all the support grenades that we've seen from them. Although he's not really sending it as Sanji would. Those are jobs for other people. He'll be in the back rather than the front. And again, a slow round from outsiders. Kicker says hello. Roland makes a step with the Julies. Very brief engagement. Just brushing up against each other. B looks somewhat more sinister though with outsiders' intentions. Head trick will spot one, spot a few more now. Super Mario Brothers bouncing into the site, trying to avoid the angles and the headshots. Headshot will be the first to receive. Down goes Rez as well. Chiron delivering. Config and Brolan in trouble. A lot of trouble. Brolan is so far away. Config's got to do it on his own now. Very difficult to push. The left side's an unknown for him. The Julies are here though. What is the play? 2 plays of Kevlar versus the 4 of outsiders. Play is to keep the Kevlar.
Get the hell out of there. This is the nap time portion that some of the in-game leaders were talking about earlier. Outsiders too good for NIP in this round, as they were able to come back to that A-bomb site. Just quickly run it over, and even saving isn't guaranteed. Config lands one shot. Brolan, is this dually range? Apparently so. I do love these dually skins. The racing livery on the dual Berettas. There we go. Outsiders off to a good start in this second half. And again, we had them as pretty decent favorites coming into this series. Just felt like NIP had, a lot going on with Config coming into the lineup. I mean, Config's even been saying he's only got half a strat book. He hasn't really been fully brought up to speed. But Outsiders also have their recent addition of Chiron. So maybe that is affecting their play somewhat. Still a close matchup here between these two, though.
NIP not really leaving much money in the hole for an AWP on the buy round. It's a full investment into this one. Let's not forget how instrumental Headtrick was in terms of fragging in the first half. How needed will he be in the second? 3 smoke grenades for Ninjas in Pyjamas to try and delay outsiders. Now we can see we can compare the approaches on this anti-force spy round on the T side. Both teams winning their T pistol, of course. NIP failed in this round. James just poking. Not quite a stack from NIP like we saw in the other half. A spam of the Deagle. He's got one shot left, misses it. No one to help, really. Res by the well, flash does not come in time at all. And at this point, the remaining 3, they could just hold on to this for the next round. Roland could drop the Julies to another player. Rez is past the point of no return, though, with Chiron there with the AK-47. But the timing will work out for him.
Again, not bad from Hedrick. Got the reload off, got the second kill. But that rotate not quick enough, as you pointed out. I think if Rez is there a little sooner, the flash could have been a real interesting wrinkle thrown into the round. But not in this universe, not in this timeline. Outsiders back into the lead. And NIP holding a couple of guns. Roland's got some dualies in his back pocket also, which can be chucked over to a teammate. Yeah, this is where Outsiders could start just grinding out T rounds. If NIP can't get a read on exactly what the timing of these pushes is going to be, it can be very hard to stop Outsiders.
Julie's a pass to Alexi B. A 5-7 will be here as well. Still a dangerous round. Utility being dropped. Two or three smoke grenades. Alexi B has a smoke again. There might be another one on the floor. For them to burn, trying to slow Outsiders down. Hot flash and the swing. Doesn't go too far, Flit. Considered peeking coffin, chose not to. May or may not have shown some shoulder. Minute remains. Roland now alone on the B bomb site. He has the smoke. He can buy some time with his FAMAS. Grenades start to stream in. Where does the smoke go, though? We can see the main concentration for NIP will be on the A bomb site, and they're staying there. Roland trying to stay alive now, dodging the fire. Look how many flashes are coming his way. Delivering the first kill. Rotation begins. So many players here. Can he find another one? He won't be able to. Still armor and a rifle to be considered saving. To consider saving for NIP. Alexi B dropped, and that will be an immediate disengagement. Save some money for the next round. We might see the AWP for Hedrick. Outsiders moving to 10. Building some cash as well. Second half just beginning again. If you're joining us late, the loser of this series will be eliminated from IEM Katowice.
Winner continues their run in the lower bracket. OG awaits whoever can keep themselves in the tournament by winning this series. I think both these teams would have a decent chance against OG. That would be a good matchup for either of these squads. Pretty balanced between all of those teams. I think they're all at a similar level right now, based on what we've seen. James trying to come up with something for this first gun round. NIP have got that AWP out from Hedrick, as you were pointing out. Don't know if he'll be able to go too aggressive. There's not that many options for it on Inferno, unless Outsiders are willing to fight him on mid or banana.
He's got a good spawn.
He has got a good B
spawn.
spawn.
Banana. I wonder if they burn a smoke, trying to avoid the molly. Going for the aggressive angle, ahead of the molly, in fact. They will burn the smoke. Flit, does he dare? Oh, the timing is absolutely perfect. That's the kind of 5v4 NIP we're looking for. Early advantage if they can sit on it. More junk being thrown their way. How do Outsiders respond, though? Do they read 3 players maybe towards B?
Well, the banana control will still be taken by Outsiders, as Hedrick was forced off by the flash. And NIP, despite being up a man, are taking a little risk. Alexi has briefly left the B-bomb site. He will come back now to help Headtrick, though. Still a little bit of utility for these B players. Alexi's Incendiary will force them into the B-bomb site. Headtrick isolated on the site itself right now, though, and he can't reposition in time. Clean entry, and it could be a clean site take now for Outsiders.
Deep molly to stop Alexi B doing much of anything in response. Their own deep molly. They tried to separate the forces, but that was such a great entry from Kicker. Alexi B taking liberties, though. Will they be expecting this creeping around the smoke? Is anyone checking this angle? Down goes Chiron. That's got to be a big question mark for Outsiders. Continuing to swing. No respect being shown. James forced to the molly, leaving Fame in a 1 versus 4. How about that for a response? Alexi B understanding the mission. There's more to do, though. Lining them up, Fame. Does he think that's a diffuser because Rez is still on it? Now he finds out the hard way. Bold, brazen moves on the B-bomb side from Ninjas in Pyjamas to stay in contention and take the round.
Those first fights on the retake are everything. And Alexi comes in and just sneakily takes away the initial frag that is so helpful. It's still not bad for Outsiders. You get that bomb down, and you're already cooking with gas for the next one. You see NIP just able to get so many players onto the site. Yeah, Fame saves his AK. Still money for the buy for Outsiders. Still going to be a sticky one for NIP. Ooh, decent nade down mid. And banana control established by NIP early. They've cleared out both sides of banana, so Config can just focus on the longer range angle.
Fifth grenade in. Waiting out the util, Outsiders. There's plenty of time for them to do that.
I like that Headtrick is repositioned to be just in time to get here on this angle. I think he has been flashed off, and ooh, the Incendiary hits him in the butt on the way back. So that should be Outsiders getting banana control and opening up their options in this round.
Denial of information is the order of the day. Heading towards the B-bomb site now, Outsiders. 34 seconds on the clock. No one top mid, no info for NIP on the A-bomb site. What is here for them? Save this AWP. Headtrick avoids the shot. That's a great flick from him. Less than half a second to see that one. 4-on-4 now. Again, the mollies have forced the angles away so they can plant the bomb. They've got 15 seconds to do so. Trying to find an angle. Actually, he did tag flit, but Fame was able to fight back, punish the tracers. NIP might be done with this one. Can be very costly to go for the retake here. They don't want to lose it all, but they will certainly lose the round. Outsiders extending their lead to 11. Headtrick, Brolan, Rez remain. They can still do a fair amount with this, despite the early control towards B, Banana, etc. They'll still lose the round to the 4 of Outsiders.
B-site executes too strong right now. And it is tough for NIP. They're not really able to hold on to the utility as well as they would want. That's normally how you slow down or try and deny some of these executes. Those tight choke points on Inferno allow counter utility to be powerful. NIP used a fair few of their nades on taking Banana initially, and they didn't really get enough out of it because Headtrick got flashed off the angle. They kind of had to concede. And yes, you bought some time with those mollies down Banana, but it means that the B site is susceptible to an execute where you can't use the counter utility too well. So NIP with another timeout here. They've done well to stay competitive in this series, but they don't just want to be competitive. They want to make sure they win this one and stay in the tournament. Right now they are 11-9 down, and it feels like Outsiders are starting to take control on this T side, winning 4 of the first 5 rounds in this second half. What's the response from NIP? This is a switch up from Headtrick with the AWP. In the apartments this time.
Love to see it. Vintage Inferno vibes. He has support from Brolan. Flashbang is avoided. Did he see the barrel of the gun? I don't think so. Not completely backing off. Chiron knows he has to be careful. Unlikely the AWP is there alone. Can't just chase it down. NIP have to be successful here.
And they're baiting out these incendiaries early, Outsiders. They're really doing a good job at that. You can see both B players between them don't have that much left now. It's a smoke and a flash.
Yeah, Rez is coming over though with a smoke and an incendiary. So he can offer a bit extra. Pop flash as well. Alexi B up to some nonsense. Flitz ready for it though. Won't get him that easily. Now, do they think there's only one player here? Because there is a crossfire, but Outsiders have still got 3 players waiting towards A. And this is a short play we talk about. You don't really see it from Jane, but most AWPers will try to clean top mid from that short position. Spots 2. He knows Kikut's around the corner. But they still don't know where the bomb is. 23 seconds, and it could be either site. They haven't got vision of Banana. Flitz just leaving that spot. Wherever Outsiders go, it's a 4 versus 2. Sound heard towards that A bomb site. Headtrick delivering, but he's got much more work to do. Going for the flick. Won't miss it. Won't hit it. 3 on 2. NIP done. Last 2 players on the B bomb site. They had to win this one, and they haven't. Big problems are ahead for them, especially as we're getting into the late rounds here.
Oh, it's tough, man. Headtrick with that AWP. Stays on that A site. And it is a really hard position to play with that sniper. You see him get one, but Brolan wasn't committed to the site with him. He was focused on long initially. Outsiders fully come in through short. And if there were a player in pit, for example, it could have been dicey. It could have been a nice crossfire for NIP, but they didn't have that. They had a player on long, maybe ready to rotate over to B if required. Outsiders go all in up short. And that's why the 4v4s can be so powerful on this map. You can split the sites. You can have a 4-on-2 against the CTs. Outsiders are back to their best right here with their calling. Always finding a way to get into a good position where they just have way more numbers hitting the site than their opponents.
I feel like Chiron's face is a good temperature check for Outsiders to see how well they're doing. Big smile on his face as they find momentum on their T side and break Ninjas. As we can see, the pistols are out. Plenty of issues now, plenty more issues for NIP to deal with.
This is a faster round from Outsiders. Everyone grouped into top mid. They don't have to commit off it, but it would be a pretty good call. Top mid completely open. A long completely open for Outsiders. This gives them so many options.
That gives them even more.
Wow.
Rotation to long still continues for Alexi B with that 5-7. Headtrick needed 2 frags there. There will be 0 though. That leaves Brolan with the P2 with the 5-7. But Kikut is here to protect his brethren. And Rez will be the last man to fall. Pedestrian round for Outsiders. They just walk into control and do the rest with the AKs. Last time out for NIP now. AWP is out immediately for Headtrick. The 4-buy is coming, but is the round. 4 rounds behind. Outsiders 3 away from eliminating the Ninjas and moving on.
And they need the answer. They need the solution right now on the NIP side. The utility will be great. They'll have all the nades in the world. Maybe we'll see them try and hold that utility a little longer. It's been a lot of late rounds for Outsiders, but this one was slightly quicker, pushing in the mid round. Kick up with some lovely entries. A couple of nades left on the plant pot. That's a nice place to leave them. If you just leave them there every time, you'll know exactly where they are. You won't be scavenging in spawn. Desperately
Normally
looking for a nade that's
by
rolled.
the plant pot.
Very true.
Not grenades.
Not a bad place to hide them though, James. Maybe you can hide your flash there. Okay, Okay, Flip falls back with that utility going both ways. Oh, wow. Flip's still able to go up over the top, though. So quick with an opener onto Alexi, who is having a tough game on Banana. 6 and 20 right now, and that leaves this player alone. Config able to hold for one. Keeps himself alive, and with Headtrick's AWP arriving, Outsiders don't want to push this bomb site any longer.
Does he do a J-Mesk rotation and head towards A quickly? NIP started this half with 8 rounds. That was a long time ago. They don't have much to show for it, and they've lost everybody almost. Just Rez now, hiding. Jame waiting on long though, misses his shot. Headtrick makes it doable, but Fame from out of nowhere, almost teleported down there. Great timing while his action elsewhere. So many sound cues for Rez. But again, the site is lost, the chances are lost. Round 23, and NIP have got 1 round in this half.
I mean, you just look at the kills on NIP. It's just been Headtrick. Like, where's the rest of the team? Where are the riflers? They were winning some rounds earlier where they didn't even need to get all the kills, right? That's obviously a factor, but on CT's side, it's just not been here. NIP, it just seems like Outsiders always find an early trade in a round, right? And if you get that 1-for-1 trade early, if you can find that opener, it's so much easier to play the T side of Inferno. You are just in full control. You feel like you're toying with the CTs. The CTs are always on the back foot, not really sure where you're going to end up. Even with Jay missing that shot that he probably should have landed on long. NIP can't get into position in time. It's just been so often a 4v4. Outsiders hit a site 4-on-2, and that's always going to be a great opportunity for the Ts. Time to dig deep, NIP. If you want to stay in the tournament, you need something now.
Config could be in trouble, avoiding the flashes, landing the frag on Flit. 2 more players on Banana, just dancing between the fire. Can he cross though? Will Jame allow him to? He's able to. So much utility thrown on Banana. NIP retain the man advantage. Headtrick on the short position with the AWP. Avoiding flashes himself. Does Fame, he must see something. Look, how about that for an entry from Fame? Green light on the A bomb site, but there are 3 players here for NIP. They've rotated in time. Roland on the high ground. LXCB behind the smoke. He's got to focus on long at the same time. Nice grenades, but the Outsiders players, it's their turn to try and make their way in. Roland's so blind in the open. Down he goes. Rez now has to deliver on the site, isolated from his teammates. You can see LXCB trying to help as best he can, creeping around the smoke. Down goes the bomb. 2-on-2, make it 1. Config less than half health, coming in from the library. Fame in the graveyard. Jame planting the bomb. Oh, he's seen the barrel of the gun. He knows exactly what's going on. Into the smoke, and Jame has the angle. Match point Outsiders.
Oh, NIP, I thought, had this round. They had the advantage early. Finally, they win an early fight. I don't even know if Config was favored in that duel on Banana, but he won it. And it still wasn't enough here for NIP. Fame here with an incredibly important kill. Headtrick has been having a great game all day long, but it's him out of the round early. And even though Alexi was able to commit to the site for 1, he can't get out alive. Outsiders get into a good position, and it is a little too easy for Outsiders right now. 15-9 in their favor. NIP on the verge of being eliminated from Katowice.
NIP at the mercy of Outsiders in this half. Again, still just that solo round won by Diffuse, the Ninjas in Pyjamas, and that was oh so long ago. 25 frags for Headtrick. Not enough though. Kicker entries once again. Just likes walking into B, doesn't he?
Oh, this is it.
And now the numbers are here. Alexi B's been spotted. Blind showing too much arm. How much can he do here? They're creeping around the grenade as well. It's merciless. It's cruel. 4-on-3. No kits for the remaining players. No flash for NIP. One smoke onto Brolan, pushing into an AWP if it's needed. Flit traded, but the information and the numbers advantage is with the outsiders. 3 on 2. Brolan in the smoke. Chiron waiting for him. And now it's Rez, the last man standing for NIP. Trying to keep them in this tournament, but they'll be denied. Jame with the final frag. Outsiders eliminate NIP from Katowice.
After a slow start, they come back on the second and third map. Outsiders were our favorites, and they do hold on in this lower bracket. Still a long, long way to go for them, but definitely a better showing on that final map. They were in full control on Inferno. Worthy winners after that final map. I'm glad to see Outsiders adapting to their recent roster change, looking very solid as a unit there on Inferno. NIP were just never in that second half.
Just one round to show for it. We heard in the interviews, NIP, you know, they've got work to do in the future with this roster, and they'll take it one game at a time, one round at a time, but the challenge was too great versus Outsiders, just grinding them out on overpass and oppressing them in that second half of Inferno. A long slog versus a team like Outsiders, but plenty to take from that into the future. Some frustrating moments there. Rez will be thinking about that balcony hop, but you can only do what you can do. Outsiders, a very, very strong team indeed. And that man there, Kickert, and his entries, walking into Monster, walking into B, a devastating player among many for Outsiders. And that's enough from us. Over to Heku.
Thank you very much, Bordov. Yes, I have none other than Kicker. By myself, congratulations. It was a tough series, but right now, like looking at the game that you had yesterday and the game that you had today, it kind of seems like if you are playing against a team that has a pretty good vertigo, your only way of actually winning the series is with a 2-1. Do you think that's kind of like the case?
I wouldn't say that our vertigo is bad. I think we are just doing right decisions, but sometimes there are some random factor where you can control it, and I think it sometimes happens because before we won every our vertigo like 12-3 or 32 house, so I don't know. Sometimes it happens.
Well, Kickert, it's your first tournament, right, of the year. So I want to ask you, were you guys boot camping in North America or Brazil or Australia? Are you jet lagged? Because every first game that you play, first game of the day, you start off super slow. I think Vertigo, it's like a coincidence. You guys made some good calls, but you lose 5v3s, 5v2s, 4v3s, right? Like it's not something that we're used to seeing from you guys. So what do you think is the main issue with that?
I think it's our like classic first games. Like we are throwing a lot of stupid rounds, and I think it happens. Like before we were training a lot, like I know we were sitting on bootcamp for a really long time, and maybe we just overworked, and this happens like, and we weren't ready like for first maps, and now we just warm it up, and I think it's good now.
How's it going with Chiron, the new addition? How has he, how is he getting used to this environment, the level of opponents, and all of that stuff? Are you guys satisfied?
Yeah, we're satisfied, but we have like a lot of to do. We have a lot of work, and still, he's still an inexperienced player, but he learns really fast, and I think he's doing a good progress now.
Well, your next opponent is going to be OG, and the last time you played against them, there was Dust 2 in the map pool. Does this mean that the fact that Dust 2 is now out and Anubis is in, that will have a drastic change on the veto?
I don't know. Pick Vertigo. Let's play.
You want them to pick Vertigo, to go to all 3 maps once again, and for you to be victorious.
I think not 3 maps, but we'll see who is stronger.
They just want more practice, at the start, the first event, so 3 maps every time, get warmed up. Yeah, makes sense.
True. We like Vertigo.
You like Vertigo. Okay, teams, you heard OG. You're free to pick Vertigo. That's what do you think?
Well, we didn't think that Outsiders particularly liked Vertigo in this one, but man, what a bounce back Peacemaker from the first map to the last. A very in-control T-side for the Outsiders to close this one out, and they keep a hold of their tournament life here.
Yes, definitely, and I think that for the NIP roster in particular, I don't think they should be too depressed with the loss. I think that it's hard for them to catch up, and with the lack amount of practice they had. Now I just really hope that they stabilize as a team. They don't do any more roster changes. For Outsiders, it was impressive. Really impressive performance from them.
I think especially on the City side, the things we spoke about that they like to do on Inferno, the 3B at the beginning of the rounds, dropping grenades, using utility effectively. Like if it wasn't for the pistol they lost, which they caught back on the next round, they won a force buy. But still, if they get the pistol going, and if they didn't do a few individual mistakes, as we saw in the interview, they alluded to a lot of 4v3s, 2v2s in situations that they're losing, this would have been even more comfortable.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Outsiders are one of those weird teams at the moment where their T side is better than their CT side. I mean, we talked about it in the green room. It was 8-4 for NIP, I feel like, and we were saying if Outsiders get to 7, they're probably going to win in the second half, right? Like their T-sides are very methodical, and you could see, I think, props to Alexi. He was making some really good calls in the first half. I feel like he was, out calling James in that sense. He was one step ahead of the stacks, not in the second round, but outside of that, yes. And, but James just took it a step further, and the players fortunately stepped up. I think there was some really good utility usage in terms of the flashes. Like when they were going A towards the end of the game, every time, wherever Brolin or Rez were, like they would be blind or it would be awkward for them to take these fights. And Outsiders, didn't give up, didn't lose hope, and stepped up when it mattered the most, managed to stay alive in the tournament.
And we see that shining through that T side, rather, the strength for Outsiders, because NIP only able to post up one solitary CT round in that second half.
Yeah, again, something that we alluded to. It's been hard for NIP to figure out their CT sides. I think there's a little bit of rogue clash as well. Like we saw Config playing B on Inferno. Like I'm not sure if that's a comfortable spot for him. As far as I remember, he always played A. But it's too much going on, and pretty much what happened in the match against Vitality is what happened in this one, where they struggle on the CT sides. Well, a good thing for them, I would highlight Hetrick. For me, Hetrick was the MVP of this series, even though they lost. I think he was stepping up immensely. Like, how many kills? 25 kills in this map when they lost 16-9. I mean, what else do we expect from him? He was really good in the series, so good for them that they had the right choice, right? They made a roster change, and it's paying off. Like, the kid is playing well.
For NIP, unfortunately, they're eliminated from the tournament, but you can't be too mad, right? Like it sucks when you look at it and see only one round on the CT side in the last half of the game, but you played Outsiders and Vitality. I mean, major champions and a very strong team all around. So early to compared to the roster change when it was made, they only had like total 4 or 5 days of practice with Config, right? Still pushed a team like Outsiders into 3 maps. So for them, it's about getting the practice in, getting more structure with Config, and getting ready for the tournaments that follow.
Yeah, I think you're totally right that you can't be, disappointed or annoyed in them, but you can be heartbroken for them, because we saw them starting off this series looking so clean, as you were saying. Alexi B has been looking great with the T-side calls. That was echoed back at Spring Groups as well. The fact that Hetrick's coming in and looking so well integrated already, I think it breeds positive signs to come for NIP. It's just a shame that, they had some really tough opponents to open up Katowice.
Yeah, it's really tough, especially with the lack of practice. And I would say as well, I think one of my biggest concerns is how they're going to integrate Config into the team, because, yes, Config is I've coached him, and I know he's very vocal with his opinion and the stuff that he likes to do. We saw him being really impactful when he's put in positions to be impactful. Probably, I'm not going to lie, in my opinion, he probably has the most firepower out of all these players. And if he's being put in roles where he's able to shine and make a difference for them, then great. Otherwise, I can see a little bit of a rogue clash there with Brolin, with Rez, with Config. I think it's a little bit too much, and I'm a bit concerned about Brolin. I think Brolin has been relatively quiet these past couple series or months and whatever, and he's been so good and important for them. So that's my biggest thing. Like, the biggest question mark for me is how they're going to be able to fix these roles in the team.
Yeah, I think for them, as I said, right, try to figure it out. It's not ideal, but it's also moving forward, right? Do you want to change the style that you want to play with because of the players that you have? Or do you just want to make it work and you're just waiting for Campus to come back? That's also the dilemma, depending on how long he is going to be absent. But yeah, I'm excited to see more of Outsiders, right? We heard from Kickert, still getting warmed up to the tournament, and I still have faith in them making the playoffs.
Yeah, Outsiders survived, but unfortunately for NIP, the end of the line in this one. And one more team must be joining them today. It's up to MOUZ or Complexity to keep a hold of their tournament life, and it's going to be Daft Mike on the mic to guide you through this next one.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Although 2022 provided few certainties, MOUZ NXT's continued ability to produce CS talent was one of them. Exertion, the most recent name to roll off a seemingly never-ending list, graduated to the main MOUZ roster in August of last year. The Israeli took like a duck to water, from first in their EPL group in his tournament debut to a semi-final at IEM Rio, the team's first and deepest run ever, marking a momentous achievement at Exertion's inaugural major. Crisp aim, calculated timings, and not afraid to get aggressive. But that's where recent history halts for Exertion. Since Rio, we haven't seen Exertion and co play a single official game. After 2 months off, the next stage is now set.
And he's looked dang good on that stage so far. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We've got MOUZ, we've got Complexity, and I've got Peacemaker and Maui Snake here on the desk with me. How are we feeling ahead of this game, boys?
This is going to be a pretty good one, Mike. I think that with these two teams, there's a lot to say in terms of where they should end up in this tournament. And I think some people would have already counted Complexity out, given that they had to work through the play-in. But MOUZ, I think they have a lot of ground to make up based off their recent results.
I think they certainly do. Let's focus in on MOUZ to start out here. Obviously, we're talking about Exertion. Last year was about that talent pipeline. Always surprised. The next piece coming up and impressing. This year's got to be about refinement, right, Luis?
Yes, for sure. I think I've been really impressed with the Exertion so far, especially at the IEM Rio Major. Like, I think until the Legend stage, he was, in my books, the best player. And then, yeah, the Legend stage, he dropped a little bit, played, harder opponents. We see the rating for him, 119. And, man, he was really impactful in the last series they played against OG. Not only that, we had a chance to stay behind them a little bit, like close to them when the match was about to finish. And the guy was calling a lot on the city side. I think I kind of get the vibe that he's kind of like either a secondary caller or he's actually calling on a lot of the city sides for them. So I was really impressed by the fact that he's not only able to frag out, but he's also able to call.
Given what I know about when he was coming up with the MOUZ NXT lineup, him, JDC, Shuhei, they all actually really had a hand in making sure that they could iron out every single process with the team, every single step. I also want to give a big shout out to Exertion because he was the reason that they were able to defeat Cloud9 to actually make it as deep as they went in Rio there. The fact that he was just locking down Cave, it feels like a couple positions now on a couple different maps are really his trademark. And so this is going to be something that Complexity have to deal with, and they have to make sure that they're just using utility to make this guy as uncomfortable as possible.
It's definitely going to be a focal point here, right? How do you unseat Exertion? Because even though it was a bitter defeat in their last matchup against OG, you were still seeing the stars pop off, right? They just didn't quite have enough juice to get over the line. But I don't know if we're too concerned about the firepower yet for this MOUZ side.
Well, I'm not really concerned. There's one thing that I'm very concerned, especially for this matchup, which is their map pool. Like, their map pool going against Complexity, I think is very challenging because Complexity best 3 maps are MOUZ 3 worst maps. So I'm really interested to see how the veto goes, how everything is gonna go. But like, this is one of the biggest concerns. And also like for MOUZ, yes, they beat OG, but it wasn't like very convincingly or anything. Like, it was a very tight game. It could have went both ways. Like, especially like, I think OG even had a lead and they kind of threw it away, right?
OG did actually win that in overtime.
Yeah, they won it overtime. Yeah. So, but still, it was a very close game, a very close series. I got impressed by especially Exertion, but the rest of the individuals, there wasn't any shiny moments. I saw Frozen playing well as well, but I don't have high expectations from any of the individuals for today. It's more about the team and them being put out of their comfortable zone in terms of map pool.
Well, let's see how they're going to approach this, how they're going to find their comfort, and maybe some hints about the map pool. We've got an interview standing by with Exertion.
Hey, I have Exertion from MOUZ here by my side, Exertion. We did not see your team play for a very long time. Just like recently you played against OG. Do you feel like maybe like this break that you had, like even though you pracked, you kind of maybe like, not specifically like lost shape, but it got a bit rusty?
Yeah, I think for sure. I think it happens for every team. I think practice went really well for us after the break, and I felt really ready even for the OG game. But yeah, as soon as we hit the ground running, basically, it's kind of there was a lot of nerves in the game, I would say, and yeah, it was difficult to play even for me. And I would tend not to get caught under pressure often. I really enjoyed the games, but it was kind of hard even to enjoy it because there was a lot of stress, in my opinion. And yeah, I felt like we were not really ready mentally for that game, which is normal because it's our first game after break. So as much practice and good as we did in practice, it didn't really matter. And yeah, I think as a team we played a decent game. And I think we were at times even better than OG, and sometimes they were better than us. But individually, I think we were like not sharp, so we lost the game because of it.
It was a first game after a break, a first game of the season. Like, I mean, what did you do even? Like, did afterwards, like when you finished like a third map, did you go like straight to bed, or was like there like a little bit of discussions?
For me, it's impossible. So some people like to rest instantly after, but I can say for myself that it's very difficult for me to go to sleep after a loss, especially when it was very close. Because when you get like ran over basically, or when you get completely obliterated, then it's very easy to just say, okay, well, we suck today. But it was such a close game versus OG, so many clutch rounds, so many individual mistakes that you're just constantly thinking about what you did wrong and what you could have done better. So for me, it was like 3 hours after, probably still thinking about the game. I know, for example, our coach, Dennis, he went to bed instantly, and then 2 hours he was laying in bed just thinking about the game again. So yeah, it is very difficult to go to sleep after a loss, I would say.
And right now you're going to play against Complexity, a team that you don't really get to play that often just because like they're from a different region. Is it kind of like comfortable for you to veto and to play against them potentially?
I would say every team for me is the same. Whatever level they are, I think Complexity is a great team. I think they have a lot of good strengths. They're very comfortable. They play very confident CS. And yeah, I have a lot of respect for them. They're good guys. I would say necessarily it is easier, but yeah, it will just be a tough match like always. I think if we play well, we're going to win. And if we don't, then we might lose. So for me, it's all focused about us and just playing well and making sure that we play better than last time versus OG.
All right, then. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Haunted by the demons of yesterday's game, but a chance to expel those demons today. One of them that might haunt them in this matchup is none other than Mr. Grim.
Grim is, without a doubt, the standout player now for Complexity. And I think that when we look at some of the form that he's shown, even against Tier 1 opposition, I mean, this guy just aced against Na'Vi in the Blast Premier Spring groups. And what's so interesting about Grim is that he's had such a tumultuous journey to get to where he is, to become the star player of Complexity. You look at kind of the past of NA and how they treated him, and you think of Cloud9, in the Colossus project, they chose Floppy over him. You think of EG, they didn't even touch this guy. There was never even a rumor they were looking at Grim. And then Liquid, they just kind of threw this guy out like he was damaged goods, and yet he never obviously even reached the potential, and they didn't understand what they had with a player like Grim. And now what we're seeing with Complexity is that this is what happens when a team understands and embraces Grim on their side.
It is indeed. One of the other people that's going to be key here, right? We're talking about Halzerk. He's been a great integration into the Complexity roster, really taken to the culture like a fish to water, shall we say. But on the other side, it's the Opera of Torji, who might be giving him some tests, and that's why they feature in our Air Force Aim High head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, Halzerk so far has been looking pretty decent, let's just put it like that. Nothing impressive. I think that both of these operas have pretty close styles, I would say. Like, nothing that they're going to go crazy, aggressive, overly aggressive, try to overpeak, anything like that. I think they're very passive as operas, stable. They usually don't miss shots. I'm looking forward to see actually a little bit more from Halzerk. Not only that, but also we're talking about Grim and how important he is for the roster. I would like to see a little bit more from JT as well. As an IGL, his numbers haven't looked that great lately, and don't get me wrong, I love the dude. I think he's calling great for Complexity, he's doing wonders, but if they want to take a step further and be stable as a team to be able to beat top teams more consistently, I think he needs to step up a little bit, otherwise it's tough.
It does feel like the floor for Complexity can be rather low because other than Grim, you don't really know who's going to be showing up. Yeah. Of course, Halzerk's been doing pretty well at this event and in like the last month or so. But I think before that, he was pretty rocky. And then he even said in interviews that he doesn't actually think that it's his individual mechanical ability. He thinks it's about decision making for him. And I've seen some ups and downs with that. I'm not necessarily sold that he's just like a cerebral player yet. And I think it's just a work in progress for him. And this game will be a really big test because MOUZ actually, I'd say if you go on the other side for calling for JT, he can probably outcall and outmaneuver someone like Halzerk.
Yes.
I am really disappointed they didn't take my suggestion of putting Halzerk's hair on Torsi, but, I can't imagine why they wouldn't do that. Let's figure out two people who might be influential in this matchup and our Katowice players to watch.
Have you ever been stuck naked in a snowdrift in minus 30 degrees at 3 in the morning? I have, and it's not pleasant. Pleasant would be catching a game featuring our Katowice players to watch. Believe it or not, Frozen is a veteran player for MOUZ who must embrace this opportunity to help lead and mentor the young players the team brings in. Frozen is cold-blooded in the server and gives MOUZ the potential to build off of the successes of Rio and come into the new year as one of Counter-Strike's top teams in 2023. The signs are positive for Frozen so far. It's grim over at Complexity, but in a good way, as this player is a reaper against the majority of opponents he's faced so far this year. Grim has spoken about the extra work and time he has invested into the game. He is sharp and deadly when focused. Grim's successes equal Complexity's success, but he'll need to stand up to the frozen wilderness that is MOUZ. It's frigid here in Katowice. It's time for our players to watch to heat things up.
Frigid it may be, but the sun actually came out today for, I think, the first time since I've been here. So now the question's going to be who's going to shine between these two rosters to bring a little light into their lives.
Well, my opinion, it really comes down to the maps that we're talking about. The map pull from, we see the Inferno pick from Complexity. That's a surprise for me. I would have went for Overpass. I think MOUZ looked way more fragile on Overpass other than Inferno. I think they're actually a good Inferno team. Nuke pick from this is weird, right? Like Complexity has been really good, a really good nuke team. The results looks a little bit shaky lately, but it has been one of their main maps. So I don't know. What do you think, Molly?
Well, I think the Inferno pick makes sense because they've just been winning a little bit more on it lately. They lost to Heroic, but they were able to defeat Na'Vi. They've almost defeated FaZe on this map last Pro League. So they have a couple games where they were actually very competitive against top-tier opposition. But this was a map for Complexity that they switched a lot in the player break. They switched Floppy and Grim's positions, and some reason that gave their CT side a huge bolster because they were having so much trouble with Banana, and because of Grim's rise to stardom and the fact that he's now playing that Banana position, they actually have had a lot more map control on the CT side.
But they have. I got a chance to actually chat with Complexity after the veto before they got into this matchup, and one of the things that they talked about, Feng in particular, saying that MOUZ tends to be a bit of a comfortable team for them to play with. They're definitely very good, but it's more about the individual form who's going to bring it as opposed to maybe the mind games in this one.
I would say it's safe to say that MOUZ aren't really throwing a strat at you that you're just never going to really expect. They're not trying to ultra giga mind game you with mid-round. So yes, this is a game that will come down to if the individuals can pop off.
Well, we'll see if those individuals can pop off. Two individuals who I know always pop off. It's Chat Machine.
Wow. Okay.
I like
Mike.
the energy from Mike
Honestly,
today.
He has got some real energy. That's what Sunshine does to you. You know, the first time it may be shining, and indeed MOUZ and Colt for survival. What a treat this should be. T-start for Complexity. And you can see the complexion with a lot of utility.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, I didn't even get to finish the word before it announces itself. Utility was where I was going with that one. And JT, well, he's walking a little wonky now with just 13 points of health.
Yeah, fortunately, hasn't gone down. He has the util for wherever they want to set up this play. Chev and J-Raz to bring into action. And Torji in the action goes down to Floppy, removed first.
Nice one, Chev. Cross. Dershan struggling to actually find that final bullet. One more would have cut it, and Grim gets across. It's been heard. The site is lost, and Bomb is down. Now time to see how that retake shapes up. A 4-on-4, thanks to Frozen onto Floppy. Opts not to challenge Banana. Does perhaps limit some of their options, given there's one flash. Okay, Dexter to set them up. Alzok will be safe from it. Grim likely the same. And just going to whittle away. Exertion still alive. Finally will fall. And JT and Grim just combining forces. Looks like this one's going Complexity's way. Frozen and JDC. They are hitting shots. They would have to defuse now. And that'll do nicely. All the way down to the 1v1. At least some good damage. But there you have it. Complexity take the first pistol of this series. And, well, let's jump into this series in terms of... a clear favorite? Is there, you know, MOUZ, all eyes on you?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Semi-finals of the major?
Yeah, definitely, right? It does feel like ancient history at this point, and for Complexity, they're still proving every single time we see them in the server. That Ents matchup where you had the contributions of both Grim, who has been fantastic already in 2023, but Halzerk, the man with the mullet on your screen right there, he stepped up in a big way to help them get across the line and lock themselves in for the group stage, and a close game, at least a 3-map series, against Heroic as well. So Complexity continuing to show that, hey, this grind, right, they've stuck to this roster and for reason, it's starting to pay off. Hey, damage to Banana. JT copping the lion's share once more. Feels like he can't catch a break here, the in-game leader.
Yeah, they're trolling him. They gave him the magnetic Kevlar. Poor guy. Interesting flash lineup for the react. Frozen will call for it or upon contact. And here they come. Flashed and not quite fragged. Now caught through the smoke. It's Grim with a double entry. And we draw the curtains on round 2.
Yeah, and Grim's definitely found some confidence, right? This guy, in case you don't remember history, when he was over in Liquid, he was the punching bag. He was the man that was looked at and unfortunately teared limb from limb and made to feel that he was a little bit more inadequate, thrown away. And now he's here as the star player of this Complexity roster, showing what he truly has, because before he got picked up to Liquid, he was one of these up-and-coming talents, right? It was Junior on the AWP, it was Grim on the rifle. It turned out OC was the chosen one with the big green, but Grim here delivering in a big way. Let's see if they can hold on to the goods. No, Halzerk remove JDC, and there's 2 more just on the other side of the apartments here. The scouting pit.
Yeah, and Torji is a player I would like to see a little more from. He's so exciting when he's on his best. And I feel like MOUZ has been thriving in spite of a little absent Torji. He certainly has got so much potential.
Yeah, well, Torji, right, we knew that he came up from the academy roster here, as did most of the MOUZ squadron here, Exertion and JDC to join that mix. But it was this time last year where he made a bit of a name for himself, right, in the early stages of 2022, and then, well, slowly started to drop off. Exertion, since his introduction, I think that he's been fantastic. He's shown that, hey, maybe he's the real deal. JDC has his moments. Frozen, of course, we highlighted him in the Collex players to watch. And Dexter as well over at the Major. He was looking a bit more like himself from when he was in the Renegades days, right? The fragging in-game leader.
No, and I really like the way you framed Grim, do a double entry there, and finding himself in this team. I think the word I've recently discovered is self-actualization. I think Grim is going through that process of, finding exactly what he's capable of and believing in it.
And maybe the team as a whole, with the confidence of that end swing, if they can take a scalp like MOUZ here, keep their journey going in this Group B lower bracket of Katowice. What else is possible? IHC, they're riding the fairy tale, but don't forget about Complexity. They're one of the teams from the play-ins who were an upset squadron.
I like this. Bit of a gamble when you got peanuts in the bank account. Why not? Smoke on Arch, but library's open if Exertion with his USP. Never mind, what am I saying? What am I saying? It's a suspicious CT smoke covered now by the Ts. And Complexity will have to dot their I's and T's.
Lots of them in the name.
This one's a bit of a tease as well. Finally, blood is drawn, and it's actually MOUZ who found with the only weapon in play. Oh no, Exertion with another on the USP. Shouldn't be too much to worry about. I'm saying it with the grimace. Oh my lord, look at the health. That was 18 points of health away from MOUZ on a single Mac 10 and some USPs.
Yeah, no one said it was going to be easy, but that's great that they can withstand that. That would have been one of those kind of tilt rounds early here for Complexity, but trading out, dealing with the unarmored opponents, and
it was nearly a frothy cappuccino, Chad. I mean, this one, Dexter good, Exertion another. There was certainly grounds for this getting awkward with this P250 up close, but well handled in the end.
Fouled out here by Halzerk's Deagle. Got the AWP for Torji. Said you wanted to see something. Well, let's see what he's got hot out the gates. Postured forward here. Halzerk creeping. Torji alone.
Oh, that's a lovely opening exchange. Frozen just punishes Grim for spraying that deep banana smoke. Torji does need to turn tail and does so successfully. Mid is lost. And Cole, despite this, oh my goodness, where did their health just go? A nuclear explosion towards short. There is a ringing, there's dust in their lungs. And I don't know what, back to spawn? Save, lads, what do we do?
They know that there's a lot of bodies rotated over towards A here. It is just Frozen. Oh, you have support of Exertion now.
God, they're just going to surely get chewed up. One spray of the M4. Like that, Frozen gets himself a double. Bomb, I don't know if it's spotted, smoke was up. Gap upon it, and yeah, another nade just for good measure.
And now it's the save here. And you can see Dexter on the radar, number 3, just having a quick look top mid, so they know that there's no more pressure towards A, and the penny will drop very, very shortly that this should be a save. But MOUZ in the early stages on the CT side shouldn't be chasing, right? They'll give away rifles. They need these going forward. You know it should be another buy from Complexity, regardless of the casualties they took in round number 3.
I'm trying to work out where that nade damage came from, the source of it.
Well, if you wait another 12 seconds,
I'll get it.
You'll find out very, very swiftly.
Because it felt, I mean, could it have only been one nade? It might have been
the
two.
thing is, there was head armor in play, right? So, you know,
Unless it looks like he lost like 70
Well, there you go. It was Dexter's nade, 119. Was that from 0?
It's JDC, yeah. Both of JDC and Dexter went from 0 to 91 and 120 respectively.
Okay, so util damage in round number 4, a key feature here. Frozen's opening, and well, here's that nade from JDC.
Bang. 2.
And in unison. So no wonder it just all disappeared.
That's really cool. You know, that double HE defensive short.
Wonder if that was choreographed or just a bit of luck there.
Well, it makes them look better if it was.
Well, we'll sell it one way.
Yeah.
And they only know the truth.
Yeah. Mouza gets handed a hard truth. Frozen again with an opening.
Okay, well, using him as the spearhead here was highlighted for a reason.
More. Grim. Blind on the floor. Okay, Frozen is off to a flying start here. Once the guns have gotten into Mouse's hands, the bodies of Carl have started to drop.
Yeah, they've come way too easy in the last 2 rounds of play here, and now Colt scratching their head. 3-on-5 situation, 1:20 left on the clock, and they have to hope that they can find a pick. Now, MOUZ are the type of team who should turtle up in this situation, not give a whole lot. You can see this in the stance. Passive on B, brackets control given on A. Does make them susceptible to a B hit where it would be a 3-on-2 advantage for Complexity as part of the execute, but it'll be limp. Just smoke some flashes to make this one possible, and they've been denied at the gate here with another block smoke, top banana.
And you have to get through Frozen.
Who's got the ice pick?
Counter smoke. First frag. Exertion, 1.5. Frozen for the finish. Can't find it. Fang gives them just a little bit of hope. The bomb might go down. Should go down. Uncontested. JDC working on the banana. But with the health, and the flash, he has to take a bit of a chance. Fang is on his way to take that fight ahead of perhaps schedule. JDC going to be patient. Everyone has a kit. They can take their time with this. JDC delivers. Only Floppy. 16 HP, no thank you, 3 to find, and a flash for good measure. That is looking good. Promising signs out of MOUZ in these last 2 CT side.
Yeah, comfortable with the openers there and handling business. The A defenders coming in for the retake and making short work of it. So that is good signs here for MOUZ. And I think they'll be feeling a little bit hard done by with their series loss to OG. Dexter is just an abs, and I don't mean Dexter, all right? We got the X and we got the G. Dexter from OG in that Mirage matchup. He is the definition of clutch.
You know, I loved it. My favorite summary of that clutch towards the end of OT was when Hugo just said, you just can't let him plant. You know, you just run him down. The man, the myth, the Dexter.
I do want to point out here, when we had the heroic matchup go down between Complexity and the Danes. Hold up, Frozen. Entry fragging out second mid.
Chill your beans.
This is no man's land, I believe.
Chill him. Put him in the fridge. Frozen's really hungry for some more. He's been enjoying the way frags have felt.
Can I return to my point, please, Frozen? All right. It was Floppy having a huge performance against Heroic. He had a massive first half of play on the T side. I think he had 22 kills. He was 11 frags ahead of the rest of his teammates, and they still ended up losing that map 16 to 11.
Oh.
So even if we do see a member of Complexity popping off, it's going to need a few more than just one to pick up a victory of the teams of this caliber.
Just ask Headtrick. 25 in the previous game. At one point, I'm sure he actually finished on more. Torshi.
Well, this is scary.
It is. If he's not got any help in the form of exertion early.
Cancel that. Frozen's here as well. 3 players on B to deal with this. I take that back.
And a good connection on that first AWP. 1 from Floppy and 2 cowering in the pool. Bottoms spanked as Frozen comes on in to clean house.
Oh, yeah, this is one player you don't want to be hot out the gates here. Frozen, obviously, we talk about this individual. We always scoff when we say most experienced. You bring up his age. You bring up the fact that, it's surprising that he is the tenured member of this team. But if he's feeling it, things continue to flow in this fashion. It is danger for the North American side of things. Now they'll be back into the guns here. That was the save round, but it's light on with some key pieces of utility. The smoke's short, Molly's in play as well, and there's one of them. JT trying to zone out top banana, but here he is again. Frozen the aggressive.
No, I feel like Dexter's just said, do what you want, man, and it's working wonders. Cole can't even get the first page of the strat book out. It's being ripped up and torn in front of them. This is really all hinging on a hero moment. Floppy would have to do something massive. He found the first, short, a bit of space towards the balcony. The smoke will spread and inseminate some doubt. But yeah, I mean, bomb is under Torgy's rule. They don't really need to do anything.
Yeah, and they're not even playing for the bomb. Torgy just spotting and that. Oh, Dexter there on a timing. If he glances again, yeah, it should be his every day of the week. And now it's just Floppy. They know where he was. They know where he is. And Frozen will finish this one off. But here's a problem. MOUZ are disrespecting the default of complexity here, right? And a part of the default, you do need the full nades, right? The flash top mid, the molly top banana, the 147 flash over the wall, the boiler molly. Everything that you highlight here is a round opening complexity will need. And if MOUZ continue to find aggression, we always talk about this. You need to buy respect from your team, from the opponent, right? Because at that point, you can go into standard default maneuvers. But if they're just going to be aggressive consistently and happy to take fights, hey, our aim's better than theirs. Our flashes are pretty damn good too. Complexity will have a hard time of things. So it's only a one-round game at the moment, but let's see if they're still emboldened to take these fights, MOUZ.
Well, that's also the beauty of those aggressive maneuvers early, is that be in the back of your mind as the rounds keep coming.
And you can see how hyper-aware JDC is of the chance of an apps pop here on a low buy round. So he's called it well. Standing at the ready. How good's the T-Flash going to be?
Here they come. Flash for one. And Fang and Grim combined for two. Okay, now this is an open A site. On a half buy, Complexity have managed to kick down the door.
They didn't find the other rifle here just yet. They'll want to try and scoop that up.
Should be on the balcony. No, maybe just fallen into the pit. Now Warp Shot heard towards the library. This is getting uncomfortable for MOUZ. A response.
Superstar's got the gun here.
See what he can do. Grim certainly finding his feet in the Cole jersey. One of the sharpest, but Frozen is a beast in his own right. Hard spray. JT manages it. And that is Complexity immediately responding. You want to earn respect, Chad? I think that's a leap in the right direction.
That is a massive round right there. The flash for onto JDC, you could see it was good only for one, and then couldn't pick his target. Dexter there, torn between both opponents. If he went 1 for 1 and traded out, sure, a 3-on-3 in the retake, but the number advantage for Cole and the long-range spam from JT. What Dexter couldn't do, JT did. The double up at range without armor. That is massive from the South African.
And you talked about recovering that rifle. JT manages it. Beautiful round to secure. And just after, it felt like MOUZ had just kind of toggled to the kind of clown show, it seems respect has been earned.
And I mentioned that JDC knew it was coming. He threw the molly, he threw the nade, he was expecting the apps pop, and they still lose to a round like that. So Complexity, that's a big one to win here early, and it's going to feel good. He did actually take a timeout after that round win, so TC, the coach, happy with how this one's unfolded. But here it is again. So this from Dexter, he just needed to get one at least. Couldn't finish off either of the meals, and JT at range. That was great spam control.
Oh, a lovely pre-aim as well from Fang for that jump up. Okay, we go 4-4.
Not the end of the world, though, for MOUZ, is it? Still money for the buy. Let's see how long that lasts.
Yeah, one more spicy opening. We could be having a very different story of MOUZ's buy into the next. Let's see Frozen, who's been very overzealous, and that boost over the smoke punishes. Nice adaptation. Formerly felt like a bit of a walk in the park. There is that nade damage though onto JT, humbled to 40. Tertian, oh, he's trapped. Dead man walking here. If he could get one, it would be huge. The flames are there, the damage is 2. He does get one from the grave and a double from Dexter. Throws us into a 2v2 mid-round. Strap in, this could get fruity. Dumping util B. Torgy will fire off the shot. Information flows both ways. And Fang decides B is wide open. Takes Torgy through the smoke. JDC could have the element of surprise here. As always, quite a perfect timing onto Fang's clear. The other's unknown. Towards the banana. He can fall back. Fang so low. Bomb picked up now. Howzak's charging to A. This is nice. A distraction of sorts. Fang can just park the bus. And now the 1v1 is on.
The mystery here is Howzak will definitely get the bomb down. He's actually opted to plant default, but he could be anywhere. Plenty of time to reposition, and he knows that JDC is going to be hot on the trail. But how far can Howzak get? Back through the halls. He's going to hear these steps very soon.
Oh, it's nice. JDC. Unlikely to clear this one. That's a certainty. Clutches up for Howzak. And Complexity will take 5. MOUZ now going to be shaken.
Oof, you see the shake of the head from JDC on the camera here, right? He must have known that Howzak was going to be able to reposition quite aggressively. In terms of his options, could have gone library, could have gone pit, could have gone top mid. There was a lot of opportunities, but check out this. All the mollies top banana here. Dexter got the double this time round, but still not enough for them to convert. And Torji playing ahead there, caught by the flash, caught by the frag, big from Fang. And into the winning ways again. Complexity take back the lead here.
All smiles as well on the Complexity camp. Good vibes as Fang's baby dampened. Quick double from the CTs, trying to claw one back as a wild and hectic spray as Floppy will leave with a frag onto this top banana. Now flying the flag of Complexity.
Huge info here, but Dexter's going to be way too far removed. There's 2 on B right now. Cole don't know how much space they've lost. And the shoulder spotted a shot hit.
Beautiful. The responsibility of an AWPer when you're on the compromised buy as well. Take a bit more proactive duels.
They're so locked in here. JDC. This flank through second mid. Surely has secured the round here.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to rush it, right? He's just got the keys.
We call this playing to contain, right? You know exactly where they are. You don't need to overstep the mark. Sure, you could go for a cheeky kill, but just sitting here determines the round.
And also, if you don't play to contain, if you do go for that cheeky kill, if things do go awry, suddenly the whole setup, the whole plan, everything has to be rejumbled. You know, Dexter's off back to CT, knife out, uncertainty, less numbers on B. For now, they can just chill. As the smokes are up, the flash is 2. Torji forced off the fight, and now it's up to Floppy. Or Frozen. He actually brings the fight to Floppy. How's like a 1v3 demanded of him? Torji was flirting with the smoke. Oh, and pushes onto it, no problem. Quick scope to secure the 5th and recovered. MOUZ in this wrestling match for economic control.
I'm surprised Torji's happy to brave the smoke again, especially how it went down last round. So pushes through, finds the final kill. A good round from him. And forcing out another timeout here from Complexity. So 2 within the first 10 rounds of play. Just to discuss the finances here, the loss bonus going into the next will be the 2,400 mark. So they could get a partial investment here, or they could also shove all in. You can see the economy on your screen right here. But I think the Tech9 buy from Grim says an awful lot. So spend about half the cash, save yourself around that 2K mark. Make sure you have a full buy next round with all the bells and whistles. And you can still be somewhat threatening because you know that MOUZ haven't been able to boom that economy just yet. So a few kills in a plant, that's name of the game in round number 11 for Complexity. Oh, they've dropped an AK across here. JT, always with a bit of faith in his big fragger, Grim.
Can't fault it. We saw the analyst desk bring up the stats. Long discussion about what Grim brings to this team. But he is up against some of the sharpest shooters. Frozen. Now the more tenured member of MOUZ. Head to head. Has Exertion along for the ride. Doesn't need to extinguish, but there could be more nades on the way. Trapped and down to 50. Ouch. Wow. Actually the perfect flashbang. Still blind after the anti, and now Exertion down and out. Grim still wins the duel, still puts his name in the feed. And there is still some other Kevlar vests that can make use of that rifle. We don't want to be losing it on Banana just yet.
Oh, shoulder.
Oh, okay, JDC, aware, and run down. Surely only the one, but there's Dexter with the recovery. Completely nullifies the bomb escort mission in apps. And that was all the Kevlar as well. Has to be Grim on 20 HP with his AK-47, a long-range duel towards the library, or JT with a one-tap to the dome, and down they go. Frozen saves them. These rounds are exhilarating.
Yeah, this one almost got out of control again, right? The timing for JDC jumping up on the balcony almost gets caught out, and Dexter this time around, he won't miss. Make sure he's basically barrel stuffing them there. So the double up available. Fool me once. And this is what they were saving for. So JT dropped this AK here for Grim to be able to wield, and sure, he found that opening exchange, but not enough. The gap almost perfect. And JDC with another, JDC, JT. Observing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nearly as common as Alex. Oh, and Torji fires off a shot. Both AWPs are in play. Halzerk and Torji, respectively. Fire off the first of their 5.
Still just a standard default spread here. Nothing more direct or poppy out of Cole. They've lost banana control once more. Frozen, you can see, staunching forward. And with that silenced M4, he can pepper through, right? If he had the A4, wouldn't be able to spam in the same fashion. Risk of fire coming back his way. And they're just going to park Exertion here. Frozen to rotate over, Dexter to be re-smoked, so Long with no information whatsoever. They could opt for the boost, but it looks like with the deep version, they might not be able to see over. Chip damage with the nade, and that's right on the toes of Hauser here, who's waiting for that short push. Has the bomb on the back as well, so very risky from Hauser, but it doesn't look like a swing's coming his way. Light.
Okay, Torji strafes into Halzug's scope and is sent back to the Shadow Realm. 40 seconds to think about what he's done. Or more. Should Complexity get that bomb down as I say that? The B side looks very open for business. Exertion with a passive start and will punish. Onto 2! Oh my goodness, Fang could have been the third victim, but on the rotation, another spray down. Leaves it all onto Frozen. The multi-kills are just coming out of everyone's ears. I mean, we were just talking actually outside the hotel to Carrigan saying, oh man, it's crazy how sometimes it just feels like it's trade. You never get to see the multi-kills anymore. Well, tune into MOUZ Call and you'll get plenty.
Yeah, and that right there is so annoying, and for 2 reasons. Because Floppy had the only smoke left for Cole, and he was lurking A. They really could have used that towards CT Spawn because that's where they lost a couple of their members there trying to entry in. But then he finds the timing, gets a double up, and the retake's not even a conversation. So Floppy coming in huge, and highlighted by our ops team there, the AWP of Frozen wants to try and pick it up. But Floppy, he's not around. He's left the AWP, so Frozen is very scared that he's being hunted here. But handled by Cole, and we continue to keep this one very, very level, tied up at 6-6. Looking pretty content with himself over there on the Complexity side of the server.
They've got a real kind of joyful demeanor about them whenever I catch them walking around or get head into their prac room, down in the player lounge. Just, yeah, seem like a very happy-go-lucky.
Happy-go-lucky, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw, so JT and Halzerk are on my floor, and I was heading to the lift at the same time as them, and I know that Mouse's prac room's there, so I'm like, boys, what map are we playing today? And they played along with the game with me. We whispered, and then we got the lift, and then we were whispering in the lift. Good bit of fun. Right, so happy to have a gag Complexity.
Yeah, well, I was preaching to Halzerk all about the power of placebo after he changed mouse in the middle of a tournament and performed really well.
Classic, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've all had a teammate like that before.
God, that's crazy. I mean, I've seen players, maybe not at this day and age, but back in the day, we used to have players changing res in the middle of a game, changing crosshair.
So they were speaking about this over at the Blast Spring groups as Halzerk's crosshair just being super ridiculous. And
it's a joke.
There's still an absurd version of the crosshair
He's
out
an
to
AWPer,
play.
he never has to look at it.
Yeah.
That's the secret. And that's Frozen, who has to look at his screen in dismay. A big opening from that T-side AWP, not something you often see.
A very important round here as well. MOUZ, can they hold on in the 4-on-5 disadvantage scenario here?
I love the setup. Look at this from MOUZ. They've got 3 prongs, all leaning left side. Depending on where you're framing it, but Molly will change things. They can smoke it out, stick around. Oh, Flash was great. Dexter didn't even pull the trigger, and they got a lot of info off the back of that. They might just want to recede. Feels like a stack. Send Grim in on a scouting mission down the speedway. Exertion will be there in time. Grim hasn't quite...
Look at the full rotation.
Sprinted, and oh my goodness, they are staying dynamic. That's one way to frame it.
Yeah, this is very good from Cole here, expecting this type of over-rotation because they know that it's a lower buy. They saw the stack. They've identified the situation. They'll head back with a second wave after the util has faded. So good calling here. They didn't get too flustered by what they saw in their screens. And now they're returning to the weaker bomb site that only moments ago had all 4 of the MOUZ players ready and raring to go. See, removing the potency of the pistols as well by heading around long, taking the wrap with the AK-47s.
And JDC gets to have the least fun. He cowers in the corner and hopes he doesn't get cleared. We'll find out as Pit is cooled. Absolutely clear. 1 corner left, and Fang did try, and met by that MP9. Still, found by Floppy, puts us into an advantage for Cole. And probably a 7th. You said it was an important round.
Yeah, because 1900 is the loss bonus for the next round of play. Grim's made sure they can't exit through Banana here, so any more guts he takes as the spray at range. It won't land. Just trying to get himself up on the little lip of the logs.
All right, Dr. Zeus.
You've seen that, the kids have probably seen it on the TikToks, but
What's
there's that guy rapping the Dr. Zeus.
Yeah, actually.
It's lit.
Lit, bro.
Is that what the kids are
lit,
saying?
fam. It's lit.
It's not mid, it's...
No cap. That's lit.
So something's mid, but what's it if it's good?
Oh, it's probably not sick anymore, is it? It's like...
Is it high or top? Because mid...
No, well, it would make sense. Because it's fire. That's true. Our producer's given us a good one there.
Yeah, but he's not a zoomer.
No, but I think he probably consumes the zoomer media.
Is 26 a zoomer?
No.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't know. Let us know if you're a zoomer at home.
Yeah,
what's good?
If mid is okay, what is
good?
Good.
Boomers learn.
Nope, something about mid laners. Okay, we'll try again.
All right.
But still. Those 3 preserved rifles. And they've invested $200 into a flashbang to see if JDC can get those boys. But what would be probably our 10th multi-kill? I mean, how quick has this been?
I'm not trusting HLTV's scoreboard
no,
anymore.
that's fair. That's fair. Once bitten, twice shy.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Bit of chip damage on the Torji's aggressive apartments maneuver there, but JDC...
I feel like he's got a good chance at that one. No, Floppy aware and wards him off. An interesting boost, an avant-garde approach, and yeah, JT's fingertips bait the shot. Complexity, not in a rush here. Don't have to either. They've certainly got the favored by.
This is good from Exertion, though. He's taken back a lot of information and space by pushing towards Sandbag. And on the jump, he's called it clear. This is a great flank. Good heads-up play. Great nade as well from Frozen.
And he was quick about it.
Shaping up for MOUZ.
Could be, especially with that. Long down. Exertion frags on the flank. Now they have to worry about him. Survival Integral does slip away, at least hiding momentarily in the chicken pit. One back from Hauser. Can they get into the site? Is there a way in? With 30 seconds, with that flank breathing down the back of your neck, you know it's coming. Forced to reload in the open. Crossfire established. Torji JDC. Torji takes a little contact, but it's Hauzak again. Opts for the rifle into the site. Hauzak doing everything for the boys. As a 2-on-2 established, the bomb can be planted by, you'll never guess who. It's Hauzak. Hoping Fang can contribute a little in this 2-on-2. And I don't know. What is the bomb plan? Where is the bomb plan now? They have to defend him. And Hauzak falls 7 for MOUZ. Chad with the news.
Yes, Alex, down here on the sidelines of round number 14, it's very, very rainy for Complexity. I'm not sure why Hauzak didn't get the bomb down there. Went for the fake, wanted to draw the fight. And now it's potentially good night.
Yeah, Hauzak planting, and then actually got off it again as they run him down. Wow. Yeah, oh, he's not going to be happy with that one. It's just, you know, a mistake.
Because he was trying to plant safe inside, right? He wasn't open to short. The pit player was trying to protect everywhere. I can understand, but with the time where it was, felt just punching in those digits would have been the better decision. And Dexter, look at this. This is a saucy little maneuver. He's going to hear the scope. And he's actually going to get out. I think he made a bit of a step there. So, shoe on the other foot right now. It was looking great for Cole. I could have even seen a 9-6 half coming their way. But now, 8-7 possible for MOUZ here. Torji's AWP rings out the back of the flash.
Yeah, those Complexities map pick. You'd love to see 9. No longer a possibility after a little bit of a trip and a stumble.
Yeah, all Exertion and the play for info, though. That was massive from him. Really heads-up Counter-Strike, right? They had to take a risk, sure. If you got punished at any point there, then, hey, probably falls apart, but that's Counter-Strike.
And when risk is rewarded, you do look like a god. Exertion.
Look at Hauzak right now. He's on his own with the AWP. Just
you want to talk about risk and reward? Let's see if it pays off. Because that's a duel JDC was not ready for, and here comes the rest. Floppy good on the trade. Wrapping into short. Exertion short to be cleared. Oh, jumping to his demise. Another one. Exertion, the hero of MOUZ. He nearly finishes the round on his own. Triple kill, practically 4. It's Hauzak, though. Good for the plant. Doesn't mean anything unless he can close. Readies himself for war. 2 frags already in this round. Would need to leave with 4. Info, both ways. Frozen knows Torji will close the gap. Hauzak unwilling to acknowledge it, and a nade on his nose. He can't do much. He's going to be well aware of the double fight, and Torji's just good for it on the slither. So, MOUZ, they are going to be very happy with that. You can see Coach Cyclone with a fist in the air to wrap it up at an 8-7 half. It's the first. It's Cole's pick. Let's see how they can take to the defense. Impossible to separate MOUZ and Complexity. We find ourselves on the first of our 3-map affair, or one would hope so. Certainly looks like it's going to be competitive if the first half is anything to go by. Complexity, though, a little miffed. I feel like they could have perhaps left with a couple more rounds in their T-side gambit.
Yeah, Frozen started this one here for MOUZ. Some aggressive plays over towards Banana, some great opening frags. And Exertion finished it. Fantastic little info play. And a great flank with 4 kills in total on some save rifle buys. But we're going to focus here on the pistol. Take a look at Floppy as well. How often he takes his hand off the mouse.
Well, like fully, like...
Yeah. There. Oh. You see it a lot. What? He does it a lot. Even after he gets kills.
Interesting. Like a kind of almost like a tick.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that.
Okay, so Grim, new box, and JT just going to be calling for the cavalry. About now, likely. He's got flashes, but we'll hold on to them. Starts his taps into the smoke. Grim readies himself for that fight, and there's lots of bodies into the B site. Exertion, good for an opening. Uphill struggle now. Wait for that smoke to subside, and then it is deathmatch time. Nice elevation from Dexter will make it hard to find a multi-kill on this round of the corner. JDC, the contingency. Not going to be easy. Cole, meet Dexter, and his Glock 2 for the Aussie. Hang on! Halzug is happening! What was happening? Halzug 4 out of nowhere, and it's done! No kit. Get
Halzug's got it. He should have it. He's got it. He's got
God,
it.
What was that? Can we see that one again, please?
Jeez, Halzug just went berserk. What was that?
Insanity.
Dexter thinks I've already won the round. I've got 2. I'm jumping in for the 3rd. Plucked out of the sky. That was massive.
Unbelievable scenes. Halzug just keeps pulling magic out of her hat.
Oh!
Gee! Wow! That is revolting! That is sickening!
Yeah, happy with that one. Put that pistol in your pocket, mate. We'll call that 2 for complexity here.
The stocks in Clown Crosshairs are soaring right now. Whoa!
Shell shocked, all right.
Okay, I feel like I've just run a mile.
Well, screw your head back on tight because sure, MOUZ do drop the round, but look at the buy that they've been able to get next to their name here. Dexter with an AK, a couple Galils, a few Deagles, some decent util, and JT having a look. Deep Banana tucks into logs. It's actually the 3rd man of Fang supporting this banana pressure. Halzug about to be smoked off, drops a defensive molly. We'll hold them at bay for now, but this 3-man banana play from Cole needs to continue pushing.
Not brave enough to brave the smoke, understandably so, but that is something that leads to 4 or even 5 members of MOUZ now starting to fall in. Nice timing, Floppy draws blood, and it's Exertion, a good scalp to post into the site though, ignoring Pit. Changing the angles, and now they clear Floppy. Backs are turned and not ready for the mid. The shots of Halzug 2, and only Frozen to fall. Wow, Complexity handled that well, considering 5 were committing in.
Yeah, and they sprung that trap, right? The 3 players aggressive down Banana there, able to get in before MOUZ even get an opportunity to move. So very, very well handled yet again. And down to just a full eco will be MOUZ here. So they're going to have a bit of a breather. This is looking good from Complexity. Destined for the 10th round, the double digits, not too far away.
So where did it all spiral? It's these. Yeah. Lovely from Halzug. JT also catching those pesky remaining mice. Mice? Yeah, we can call them mice.
Mouses.
Mouses. Mousers.
Wild. Like, I feel that pistol round from Halzug has just completely changed the tone of this game here as well. It's not that MOUZ were running away with this by any means, but pistol, it's much harder, I think, on the CT side with the force buy. T's can get the AKs off the back of the plants. So now they've stuffed them down to...
Sorry, you're just making so many good points, I had to look at you like that.
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
And look at this, some confidence now. And this is what it needed to be, right? We discussed at the start of the cast, sure, Grim's been playing well. Sure, Floppy had a big performance on Inferno that they couldn't convert against Heroic, but when they got past Ents, Halzug was in the server in a big way, and that appears to be the case here today. All 5 staying alive. That is going to feel good.
So I can't pronounce his last name.
Don't even try.
So I'm going to give him a nickname.
Okay.
Halzug, the win condition.
All right. Yeah, a bit wordy. But,
yeah. Well, it's a workshop. You know, it's a process. It's a process.
I don't mind it. Well, the guns are out now for MOUZ, and when I say all 5 are into the AKs, it's no AWP for either side of the server just yet. Torji and Halzug will have to wait a little bit longer.
Hurry up and wait.
Again, this aggression from JT, it works.
Overlooked.
Completely.
Frozen. Booked. I feel like Frozen's been on that 15 tally for a while. He flew out of the gates. And now he's been sent immediately straight back to spawn. Gonna have to wait to play again. Still an advantage for Cole. Can they build upon this? They must be running with this momentum they've just been delivered by the win condition.
Check out this top mid setup here. They're definitely playing to retain brackets control.
Halzug, he might have to do it again. Flashed though. Gap on that. Floppy, good extinguish. Gives him a little bit of info to work with. And actually the counter incendiary Like that, Hauser. He's actually dropped off in order to throw it, though. Smoke on top. They really don't want to let them have this. Implying that there's only a couple there.
Hauser needs to get out. The support for this A-holder's dropped back and overstayed his welcome. That was not necessary.
Or it's all smoke and mirrors, hoping they commit into this 3, lean towards A. The one on long is JT, and Grim is already playing to contain. Okay. MP9, good at this range, and perfect into the bomb carrier. JDC back. Deagle out. Head not found. It's Torji, good for it. Should have the plant now. As I say, JT keeps it level.
This round's on. Grim's going to be here very quick. He'll go overlooked.
Yeah, and they're both in sight. JT and Grim, they can just pounce together as a unit. The first contact's taken and nothing. Take it back. No way for them to get into that one. JDC, first bullet out of his AK, finds the header JT.
Yeah, 2 for Torji, 3 for JDC in that round. So the two of them combined, scooping things up and putting the 9th on the board for MOUZ here. I didn't think they'd be expecting Grim so quickly. But reading the play, they were one step ahead. MOUZ were able to trade out after losing that early death of Frozen in Banana. Now, look, Hauser stayed top mid way too long. Doesn't make any sense that they weren't holding mid together. They could have either dropped back as a unit or stayed top mid as a unit. And they did it individually right there, so bit of a mistake.
Felt like the game plan had changed and he missed the memo. At one point, that was entirely what was required of him. Now, 3rd timeout out of Complexity. Still, your opponent coach has the opportunity to, but it's going to be a team discussion for MOUZ side. If we can check on Complexity, you can see TC. And I think it might just be a cooldown to timeout after seeing the frustrations on Complexity after conceding that one. It's the first T round we've seen from MOUZ, but it did start with a nice CT opener.
And I think if you get in there early and say, hey, look, silly mistakes, let's throw those out the window now, let's focus back up, you can also help some of the doubt creeping in, right? You know, there's going to be a bit of resentment for individuals making a few mistakes. They've missed the run boost there onto Hauser, so an opportunity for an opener goes awry. Dexter fast with the Tech 9 and has control for a moment. Grim takes it back off that flashbang.
It's like the Grandpa Simpson meme, you know, just came in and turned around and went out. Not interested. Grabbed my hat and my coat on my way out the door. Hauser, because managed to catch one on a mid-fight. Exertion was just braving a glance up top mid and gets more than he bargained for. And now Torji with his AWP is going hunting Grim. Surely, flash, perfect double as he transfers into Frozen. A round winner. Just like that. Sometimes rounds are that cut and dry.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there on that transfer. Another very good flash. Something JT especially is known for here.
Well, yeah, that's right. Wasn't it his team before, like Extra Salt? They were like super notorious for flash assists.
Always have a geeky flash or two. I think the thing is the approach with Complexity, the idea and the rounds and the concepts were never bad. It was more the follow-through of the individuals, first of all, with the firepower, and second of all, the decision-making. And that seems to be a lot of Counter-Strike in the modern day. We know everybody can aim. That's never the question. It's more about being able to make the right choice in the right moment to set yourself up for the easiest fight, to put that aim on display.
Yeah, I have a bone to pick with Inferno as well. In the previous version, it made sense because there was a chicken coop. So the chickens clearly had an origin story.
Oh.
Is there a chicken coop anywhere? Or are these
residual chickens?
Just, I mean, yeah, like homeless chickens. Like, where do they, where do they go to sleep? Do they just sleeping on the floor, or?
Got one of our best men on the case here, Jay_Raz. Jay, if you can find any origin story for the chickens in the new version of Inferno, anywhere that you think that they might get some food, maybe not water.
Some
we know
shelter?
that they could drink. Yeah, look, there's plenty of roofs available here, but if you could find anywhere, Jay, throughout the course of this match, it would be greatly appreciated for us and all of the Counter-Strike hopefuls at home.
Just a bit of a gripe.
Okay, well, couple of saved guns here. And
yeah, we're seeing Anglil on exertion there, and timeout called by the T side. MOUZ just wanted to screw their heads back on tight. That was a round they just conceded with just the 2 saves.
And one of the keys here is they still have this AWP in play. There's a couple of rifles. Dexter, again, back down to a pistol.
They're buying around it.
Yeah, and you don't want to just let it go just an AWP and not a whole lot else, right? You want a bit more potency behind it here, but how are you going to enable it? It's difficult to find these picks. Now, Hauser has been somewhat annoying. You found the opening pick in that previous round, so if you can set Torji up for his fight like this, make sure that he can't get away with the glance down mid, right? And that wasn't even at the start of the round. That was after the round that already been called into. You need to contain the AWP on the other side. If the CT has that much room, he's going to take those fights every day of the week. Opportunity to keep things close here for MOUZ, or a chance for Complexity really to spread their wings, because if they win this one, they could be running deeper into these double digits. It feels like 13 would almost be a guarantee if they convert here.
Now that would be a very strange AWP head-to-head. The fact that Torshi's the first one in here. Both of these AWPers like to go for a more unusual approach, a little unorthodox.
Yeah, slightly outside of the box here. There's the flash, now he can hold on to this fight. So that's where Halzerk picked from in the previous, from the short side.
Floppy, I think he just took a glance. He's lucky to be alive. He's not going to be expecting an AWP there. Now he will, as the shot rings out. 60-second mark hit. MOUZ need to come to some conclusions about their hit. Halzerk, this is forward. This is brave, and that is Dexter dead. Frozen joins him. Nice catch from Grim. Still has control as Floppy gets it all done. Exertion sent down with JDC to follow.
Oof, that is sublime right there. What a great round. There was the JT Banana aggression that got caught. It was another 3-man push from Complexity. But then the side of Cole, the North American boys, just knowing when to collapse in on the fight. They knew exactly where MOUZ were. They knew what space they had to deal with. And they all were more than happy to take those jewels. So great work there, dealing with that cobbled together buy. This was Frozen finding JT on that crawl, but Halzerk finds one. He drops back.
Oh, the double
Floppy
there.
activates. Everybody getting a bit of a feed. And now it is just down to some pistols with Kevlar. Nothing too exciting here for MOUZ.
They're dumping their util for some space, and just unscoped. Halzerk gets info, but Grim will unload his magazine, hoping to catch anyone braving the smoke. A little bit of a gap on that for Frozen. He's thought better of it as the resmoke and Molly do come in.
A little bit premature on that Molly there. Not the end of the world as they do return top mid. They get the brackets control, but they will have to pounce here and try and overrun Halzerk, but he has support in Fang.
He's not going to let that one go. Yeah, plucks Torjik, tracks him beautifully. Halzerk comfy as he puts them all down. Triple kill on the long test. He's looking so comfortable right now. 26 and 10. Give him another one. JDC denies a nice find on the Deeg, but is there anything to be said about the round? He has got time, sure, but
he has the bomb as well.
Yeah, and it would be an ace clutch. So let's all strap in for some fun. JDC, they're going to be expecting him to pause and expect anyone to clear for this info. He's hoping to punish them if they do, and that's the fight. That is Grim. In both definitions, the player and the feeling. JDC, just as he was waiting, just as he gave up the patient for the clear, Grim is there. Okay, well, just after that timeout, after that one blip on the radar, one MOUZ round, Complexity string 3 consecutive together, and it's off the back of Halzerk here, admittedly. Not with all the nades they would have desired, but MOUZ sent packing.
So here's the problem for MOUZ right now is Halzerk's being very annoying towards A with the AWP, so you don't really want to be taking too many contact plays there. And Banana, we've seen in quite a few occasions, Complexity 3 strong. So at this point, you might be thinking you need to go for a Halls pop or pressure that side of the map. Let's see if Complexity are playing ahead of the 8-ball here. Are they prepared for the change-up of MOUZ? Are they adapting to what Complexity are doing, or are MOUZ going to call something completely outside of the box?
Round 23 commences. Let's find out, Chad.
Feels like something set right now would be nice, right? Get a couple of bodies in second mid, or get this Banana control and execute quite quickly. Aggression.
There you are. Going a little ahead of the 8-ball here as Grim looking for his fortune. Charging down. And okay, Halzerk catches him, but Grim will pay the price for the aggression.
Oh, that nade as well. Halzerk is doing so much here. He's softened up 2 players. Frozen and Dexter both below half HP, and I think Fang wants to search for this fight. He might not have to. JDC on the jiggle. Elbow spotted, and German will win this one out. So drawing the sit back, but the HP still low on 2 is a problem. Oh, Halzerk's feeling himself here, Alex. These type of plays.
Yeah, these are the kind of plays that can go one of 2 ways. You either look a genius or a fool. Forward clear of mid. I mean, it's a gift to his team, right? Mid's pretty quiet, boys.
He has to be so... You can see he's worried about Boiler. Halls is a problem too. Mid, second mid. It's all a problem here.
The audacity to still be here. But I mean, he's actually not vulnerable to the abs. No one's walking there yet, and he gets rewarded. Dexter's going to be confused.
You just can't believe that the AWPer is standing there in a 3-on-4 disadvantaged situation. Like, Halzerg is feeling himself something cruel right now.
Actually mad. The mulleted Viking striking at 28. 4 for his team now as JT gets one onto Frozen. The bait is real. Floppy provides the extinguish. Halzerg is hanging around on A. He is responsible for this side of the map. Might be calling for aid now as he's holding the short cross. It's a hard shot as they jump. Yeah, across. Or posted. Oh my god, that's snappy. Torji deleted. Get out of my server. Halzerg's here. Quad kill. In a disadvantage, he acts like a god. Taking fights. Not worried about the impossibilities. He has nailed it again.
It's just so annoying here because he's not playing the percentages in a lot of these situations.
Right.
He's playing outside of the box, and it is causing so many issues for MOUZ here. Drawing the kills back is great. I still cannot believe on his own. Yeah, yes, JT, I will hold out on my own, like literally the entire site. I have apps, I have Boiler, I have mids, and I have even more impact here. This is nuts.
Can't quite believe how comfortable that shot onto Torji was. You know, that's dead to rights. You're going wide, you've missed your first.
We're seeing the difference in the AWPer here today. Only 11 for Torji and Halzerg. 30 kills to his name. And this all started in the second half with 4 big kills on the retake of the B bomb site. It felt like the round was done.
Holy moly. Taking some space back on Banana. I like that smoke. Different variation. And there's Grim down and out to that Galil. 7 bullets. Frozen. That's all he needs. He will find the double. They will have an advantage. Squandered a little as one comes back, JT, into the smoke.
Right now, Halzerg's in that flow state, so how's he reading the play here? JT reports Banana clear for the moment, but steps into another. A 1-for-1.
No knee-jerk reaction out of Dexter, so it may not be all is lost. Halzerg, Floppy still...
They're coming
in the right place. In the right place. Up the graveyard.
They're both here.
Let Halzerg take that first shot. And as attention's drawn, Floppy can find another. Halzerg doing it all one-on-one, and there you go, 15! Everything is coming together for Cole.
Oh, and even starting to get the banter now across the side of the arena. The Hall of Heroes, well, there's some heroes that were in the semi-final of the Rio Major. Last time we see them in a tournament, straight through to the group stage. And right now, they're getting rocked. This is for elimination here against Complexity. They already sent Enter packing. They had a 3-map series against Heroic, who just locked themselves in for the Spodek today. But this is the best I think Complexity have looked in a very, very long time.
Underestimate Complexity at your own risk. At your own peril. Halzerg, come on now. You're very late. You wouldn't have a mid-clear, but he would have a glance at that potential jump up. JT catches a nade. And JT will finish off Dexter through that smoke as well. So just those early exchanges being won out by Cole, and MOUZ just feeling completely lost on this T side. They haven't been able to get anything going.
It looks like they're going to get... And that's after the pistol they should have won.
Yeah.
They definitely should have won that pistol on the B side. They had everything they wanted and more. Opening pick. Dexter gets 2. Their round to lose, and well, they did. Halzerg ripped it out of their hands, but I think Complexity are going to hold them to single digits here. We've got Nuke up next. Ancient if we do need it. We could be saying goodbye to MOUZ in another map's time.
Yeah. Get ready for the next map, Nuke. Because JT's taken us right there with one of his own. Fang is there for the double, and only JDC a certainty. Poor guy has to accept his fate, slowly maneuvering to his demise as Complexity will take their map in style. I think you're right, Chad. You know, you said it as it happened, that everything changes, everything feels different after that CT pistol.
Oof, seeing is believing here, and believing indeed. Fang takes down JDC 16-9. Complexity knocking MOUZ down a peg. Sure, the series has still got legs, but this is looking great from the North Americans. The smiles on the faces say it all.
The sun was shining for NACS there on Inferno. It was all thanks to one Norwegian. Halzerk, an incredible game, and Complexity, a strong showing on Inferno. No nail biters, no heart attacks here, just an out-and-out win.
It was a game that I think that we could not talk about without mentioning the honorary NA player, obviously. I think the skit also did a great job, if anybody has seen that one, of showing how this guy is integrated into this lineup. But the thing is that with Halzerk is that it took a while. Like we haven't really been able to be this proud of him. And by we, I mean North Americans. Obviously, Peacemaker Unite might not be jumping in on this, but it's just that...
America.
America. I guess you can. You can jump in with the Americas here. But it's just that to see Halzerk delivering like this, that there can be a win condition beyond Grim on this team, that is incredible stuff because everybody's been saying Grimferno for so long, and so he was the likely suspect. Halzerk doing this gives you a reason to believe in any game plan working for Complexity.
Yeah, listen, first of all, I have to apologize to the guy because I was talking about him early in the game, early in the pre-segment, that he was decent throughout this event. I mean, what else? Like, he just proved me wrong. He's not decent. He's
You need
a
the
monster.
Shaq meme right now. I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game.
Yes. Well, 32 kills. And I mean, the thing is, like, it makes it even more impressive the fact that he's done it on Inferno, specifically because I see Inferno as a map that is not really nice to play as an AWPer. Often, like a lot of the times, you just get a lot of flashes in your face, smokes. Like, there's not much you can do as an AWPer. But man, like, not only he had entry kills, but he was good in the rotations. He was good with the post-plant situation. He was good at the clutches, like with the situations in general. Like, his rotations was really on point. Like, talk about an AWPer that like can really make a difference. Like, he was definitely the difference maker.
And I would like to give credit to the Complexity CT game plan for allowing him to have those rotations, because we saw so many times, it was obviously Halzerk getting the frags, but we saw that they had so much banana control, that Grim was flying down there a lot of the time, JT was flying down there. They always seemed to know where the play was going, so Halzerk could make rotations and collect as many frags as he did.
And of course, there was one round that was so very pivotal. I'm talking about the second half pistol round. We're going to watch a replay here, but this was some of the nicest USP work I've seen in a long time.
This is, I mean, this was not supposed to happen. Like, this was a 2 versus 5, and then Halzerk just snap, snap, tap, tap, and he's in there, and he's looks like he's playing, he's at the speed that he's like NASCAR racers, you know, he's like rocking the mullet and everything, and it's just hair in the wind, motorcycle, Harley on deck, and he's just flying in, he's mowing them down.
Yes.
Really beautiful. Really beautiful. Obviously, I'm excited. NACS just jealous us forward. But let's talk about MOUZ here a little bit, because they played a very good game in the first half, and it felt like maybe towards the end there they started to get a bit rattled, but it is their opponent's map pick. How are we thinking about MOUZ for the bounce back here?
I think that to give a little bit of credit to them, yes, I think that on the City side, I think they were very proactive. They're trying different things. They had a rough start, came back into the game, got, I don't know, 4 or 5 rounds in a row pretty much. And then I would say that their City side was okay, was pretty good considering the circumstances that they lost the pistol and all that kind of stuff. But coming to that T side, I'm going to give credit to Complexity again in terms of preparation, because I know they do a lot of prep, their analyst, their coach, and I wasn't really confident with the map pick itself. I think they would have an advantage if they would have chosen Overpass, for example, Inferno, a map that MOUZ has already played in this event. So I think they decided to go for Inferno also because they have played it, they have more stuff to watch, and probably, I mean, the way they played that City side with the way they retook Banana, I mean, we saw a couple rounds on the City side where they were pushing Banana for info, they're getting info, they're not static on sides playing passive. I mean, I'm pretty sure that was sort of kind of game plan that they had, which worked really well, and now coming to this nuke matchup, I think it could be challenging for MOUZ because like the Complexity is just gifted a City side nuke now, and I had a chance to talk a little bit with the analyst Anton, and he told me that they have a special treatment for them on that City side. So we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know what that could involve, actually. Oh. That's interesting. I really did think, though, that the game plan for Complexity was great, because I think they understand their opponent very well in this matchup. Because the biggest flaw in MOUZ's T side for the past, like, six months, roughly, has been that they always group up. They don't really use lurkers that much, except for maybe a couple maps. I'd say Nuke might be one of them, Overpass another, but for Inferno, Mirage, most maps, they actually just kind of 5-man a lot, and Complexity knew that. That's why they were able to pull off those flanks so effectively.
That's one of the things that Complexity was talking about when I was chatting with them pre-game, is the fact that MOUZ, for them, is a team that's not really going to make you second guess yourself a lot. So when they feel comfortable on towards the site, that's where complexity tends to thrive. And maybe for MOUZ now, it's time to throw in some more hijinks, some more little catches, little something if they have a little bit of tricks up their sleeve to maybe offset the comfort level.
I would think that they would have something. I mean, Nuke's a map where you can really remake your playbook, and we haven't seen MOUZ play this in an official for 3 months, actually since November, actually. So there's plenty of time for them to have evolved their game plan, their playbook, and I think that it would be really almost criminal to themselves if they didn't have something in store for us here.
Well, now to find out what was in store over on the A stream, we've got James Banks standing by for an update.
Vitality managed to grab themselves the first map against Fnatic, and it was Fnatic's overpass pick. They have not lost this since back at the Rio Major, where they lost to Outsiders 16-1. Other than that, it's been their home ground. It's been their dominant way. We're going to Mirage next, and my, oh my, this could be like Vitality make it to the playoffs, and Zywoo could finally get into the Spodek. Let's see if it happens.
Well, thank you there, James. An exciting one. Vitality looking like the world beaters. A lot of people are, specifically Matthew, are hoping they're going to be. But we've got another match on our hands. We've got more games. We've got more maps going through here. We thought, looking at the veto and just knowing these two teams, that this was likely to be a 3-map series. You still feeling that way, Luis?
I think after talking to Anthony, he telling me that they have a special treatment, I'm just looking forward to this. And I mean, they look so impressive in the first map that my prediction was MOUZ, but the way that things are looking, and considering the fact that Nuke has been a map very comfortable for Complexity, a map that they have played plenty of times. So if they're able to get a very confident City side, I don't know, 9 to 10 rounds approximately, if they're able to get a comfortable City side, I think it's going to be really, really hard for MOUZ to bounce back in this one.
Well, they've won over the heart of Peacemaker, but for now it's time for Complexity to make some more war. They'll be on Nuke when we come back from this break.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
The court is in session. It is time for CS justice. Cheating is bad. So we're gonna take a look at a few cases today, which I will preside over as Judge Shocks. And I've got my defense attorney in the form of Dexter and the prosecutor, the honorary Sir Torji. Are you gentlemen ready for the first case?
I'm born for this moment.
Okay. The other guy's just bad.
Yeah, the other guy is just... Oh, he's back. Oh, I can't even do that.
But I think it was clean.
You're not supposed to agree.
I mean, okay, that was clearly aim lock.
I'm not cheating at all because he just didn't get any like credit.
I mean, you just said, Chris, you couldn't do it yourself, but you are a professional player. What can you say?
In reality, I've done that a billion times. So definitely not cheating.
Do you have a final argument?
He just got lucky shots and then he's having a nice day. He's done some exercise, that's a good food, work's going good, and he just hit some headshots.
Boom.
I can't say anything.
Okay.
Maybe let this man live, you know.
Live, okay. It was supposed to be just go to prison, but it's fine, okay. We will let him live. Not guilty. Congratulations, Honorary Dexter.
Okay, he is aiming.
No, he's just aiming, trying
No, it's aimbot, Chris.
He's trying to aim with his current hands.
No.
Oh.
See, he's cheating, Chris. Look, only headshots. They are getting this. Look, he's 11-1.
They're getting destroyed because the other team is pissed off because they're getting destroyed. So clearly they're trying to just blame this guy so he get that banned, right? And that's it.
No, he's cheating. He has no skins. I said he's aim locking, you know.
It's going to be hard to Dexter.
He accidentally put his sense to 6,000 there, and they flicked the mouse fell off the desk,
right?
And proceeded to hit his cat, which went.
Right.
And it accidentally got all the headshots, and that is what happened.
I see. I think it was a spin bot, Chris. But as you wish, let's see what the judge says.
The judge loves cats. It loves cats, so not guilty.
I can't believe this.
Dexter, you're free to go as well as your client, I guess. And that was CS Justice.
I'll pay you later.
Well, Halzuk definitely exploded on map 1, and now Nuke for map 2. We're ready for Complexity versus MOUZ, an elimination series here for IEM Katowice 2023. We're waving goodbye to one of these teams, whether or not it's in 3 is up to MOUZ. Down a peg, let's see. They start on the T side as well. Gonna be looking for a good haul, set the bar high. I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall of La Renegades fame.
Everyone's favorite organization. I'm interested to see how this one unfolds because I didn't think we would be making our way onto Nuke here. I thought the MOUZ would go for an overpass pick, but
even Ancient was a bit exciting.
Yeah, so curious to find ourselves on Nuke. The last time MOUZ played Nuke was back at the Major, and well, that was where they lost to ENT 16-8. So if that doesn't fill you with a whole lot of confidence, I don't know what will. But let's see. Can't count MOUZ out just yet. I'm sure Dexter and co have a plan coming into this one.
Yeah, and I don't know if Exertion's ever had 2 bad maps back-to-back, so we'll see. No, I say bad maps, excuse me. Just not at the tippy top of the scoreboard. Frozen, of course, started strong. Let's see if he can match that here. Odds favoring Complexity, interestingly enough. So one smoke out forces JT on a bit of a wider line and won't be able to contest so easily. Floppy still has the cross secret. In fact, they've got more bodies here. Nice opportunity. Lots of CTs and a long-range P250. Frozen brings us back to an even keel. Smooth sailing towards the lower site.
Okay, so right there, JDC's called the break of the vent, but nobody's dropped down. Torji will confirm that. Oh, and there's a kit smoke combo in towards the warehouse. Well highlighted there by our Obs team. Might make this a little bit more difficult for the Complexity retake, but they haven't found themselves at a site just yet, MOUZ. JDC's turn to Brave Ramp, and he'll be pushed away for now.
I like Fang's angle, especially if Grim's going to be taking contact. And oh, he is. Frozen again. Another headshot this time from onto Halzuk.
Yeah, there's so many different fights right now all across the map here. So Frozen isolating another. Oof, and JDC finding the hut push, so they can pivot back up the vent now towards A. They know that at least one player is on the B site. Fang, desperate, needed that kill. It's just Grim.
Exertion finishes it with style. No sweat on the brow at all. MOUZ just a single casualty.
And their first pistol here within this series, right? They were unable to convert what felt like a gimme in the second half of Inferno. Should have been all theirs, and it's definitely louder in our match on the A stream. That one's being brought to you by Harry and Hugo. Vitality taking on Fnatic. Winner of that matchup will be in their way into the Spodek. Winner of this is, well, just to play another day. Will be taking on none other than the loser of that aforementioned matchup. It doesn't get any easier out here, but we are back in the thick of things. A missed molly, oh golly, as the force buy for Cole. Going to try and hold MOUZ at bay for as long as possible.
Yeah, one of these rifles is not like the other. Exertion's got himself the Kalashnikov.
Yeah, you can see right here, and Dexter's just trying to micromanage the troops, right? The knife's in the hand, he's looking at his teammates, he's making sure the smoke's getting juggled. Looks like they're setting up a smoke wall towards Yard here, so there's 2 more at the feet of Exertion after the first gets thrown. He's tasked with putting this one up. North America knows a lot about walls, but it's Halzerk outside who up and over on the CT blue, trying to get a bit of information, and has a lot, right? He doesn't see anybody, so the smokes, that's $900 worth of investment that don't mean anything right now.
Okay, Floppy fires off a warning shot and anticipating a full commit. He didn't want to take that fight on his own, and understandably so, trying to channel them into this top site. And I do just see a scout tag. Halzerk still connecting bullets. Smoke main, JT, lots of damage, and he's been set up for success. Grim, more damage on the 5-7. Broken back as JDC is in. Not the weapon for the job here either with a scout. How's that going to be hard pressed to contribute? But that's another mounting of the hut. They had no idea. Backs were turned on the dig. Bang! Ooh, one-on-one as Exertion saves them. A double kill from the Israeli for 2.
Oh, sweaty palms there. That one really could have fallen the other way. A couple of missed shots, a conversation to be had, a smile on the face. But
couple of missed bumps as well.
Yeah, it looks like us before we get a map started. Complexity, moment away from success. Have to stomach this, and it felt like a couple of flub shots that should have gone their way here. The crosshair's not connecting, but you can't say the same for MOUZ. And there it is, Exertion steadies. And yeah, you can tell they knew how close they were, but this is unusual here. Complexity, I know you're confident from your map 1 win, but to go for a 3rd round bye on the CT side, you don't often see this, and for good reason.
Yeah, JT breaking the vote with his USP as well. Wants this to be an element of surprise. This is going to catch Dexter off. He just wants to go into that top side. You can see he's just, well, hoping someone gets inquisitive, and Grim's been very happy on this angle. Not going to be Dexter's first clear. Not an easy clear. Oh, Grim just looked away! Now they know. SMG in play. JT. Only the one onto the leader. Tagged up a little on the way back to lobby. JDC. 4G. They could be knocking on that. Oh my god, that's loud stampeding steps. JT, he's thrown caution to the wind, and he's found a frag. They may not be ready for Fang. Yeah, spotted out on the way back. Ramp 1, top site the other. They don't have to rush this, and you can see the uncertainty. Probably even worried about the round the world yard info.
They should just contact our Squeaky here. Look at all the util on Frozen, Smoke main.
Right.
Molly behind the vent. Oh, all right. Picking the harder option through the hut.
And what can Fang get done with that? He's been spotted out, and they all lined up. That's a lot of info. Floppy there to provide some overwatch, but it's only some damage. Well handled from Frozen.
I hate that call from Complexity. Like, I understand it. We've all been tempted. We've all been there. We've definitely all been there. You come 2nd round force by, there's one player alive. You go, oh, the money's a little bit low. Now it's the T side. And no, it ain't.
Yeah.
And now there's going to be down a massive hole here. So Complexity should be stomaching a 4th round loss in consecutive fashion here.
It's almost like the frustrations from losing that round boiled into losing more rounds.
Exactly. Hey, boys, we were so close. I'm sure we can do it with a few better upgrades here. Halzerk had the M4. He got nothing done with it. It's all good. We'll call it that 4-0 mark, and then the guns will come out.
Especially a gift on Nuke, though. You know, these T rounds, they don't always come easy. And, well, this one certainly will. Getting that 4-0 leapfrog. 5-7, not quite on the mark there. Just some damage onto Dexter.
Oof, JDC needs to be careful here. A couple of pesky CTs down in lobby. Dexter even lower now. Bomb to be scooped.
Nice reactions.
Yeah, Halzerk to be removed. They've infested yard here. You can see all this space that's been taken. Exertion up towards the heavens. A top split seem very likely here. He can call things crystal clear. As Colin chasing their tail right now. I know it says that there are 3 players left, everybody. Well, there you go. Now it only says 2. You all thought.
Got ya.
This has also allowed MOUZ to be able to stabilize here, so if they keep 4 or 5 of these individuals here standing going into the next round of play, that's going to feel real good. JT doesn't want to allow that to happen. He's just looking for anything he can possibly find to in towards the top site. Bomb now over the halfway gone mark. JDC should be good for this one. Oh, okay, all right.
A bit more than they bargained for there.
Yeah, nice shots there from Floppy. You'll take that. You'll take that indeed.
All right. Well, that's that 4-0. That's the punishment. It's been duly noted, and now Complexity will get the guns on out. But yeah, it was that second round force did kind of give Complexity a little bit of wind beneath their wings. We are just going to be having a little brief tech issue to get that player back in the server. But to recap, it was second round force into the 1v1, and ever since we've seen MOUZ with 3 alive and every round to count. In terms of expectations for this series, we came into this one with high expectations for MOUZ. Of course, with the deepest run MOUZ have made in an organizational history in a long, long time over in Rio de Janeiro.
You say history, it just feels like ancient history, doesn't it? Yeah. Right, the tail end of the year not packed with events that everybody can attend, which is why we didn't see a lot of these names being able to compete. Which, after success, must be very frustrating just to get called off. I'm sure everybody enjoyed the break. We know that the major is at the top of the Counter-Strike castle.
But it was huge, you know. I think for these players, especially considering it was, you know, this slow integration of those academy names. We saw JDC come in, of course, Exertion, Cyclone, Torshi initially. And for them all to kind of be united and climbing on some of the greatest Counter-Strike stages in terms of scale and stakes. Now they find themselves at Katowice, another one for the challenge at the very tippy top of Counter-Strike. Complexity have pushed them map 1. Let's see how MOUZ continue to fare here on their map. On the attack, will Colt throw an early blow? Howzak to be tested. He's brilliant on Inferno, and Fang's not really going to be taking a passive approach. Quite the opposite, in fact. Up red and ooh. Flash. That was a T flash. Dershan's still not particularly ready for this. Oh, I tell a lie. The flash betrayed him. It was too much for Fang. Floppy. Oh, perfect weapon for the job. 2 on the AUG. Keeps it interesting. Howzak still has the call for the cross secret, so don't have to stress too much about your rotations, but ramp is lost.
Oh, look at this again. We saw a lot of this on Banana. On Inferno, just them being proactive and taking a lot of space. And this time around, it'll be Yard. So JT can continue that push if he'd like. It's actually Grim to relinquish that control and head down secret. JT's going to follow him here. So they know that they've given up ramp. Howzak just being passive towards Hell right now, hoping that somebody creeps around the corner. But having 2 players at the ready in secret. If it was to be the A play, maybe just a Complexity save. Decon's smoke is going to be very telling of how this one wants to finish for MOUZ.
In they trundle. 2 CTs to be found in their hidey hole. MOUZ do find some contact. It's actually Howzak that falls, but Grim responds in kind. That was the bomb. He heard it. Knows Frozen's trapped on the site now. Difficult for Exertion to provide support immediately.
Look at the flames.
He's got it. Little safe corner for the plant. A 2-on-2. The retake's on. And the reposition is 2. Grim will swing that door open. Frozen's had time to mantle up, though. It gets more and more difficult as time continues to pass. This crossfire established now. I mean, Exertion unlikely to miss this one. 8 frags to 0. And he keeps on popping those heads. You can't stop him. Quad kill from Exertion. 10-0. And a proud fatherly smile sneaks onto Cyclone's face.
It's just wild because this kid, right, he was the 3rd of the Academy team trio to have joined the team, and for my money, he's the best of the bunch.
He's crazy.
Yeah, his aim is just banging. We had the chance to speak to him out front of the hotel today before we came in. He's saying, yeah, he's just, you know, he doesn't think a lot. He just runs around and shoots. So it seems to be working. But there's definitely the cogs are wearing.
Which I want to make clear is a good thing. You know,
for sure.
Actually, strong recommend. Valens did a tweet you can check out about the blissful ignorance of star players and how it's something you want to nurture. I think exertion might be a nice embodiment of that.
Yeah, comes with the reps, right? It just becomes second nature here. You don't have to think too much if you've done it a million times. Putting that crosshair in the right place has found the multi-kill after multi-kill. So some fantastic impact here, and Complexity looking like a whole different team. It's still early stages. We've only seen one true gun round so far in 5 rounds of play, and that will continue to be the case for round number 6. You can see the upgrades, 3 Deagles, 2 5.7s, some Kevlar.
And some diligence from MOUZ. They are not going to be falling foul to any funny business here, especially after conceding Inferno. Nice nade smoke combo. Fang just caught out. Nice work from Exertion. Still farming. An 11 KD.
Got it as well here. More damage to be done. Spotted down secret is Grim and Torji with the AWP on his back. It's the P250 facing forward for the fight. Oh, and I think he saw the bottom there of Floppy. Goes now and removed. So lots of damage done again from Exertion. Another multi-kill. Whack that one onto the tally. JT rocking a hard place, and Dexter will oblige.
Oh, that was, I don't know what's happening on that the other stream, but I just heard like a loud
Harry Russell.
But it was a loud Harry Russell, and then a kind of a simultaneous groan of disappointment and loud cheer of celebration. So something's happened. And a reminder, if you are interested, there is a battle between Vitality and Fnatic in the upper bracket, winner of which goes to the Spodek.
We already have 3 teams locked in for the Spodek, right? Na'Vi, G2, earlier today, Heroic with their victory.
Such a good group already.
Yeah, it's starting to really tidy up, isn't it?
Collection of players, I wouldn't call it a group, but yes.
And if Vitality make it, we've got Zaru and Simple in the Spodek, so that will be beautiful work.
Zaru,
and then
Simple, Nico, you know.
FaZe to run the lower bracket of Group A, and then a conversation to be had, well, can MOUZ win here? Outsiders OG as well, that's another matchup going on in Group B.
Damn, things are playing out nicely for playoff fans.
And everyone's a playoff fan.
Most people, yeah. I can't think of anyone that would, maybe if you got knocked out
There's
the
a
group
few
stage.
only Grand Final fans.
Yeah.
But there are definitely more playoff fans than play-in fans, I would say.
Well, let's get this off to our 7th round start. And a bleak one for the CTs. It's time to post one. Otherwise that scratching thought at the back of your mind that this one is a given for your opponent can keep getting away from you. Now, Halzerk is going to be looking for his first frag here.
Used all the juice in the first map, I think. 0 kills so far.
So Grim's going to be communicating. I can't see anything. Smokes, flashes, good use of util again, and that's Halzerk. Opens his account. On to Exertion, handing him his first death.
Still plenty of time for this. A lot of yard control available here. They can start to crunch around towards Heaven. They will have to deal with none other than Floppy.
Not a space here, and you can see that little peek for info. Floppy. Oh, he thought he had the element of surprise. But Frozen with a robotic adjustment, and now Hauser keeping us level. Catches JDC on the ramp descent from the low side. Dexter to climb this ladder. Fang. Oh, he'll have heard that. Ready and waiting. Dexter down in the side of the head. Hasn't moved. Fang's ready for another duel if you want to give it to him. Frozen should have it. Oh, Fang. Good delivery from the Canadian.
And Torji to try and save here. He should be able to tuck in behind main hero. Ooh, even wants to go further back, so trying to be as safe as possible. 3, 2, and 1, retaining the AWP, but this hot start becomes 6-1. Halzerk's impact yet to get a kill, and then 2 frags in the first round, they win. Bit of a correlation right there, but a well-handled round.
More ammunition for this nickname I'm working on.
All right, well, if you come up with something a little bit more creative, let me know. But at the moment, it's bang on, right? You couldn't have a better definition.
Bang, Floppy.
Consider that as well, because you had Fang up Heaven and you had Floppy at the window, so they were trying to clear each other's complementary angles there, but Floppy just still gets absolutely destroyed. another one of those here, Complexity, to start building onto something. But MOUZ, they want to ruin the day. Looks like quicker secret cross smokes deployed here. They throw out their own molly to make sure there's no gap. You can see them using that to guise their cross noisily into Halzak again.
Okay, this could work wonderfully. He's on the angle. He's been baited on the shot. Can get a second chance at it, and now he needs to fall. Dips into the vents. Slows them down. The smoke, they might try and swing upon it, and he's been let go. Not the second time. Not making that mistake again. Trying to bait the shot. Knows it's likely the AWP. Torji. Good for JT.
Oof, JT just sacrificed himself, but the sacrifice for the round, maybe he'll take that. JDC up close and personal. How's that finally removed?
Okay, so now the rotate is on. Floppy is already there.
Might not expect this.
No, I don't think so either. Yeah, JDC completely unaware. Torji, oh, a miss! And a punishment from Floppy. He'll happily take a nice upgrade for Halzak. And we will see 2 in a row for Cole.
Yeah, so JT dropping down the vent actually helped them out because you wouldn't expect Halzak, JT, and then Floppy to already be back of sight. So the fact that JT did sacrifice himself in that fashion ended up working out.
So they figured that the person that would have been in Floppy's position was the man they just killed in vent.
Yeah, I know it was a top rotator, but because JT responded, you would expect Floppy to still have been dealing with ramp. If someone else is going to drop down to deal with secret, right, and it's not the ramp player, you think, okay, well, they've already rotated. But good positioning there from Floppy. Nice little double up and a nice round there from Cole. Aggressive again towards Yard. Halzak.
4-1. Exertion. He actually opted to go path of least resistance for now. Time will tell. Torji in support from Silo. Safe from it is Halzak. Oh my god, the standoff. If he just touches his Eski a little too much, he is cooked. And, oh, perfect. Crouches under the shot. Halzak can't react in time, and Exertion up to 13 frags on this T-start.
All right, well, they've been able to get this secret cross. It's normally Halzak the man stopping them. So now removed, do they continue for this B site assault?
Oh, and he's not quite done. Torji now going to put his name in the feed. Floppy watching as this 7th round for MOUZ slowly takes shape, takes form. The warehouse is fang. Some proactivity required and delivered. Ramp is lost and occupied. Torji down the secret stairs.
Double vent rotation here from Cole. Some of these rotates look inspired. There's a slight element of gamble to it, but they have 2 players to respond to this. Smoked off for now.
This could work out. Rises luck at the door swing open and spray. That's 1 player revealed. And Torji, I like that actually. Smoked it off to make it awkward. You have to either go through the vents or wait.
Might want to consider the save here, Cole. I don't think they're going to get gifted anything else just yet, hanging around to see if anybody oversteps the mark, but that won't be the case.
Torji doesn't need to do anything else, but it looks like he's trying to control himself, not resisting the temptation to do more. And more he shall. JT loses the AWP, and now Grim can grab it and get out of dodge. Halzak will have another. But so will MOUZ. 7 now to 2.
Okay, well, this is already a fantastic looking half from MOUZ here.
Haven't seen a timeout, have we?
Well, one right now. It's going to be the second so far from Complexity. Yeah, they took the one in the early stages when there was a bit of the blowout, right? They had the close second round. Then they went for the unorthodox.
Come on, give it a name. What is that? What is that?
An unorthodox third round CT force after the second
is.
round force. It's not normal.
You're breaking the rules, guys.
Yeah, well, to no success here. So this is the fight, and this is an interesting way to take this fight here from Exertion, right? He goes into the crouch peek with it. This is an annoying duel. I don't know if people ever play the duel servers. I know Refrag has it, or you can find it on any of the other public servers, but that's a fight to that secret player, and coming in with the crouch right there. I think he was ready for the secret duel as opposed to the close red, but still able to blow his head off. Exertion's impact to be felt again. He's going to be in with a Mac 10 as opposed to an AK, so this is going to be quick.
Very quick. Look at them charging Grim. Oh, he's going to be so mad. He's already dead. And a round likely to follow as 2 into the top site. MOUZ. Salt into the Cole wounds. The round concludes. 1 minute 30 on the clock. Let's just shave some time off of that. The bomb is down, and so is Exertion down the vents. Now, That's information and some damage, but...
Torji had a moment longer there, didn't realize it, just spotted Hauzerk on the jump, who got a second lease of life in this round of play, can back off towards CT spawn, join Floppy, Fangs over towards Secret, and 8 rounds.
It's always something nice to see out of an in-game leader, just the presence of mind to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works, just as Cole are trying to call a timeout, you've had a discussion, you're like, okay lads, we know what we're doing now, we've set it up. And then all of that goes thrown out the window as Grim is saying, I'm flashed, I'm dead, and round 8. Secured for MOUZ.
Well, we do have Ancient as the third and deciding map here of this series, and it feels like we might need it. More Counter-Strike to come later tonight as well. On the main stream, we'll be having FaZe taking on IHC, who have continued to turn heads. And following that, Spirit versus Liquid. Well, following that at the same time, and that'll be here with Alex and myself. And that's traditionally a bit of a banger. And I said that about FaZe Spirit, and it didn't really shape up that way. So we'll have to wait and see. I'll bite my tongue. I think Complexity will bite your hand off for an extra round right now.
Yeah, elusive. Torji going aggressive on red now. Hauzerk more passive. Oh, it's predicted. Oh, dear, Dexter! Collateral damage goes down to Torji's AWP, and this one, a gift. Not a fun feeling for Torji.
No, that was ugly, but I think with the scoreline, shouldn't be too upset with how this may unfold. The bomb in the open here. JDC, is he going to play first or allow exertion? He's coming back up Secret. So in combination here, they have 2 smokes. They could create a smoke wall from Secret and T-Red. Get the bomb back.
Rounds we've never seen before.
It'd be an interesting way to get the cross up. But no, just holding on to the rotation here. They know the bomb's down, so they have to expect at least some eyes on this, especially with the 5-on-2 number advantage here.
Just waiting for a peep out of Hauzerk, essentially. Cole can dig their heels in and wait for Hauzerk, who has just flashed for a little bit of a jiggle out of the main players. 30 seconds, maybe exertion, yeah, now starting to get down there. You're going to be very light on time, lads, if you do intend to get that bomb down. Good luck doing so.
If they're saving, I am livid. They have to be saving now.
Yep, they do.
Well then.
It looks like someone just pinged the bomb as well, just in case anyone was getting nervous. Lads, it's still there.
Definitely still there.
There.
Don't you worry about that. Oh, okay.
Wow, we're getting a little... We just had one of the fastest rounds, now we get one of the slowest in the close there. Saving some AKs.
What can you say about that one? What do you want to say about that one?
I have very little to say about that one.
All right, let's forget about that one.
Okay.
MOUZ going to take a timeout here. So Cyclone, probably going, lads, we got, a couple kills there would have been nice. Give it an attempt, give it a crack.
I also
got a big lead.
I also agree with you, like in terms of how to handle that team kill for MOUZ. Surely the only way, the best way, is just to have a laugh. Laugh it off. Say you were pissing me off.
Don't walk in front of my AWP.
Right, and because in that environment, there is nothing to be gained by saying, "What are you doing, man?" I don't know how Dexter sounds. Probably not like that, but
I think it'd be Torji at Dexter.
Yeah, actually, probably much more realistic.
Because he would have had the kill otherwise.
And you know what I'm doing? It was right there.
Can you do Hungarian?
Torji.
Alrighty. Strap yourself back in here.
They're sending Hauzerk ramp.
Have to change up.
Let's see how this one shapes up. Fang realizing he's got a lot of responsibility towards the yard side of things, and it does look like he will be faced with some smokes. You can see them dropping it all for their boy.
Well, there'll be commitment behind this. It's not just one individual lobbing out all of these. You can see multiple components. Now,
So what's the knee-jerk reaction, do we think? When these smokes fly through, Fang is in warehouse, by my understanding.
Yeah, Fang on there. If this is L block, Fang could be good for a kill or two here. And looks to be the case. So L block in play. It's just, well, a little L, not a capital L. Might be a lull here for Fang. This will be easy. Yep, spotted, down. Now he's pinned, sure, but that's the opening kill. He doesn't have to move.
He doesn't have to, but he has into the 4-on-4. Halzuk now, he's been waiting at ramp for this exact reaction. Can he profit? Do they boost? They jump, bait the shot, even better. And now running on in. Dexter down, and Floppy is there in time to provide one. Advantage Cole looking for 4. This is really damage control CT rounds now. They need them. JT still willing to take some gambles. He doesn't assume Squeak at all.
But this is the bomb on the way back.
He's not going to be expecting that. His teammates in Squeak, he's going to be screaming at him. Torji, at least 2. Lobby. Grim's been spotted. Torji's dragging out. 1v3 goes one-on-one now. A battle of wits between the 2 AWPers.
Torji has to go B.
He's going for it.
Halzuk's expecting that A play right now, so he'll be responding very quickly to Decon as soon as the bomb's getting punched in. Penny's dropped now.
Where do you go? Dark seems good. Maybe they've relayed that Torji might be lower. You can see that Halzuk's happy to clear with his USP as well. Oh, is the glass broken? I believe so. Oh, it's been heard. Torji knows. And that's the head spotted. Now the information. It's flowing. Halzuk's coming. Missed shot.
Out of ammo in the AWP.
Onto the USP and okay. That is Halzuk clutching up for Cole. He's had a quiet one for the CT side, but that is a big round to be winning.
Yeah, Torji only had 2 bullets left in the AWP and squandered both shots right there. You could see how panicked he was in this new update. Sure, it's not so new anymore, but you can see ramifications being felt. How many times do you ever see an AWP running out of ammo? Well, there's one. Chalk that one up on the board. And Halzuk as well with the confidence to stay around for that peak set. Floppy up for a kill. This is great from Torji. Fast shot, sure.
Bang.
But missed the necessary one to get the round, and the smiles back on the faces of the Complexity boys. Yeah, that one's going to feel a bit rough, but it was a 1-on-3, so decent attempt and good plant.
Yeah. Halzuk has just cracked open JDC. Going for that early fight into the lobby. So now Complexity certainly feeling like there's a little bit more hope in their camp. Restarting that conversation about map 3. I think MOUZ were too. Bang has an angle over the top on Unbreakable, and Grim, his defense is. Can't say the same about Fang though. Canadian goes down. Exertion good for it. And Frozen starting to crawl towards Held. I think Halzuk will have a little bit of info. Yeah, lovely shot. As easy as that. Advantage extended, and now Exertion actually immediately takes that gap, expecting a relocation of that AWPer. Traveling in pairs now. JT just holding Grim's pocket.
Exertion's done a lot of damage here, but then they now know he's condemned towards spawn. This could activate Torji.
I like that he's gone to the AK for this, and if JT gave that fight up...
Surely they saw the barrel there, right?
I think so. He kind of knows the setup. He's playing this well. Torji threatening. Can't get down the fence. Just a trip over his shoelaces there.
Another interesting decision. There's been lots of misdirection for MOUZ in this half, right? In the early stages, they were doing top plays. They're doing smoke walls out. With the top fakes, they would use that then to draw the CTs to rotate to focus on A, and then they would try and cross secret. Remember, space hasn't been an issue for MOUZ. Right? They've been able to get the room. They've been able to get down secret. But the change has been Halzuk finding kills. Remember, he was 0-6 now, 8 frags to his name. A clutch in there, a couple of picks as they make their way lower. Been forcing MOUZ into these number disadvantaged situations. So a good start for MOUZ, sure, but you don't want to go into halftime with it being 8-7 after being 8-2 up. You felt like you did all the hard work.
Yeah, it came down to that 1v1 as well.
And you can't call that exertion here, right? Because he started really hot. He was finding the space, finding them the kills, as we're going to take a look at a couple of these highlights here. So he has 14 frags. He can't... He got another one there, right? How much more can you ask of him? It's the other individuals who might need to contribute, who are all sitting somewhere between 5 for Dexter and 9 for Torji, 8 for JDC and 6 for Frozen here. Yeah. Now, you've already got a bet of 8 rounds. I want to say it should be enough, but Counter-Strike is a mental game here. If they don't feel like they have done enough, it could be trouble.
Already very quick. Good for it. What a G. Already opens up the account for the boys. A missed shot from Halzuk. Tries to finish the job and does so, but okay. P250 long range.
I think he had the weapon for the job, and it wasn't the pocket rocket.
No, Floppy should finish this one, right? Okay, bombs on Torji's back. He's being flanked as well. Not ready as he flies up the ladder, warning shots and gets away, but still. Now they're grouped up. They'll hear this. Rotations are on their way. No armor on Torji. Maybe wanted to consider a weapon swap, but he's going for it now. They run him down. Just like that, Grim, one to the head. JDC unable to contribute, finds himself staring at the flames. And sixth, I mean, it's there. Complexity. It's going to be very hard for JDC to argue. Nice little angle in the door. For Fang. And he'll find it with Grim.
Wait, MOUZ, the teamwork in these 2vx situations has been non-existent. It feels like they're just allowing their individuals to try and find the fights or find some room to work in. So that is a slightly worrying sign here. But again, could be resting on their laurels a little bit with the 8 rounds they've already accrued here. And Hauserk, he's a madman. Yeah, I'm just going to step out wide and fight with a P250 when I have an AWP available. Why not?
We used the word self-actualization for Grim. I think we have to use it for Hauserk. He is playing like, cowboy. He's definitely fully integrated into the system.
Took that skit a little bit too seriously.
Yeah. And that shirt suited him, as did the trucker cap. Business in the front, party in the back. And he's back to ramp. Holds his nerve, holds his breath, and will try and smoke it just as they were about to posture. Now ahead of it is Dexter. Oh, Hauserk. Not ready for that one. And Dexter, his intuition was correct and rewarded. Floppy, though, stops his immediate descent and keeps it interesting on a 4-on-4. JT to rotate. Exertion late yard.
Not sure MOUZ want to finish B because in a lot of the rounds where they have gone down, especially through ramp, it felt like there's a lot of bodies reading the rotation here. That's not the case this time round.
Floppy with both hands off the mouse and keyboard there.
Yeah, now that I've seen it, I can't
crazy.
unsee it.
It's all I can see. But yeah, you highlighted their hesitance to go B. It does seem like as time passes, that will become the only option.
They have util for this. Smoke decon again. Should be Molly Stairwell.
Oh, what? Torji saves JDC there. A big contribution from the Hungarian AWP. 9 is the name of this game. With 20 seconds left, the clock extended. Frozen gets it down. Exertion still catches out Fang. The fight he's been waiting for this whole time. Grim trying to find him now. Exertion so aware. It's just like he's got his finger on the pulse of his opponent. And JDC would have needed the multi, but only Floppy shouldn't be a problem. And it's not. 9 secure. MOUZ finished with a cherry on top, but that 8-2 haul left and remedied at 9-6. Complexity taken to the T side. Will we need that third map? It's with us to find out.
The show where we ask IGLs how tilting it is to play against other callers from a scale of nap time to hair loss. How tilting is it to play against Dexter?
Well, you love Peter. Sometimes the unexpected really happens.
There's some things he does. He reminds a little bit of me sometimes. He goes for some Euro peaks, aggressive moves.
He has evolved a lot as an IGL. I think he's really good at like using his players.
If anyone would be neutral, that would be him, because I haven't played him much. So neutral is the right answer, I think.
I would put them like maybe tricky. They have some tricks up their sleeves that you haven't really seen before.
Not explored territory. It looks like there is a potential, but you don't know how much.
He's a prime example of taking matters into his own hands. Very similar to maybe to my old English Glaive.
I would say neutral. I didn't play a lot against them.
And I think he's actually influenced a lot by their coach.
So I'll say he can be a slight tilt when he comes through a smoke and make random kills.
I'd say like neutral.
On some certain maps, their individual level of players allows him to call a lot more simple. On Inferno, Frozen like go kill B, JDC go kill Apps, Surgeon go kill Boiler.
They're playing very slow. It's hair loss.
So Dexter is the raid boss of all skills.
Yeah, it's not joke because we played against him. It's hard. You can't predict.
How do you think the other IGLs have rated you on this one?
Yeah, at least probably slightly tilt. My style is that I don't really have a plan until I read them because I have a good feeling that I trust 100% where they are, what they're doing, the pacing of everything. Yeah, I hopefully it's around slightly tilt. Maybe I'm really stupid, who knows?
Let's get into the second half of Nuke. We are ready to rock and all roll, and so are MOUZ and Cole. Got Chatty B with me, and we have got ourselves a CT side for MOUZ. Complexity certainly recovered the half, made it still a potential for a conversation to be had here in that 2-0 after taking Inferno, but MOUZ with a pistol could start to run away with it. Exertion equipped with that dual Beretta and armor for the hut fight.
Yeah, in the perfect position for it. You'd love to have your Julies on the hut in case of a rush here, but looks like they'll be heading towards ramp. They spring into action.
JDC immediately just falls off. He's happy and then hoping Torji gets one on the descent. Not to be. This is going to be quick. 4 of them down there. JDC, what are you supposed to do with this? The util comes out. Still a smoke and a Molotov for Complexity, and they do bound past those windows. Less threat now. Great Molotov to buy space, and that should facilitate the plant. You can see the CT is going to have to reshape this. Exertion working on the ramp flank, rest of them coming from secret side.
It's a resmoke of the decon here, so they'll all have to come through double doors or ramp.
Exertion's hearing that, so communication still 5v5. This is about to be a bloodbath. Here comes a frenzy of frags both ways. Floppy, JDC, and it's Halzerg on that Glock making it work until these two from double doors make it work with a double. Safe, supported. Fang and JT, the bomb is on their side. It's ticking ever in their favor. And he's just one frag. It's close.
There's no kit here. This is going to be a little bit close, but they're confident now. MOUZ, they're happy to say they've got it. So we will call that 10 and just across the line right there. So the tiniest of details. If they were able to stay alive for just a gnat's wing longer, that could have been the round for Complexity, but both pistols falling away from them here. No Halzerg heroics. I love the detail of this, right? Because they had decon smoked again, they knew that they could open the door, fight from the doors as well as the stairwell, but it just got too messy, like Floppy running in, feeding himself there to the blender. And there's this just, if he had just stayed alive for a moment longer, it could have been a little bit different. You can see Grim here understanding the situation, but it's a force fight for Cole. Galil's dotted across the board here and looking to take some fights at range. Smokes deployed. But I don't think that's landed as anticipated, and that's a free fight for Torji there. Yep, you can see a bit of a mare.
Yeah, not something you want to be seeing in this state of play, in this level of play. Very much. JDC provided a smoke by virtue of a bullet.
Yeah, and some issues here as well, because if MOUZ get all these kills with ease, they can get some upgrades as well. Exertion and Dexter would love to get their hands on a Galil, I'd say. With JDC, the Famous, not everyone's favorite.
It's the gun we love to hate.
Yeah, now they just have to trade efficiently here, Cole. That's the only hope.
Good bait, but I think Fang's going to be aware that was a bit suspicious. Torji, one silence bullet. And that's it. Floppy good for it on the Galil.
Don't worry about trading. That was great work. Just playing off each other there. And Exertion spotted here as well. Getting desperate now for MOUZ.
Yeah, this is already a very threatening force back. Floppy. Okay, every Galil fills the feed. It could be the team ace. JT unfortunately did go down and now just frozen. Floppy's already got himself the double. And he's in the wrong part of the map.
Yeah, he's going to save, unfortunately.
Going to go to that safe little box.
Yeah, maybe where Torji died. Oh, this looks like a good spot. Oh, they're coming back for the M4 potentially here.
Oh, dear. Grim. Thinking, well, for Floppy, yeah, he's now thinking about his life as opposed to the retrieval. You can have it, says Complexity.
For now, I feel that Frozen might walk into this trap. Okay, great awareness there. Gets another kill, so a little bit more damage done. Sure, you take that consolation, but you will lose the round. So 7 now for Cole. And after they lost JT and they screwed up the smoke wall, it shouldn't have been possible. JDC and Torji just getting isolated towards ramp. Again, not really playing off of each other. You'd think once JDC dies, Torji can at least get a trade, but not the case.
Yeah, that's going to feel great for Cole. I mean, you know, you've lost both pistols, but this time, second round.
Nice shot.
It's yours. With only the one saved as well. Fangstone faced, wants to make sure he can build upon this.
Well, if this round comes in Complexity's favor, then the conversation can change here about their potency on this T side.
Rank 10 on an in-game leader is usually a signifier of a couple of things, but not this time. JT not going quick, instead finds himself getting the boys in a row, and wow, Floppy's actually won the head-to-head. That was a full one-on-one. Floppy v Exertion, and Dexter's gone now. The top site is lost just like that. They come on in, and the CTs topple over. Frozen happy to maintain that M4.
Save again, saving the KD. That's about it here. Torji will find himself a Pyjamas. Pack it up and try again tomorrow, they say. And really easy stuff there from Complexity. Backside molly, top hut molly. After the opening kill, keep main smoked. Understand where the threats are. Grab yourself 8. You know that it's still not going to be the easiest of tasks with some upgraded weapons to deal with in the next round again. So MOUZ continue to keep themselves in a threatening position, but this is crazy from Colt. Right? We know that this team, they've been grinding for some time. We definitely know the promise of the talent. Heard from Maui speaking about Halzerk, how we haven't really seen this form. Where has this been? And well, showing up on Inferno and finding impact here again on Nuke, especially on the CT side when they needed him. And it's Grim, the man on your screen right now, alongside of Floppy, who have been 2 North American hopefuls that have been touted for, I would say, the last 3 or so years, meant to be the next big impact riflers. And we're seeing a bit more of that, especially from Grim. I think Floppy, if he could maybe find some consistency, right? We can see the peaks. The peak yesterday against Heroic, 15 kills right now. That's great. Consistency in that factor, right? They need to big themselves up a bit. They need to understand that these kids can't frag.
I loved seeing the headline of Grim's interview. He just said, I know if I can work hard enough, I could be a top 20 player. The nades onto Dexter. That's one way to find an opening.
That is wild. You don't often see that one. That's a little nade stack there. Nerdy stuff.
Yeah, and they could just build upon that now. JDC just quivering with a deagle. What are you supposed to do with this? One would be a dream, and it's one shot that goes awry. A second the same, and now just onto Frozen. The M4 did find Fang, but he's alive and kicking. 20 HP to celebrate. And that deagle from JDC is still now whittling away. He shouldn't have anything more to say, but Grim will fall. 1 bullet left. Scared about his teammate. He still wants to take this fight with 1 bullet. You will lose. And now Exertion onto JT. So top site's not safe, boys.
I don't think they're going to expect Torji so quick here. He might get 1 kill if he clears his corners. Should be a freebie right now in the blind spot. That's a big shot. Fang's low.
Problems for Team Complexity. Halzerk with 3 and still now Fang will go down, and the deagle from Exertion does not finish the job. We've seen one of these before. Halzerk v Torji. Look at the pace of this though. Perfect for the frag. Torji closes and denies a Complexity round.
The fact that he appears up that ladder so quick, there was no way that Halzerk was ready for that. Thought he had time to punch in the digits there, but he'll get 1 back, and that one's going to feel good. The round opener just by nades. Fantastic utility usage, but Complexity getting picked apart here. can hear JT giving out a couple of marching orders there. Torji into the AWP, and yeah, getting fired up because it was starting to feel like a bit of a sinking feeling for MOUZ. Remember, this is elimination, and ooh, okay. Out the squeaky door is Floppy, giving himself some room to work with.
Oh! Wow, that's Dexter.
Yeah,
Nice.
look at the smoke. Exactly. It's not as deep as he had thought there. So tried to do a vent drop, and he would have been completely in the open, while on his screen it was grey. So that's one way to give away the opening.
Yeah, Dexter's not complaining.
Especially after how he went down last round.
Yeah, and precisely considering what you just highlighted about what is at stake. Thrust into the lower bracket. MOUZ and Cole fighting for the scraps.
Oh, they're trying to peel in towards main here. This is a good position from Torji.
Going to be very, very unlikely that they don't lose a player on this, and they're already working a man down. They're rooting, they're pausing.
He spotted the bomb.
Okay, we'll see the CTs rejig the setup. Torji, though, getting walked on. Grim. Oh, a missed shot and a dead AWP. Grim pulls him into the 4-on-4, and now the CTs will have to rejig again.
Torji panicked there after he saw that. Very sporadic.
Exertion. Woof, deleted on the drive-by. Grim straight up into the heavens. Dexter was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Good for the first. So now JDC is coming in from lobby. We've got a attack from two different fronts. Frozen finds himself in the vents.
They should save.
Right.
They're giving it a look, at least. Seeing if anything comes their way. Squeaky door clear. Frozen could come up.
Yeah, if he can peek heaven, he can probably safely assume the ladder a safe ascent.
It's the right call here. Nobody overstepping, so well played from Cole. I know that Torji spotted the bomb, but it's like he just wanted that kill. But he had already known that he had given up that angle, so they had to be creeping on him. And he even stepped out, ready for somebody a little bit... Oh, okay. Trying to blow that AWP away here. Didn't go too far whatsoever. It will not be retained. But yeah, he stepped out ready, or somewhat aware that the possibility of Grim being close was in play or in warehouse, but he'd already given up that angle. So it's so risky. He was going wide into multiple fights there. So if he'd gone out and even gotten one, it was likely he would have been traded anyway. It would have been better off just backing off and playing more passive towards spawn to make sure they couldn't go up heaven. I guess losing track of it, we don't know exactly what the comms are like, who said what the assumptions were. But MOUZ have done more with less, so the fact that they retained a bunch of rifles here can buy another for Dexter, a couple of upgraded pistols.
But yeah, already.
They're doing it the hard way, that's all.
Yeah, more entertaining.
But not again.
Oh, no, not again. Oh.
And it would have been again.
It would have. Exertion swallows 2 nades. It was destined to be 3. 14 HP. Oh, this is interesting. They've got the perfect gap. They're going the only place MOUZ are not.
And JDC right now is worried about Secret as well as Ram. So he has so much on his plate here. The rotations, they're going to have to come down the vent and fast.
Yeah, that German has to be screaming for help soon.
Heard the windows.
Lads, it's just me down here. The smoke's just arrived, and I'm really feeling a lot of pressure. So the rotate's in, but the bomb is down. They've even got Hauser ready to catch a late vent. Reminiscent of the pistol in a sense, it's a 5-on-5. MOUZ in trouble though. They don't get that first frag. They get down Grim. Opens up the opportunities to fight into the site. Torji as well as taking down Hauser. It has to be JT. A double. Oh, and the triple from the leader. Locks it down. Decon repelled and round is won. Cole. They'll take another for their troubles.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. 4. T round secure.
Big from the leader there, right? 2 of his heavy hitters, Hauser and Grim. They fluffed their lines, but JT, sure, only 10 kills to his name, but those have impact written all over them. That was a retake that was on there for MOUZ, and another tilting type round for Complexity to lose, considering the stakes.
Yeah, but it's the perfect round for JT to step up. It not only puts the 10th on the board, puts MOUZ into a bit of an odd one. 2 saved rifles. And this, look, you see this in the feed. If you're JT, you know you have to step up, and step up he does. The 3rd, brilliant. Frozen was pre-aiming you for that re-peek. Handles it well.
He's bought them now a chance to tie things up at 11-11. Look at the type of buy available here. So some good calling from JT is now some good fragging as well. And Exertion up close has JDC to try and bait this into action. Only a USP, so you shouldn't be expecting too much from this. He's going to step straight into Fang, who'll bite down hard.
you very much.
Yeah, ready for everything right now. Well, we're at the business end of this game. This is the chance for MOUZ to get knocked out of Katowice here.
How has their year been going?
This is their year.
Yeah, okay. Well, in which case, we do need to watch with bated breath.
All right. Complexity had the blast groups to get warmed up in. JDC needs something heroic now.
What you got? JDC, the only rifle and only the one frag. It's Floppy with a double. Cole tying it all up. 11-11. And I think if Cole had made a wish, it would have been for a 2-0.
Yeah, remind everybody again that MOUZ have been on ice since the Rio Major semi-final. Right? We haven't seen them since, right? There haven't been tournaments that they've either qualified or been able to play. Katowice, the first one back, where they had the berth straight into the group stage. They didn't have to battle through the play-ins, where Complexity managed to make their way by toppling Ents. They had that series yesterday against Heroic. It went 3 maps, and well, the 3-map series for MOUZ was a clutch affair against OG. Dexter, the king of the clutch, and Frozen, the king of the save. Ring around the rosy. Doesn't want to shoot. The trigger discipline. Multiple bodies lined up here, but he really knows he needs the gun, and he'll take one after the bomb goes off. So great round there from Frozen to hold on to the AK. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about them being frozen out, but Frozen is ice cold in the save. Holds on. And we'll see this nice just frags coming to them, you know. Halzak doing his due diligence, holding from the yard push, and then Floppy into the top site for the close.
This feels like an emergency timeout now. I know there's still 2 remaining here for MOUZ after this, but it's starting to get very, very worrisome. In the scoreboard, Exertion has definitely delivered. Torji with 18 kills as well, right alongside for the ride. This is meant to be the easier half of the map right now, and so far in this second half, it's 5-2, with the bomb going off time and time again for the North Americans. Just needed a couple of wins under their belt here to start believing in some of these individuals. Halzak with 17 kills. 17 for Floppy, having another good performance here as well. Grim hasn't been necessary just yet, but still time for him to ruin the party. What's the timeout? Netted MOUZ here. No AWP available for Torji.
MOUZ needs to cling on to life here. Katowice could be a very short stint in our first taste of 2023 MOUZ. Frozen. Need to see his name in the feed, and he does so with precision. As does Dexter, just spraying into the smoke, and every single fight is won. Look how quick it can be. Everyone's got a frag. It's JDC's turn, but Halzak considering heading towards his domain.
This is one of those scenarios here where he probably should just save, but because he has so long left on the clock, he can't just go back to spawn and hide. They will start having a look for him here. And the other problem that could be discussed is this AWP falling into enemy hands will give Torji his weapon of choice. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but on a map like Nuke, when you're the rotating player like Torji, you'd much prefer to have the AWP as opposed to a rifle. Right? It means you can be more dynamic, you can take different types of fights, you can be a lot more precise. Right? There's a reason you are the AWPer for the team. So Halzak now starting to back off. Let's see if Dexter allows them to be let off the leash to start hunting here. They know that they need to build the CT economy as well, just in case.
Yeah, like a spotless CT round right about now when you're down a map certainly doesn't sound bad. Then, as you highlighted, that AWP will be maintained.
Okay, well, another one of these. We had one in the first half. I think it was JDC and Exertion who were just chilling in secret and T-Red for about 1 minute and 10 seconds. And now we've just had Halzak with the back pedal all the way back to T-Spawn.
Yeah, this is Counter-Strike. And that, over there on the right, is a Valve. Thank you, thank you. Try the veal. I'm here all week.
I couldn't. You couldn't get me going on that one.
No, wasn't trying to get you going. More just trying to tickle your pickle. As 12 is secure.
There was Hallie. He's coming up next.
Yeah.
Spirit versus Liquid.
Spirit Liquid. I mean, yeah, that's on the menu tonight as well. This is an amuse-bouche. And your main course up next. This one is definitely keeping us amused. Still 12. And Ancient still potential. 4 rounds. 4 CT rounds on Nuke. That's it.
Sounds very doable, doesn't it?
When I say it like that, but when you review that, you know, after losing the pistol, Cole have managed to already muster a heroic 5-round haul, all through bomb detonations.
Yeah, and well, TC here has called another timeout, right? So to see what type of strategy they can pull out of the back pocket, how they want to try and get back into winning ways here. 30 seconds to give the marching orders, and still the spirit in the MOUZ camp doesn't look too flat. Torji still with a bit of a wry grin on his face right there.
I mean, you have to be able to smile in the face of that adversity. You gotta bring your A game right here, right now. 5-second timer. We are jumping into a must-win round.
Floppy with a Tech 9 and a good spawn. If they could pace the answer.
If they could all feel like the last one, be a quick trip to Ancient, but see what Cole and JT are cooking up as well. How do they intersect? Pace, option. Oh, and ripped out of both of them. Frozen, completely blind. Takes 2 down through flash and smoke and everything in between.
I hate the call. I'll be completely honest with everybody playing at home. Don't have too many gun rounds left, especially if this continues for MOUZ here, and you just opted to do a Hail Mary. Floppy got caught out last time, been caught out again, and this time he's lost Fang along with him. Get 1 minute and 55 seconds, and that's probably going to be another 1 minute and 10 where we see them hold on to their guns here. What are you meant to do now, Complexity? You threw all your eggs into the basket.
The bomb as well. It's
yeah, that is the basket.
Mary. Yeah, that was the... You put the eggs in the basket and then threw the whole basket off the top rope.
Can anyone find something inspired here? I don't think so.
You're having a look. Understandably so. Frozen. He was the bodyguard. And he was the round winner with his double. Makes it a third. Using exertion in the process, though. Maybe that bomb could be retrieved. It's going to be hard fought, though. You can see 2 players here on that top site. They got main on lock. Howzak can try and maneuver in here. Through the squeak. Clears is close. Smoke, they're giving it a good go. A shake of the stick, but real tough fights. It's all onto Howzak as he lines up 2. Do you get the bomb as well? Down the vents, JDC will be playing close. I don't know if Howzak's anticipating a duel so close, and pulled out the bomb. JDC positions perfectly, and MOUZ now get just a step closer. 3 more rounds for that third map.
Potentially 2 steps closer, right? That type of buy for Complexity. Now they don't have a whole lot of cash to invest into this next round to play. 14 for MOUZ should be set here.
And you went down the list of the scoreboard as well. You talked about Torji, you talked about Exertion. Well, Frozen just delivered a round on a silver platter.
Yeah, a huge round right there from him. Look, when the kills come your way like that, you have to deliver. So just mowing them down, coming out that squeaky door. Some good shots from Howzak, sure, but maybe let him work with the AWP, try and set him up for a pick instead of forcing him into a 3-on-5 scenario like that.
And you saw what he managed to make out of it. This one's pretty tough. Fang on an AK-47. Already Howzak beats Torji's AWP, and it is just JDC. Laughing all the way to the bank. Grim, 1 back on the dig. Exertion, though, happy to collect if he does go wide on red. Ouch. 14, as you highlighted. A certainty. Just JT versus JDC. Frozen will steal it for 16. Okay. Things have stabilized after that cold timeout and charge.
Yeah, and once we get to that map number 3, there'll be a knife for sides. And we're getting into New Ancient ever since it's been a little bit widened. I think it plays much more like a conventional Counter-Strike map now, not just so much dump utility and fight for B lane / mid control. And well, the body language, not reflecting a team who has the mental to bring this back. Let's see if I can be proven wrong here.
Stakes are definitely high today. Day 6 of IEM Katowice 2023. An exertion, throwing some aggression into the mix. Fang can't believe his luck. He gets 2. JDC with a counter onto Howzak. That was the bomb. He's mollied it as well. If Grim... Ooh, he's been spotted now. I love this. JDC's got support as well. JT up in the elevated rafters. Still see Fang on the AWP for it. Dexter needs to get back onto the top side. Good onto Floppy, who was trying to hold on top of the top site. Dexter still has Hut, has all of it on lock. See smoke, he'll spam and spray. And finds the angle as well. Makes it a 2-on-2. Can chill now.
Saw the foot.
What? Fang down to the adjustment. What was that from Dexter? I think he was going for Grim and accidentally found an extra one. And this is going to be an easy walk into 15, just putting it across the line in the end. All smiles now. Happy with a call.
Yeah,
JDC.
A lobby crunch right there that almost fell apart. Fang, this man on your screen right here gets 3 kills. 2 in Hut, picks up the AWP, grabs another. Felt like they had a gap, but you bang on. There was no way that Dexter was aiming for that kill. He saw the foot going towards the vent. He tried to flick on over and just hit mouse 1. But doing that, grabbed himself an extra kill. So a great round from the in-game leader of MOUZ here, but back in it in a big way.
You saw Fang's face as well. Like, that's just a death you can't really explain. Well, Complexity last time out. Now it's them that require 4 in consecutive fashion. Just as MOUZ have demonstrated. And it was a lobby crunch, bro. They call a lobby crunch and they lose the first 2 kills.
Yeah, when it starts like this, like look how bad it got here. And then Dexter from the rafters grabs one. This is wild here. We'll probably catch it on the replay. So sees the foot on the left. Yeah, just tries to flick into action. That is a wild one right there.
The ballsy call from the CT side as well. Let's go, crunch them.
Yeah, and the money in the bin right now for Complexity here. A scout for Halzerk, a deagle for JT. And a map number 3. 1 round away. This time the nades land, but standing much deeper is Dexter. You're only going to take him out once with that type of a play. And here comes the push again. Time to bully.
Yeah, this is reminiscent of how the first map started. MOUZ just disrespecting, charging. Look at this. Everyone's holding W. Frozen on walkabout. Tagged up on the scout. Oh, it's Halzerk. Taking them both down on that. That's a lot of damage for a cheap rifle, and AWP gone. Squandered, and he's hitting every shot he takes. What is going on here? That is a box. Doesn't stop him. Tagging him twice as Dexter will collect, but still, calm your... Can't finish that sentence, but 3 on 3. And oh my god, they nearly lined up for him. Dexter the AWPer. And now into Fang. A 2 on 2. And no rush. Bomb on the back of him. The Canadian might want to wait for Grim to get a little bit more of a power position because he's working on the potential up the ladder. JDC's holding this though. It's going to become a one. Oh, the timing. JDC dismounts and the first of the 4 found.
Poor Halzerk, what was that type of a round, mate? I think he's had enough of this fun and games. The scout, he had to hit 2 shots on Frozen. You saw, highlighted by our obs team right there, there was Torji who took down with an AWP behind that CT blue. That must have been a banger in itself. And given them something to work with here. So there it is, bang, Torji gone. Has to hit 2 of these. Oh, makes it the headshot. So, and Dexter as well. He's had a bit of spring in his step, but it's all right. They can buy back, both teams. This one's still locking horns. 1 more round for MOUZ, 3 for Complexity to go to overtime.
Oh, there's a very clear intention here. They want to overwhelm Torji. And he can take them to Ancient right now. Misses the lethality. Grim tagged. Torji body bagged into the low site. JDC on the tight line.
They can see the window's broken.
Little suspicious as Exertion's rotated through. On the cross, a freebie for JDC. Another one for him. It's fallen apart at the seams. Cole with just 2. Make it 1v3. Halzerk has been berserk. But can he really clutch up to extend play? Exertion denies, and we're off to Ancient. MOUZ back against the ropes on their map and deliver every individual you need at their 11th hour. 23 for Exertion, 21 for Torji. Heroics at times. You saw Dexter with the shot through the smoke. Frozen as well. We go to Ancient.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. dreams are deceiving. My head is spinning wrong.
MOUZ battled back here on Nuke, fight through a strong performance in the first half, sees them seal the deal in the second, and so we will go to Ancient. Nuke, though, what did we see there, Maui?
That was a really nice game from MOUZ in terms of just, I think that I talked about at least the fact that MOUZ on most maps don't always use lurkers very well. I think Exertion did a really good job towards outside. He was finding so many frags, sometimes looking a little foolish almost because of his teammates setting him up or messing up their smokes. But I think that when he had an opportunity to really just show what he's made of in an open space, he was consistently finding multi-frags, delivering info to his team, so Dexter and the rest of the boys could make great mid-rounds.
That they certainly did. Very strong performance coming through from MOUZ. Complexity, they had a couple moments there, right? There was 11-11 at one point. It seemed like the comeback might be happening, but it slips through their fingers, Luis.
Yes, and I think that for Complexity it was a little bit tough on the City side, right? What we all expected about the special treatment they would give to us didn't really deliver, right? It was a 9-6 T side for MOUZ. A little questionable decisions on that City side for Complexity. But coming to that T side, yeah, as you said, they looked like they could come back, and there was also a few questionable decisions from the MOUZ roster, right? There's this very specific round where they have a 5v5 post plant on the B bomb side under, and then because they got a kill, they felt like they could go for it, and then there was also a situation where if they lose the round, their money would be in shambles, and then they decided to go for it. It kind of hurt their economy. That cost 2 rounds, actually, which got them into the 11-11. So, little question of the season from both sides. In general, I think that MOUZ, on the City side, they looked better.
Now, this guy was a huge part of the hot start here for MOUZ, right? 10-0 before they finally laid him low. Just a ridiculous first half coming out from Xerxen. You already talked about him as being that lurker outside, but it just seemed like throughout, Complexity had no answer.
With Exertion, what's nice to see in terms of his development for MOUZ is that before you would just say he's a very high skill player, they're going to throw him into the fray, he's going to run at people, he's going to headshot. And I actually think that he showed a lot of caution. He showed like timings, he understood, he was very aware of what the opponents were likely to be doing. And because of that, he was able to catch out people like Halzerk sometimes. He was able to just find space towards outside. And I really just loved when he was just kind of lurking slowly and not even necessarily joining with the team, and he's just working by himself. And that's not something I necessarily would have said about Exertion 5 months ago. So to see that sort of growth shows that MOUZ actually have room for improvement still.
Yeah, they certainly do. You see the team huddle going in there from Complexity, presumably some serious adjustments coming through from Ancient. They've ridden a high, they've ridden a low now. Where are we feeling Complexity landing as we head into map number 3?
I think that on Ancient, Complexity comes from a 2 wins streak, but that was before the update, before Ancient changed and all the new spawns. So I'm curious to see, because the map changed a lot ever since. I don't think none of these teams actually played the map, so it's and because of the fact the spawns change, there's not much the teams can do in terms of preparation at all, because the map is being played completely different. So I think it's going to come down to the individuals. I mean, we were talking about Exertion, right? And he has very good roles in this specific map. And that's the thing that makes Exertion very special as a player, is that on the City side, he plays a lot of those star roles and roles where he can find multiple kills. And on the T side, I've seen it all. I've seen him doing entry. I've seen him calling, helping with the secondary calling. And I actually interviewed him in Rio, and he said he was also helping with the calling on for Dexter. So I've seen it all. He's calling, he's entering, he can lurk, as you said. So it's just very special to watch him play. And yeah, the thing that impressed me the most on this second map, going back to Nuke a little bit, was the ability for MOUZ to react to the timeouts for Complexity. We've seen it twice where Complexity takes a timeout, MOUZ goes and rushes AST on Nuke. Complexity takes a timeout, MOUZ goes and tries to lobby crunch as well. So I think this is something that Complexity should keep an eye on if they want to have a chance in this Ancient, especially with their timeouts, because MOUZ is catching up and trying to do something different to try to change the pace of the game and catch them off guard.
Definitely keeping them a little bit more uncomfortable. We'll find out if that's going to be the continued game plan here. We've got Haku standing by for a sideline update.
Cyclone said that after the first map, they didn't really feel like they played as a team and they really needed to reset. That's what they focused on after the Inferno. So it was pretty successful. They took away Nuke. let's just see if they'll be able to keep that even for the third map. Back to you.
Now, I want to go back to a point that you were making there, Luis, which is that they were keeping them uncomfortable, right? They were maybe mixing things up, trying to respond to what Complexity might be trying to do, get 2 steps ahead. It felt like it was the opposite story on Inferno, but Complexity a little bit more uncomfortable here. Is that going to be the storyline as we head into Ancient?
I would hope that Complexity has worked on Ancient a lot because, like we've been talking about, neither of these teams have played it since the update, and a lot has changed in terms of like mid control. You really can fight for that very quickly now as a T. Cave control, also kind of the same deal there. And so for Complexity, they have to understand what the top tier meta is really quickly, and so do MOUZ. Like for either team to win this one. And I guess to bring it back to your question, I guess MOUZ they need to be keeping the fight up, like taking that to Complexity, because Complexity showed in that half, or like their T side, that when they slow the round down, they can actually like outwork MOUZ sometimes with like slow decision making. So if MOUZ just kind of hit them right in the face, I think that like that mid fight really is just going to come. That's a lot of this because that's where all the openers are nowadays.
Let's talk about keys here, right? Because first map, it was the Halzerk show. Second map started with Exertion, a lot of Torji coming in towards the end there, but the individuals have definitely shown at different points. Who should we be looking at as key players as we head into our third?
I would expect Grim. I think he had a pretty bad series in this on Nuke, not series, the map on Nuke. He was playing pretty good on Inferno. Coming to this one, also because of row-wise, I would expect a little bit more from him. Ancient, again, it is a map where you can find a lot of impact as an AWPer, even with the update, and especially on the CT side, a lot of the teams goes for the double AWP approach nowadays. And the thing that worries me the most about Complexity was just their inability to adapt and be proactive on Nuke. And I want to see, I hope they worked a lot on Ancient, because Ancient, now with the new spawns, you have to be very proactive with your utility usage, to the way you react, because at the beginning of the round, you most certainly lost a lot of the control already because of the spawns. So you have to assume you lost control in the beginning of the round, and then you have to be able to react and make decisions. And that's, for me, one of the weak points from this Complexity roster, especially when MOUZ is playing slow and methodical, so yeah.
Right. When Complexity lose space, something I really dislike about them, and something that I think they worked on, but we'll have to see if it plays out here on Ancient, is that they always do these passive rotates. And by passive rotates, I mean they always kind of fall back into their spawn, and then they do like almost the most standard retake whenever the opponents plant on a bomb site. And so for them to actually get MOUZ off kilter, they need to sometimes proactively push. And I think the meta of Ancient has evolved so much now that when you lose mid control, people are always pushing down that B ramp.
Yes.
Like that's just, it's like Cash. When you lost mid on Cash, you would flash into A main, take that space. And so Ancient's kind of playing a lot out like that, but I've seen this Complexity lineup on Ancient in particular passively rotate. They give up everything, and that means you're kind of just letting the Ts have whatever they want. And I don't want to see that. I want to see them take the fight right to MOUZ.
Well, we'll see if they're taking the fight right to them. It's time to get ready for our third map. So when we come back from the break, it's our wonderful casters. It's Spongeance in the Machine.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking
So far, we're really happy with the Hallzerk pickup. I think one of the most important things for our org was maintaining Complexity's identity as a North American organization. And when it comes to that, Hallzerk is definitely committed.
Woo! Woo! Come on! Come on! I'm gonna need me them ups every damn round.
I think he kind of misunderstood when we said we needed an aggressive offer.
I need more from you. All this potential, man. Where's the damn keystone?
If they push you back on A, you need to fall back into bank and wait for us.
You think I'm gonna let them come up to my land? I'll be damned.
Just save, guys. Just save.
And the accent, it's just terrible.
I'm gonna need me them ups every damn round. Damn hillbillies.
I mean, I'm cool with him role-playing a North American persona, just as long as he doesn't frag like a North American offer.
It's all going down in Group B. Complexity and MOUZ condemned in the opening round, now find themselves in the lowers, and we're into our third map. One of these teams is going home at the end of Ancient Chad, and I truly don't know who. After the convincing performance over on the first map, Complexity, MOUZ have responded in kind, and now we find ourselves on, well, a map that's changed just a little bit. Ancient.
Pretty drastic changes indeed. And
a tiny, well, 1 second. It doesn't sound like much.
Yeah, but look, the spawns play a big difference as well as a couple of other key features, right? The B bomb site is wider. This map plays a bit more like a traditional map these days. And let's see how MOUZ want to mount their defense against Complexity here on the attack.
You were telling me as well, this is the first time we get to see both of these teams on New Ancient.
Yeah, no officials recorded on the New Ancient just yet. So a fast B, well, straight up long, that's a good call.
Yeah, let's see how far JT gets before he meets Exertion. And wow, that's snappy. Straight into the head of the in-game leader. It's going crazy into a 3v2. Just a complete flurry of frags into B. Favors the T. Grim hiding out in safe haven. 2 towards the cave position. Kit on JDC. And Frozen leading the pack, leading the charge on the Jiggles. Now Jig is up. 2 of the 3 known, and it doesn't matter if the shots are hit. Look at JDC. Oh no! He's got a shot. He's got a real shot. Just Floppy cowering in the corner. Even has the kit, but he is low now. Holding the 5-second defuse. Floppy's going to get caught. Oh, pushes in and saved. Close to brilliant from JDC.
Oof, that was a tight round right there. Good attempt from JDC, sure, but Complexity making the most of those new spawns. Just the fast B call, the CTs. Weren't expecting that one right in their face. You can see not too much room to maneuver. The fact that Exertion gets 1. But there is going to be a whole new tussle on this map. Cave, the CTs used to have a field day, right? It was theirs every day of the week. Now the Ts can actually put up some resistance. And the same in middle. You don't see the same level of CT aggression. The Ts can be making their way out around this corner as the CTs are just coming down those stairs to get into Donuts. You can get caught off more often than not. And I think that the meta will shift in a position where the Ts need to make sure they get this mid control, flush out Donut, and apply pressure Red House, exactly where we see Frozen right now. That'll force them into 2-3 side defenses, 2 towards A, 3 towards B.
Whoa, Exertion. Ballsy to take the shot. And so is Dexter with this push off the flash. An opening for this force fight. Deagle to the head of Hallzerk, left and responded to by Floppy.
All right, well, they've made this one quite jarring here. I think JT's HP is a worrying point of conversation here, but they've completely evacuated. And this happened as well on Inferno. There was a round where Complexity, they exchanged territory, exchanged a kill, and then they just sat and waited, and MOUZ over-rotated to the other bomb site, which is exactly what's going down here. They're about to clean out middle as a pack, so at least they're doing it as a unit. You can't fault them for this. And they'd be hot on the trail, because in towards B, Complexity march.
Yeah, Fang surely going to be responsible for Cave at this point. Torji trying to find a quick one on the way in, and does. Bring Floppy low. Exertion. Down and out. JDC the same. It was Fang holding on to this cave position as that bomb ticks, and the round looks good. Just going to try and maintain what they can. An Armored Scout. Be careful, Aaron Adig. And some very bright green gloves.
Yeah, some damage done there, but nothing to write home about. But just to note, they smoked donut, smoked red, took full mid control. It's going to be harder when the guns come out because the CT still might want to put up a little bit of resistance. You can get the molly and sure, they can disrespect it if they're consistently using that spawn. You can't peer out a cave and take that mid fight as easily. We saw it FaZe when we were covering it off the other day. We're able to do so against Spirit, who didn't look up to date on the map whatsoever.
All right, Dreamstar, TC. Happy with that one. Coach distributing the fist bumps. And it should very well just be walking it across the line for this third.
I think the only fear factor here is Torji's Scout, right, getting a couple of tags. But now that they know that it's in play and retained, might be something more execute heavy from Complexity here. And a few more flashes as they pick certain corners. He's even starting top mid as MOUZ are starting with a heavy A stack. So could just be straight in towards B here quite swiftly. This molly, very standard from the best spawn over towards B lane. It's going to help contain any CT aggression. Even going to smoke off the ledge. And yeah, they'll just waltz in towards B again here. This is perfect stuff from Complexity. Be very happy with this.
Let's see how many rounds it takes before we see the A site.
It's interesting as well with some of the setups that Rops and Brokey, right? Rops would just sit at the tall box there, was just highlighted on the screen. Brokey would play over towards, well, his classic temple position.
I like that setup.
And he would get a shot away with the AWP, and then he'd wait for Rops to take the slack of Donut. He'd focus then. Oh, the triple boost. This one here, it's not as nice as you would like, boys, and you can get a bit more height on this as well if you're both. Here we go, and both up together. Yeah, there you go. That's what you're looking for. It's not great.
Can we see it from JDC's POV?
You can't see a lot.
Oh.
Nah.
You robbed me.
You really can't see a lot there.
Okay.
It's fun, though. Got the smiles on the faces.
Well, I think it's necessary. You know, you want to just try and keep morale at an all-time high when there is so much at stake. Are you packing your suitcase? Are you already getting ready to go all the way back to North America? Or do you continue this hard-fought battle? To be fair, it is only going to get harder from here on out. Vitality Fnatic sounds like a banger, by the way. That's happening on the other stream.
Oh, look at these techers. Planning in, planning out, planning in, planning out.
So it's Fast Fingers.
Quick with the digits, old Halzerk.
Pulling the trigger and more. Look at that. Look how deep the molly is. It's practically in the middle now. They're going forward of it. JDC will mow them down, and MOUZ immediately let them know they got the guns.
All right.
Torji into the A main player. Oh, what? You thought it was going to be like that for the rest of the game?
A pretty interesting approach right there, right? They didn't molly close. They actually did the smoke close and mollied the door, which meant that Complexity could only wrap on that tight line. So avoiding a flash, just stepping back out, that is still a 50-50 for my money. But an interesting way to approach this CT mid-control and success early. Now, hopefully Complexity don't feel too hard done by here and don't go back to trying these mid plays, because if you're unable to press control here, you will have a hard time in this half.
Yeah, and you called it a 50-50. JDC, he left with 100 HP. Handled it magnificently. And now he is getting hunted. And yeah, Halzerk, next victim. JDC farming up $300 a pop. Halzerk down. JT with the bomb and 5 from every angle. Give it to him. Yeah, he'll take it. Quad kill from JDC. A little announcement of his presence in middle. Complexity, yeah, that's the question we'll continue to readdress, is will that ward them off? Will they start to relinquish that part of the map that at this point in time is going to be given to you more often than not? You can see that channeled into the spray. And JDC, a lovely 4K.
Yeah, one of the conversations as well for JT to be able to call this is going to who has the best mid spawn. Floppy has it right now. He's lining up an insta window here. And if he's not using that mid spawn, but they still want to trundle out, there'll be a slight delay on this. I don't think they'll test the water 2 rounds in a row. But Insta Red and Donut Smokes means that they can still work on this mid control. They have B lane. You can see by virtue of JT here applying pressure towards Cave. They're out and about. So this is where if they apply a bit of pressure towards Red House, you'll start seeing the turtled up 3-2 setup I was talking about.
Nice work from Exertion to get that smoke down and established. Now, sure, Susceptible to wall bangs, but what is he this? He's got a lineup of his own. Just a couple of pot shots, wants to keep them on their toes.
Likes a risk or two, doesn't he,
He does,
Exertion?
doesn't he?
And it's necessary. He's played a big role in this series so far.
Floppy's been working on his wall bangs. Couple of insignificant damage bullets, but connecting all the same. Nice timing from Exertion, his utility. He's fighting tooth and nail to hold on to Cave. Another smoke, another couple of pot shots. Comfortably aggressive is Exertion.
And they're out of mollies here on the Complexity side, so they can't molly the pillar or in towards the cave door and a flash forward for a fight. Here comes Dexter.
Waiting for a sound cue or an intuition. A third smoking cave. They're really rotting the clock here. Torji releases it. Little early. And Dexter down. Nice timing from Floppy on the swing. Response of Torji. Need another. And JT gone 2 with a flick of the wrist. Oh. Needs another into Fang. All of them running into that AWP. And now falls to Halzerk. Does not have the opportunity to plant right now. Would need a clean one onto Exertion. And still with 10 seconds, what's he to do? Frozen. JDC in prime position to deny your plant. And oh, there was an opportunity. Frozen will close what Torji started. Well handled. Good to see his name in the feed early for MOUZ.
Yeah, very important round right there. It's done wonders on the CT sides of the AWP here, especially in the last 2 maps of play. Well, this one's only just started, so maybe I'm speaking a little bit too soon here, but Dexter a little bit unlucky on the timing with the flash. There's one coming his way as well. But this is great from Torji. Necessary work. And one of the keys here, the reason that MOUZ could keep 3 players focused on Cave and B ramp is because they didn't push the donut player of JDC back. He knew that nobody had crossed red. So unless you're going to put some pressure on him, they'll retain that type of information. I know they smoked it early.
Wow, 3 early mid. Against what they expect to be a lighter buy. It is. Don't want to give you too much space. Of course, turning your back to mantle up those boxes puts his faith into JDC to hold that elbow position. Set up strong. Gonna be very tough to break. You'd need some heroic Deagle headshots, and JDC's even got a supportive flash if they get a little overwhelmed. Good flash, gets them across. A single smoke. A smattering of pistols. MOUZ looking to tie us up to 3 apiece. Takes a large chunk out of 2 of them. Now, Halzerk and Grim have got a little bit of room to maneuver. A recovered rifle.
Bombs in cave there.
And the bomb unretrievable. But MOUZ just kept on their toes with a couple of lighter by frags. Not clearing their corners. Oh, hang on. Grim another. And that will be significant damage considering the situation. 3 bodies down from MOUZ, but no harm, no foul.
All right, and a timeout called here. You can see TC immediately getting that motor mouth moving here. 30 seconds to spit it out. 3 rounds early, not too bad, but you'd like to try and consolidate here with the gun rounds. And you know that there's only been 2 players in 2 consecutive rounds staying alive for MOUZ. Their cash, still a pressure point, something that you can poke at. Would love to force them into a save. Would want to be able to snatch one back because in the last 3 rounds, no plant for Complexity. So getting that down with the loss bonus building gets you more buys, allows you to stay a bit more threatening during all of this. No insta window smoke coming out to play here, so it might be a different approach for Complexity in this round. So they're lining it up late. Yeah, it looks like Floppy has lined it up late. He's done it for the 2 easiest spawns. If you just want to know how to do the easy ancient ones, just go watch the first 6 rounds of this game. You'll see from Floppy on either side of that pillar. And there they are. The smokes do land.
Ooh, okay, yeah, and JDC has help as well. Frozen. Evenly spaced. Trying to fight for this time. Fang trying his luck. Hidden behind the smokes. And Cubby is clear. This is what you were asking for, Chad. Red room on the menu. Exertion to buy time. Oh my god, that's Grim. Perfect headshot just as the smoke plumed. Enough information for the headshot. Now things could spiral. A recovery required.
They have to push on either side of the map right now, so both extremities probably going to get some love right now from MOUZ. Stall them out towards B for as long as you can while they search A with JDC and walking into it. Floppy,
Boom.
That's a big one.
That's lovely. Dexter's been having a bit of a tough time so far here on the ramp.
Fang's heard this. One rotation point available. He should have a couple of kills here. Oof.
Should.
Maybe not.
Doesn't need to.
JDC.
Oh my god. No one's ready. Oh, too many. Spoilt for choice. Too many targets that didn't know about him. We've all been there.
Floppy wants to hunt as well. You can see springs into action here over towards Cave. They have pushed down the B ramp.
Yeah, this is kind of protect the VIP. Torji. Oh, down and out. Got a little greedy to post up on that. He was already plenty of time to have joined Frozen here, but now, yeah, AWP gone. JT's going to make sure that's not going to be preserved.
Yeah, and that conversation about the finance is something that Complexity are obviously very aware of. So bomb down this time, one staying alive for now, and they are going to hunt him. They know where he is. How many more bodies are you willing to send after this?
Well, especially after the way they got those 3 frags with just those Tech 9s. This is going to have a little extra to write home about. Frozen looks pretty good for the hold.
Oof, they let him get away with it. All right. Frozen holds on to the M4A1S. JDC can buy, Frozen can drop a rifle, and at that point you can start piecing together how MOUZ could be threatening, or do they want to keep it light, make sure they can get a full buy round out into round number 9? Well, that's the conversation for after these highlights. A big one there from Floppy, and yeah, JDC could have really ruined the party there. You mentioned spoiled for choice. If you had a silenced M4, you think maybe he could get 2, but the AK betrays him, and they do buy in. Torji's AWP, out and about. Can he shake it? Well, exactly that.
Okay, well, Fang again. First one in, best dressed. And JDC just staring at that donut smoke. They are sending a second prong through this Red Room walk. It's been held by Dexter, but not the weapon for the job. Run on down, straight through the smoke. The disrespect. And look at this T-smoke. The CTs respond with one of their own, but a whole new dynamic emerging.
Yeah, and a whole new position they have to worry about now, right? And with a number down, it's not enough bodies to cover off all of these angles. JDC still alive in Donut, however.
He does look boxed in by virtue of those A-main players, but he has Frozen in support. This is the fight he needed to win. JT, a big frag, puts Frozen on the chopping block next. Trying to play that safe haven, catches a great one onto Grim and doubles up. Floppy now into the site. Still, Complexity should have that plant. Not going to be easy, and Fang parked for the late flank, or might be quite a quick one. Both through CT. Oh, they're pushing. Cancelled the bomb. Good find from Floppy. Torji, man on a mission.
Dead.
Should be dead, and is delivered by Fang. That flank we discussed. A double for him. Complexity up to 5. It does look like they're comfortable here on Ancient.
Yeah, very good understanding right now of that Red House pressure. You've seen it profit in 2 rounds for them. It's a low information, sure, and it constricts the way that the CTs can play this map. You can't rotate between the sites. Think about how much power you have in that position. And the way to adjust is not having a player overextend in Donut, right? You're going to need to play 2 players in towards that A site. 1 player from B will have to be tasked with making sure they can't make their way red to A split or B. And then you need to have a bit more focus, or maybe a little bit more of a passive approach on that B bomb site. So there's a lot of adjustments available to MOUZ here. Let's see if they make them, or if they just want to fight fire with fire and get stuck in with aggressive maneuvers. We mentioned it's not as easy. Oh, they're out mid here. I don't know how aware Complexity are.
If they start climbing up that box, yeah, I mean, cursory glance. Floppy's the one to be housekeeping, and Fang, oh, so many on his screen, actually gets away. Heavy damage from those USPs, and Grim's going to clear. Oh, no, he's not going to look underneath, and still Exertion allowed to get away with an AK. Frozen towards second. A hard clear. Howzak none the wiser just yet, and oh.
He's so crazy, right? This kid, he's always bringing out the P250.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a classic,
it's his primary weapon.
Yeah, the orb's just for show. This is 6 rounds already on the T side here, and conversation has to be had with the new Ancient. We haven't had enough sample size of games here to understand exactly how it's going to play out.
But is your assumption?
Well, this is the thing. There were some games of Ancient where the T sides were getting off to flyers as well when they were able to punish mid, but this is in the old meta. Now they should definitely have a couple more options available to them. And you can see the different smatterings of CT maneuvers for information. You heard Maui talking about it there on the desk. Like, it's very common if you lose this cave control and you lose mid control that you need to start pushing down B ramp together and looking for those fights. So we're still seeing it start to manifest on our screen. I would say, you know, a 9-6, an 8-7 type of scoreline here would be pretty tidy if you're on the T side. And I'm meaning them having the lesser, right? 6 or 7 for them would be pretty good. Anything more, I think on any map is fantastic. And another timeout called here. This will be the first for MOUZ this time round. So having to discuss the adjustment, or where is the adjustment going to come into play. There isn't an AWP available for Torji at all. There's literally not enough money on any of his teammates, even if they were to glass cannon by virtue of getting him out. And it feels like the only way to deal with this if you don't want to play passive is to play that coin toss in mid and throw a lot of bodies and try and fight and make sure Complexity can't take it early. Right. Because you can see how easy it is for them just to scale up behind the insta-donut, insta-top, mid-smoke. They're out, they're about, they're pressuring, they're forcing your rotation, and they're 3 rounds up.
Halzog's got a very nice spawn and an AWP. Smokes are in the sky. You know how it feels. And he's taking it towards A main. Now JDC in Donut. I wonder if this presence will force him away. Frozen's been corralled over, summoned. And now Fang will obscure view of the cross red. So Torji's on high alert. Actually, no, his smoke has faded, so he can at least post up on that. Halzog, P250 out for the clear. A boost, and then an AWP peek into the default box. Yo, Frozen. He's about to get blown out of the server. Or not. Had his smoke in his hand, being run on down, covered by JDC. MOUZ deliver on the A defense. JT might want to rejig the defense.
What?
And Halzog gets it. Frozen didn't quite finish his meal. Exertion, though, with the elimination. 1 tap, 1 kill. Any more where that came from? Dexter, he's wanting to finish it right here, but Halzog, oh my god, no! It's just completely changed hands. Ooh. Advantage disintegrates.
The CTs will still beat them in towards the B bomb site here, but they do have the number disadvantage. It will be Torji to park up in the site and JDC to get there just in time.
What a mad round of counter.
They can still head back towards mid and make their way donut. Looks like they're committing to this.
Gives Torji and JDC a real chance, unless Halzog, no, down and into JDC. 1-on-1. JT not ready for cave, and they run straight into MOUZ. The trap sprung.
That's the first time like the over-rotation of MOUZ seems to have really paid off. We've seen it in a couple of rounds, right, over some of these maps where they've rotated, expecting Complexity to change tune and Complexity stick to their guns and re-hit that same site, or at least take their time and look a little bit more organized. This was a bit sloppier here, and you can see this opener, so much space for Grim, but just gets pipped at the post. Halzog lucky to get that, and then everybody just kept pushing for frags. Fang grabs one, Dexter goes down, and then JDC here says, no, enough of that silly game.
Just actual euphoria on JDC's face there. Now Dexter, he's been struggling on this ramp fight. 1 and 8 as it stands, and they're coming his way. Again, flatlined, but it's exertion. Good for a double. Alive and kicking. Frozen, ready for cave, handles it, and MOUZ are closing this gap. Fang to plant. Halzog's got so many nades. Oh, just into the smoke. Fang down. Halzog getting run on down. 1 of the 4 required. Getting closed on. Oh my god, a no scope. No, Halzog, you can't. Be nice. Not playing nice is Halzog because he goes God mode, misses his chance. Considers the rifle and goes down. Heartbreak. Oh, Frozen. A safe pair of hands.
Oh, the reload. The reload. It felt like he wanted to doubt himself right there. Like, he couldn't quite believe it. He backpedaled into the open.
Oh, yeah, he's considered the rifle just a little moment of lapse of judgment. The previous round, of course, but Halzog. Brilliant handling of business here. He knew where they were coming from, handled the jewels.
Torji's just trying to get out of dodge. Why is he turned around?
Oh, okay. Yeah. We all know how that one feels when you're so close to brilliance. So close to God mode.
He even had something lippy to say there as well after the round. Made sure to throw a choice word or two. Fang back to his trick, straight into red. The pace on this.
Hasn't been heard? Or I don't see Frozen acknowledging it. I don't see Torji acknowledging it.
It heard now.
Yeah, okay. Exertion, more than he bargained for. JT opens the door for a complexity 7th.
Fang forced that reaction. He forced that play, and now he wants to force another fight.
It's a non-valiant attempt from Dexter for 2. JT walks out into Fang's clutches. They know Frozen's still alive, likely on A. But if he gets his timing right, Fang with his vision the other way, at least confirms it's a 1v3 on B as it stands. Torji going aggressive, that's the bomb. Hauzerg, he's already punched his desk once. He could have again, saved by the bell and the miss of that AWP shot.
Oof, that's a sigh of relief right there. Complexity, that was crazy. Fang knew that he's getting this mid-control. He forced that reaction. He forced that exertion cave push.
Yeah, he had his...
Well, because it's so desperate, right? It's like they keep getting red control. They keep pressuring. So we need a fight towards B. And he just walked into 3 players waiting exactly for that play. So Complexity, they've really rumbled MOUZ here. That's 7 rounds posted. Bomb. Halfway gone now. This is a guarantee. Frozen just looking to do some damage. Maybe wants to try and get this AWP, but Hauzerg's got that in his grubby mitts.
Yeah, and he was going to be plying his trade with it in the next round. As well, Frozen will get a couple on the way out. Good for the stats. That's about it.
And good for at least them staying somewhat competitive here, right? So removing a lot of rifles, forcing these rebuys. They'll still be cash to do so. But if you take a look here, Hauzerg will have to... 1 HP.
Calculated. DC's face says it all.
Must be an awful lot coming out of Hauzerg's mouth right now because he's definitely got the trash talk going.
Yeah, he's feeling himself. The full integration.
This game is just chaotic, right? It's been a fun little matchup here with all these mid-rounds, the 2v2s, the 3v3s. Couple of clutch attempts in the mix as well here.
The speed by which Fang was through that smoke and spotting out was rapid. He really did have his Nikes on. Don't think he's going to get away with that without the spawn, but still, I mean, complexity, 7, comfortable, 8, reasonable, and exertion. That's the first time we've seen that kind of cave duel look so easy for Cole.
Because he knows he needs to be in the thick of things. If his teammates are losing so much control in middle, which, to be fair, is very hard to hold on to, he feels like he needs to react. Right. That reaction is exactly what the North Americans were looking for here. It's going to be a force buy behind the 1-save rifle. They can get out a second for Dexter, some upgraded pistols. But this here will have a lot of ramifications on the half. Complexity could be set for potentially getting themselves up to double digits, 10 rounds, more than possible here. Remember, elimination on the line.
Yeah, back to his domain. Hot favorite MOUZ. And Torji spotted out. Nice chance, but not quite able to build out of it as he'll smoke himself into the retreat. And that's a naughty death for Dexter. Caught out just on the reposition, a boost of that T-side AWP. And so 8, yeah, the double-digit discussion still on. Our first taste of MOUZ this year. And so far, yeah, a little bitter in the lower bracket. Sent there by OG, a full 3-map affair.
Yeah, that Mirage, it's a highlight reel.
Oh, God, they're going to still be thinking about that Dexter clutch.
And that's the thing. They think that they should have probably had a free crack today at Heroic. And instead, they're down here in the mud with a Complexity who's been fighting tooth and nail. And speaking of teeth, there's a sharp one right here looking to remove whatever MOUZ want to say. Fang has cornered off this A push. Yeah, they could just stay in main, right? It's quite safe territory.
There's no need to go further. You're safe. You got both entrances, or rather exits. And Fang with half health, probably not going to be feeling too excited about taking an AK-47 into unknown territory.
Yeah, don't want to hand over another rifle here, because you can see JDC did find the Fallen from Dexter. But this is it, right? So they've saved 2 rifles again. Lost bonus into the next round to play 2400. You're likely just to use these 2 rifles and that save 5-7. Just take a save on everybody else, so there shouldn't be any investments, and then you'll have a gun round for round 15. But Complexity, I wouldn't say you're putting it in, but you're definitely chipping from the bunker, and it's got a favorable roll right now.
And Grim, favorable in both of these. They line up for him, and MOUZ with just a couple of pistols short, but exertion down, as is JDC.
Yeah, that was one of the M4s, so they can try and find this. It was also the 5-7 with Kevlar. That's actually a great find, and just the confidence from Complexity in some of these fights here. You can see they're really laser focused right now. Everybody contributing when they have to.
Yeah,
and here it is, scooped up.
The rifle retrieved.
But it might just be another one of these scenarios. If Complexity walk in towards B, okay, well, maybe save the rifles again. So I know that they're going to buy again next round, but you guys can do the maths at home. 2,400 plus another 2,400.
It's tough, yeah. I can't
Yeah,
do that one.
pretty bloody tough. So you're not going to have full nades.
Right.
Oh, Dexter, he's on the talk box, not looking your way. Oh, okay. Well, Hauser could have gone down there. Didn't want to step wide. And here it is, the save of the M4s once more.
Oh, that double-digit discussion. You know where Torji's M4 is? Fang will be announcing that after he walked through. And now Frozen known as well. Good frag onto JT to survive, get himself out. Okay, you've got 9 in the bank. T side, you're looking to throw a knockout blow to MOUZ in what is going to be a lower bracket run. Unenviable to everyone. I mean, this is it's a long run to the Spodek from here. Survival, the name of the game. Cole, 9, MOUZ, 5. The loser of Vitality Fnatic, your next opponent.
And that game has come to its conclusion. We'll let you go and discover it on your own. The opponent, more than known at this point here. MOUZ needs something to go into this 2-minute halftime break. And right here, right now, is where they need to stand up and be counted. Doesn't look like the same mid-utility. A change of call from JT here for round 15, and it looks fast towards B.
Like it. It's been working for you when you do try it out, and that's a difference maker. Frozen, straight into the AWPer. Floppy keeps him honest. Dexter, a chance, denied. AWPer, chased. Exertion does find one from the cave position. Torji's there too. They can just smoke it off, but no! Grim delivers the bomb! And perhaps the round. Fang, yeah, you just have to go and try and go for the Hail Mary through the smoke and flames. Bomb. Gonna be spammed. Exertion's got his other exit. What are you supposed to do? Little bit of a hopeless soul Exertion. Yeah, now let's be reasonable. We'll keep it with the gun. And the half is done. 9, still a good haul. MOUZ, 6. We swap sides. And it's all up for debate. Elimination on the line. single half of Counter-Strike to determine whom shall be going home disappointed. It is that first round of the lower bracket here in Group B. Complexity and MOUZ have gone the distance. MOUZ taking to the T side. It was great T side out of Complexity, managing to muster 9. As we get our first look at both of these teams on New Look Ancient.
That 9 came with the pistol here. Let's see if MOUZ can grab this one and try and draw things back level. Tapping away through the smoke there, Halzerk hoping to find some damage, but they've bided their time and coming straight to Donut. Fang spotted this. Molly deep. Exertion almost caught off guard here. They will have to respect the flames.
And will concede. I say that as Fang denies that with a single click of the USP.
It's a fake. They're going B.
Oh dear. Floppy and JT start to float back. There is a gap. Only Floppy now towards long. As they bound on in, he knows that fight is coming from multiple areas. He's going to get run down. Great flashback. Halzerk sets them up. JDC knocks one down. It's that frozen P250 again. They take back some of the control.
Oh.
2 versus 2 as Frozen gets his second. And the seconds are ticking. Dexter would love a couple. Get the juices flowing for this final half. Frozen's done a lot already. Dexter to be closed upon. Needs one with the Glock. Make it a little better for that P250. Still hitting headshots. And now on the 1v1, Dexter just needs one to finish and convert the hard work of Frozen. One frag! MOUZ will take it. And a level playing field established.
Oh, but only just. Both of these pistol rounds extremely close.
Oh god, it was almost the same kind of
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. So Dexter Shaw, that's only going to be his 3rd frag in total right there. He had a really rough go of things defending that B bomb site throughout that first half of play. But that could be a difference maker here as we set our sights. And Frozen, look how fired up he is about that one. He was hitting some crispy one-taps on the P250. Dexter just had to convert. Well, like a good rotation back from Floppy with that flash, but Frozen just too good with those clicks. And Complexity are going to try their luck at the Force by form. Again, the donut molly, and again, the shot from Grim. Exertion deleted once more.
And he's already in position to handle A. They've got both of them here. Like, there is grounds for this. A flash to delay. Looking for an angle to work with. Grim fires off another rattle from the Deagle. Into the site. JDC to plant, wants info donut first, and the bomb will go down uncontested. 2 through Temple, all gathered CT. JT cocking up a smoke from spawn, perhaps. This is going to be interesting. How do you get in? Re-smoke CT. Smoke out from JT. Denies main, only Frozen, unable to play. Dexter's going to farm up a couple of extra frags here as damage inflicted, and JDC will profit as they run on down into the Galils. Halzerk a scout. Good shot onto JDC. No time for this. Maybe they could take a couple more with them. Evade the blast. Challenge number 2. Fang, I think you just a little too
and that's
close.
the Galil as well. Yeah, that would have been nice to carry through. So they lose the rifle upgrade that was available there, the new bomb radius as well. That has caused a lot of teams a bunch of issues. We saw over in Blast, affecting teams just staying too close, losing everything. Complexity, sure, it was a costly round, but you're going to have to, you can't have another nuke situation. You can't have another one of these scenarios where you force spy into the 3rd and they will this time be much more conservative in their purchasing pattern.
When in doubt, stack B and rush B. This could be a quickie. Scout out to
These
the
openers,
head
man.
of Frozen. Halzerk. Okay, problems now. Alarm bells ringing as, well, 3 back from MOUZ. A recovery of sorts after Halzerk's start and the damage inflicted. Doesn't look too scary until JT had a chance and, yeah, just squandered there.
Ooh. Well, that could have gone very wrong, right? The molly got thrown into the back of his head. It mean he could only go forward. If he dies, rifle picked up, no possibility for the trade, 2-on-2 situation. A round for Complexity possible.
Oh god, yeah. I mean, that's Counter-Strike, right? The tiniest of variables.
Yeah, these rounds here have been very touch and go for MOUZ.
That was great.
Every round, it has been a banger of an opener for Complexity so far in this second half. But regardless, we're still tied up at 9-9. Halzerk starting to let the emotions get the better of him here. This game is far from done. Lurk smoke out mid, limp forward, extinguished there. Fang around in the flash, and oh, he will just get the better, but the trade is there.
Oh, war of attrition in middle. 4 smoke grenades dotted around, 1 in cave as well. We'll take stock in a minute. But as the smokes do fade, Halzuk seeing ghosts. Oh, Frozen's got him dead, hasn't he? This is such an overextension. I think Halzuk, he wants to be the hero, he wants to do it all, but he's got no one with him. Frozen looks away. Okay, breaking the rulebook, throwing it away, and 2 on the ramp. This one just gets handed to them. Halzuk channels them into the squad with another rule-breaking play.
Just like Inferno, where he's hanging around in no man's land, getting away with plays that he shouldn't be able to. But one of the details here is complexity with a 2-man ramp push, as opposed to MOUZ, who once they lost mid were funneling themselves through cave. It was desperate, it was messy, and this one's over as, ooh, should have been over. Halzuk will make good on that promise. Dexter goes down, double digits reached. I don't know how often he's going to be able to get away with plays like that. It is so risky, right? You're watching it and it shouldn't work, but he still finds the gap because the expectation from MOUZ is nobody should be that crazy.
And it works twofold, because when it works, you're also mad it worked against you. You're like, you know, everyone's done it. Everyone's played Counter-Strike and said, what is this idiot doing? In fact, Chad Burchill calling people pod bots.
Yeah, like that push right there, they're running up into B because why is Halzuk in mid on his own? You would expect B to be a retake setup or just one player there. No, it's Halzuk who just channeled everybody in towards their demise.
So it works in 3 different ways, if it works. I mean, yeah, crazy.
It's very frustrating, as it will just be likely pistols here. Complexity are the ones to take the time out to have a bit of a chit-chat here. And that is due to all the damage that they did on rounds 2 and 3 with their lighter buys, the save scout.
Oh, you wanted to talk about openings, by the way. I mean, most of this probably from Fang was on his mid-adventures early, but he's 5-0. Grim, 4-2 in those opening duels, and that's just 2 of the 5.
I think Halzuk, Grim, and Fang have all had 1 opening. Actually, Fang's had 2 opening exchanges go his way this half, so seems like a clean sheet for the CTs in that regard, and probably the case here as well in round number 20. MOUZ last year, they came to Katowice, they went out 9th to 12th place. This time might be doing 1 worse.
Oof, and after, you know, what was a team that has grown, developed, gotten stronger with time.
Well, a sobering start for ENCE to the year. The same conversation to be had for Cloud9, losing to IHC yesterday. You throw MOUZ into that conversation. Some of the bigger names, some prospects, teams who are expecting to pick up where they left off.
All you have to do is look at the bracket to understand how that happened. Just stacked with talent here in Katowice.
And if you haven't got the memo yet, oh, hold up a second.
That'll do, Halzuk.
Hold up a second.
Getting run out. And they're already through the flames. What a shot! He actually hits the one. Grim finishing the job, and a P250 main will finish it.
All right, well, I got it interesting there for a moment. Now, look, if you haven't checked in who won the Fnatic vs Vitality game and you want to watch it later, close your ears now. That result has been done and dusted for some time. Vitality toppled Fnatic in a 3-map series. ZywOo with some heroics there. I don't know if everybody caught that clutch, but he had a beast mode performance. 28 frags in total from the game. And that sets ourselves up to know who the winner of this matchup right here on your screens will take on. It'll be Fnatic. Waiting in the wings in that lower bracket. OG Outsiders on the other side. Same mid-pressure here. Exertion doing his best Fang cosplay.
And the man himself is waiting for the fade. Perfect. Exertion. Can he get the second? JT reveals himself. Exertion calling for help in the form of a flash. Well read. JT concedes. Halzuk still holding on the mid-cross. CT smoke on red, so the main engagement now is between these 2 orbs. Torji and Halzuk in a standoff. Flash perfect. Dexter sets him up so Torji's posted on the line. Exertion playing around that red smoke. Oh. Torji, he's got him dead. Halzuk down. Surely that translates into a round.
Should be now. They just need a group up here for the finish. Plenty of time on the clock. No organized CT aggressive maneuver available right now. It is back towards B. JT in the lip of cave. Floppy over towards the pyramids.
Sentences I never thought I'd hear in a car. JT, yeah. I mean, if Floppy can wait for JT to get back up, the cave fight. Oh, it's coming from red as well. Stuck, indecisive, and executed. Everyone hits their shot. Double out of exertion. Frozen not required, and so let's take stock. We're getting to the very, very pointy end of this best of 3. Still absolutely no indication of who is going to be going home.
And in this facet with Complexity, they're not taking a timeout. They can buy again. There is an emission on Grim, and the util is a little bit lighter. So sacrifice is made to go for this purchase. And if MOUZ pick this one up, they can start to stretch their legs a little bit on this T side. Back into play. Fang with his lurk smoke out mid again to try and get a little bit of control. Give himself an opportunity to go for the peak after the initial exchange.
Yeah, and Torji was in a position to certainly catch any crazy aggression on those boxes. And seeing an early regrouping of MOUZ, we might get to see that full all-in onto B. Torji's going looking, hoping to catch an overextension, little gap on that smoke.
No more block util on B.
Yeah, just Grim on a jiggle, and that's exactly what Torji's waiting for. Oh, brilliant. 2 for 2. Back-to-back rounds, Torji's name in the feed, and it's exertion to build upon it. MOUZ can walk on in. Floppy cowering in cave, you'll hear the commitment.
Conversation now has to be about the save here. Can they get the AWP back? Can they hold on to these rifles? Or can Floppy get a kill or two? The answer is no. JDC sharp again. 14 for him now. Everybody contributing for MOUZ to make this possible.
Yeah, full team effort.
And this means a lot in the context of this half right now. We discussed the finances. There won't be another buy available here for Complexity, so any save rifles mean they can be threatening into the next round. And Exertion looking after his new favorite toy. It's that dropped AWP right there at his feet. Nobody will be taking this one into the next round. And there's the support of Torji here as well to oversee business. Complexity need a fire starter of a round, a bit of a miracle play from JT or Fang, and that's if they can hold on to these rifles as the Hunt is getting quicker and closer. Molly's exchanged either way. A bit of a team dig there. Fang does go down in the meantime. Oversteps the mark right there, and it's just JT to retain this 1 M4. So don't even have 2 rifles to work with, and that is putting all eyes on the in-game leader to make some form of a maneuver happen here. They will be able to buy in the follow-up round, sure. But how can you make yourself competitive here? Because MOUZ, they can smell the blood in the water right now. Have a good understanding of the map as well, it seems. Wouldn't be happy to let this go to a third if they didn't. We saw this one just the other day. To greater success just the other day, however.
Oh my goodness. Grim has gotten away with murder. Yeah, daylight. And he's just drive-by onto Frozen.
Well, if they wanted to apply A pressure, they can't. And JT's picked up one too. This is not how the round's meant to unfold for MOUZ.
Dexter knows he has to be the hero at some point, or maybe Exertion, a more likely candidate. Dexter getting hunted. Grim down. Exertion in. Torji posted. Should be able to get the bomb down.
Number advantage here for the CT Swarm. Don't have the weapons, though.
They don't have the kits. They do have to rush this down. Use their numbers. Perfect setup. Need one back. Only the one, though. Halzerk's still there with the M4. Dexter to join them from behind, and it seems like it's a recovery. Only the one, and Floppy's gone. After Grim's start, MOUZ recover.
Ooh, okay, a 3-on-5 recovery. Sure, it was that lighter purchase there. Imagine if they had 2 M4s to work with. So Fang.
Oh, why'd you have to say
getting
that,
pipped
man?
at the post in the final stages. And now we're going to go back into the timeouts here. They need a course correct. Remember, elimination on the line. One of these 2 teams will be saying goodbye to IEM Katowice for 2023. This will be the end of their campaign. It's been a stronger looking Complexity than we've seen. They come into this year, they get the warm-up of the spring groups. Get themselves a big win over Ents to pull themselves into the group stage. 3-map series against Heroic, and now the same here against MOUZ, and these are some of the heavier hitters and some of the bigger dogs. But is this where it ends for the North Americans?
I think the same can be said, though, as you did in the previous. Someone has to break trend. If anyone, it would be Halzerk. Got these AWP back out for all the required utility. And some nade damage early. Dexter. Knocking on the cave door, but it's the donut fight where it starts. Again, Torji good for it. Need one from Grim. Gets it and gets away. Compulsory from the North American. What's he doing? He's so close. That's Herd. That's Herd. Torji, what are you up to? I think he suspects Grim is right in front of him. He's got a good idea of it. Now considers alternate options, but... Oh, I just looked away. Perfect. Oh. Who blinks first? Grim will get it. Colt. Man up. 3 rounds have passed. Without the taste of victory on their lips. Now round 24 to equalize. Hauzuk. Spotted out. Baited out. And they're in. Floppy hiding on the first. A missed shot from the AWPer, but JT good for it onto Dexter. Cave safe. Last 2 on site. The fight. Successful. Floppy good. And that's the round they were looking for. Relatively clean. An interesting scavenging work done by Grim.
Oh, double AWPs here. Good little note to make. It's going to make this A defense a little bit easier. It also frees up Hauzuk to take some different peeks across the map if he'd like. There's plenty of money for a MOUZ buy here, but you can see we're really locking horns. One team takes a timeout while the next follows up after a round lost. The third now for MOUZ. As you can see, it's the mental game really whirring into action here. Round after round, blow after blow.
I swear Torji must have just catapulted himself up in the openings. These last 3 rounds, he's delivered for the boys. This one, not going to be converted. Yeah, I think they were all of his openings, actually, in these last 3.
I'm curious here, with this double AWP in play, Grim will retain the secondary AWP here. How do they want to use this? I'm just trying to see if there's any crazy spawns that they're able to exploit right here. Hauzuk with a decent one over towards B, sure, but we know with this change that they're going to be way too late to the drop. It will just be standard. So Grim to AWP Temple.
Interesting. Let's see if Fang doesn't fall foul to anything funny early, because Exertion and Dexter are coming and they want to hit A. Perhaps suspecting there's an AWP in play. Working across. Fang none the wiser. It's Hauzuk responsible for the cross to CT.
Oh, needs to play ahead of this here. Going to be a risk. Drops the incendiary and will play ahead of that smoke. A brave play from Hauzuk here, but he knows he needs to. Fang, he's found one in the meantime.
It's big, especially if Grim can hit this first shot. He has to be good. And it's JDC in the bomb. It doesn't get better. No need to re-peek. You got the advantage, a 2-man advantage, but still Frozen's coming in, and he's coming in hot. Down to 13, sure, a dink out of Fang. He's already done the heavy lifting, but that bomb is down. Hauzuk onto Torji. Awkward, but Exertion lingers, and usually good for a couple. Disconnected from that ticking bomb.
They have smokes here. Plenty of util to make this possible, Complexity.
Flashes, yeah, to delay. He's going to eat that one. Nice turn from Grim. They beg him for a smoke, and they've got a couple. Exertion trying to set him up with a flash. Frozen's going to have to contest as they head towards it. Nice shot from Grim, and one more for good measure. As the lead is seized by Complexity, that's going to feel great. Prepared for it. A different approach to their CT setup, and they rustle the jimmies of MOUZ right at the business end of this one.
Ooh, that plan, it's going to give them at least something to work with going into round 26 here for MOUZ. We continue this back and forth nature. That's a 2-round stretch now for Complexity here, and both AWPs finding an awful lot of impact. They had the AWPs, they had the smokes, and they opted not to smoke off Donut. They wanted to use the AWPs to find that fight, and hold up a second. MOUZ have bought in here. It's Galil's aplenty, a Tech 9.
Okay. The chips thrust aggressively into the center of the table.
This is for 14 for Complexity and maybe 15 if MOUZ lose everything here. 2,400 into the next. The money.
You're only at seeing the Spodek. Tagged up, Frozen. To swallow his pride and likely make some space for the others.
I think they just want to B-execute against a double AWP setup. That'll make the most sense, but one of the AWPs is coming their way.
So aggressive against the Tech 9. Hauzuk has to hit it. Does take the leader down. Seizes the advantage and scarpers. Unlike him, but makes sense with what's at stake. Only saw a Tech 9. Perhaps still that AWP on Torji could surprise. Standard setup with 5 alive. Colt about to be tested, and Floppy reports nothing ramp just yet. Could change in a drop of a hat. They go aggressive again. At least 2. Firing off shots and frags 2. Floppy 1. And it's clean from Frozen on the half health. Doesn't stop him finding the double. Competitive now. Cole getting pushed on. Halzuk, nice restraint onto Exertion. Spots the shadow. Doesn't matter. Grimsorp is there in the feed again. A double to close. They lose it all, Chad. And as you discussed, does that mean 15?
Should be great now for MOUZ. Well, I should say Complexity. MOUZ are out of money. MOUZ are out of money. That type of a buy that they just went for right there. There was question marks around it. You saw light on util, light on weaponry, and now light on timeouts. They've just called the final one here. They will have to take an eco right now. Complexity should be set for 15. North American Counter-Strike about to grind their way to series point here. MOUZ will have 3 opportunities to try and take this thing to overtime. This is the international squad about to be eliminated here in last place of the group stage.
Not a nice combination of words to hear. Last place, group stage. MOUZ could just be 1 round away if they concede here, and well, it certainly looks that way in terms of the financial complexion. It's what? A Tech 9, some pistols of their choosing, a flash Fang, and they're charging into Fang. Oh, the nade with the flame combined. A potent mixture, and another one onto JDC's noggin. 35 HP. Cole will not let this go. You have given them something to hold on to, and they will with a firm grasp. Looking for the clean. And for round 15, there it is. Complexity, 3 opportunities to send MOUZ packing. Their bags, that is, as Katowice, lower bracket, last place. Good grief, MOUZ need something special. Who shall it be? As they've got everything they need, and they need 3.
Remember, no timeouts here. No conversation to be had. Top mid smoke in the sky. No mid pressure here applied. Just the molly, that's it. They disrespect this. They could just wait for the flames to fade and walk on out. But this ramp aggression again, and this time at the start of the round, this could be the knockout blow.
Torji on the next clear. He hears them coming. Free fire. Frozen 1. Floppy another. That's the bomb spotted. But still uncertainty grows. Exertion is forward on mid. It's up against the master of the craft from the first half, Fang. Tension mounting. Good grief, MOUZ, no. Every decision could be your last of Katowice. Bomb, retrieval, back, turned, Frozen, spanked, Floppy, good, and now, oh dear, 2.5. Players remain, Exertion makes it count. 55 seconds. They know that the bomb was last seen B. JDC has ledge in mid.
It's the double op setup still in play here. They're putting a lot of faith in Grim. He has been an absolute monster so far in 2023. He'll have to defend this A site on his lonesome.
Do you really want to come into Halzuk's domain? Every time. Good to rain on pain. Dexter down. Exertion low. JDC might have to do a whole lot here. From behind, will Grim acknowledge that potential? As Floppy's cleared it out, 1 frag away, 20 seconds, no HP, this is it. It's set. Unless Exertion needs that bomb. Bomb in cave, it's held by Halzuk, and with a pull of the trigger, he sends them home. North Americans' hopefuls live on in the lower bracket.
Complexity taking another big scalp here. They're not done just yet. And once more, the smiles on the faces say it all. Exactly how this series kicked off. Feels like an awful long time ago, but the caliber of Counter-Strike that they brought into Inferno, 16-9. They made MOUZ look silly. Nuke, a closer affair, but Ancient here, shown some prowess. Complexity should be proud of this one. This is some good-looking Counter-Strike, and Halzuk activated, Grim playing well, Floppy contributing. Everybody is here for the North Americans.
Outstanding stuff. Of course, either side of things, MOUZ. It's not what the look they were hoping to give at the start of this year. Losing to Complexity, now forced to watch as the playoffs will take place as the rest of these games do continue. MOUZ hacking up the mouse and keyboard for the last time here in Poland.
Done here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. They're battling on further, vying for the Spodek, and MOUZ, unfortunately, will not be joining us. But you know who is joining us here on the desk? It's none other than NA's newly adopted son, Halzerk. Congratulations on that win, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I felt we deserved that one. We've been practicing really hard the last few weeks. Like, I probably think we have been the team that practiced the most, like just individual and everything. So I think finally we can reap the rewards of the good practice.
It feels like a corner has been turned, right? You guys have been competitive against good teams, competitive against top teams for a while, but it was always competitive with a little asterisk where it didn't close. Now you've got wins over ENCE, you've got wins over MOUZ. In this run, you have a near close series against Heroic. It feels like a corner has been turned from watching you. Is that the same vibe within the team?
Yeah, definitely. I think like the amount of practice and just the things we've been talking about in the team and just figuring out ourselves just have helped us a lot. So yeah, I think definitely everyone in the team feels like we are on new complexity right now, and I think we can go far this if we just keep going like this.
Well, congratulations first of all. First I have to apologize to you. First because I predicted against you guys. I thought MOUZ would win 2-1. So that's the first one. The second one is that I said in the desk that I felt that so far in this event you had decent performances, but not anything like too crazy. But man, today was unbelievable what you were able to pull. So I just want to ask you like specifically about Inferno and Ancient. It did feel like on Inferno, well, you're very comfortable on the map. When I ask specific about that one, if there was anything specific game plan wise to make you that comfortable, or was it you just feeling the game? Because we saw a little bit of over peaks and you trying to go for aggression. I even told the boys that it was probably like a confident thing. At that point, you just felt confident. And on Ancient as well, it felt like you guys were very comfortable on the map. So talk us through a little bit of that.
Oh yeah, like MOUZ haven't played much since the player break. Like we haven't much to go from, like undershot wise. So I was just feeling everything, and when I started having a good game on Inferno, I was just picking everything, and it kept working for me. So I just kept going, and it worked out. So, and also just they haven't played much, so we haven't much to go for. So we went on our own game plan, and it worked out well for us.
But you guys did practice a lot of Ancient prior to this, or?
Of course, we practice every single map in the map pool. We practice a lot. So.
Okay.
One quick question first. I have a second one after, but the first one is: you say you're practicing the most of everybody. I've heard like crazy amounts of hours. So what is it? How much are these hours for you guys in the prac room?
Like we've been sitting and like talking about game plans and everything and counter-strats and all together as a team and practicing like probably 10+ hours every single day since we came back from Europe, or since the players came to Europe.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's super impressive. What do you think there's any? I mean, I'm sure there's a million things you could talk about that you guys went over in practice. Do you think there's any kind of overarching thing, because you are doing better now, obviously. So what if you had to nail it to one or a couple things? What do you think those would be?
I just think I've been talking a lot, so everyone is on the same page. Like everyone is like on the same page, so everyone knows what each other is doing when reacting and stuff, when things are happening. So it's just much easier to focus on your own crosshair and just kill people.
Like protocols and stuff,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Cool.
Now, looking forward, right? Obviously, there's another match to come. There's more to do. Next opponent would be Fnatic. That'll be coming up tomorrow. How are you feeling about that matchup?
Great. They're a good team. So, but I think we will surprise everyone like we have done every match here so far. So I think we're going to do well there.
Now, you've got a new catchphrase. Before we send you off, everyone's been enjoying your new persona. Could you give us one more? Need them damn...
I need them ups, all them ups, or something. I don't remember.
All them ups.
Every
damn ups.
It's like I'm seeing my favorite actor. You know?
Yeah, I'm starstruck.
It's like
starstruck.
If I had George Clooney in front of me, I would say ask him to do something like this. Can you say for us, wear them damn keystones?
No, I can't say that.
You can't do it.
Please.
No, I can't.
I'm a big fan.
Nah, I swear I can't say that.
All right. Thank you so much for coming through. I mean, congratulations on the win, man. That was absolutely unreal.
Congrats,
huge
man.
win. Big
Enjoy.
scalps to take. We'll take that microphone from you and we'll let you go. Join back up with the team. Congratulations again. What a guy. What a guy, Halzerk, man. I'm loving the energy he's bringing to Complexity.
Where are the damn Keystone?
Where are the damn Keystone?
He didn't say it.
He wouldn't say it.
I'm going to cry.
Maybe he doesn't like Keystone.
Maybe that's it. But I think that actually when you look at Halzer's play sometimes, you might think he actually had a Keystone or two. And that's in a good way. In a good way. It gives him a little bit of confidence.
Balmer peak.
You're actually seeing that he's taking these peaks. And what I actually really thought was so interesting about this game is that MOUZ were clearly confused sometimes because Halzer was making moves that just didn't make sense in the defensive structure that Complexity were going for. Like sometimes like that one round where he pushed down middle and then MOUZ lost a duel to him, and then they thought, okay, if he's pushing like that, there's no way that this isn't like a B retake setup or like an A heavy lean or something like that. And then it actually led MOUZ to making improper mid rounds because Halzer was doing weird stuff on his own.
Yeah, I think that specifically about this matchup on Ancient, I was very impressed with the way Complexity played in general. I think even on the T side, it did feel for me that they had a better understanding of the map than MOUZ. And let's not forget about Grim as well. We're talking about Helzerk a lot here. The stats doesn't show, but Grim was stepping up a lot in this last map. He was very important for them. We talked about him before the game started, and yeah, he was delivering as well. JT with good calls. So in this particular map, I think that in general, like Complexity, both of them were not like super on point with their reactions, but Complexity was a lot better in terms of like aggression, in terms of like being proactive on the map. Some of those decisions, it did feel for me that they're a little bit robotic. Like they talked about that, and then after they reacted, they didn't really know what to do with the space they got, with the kills they got. Both of the teams. It was a little bit chaotic, but it's understandable. New map.
Now, looking at the other side of things, right? Obviously, we're thrilled for Complexity, but it is a bit of a sad turn of events for MOUZ, the surprise of Katowice last year, and standing by to find out how they're feeling now with this exit, we've got Heku.
Cyclone, unfortunately, this is where the journey ends for you and your guys. We have not seen you play Ancient since the changes, because you played it at the major, but afterwards there were pretty big changes on the CT side. It kind of seemed like your team was actually having problems stopping Complexity with their attacks. Are you guys still getting used to all of those changes?
In some way, Ancient actually feels like a completely new map. I think the openness of it now and how the Ts have a completely different timing makes that it's similar to Anubis, that you have just full map control instantly if you really want it. CTs can surely do something to shut it down, but it's something we worked a lot on, and we knew they would have no idea what we prepared, and they also, I mean, they didn't really play it either. So it was just a case, did we think we were good in practice, and we fought that.
And what about EPL? Because that was going to be like the next tournament that you're going to play. What will you focus on?
I think obviously this tournament we were not hot from the start. Also mentally we definitely had some challenges here. I think it was more the case that we lost to ourselves. I think towards the end of last year we were in a much better place mentally. So we just got to work on getting back there. Maybe it hurt us a little that we didn't get to play play-ins this time, because we usually play that. Yeah.
But you'll come back stronger, correct?
Yeah, of course.
All right, thank you very much, Sakura.
A little slow to start up, and it's understandable, right? These are their first matches since Rio, since all the way back at the major. They just haven't got a lot of officials under the belt of late.
Right, and this actually breaks the streak for MOUZ. They were at S-tier tournaments. They had 3 playoff runs straight. This is a bit of a disappointment. You could see it on Cyclone's face right there. But there's no doubt that they're going to examine the footage here, and with some more official practice like this game here, they're going to be coming out, and I think they're probably going to look pretty strong for Pro League.
I mean, yeah, looking at this, right, it was more about the positives we saw from Complexity than any glaring errors through from MOUZ, maybe a little bit of ring rust, but the pieces were there. The team that we saw last year, it's still in there.
Yeah, it's still in there, especially Xertion. In this particular series, I did feel like, for example, we saw Grim, we saw Helzerk stepping up for Complexity. I did feel like from MOUZ Sports, I expect a little bit more from the others other than just Xertion. And I was more disappointed specifically on Nuke, their map pick. If they picked the map and they did their research to decide to play it against Complexity, a team that has history on the map, I expect a bit more from them. Same goes for Inferno. They played it in this event already. So I just think that for them, they have to go back now, reflect a little bit. Also in the impact from Torshi as an AWPer, I feel like he was a bit missing in the series. And honestly speaking, like he's facing against Hellzerk, who, yes, was huge today, but if they want to have a chance against stronger opponents, against the Simples of the world, Zaiwu, then they certainly need an Opper more proactive, a guy that creates more space for the team. I feel like that was a little bit missing. Maybe not because of the way he is as a player, but maybe because of the system they're running, the way they're calling. I feel like there was maybe not enough space for him to shine.
Well, certainly it was one Opper shining the surfer. I'm talking about the mullet. That's going to wrap up our segment here. We're going to take a break before we get into our last match of the day, Liquid versus Spirit.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality, satellites singing serenade. Send our signal, please
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, where we've decided to finally let Machine out of the caster dungeon and into the very artificial but very shiny light.
It is certainly a hall, and there are lots of heroes around here. I recognize most of them, including you.
Oh.
It's nice to be here, bro. Honestly, it looks nice. I always wondered where it was. I assumed it was a different dimension, like it was a portal somewhere.
It is a portal.
But it's been right next door this whole time.
Well, we couldn't show you the technology, which is why you had the blindfold as you were walking.
I wondered
here.
about that.
But it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. We'll take you back to your safe place.
Please, I'm
soon
scared.
enough.
I'm scared.
But we've got a matchup here between Liquid and Spirit going live in just a little bit.
Yeah.
It's been a heck of a run of games so far here at this Katowice.
Yeah.
Any particular highlights for you so far?
Well, simultaneous to the Complexity MOUZ affair, obviously MOUZ going home is a surprise already. I think the Vitality Fnatic game looked like a banger. I saw Zywoo's clip and heard Zywoo's clip happening. It sounded amazing. I'm going to watch the whole VOD back. That sounded like a game. But yeah, I mean, right now it just seems so cutthroat. And yet, have you seen the playoffs? Like, there isn't a single team that shouldn't be there. It's very exciting for what could be happening in the Spodek.
It's going to be wild. We're getting near to the Spodek. The gravitational pull of the arena is increasing. The fans will be here soon. Each game seems to just have increasing weight. Have you felt the pressure weighing down on the players?
Honestly, today it was like something was at stake. You know, I could feel it, and immediately it was like the players as well were their play was changing. You know, as soon as there is something, it's sink or swim. It's you're going home or you've got a little bit of a chance. The lower bracket's so cutthroat. I'm very intrigued to see what happens here. Like Liquid and Spirit. I'm not sure which horse I would back. Spirit haven't looked themselves. Neither have Liquid.
It's almost time to find out which horse we're going to see cross the finish line. But before we do, James Banks is standing by to talk to us about what it's all about. He's out at the Spodek.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Yanko. Yeah, this is a really interesting match. And
No, stop.
Yeah.
Wait for the match. That was a very interesting interview with Alex. So they talked about bondage, blindfolding, dungeons.
Okay, yeah.
If anyone's wondering, Alex's safe word is Calipigus.
Okay.
Sorry, what's that?
And then Mike was talking about, gravitational pull. So that reminded me of Interstellar. And in this game off that I've had, Maui, it's like you've aged a lot. Why is that?
Because I was outside of the gravity and you were on the...
No,
I was on the planet.
supposed to say it was complexity who stressed you out and made you age. Come on, man, I'm setting you up.
I was going with the Interstellar reference. I was trying to play off that.
It's a layup.
I'm Matthew McConaughey in this. You know, you could be my wife or whatever happens in that movie.
All right.
Because we're just separated by...
It's all about the matchup.
I'm not really sure. Honestly,
spirit.
that was one of the least stressful NACS games I've ever seen in the last series.
Honestly, yeah.
I'm not sure I'm going to get a chance for that again. I'm going to need to get the heartburn medication out here, Yanko.
Probably.
Well, we're going to have a chance to get it.
This is going to be stressful, I feel like, for everyone involved.
I think so, too.
Mostly the players. Well, mostly the coaches.
We can take some stress, too, from them. We'll take it off their shoulders. We give them our energy.
Enough.
Do you have a special sympathetic spot for the coach stress?
Absolutely.
Do you get flashbacks?
We did a bit, for the Sprout EG game where me and Chad were standing for a half behind the teams, and I'm watching Sprout and I'm watching Barry and I'm seeing like what's going on, and I'm like feeling as a coach, right? You can't talk and you see what's unfolding, and it is pretty stressful. I'm happy where I am right now, Maui.
Well, speaking about the two teams that we have in this, let's focus on Spirit a little bit first. And there's a lot of history between these two teams, so maybe this matchup feels a little less stressful for Spirit because they've had the better of Liquid the last two times they've met up.
Yeah, and we've seen that here, that Spirit, despite being Eastern Europe and Yakindar supposedly being the Eastern European double agent, Spirit have had Liquid's number. And one of the most obviously impactful losses Liquid had was at the Major. That was to send them home. That was to deny them a chance at making playoffs. That was a pretty brutal loss for North America there.
Yes, it was, especially because Spirit had high aspirations, were in the final of Pro League just a month earlier, right? Couldn't even make the playoffs. And, Cologne as well isn't a small tournament, albeit Yakindar, I think that was his first tournament that he was standing in, or maybe the second.
That was like the first BO3 they played with that new lineup.
Yeah, so for that, you can give them some leeway, but we saw that they got the better of Spirit on Mirage, Spirit on the Ancient and Vertigo. So we'll see if the pool is going to be different this time around.
We will see indeed. Spirit as well has been a bit mercurial at this event itself, right? We've had some up and down games. They started to warm up major into the last series, absolutely trouncing big though. Do we think that form might continue into today's match?
I would say with Spirit, they probably also had ring rust over the player break. They came back into this, and I would say the weakness for me actually was kind of more on the individual side, because usually that was something you could point to for their strengths. Like people like Patsy are ones we were always going to highlight, because if you look at him versus Yakindar, like these guys are basically mirror images of each other. They both want to just play this hyper-aggressive entry fragger style, and if Patsy's not actually in form, that's taking a huge win condition away from Spirit, because I don't actually necessarily think that the openers for Spirit are well designed, but Patsy is just such a great player.
He is, and a lot of their game revolves around him. But I think also, you have Wonderful there. You have Siren, who every now and then, right, has a great game. Magisk too. Like he's been a little bit missing. It felt like this tournament, but I don't know. For Spirit, it's just weird. The weird result is how they got demolished by NIP. Right, that's something that didn't really compute to me, because I hold Spirit in pretty high regard, as a team that's not partnered, and we don't see them as much. Maui, right, at the majors. I mean, playoffs both time last year, top 4 in Antwerp, right? So in the big events that they do attend, they're able to do some damage.
Right, and that's actually kind of why I've made that point that Spirit to me is the best non-partner team, because they'd have the least chances of practically anybody, and yet they consistently are going deep in these kinds of events. You look at Cloud9, who's already out of the event, and then Outsiders, right now Outsiders and them both have a chance to prove who's the better unpartnered team, but that's kind of it in terms of who you would even consider.
I'll go with the team that won a major.
Okay, but they made a change and look kind of whack sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes you peak.
Spirit, who's the icon of stability right now.
Sure.
Always. Looking at the other side, at the other camp, another icon of stability, as you would put it. I'm talking about Team Liquid. They had some great results to end out last year. Maybe haven't quite brought that same form into the new one, and there's been a critical piece for them that's been a little on that inconsistent side here, Maui.
Right. I actually want to shift this conversation to Elige, because I think that we keep talking about OC and his shortcomings and how he's not necessarily a top opper, but I think Elige is a player that needs to be talked about now, because he's actually declining. He's on the decline. 2020, 2019, those were his best years. Then we see 2021 barely getting into that top 20 on HLTV, and now he's missing from it. And this is a guy that's on the Mount Rushmore of North American players. He's a partial team owner, and we look at all of his achievements. He won a Grand Slam. He's won so many big events with Liquid, but is that it? Is that all we're getting from Elige? Because it doesn't seem like he's giving too much more. He's slowly declining, and yeah, he's an above-average player, but he's supposed to be a major star for this team, and we need to see that coming back if Liquid want a chance to actually stack their trophy cabinet further.
Yeah, I think maybe it's about time he divests and, moves on, because we all know what happens to a star when it's burning out. Maui becomes a supernova and it explodes, so you don't want that happening.
And it could
in the
become
middle
a
of
black
tournament, just walking away.
I mean, we don't want to see him become a black hole. That's like worst case scenario here.
I don't know.
We started with
Interstellar.
Interstellar. We kind of came back around to it. To hear from the man himself, we do have an interview standing by with none other than Elige.
We are ready for our last series of the day, and I have Elige here from Team Liquid. Elige, you did not have an easy time against Na'Vi. What do you think the series went so one-sided?
I think that on Inferno, we were just making a lot of individual mistakes. I think that we were really failing in that regard on Inferno. So we just never really got anything going for that one. And then for Anubis, I think that we were winning for a while, but then eventually they just had a better read on us, and there was some uncomfort from our side and my side too on the Anubis game, and they ended up just winning and taking the series from that.
Well, your next opponent is also a team from the CIS region. You actually played Spirit at the major, and they were the team that actually denied you the appearance on the big stage. Can you actually recall what exactly went wrong in that series that time?
I mean, Spirit's a really good team. They are obviously Maui's a big fan of them. I know that he's been saying on Twitter, and he's definitely right. They're a super good team. They play well. They have a good mix of everything that you need to be a really good team right now. And they just play better than us at the major. And here we really want to get revenge. Obviously, want to keep moving forward, get off to the playoffs here, and yeah.
Did you do something in particular before you during the break that you had here before, between Na'Vi and Spirit? Did you do something specifically against Spirit to make sure that this time you are getting revenge?
Well, we knew exactly what the maps are going to be. We already did the veto, and it's pretty much exactly what we thought. So we were really well prepped. We were really well prepped yesterday too. It's just going to come down for our execution on that. I think that we have good reads. We have a good game plan of how we want to play. It's going to be tough, of course, but I think that we'll be able to pull through. We just have to make sure that we're showing up individually, and the game plan will take us through.
All right, then. Good luck.
Thank you.
Veto just according to plan, but will the game be, Yanko?
I'm not sure, and considering, you know, Liquid's veto and their map pool, there we go. Like, they are going for the 7-map pool. They remove Vertigo. Spirit goes for the new pick. Like, I just don't understand. First of all, you extended your player breaks. You had less time to prepare. You go into blast groups. Now you decide when there's a new map that you're learning along the way to add Nuke, which most of the team hasn't played for 3+ years. You know, Yikinder hasn't played it for 2 years. You say you are a contender, you want to be a contender for titles. Who are your main opponents? G2, probably the best Nuke team in the world. FaZe, probably the second best team in the world. And Navi, probably the third or fourth best team in the world on the map. So you're picking that up. If it was a weakness for those teams, I would understand, right? Because it's something in the long term. But now it just doesn't make any sense. And it's not like their Vertigo is great. It's not like their, I don't know, Ancient is amazing maybe at the moment. So it just feels like the timing for it doesn't make any sense.
I just have to hope that Liquid looked at the last games for Spirit and prepped pretty well for this one, Mike.
We'll have to see if they have. I hear the cheers coming from the Spirit side, and that means it's time for us to get on in the server. So enough of the desk, and on to the casters. Take it away, Chad and Alex.
He's got some catchy optimism, has our boy Mike. Let's go. Liquid taking on Spirit. The scene has been set. The veto's been done. Now it's time for a pistol round. Every good game starts with a pistol round.
Yeah, Yanko a bit skeptical here of Liquid trying the 7-map pool, but Spirit have lost the last 3 nukes on the trot, and 2 of them, actually 3 of them, have been here in Katowice for 2023.
I love this. It seems like CT aggression is definitely on the menu here in Katowice. Naf gets 1 upon entry. Chopper's responsible for this, and he seems to be managing his angles well. Elige gets away, and Chopper with 1 onto OC. Low, should be finished off with Magix. Doesn't get a clean kill, though. It gets awkward. Nitro found him. Patsy and Wonderful, though, 2 of the sharpest shooters, and the fact they're both in hut. Nitro has the kit. They're going to run him down, find the safe exit, and now they're trapped. Elige so low, though. Wonderful just needs to find that diffuser. Nitro at the front of the pack. Careful now, Liquid. Don't overcook it. Feels a bit sketchy now as the 1v3 taking shape as the headshots come through, but the diffuse does too. Nitro, that kit, secures the round for Liquid.
Oh, a bit of issue with ammo there for Wonderful. Had 4 bullets left. Didn't want to overextend for that fight, but needed to knock them off the diffuse. So Nitro gets the hard job done. Cuts the wires. Sets Team Liquid into winning ways early here. Now we know this matchup has a bit of history about it. You heard Elige there talking about the major, just how they played better. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you tend to win. We'll see what form we get Liquid in today. Spirit haven't looked themselves so far. Some losses to Big, or at least on Nuke, FaZe, and NIP on this very map here. See if Liquid can make their name the 4th in the tally. Secret smokes land. A bit of pepper at range from Elige. Put Patsy down to 58 points of health, but they will get, I'll hold my breath, 4 across to Secret and Park. Magic's late behind main here to activate. Now, they have a bit of util to make this all possible. A smoke available, a molly as well. If they can get to the double door side and window control untarnished. Oh, molly's going to get some early use.
Oh, guys, the camera crew are flexing.
Jay really spends, I would say, all day on making these cams as tidy as possible.
Yeah, but that was hot. Like, not even just nice, that was hot.
All right, he'll like that. Okay, so vent control. Okay, they're going for the decon option. So expect a limp smoke forward here and the pathing. Left and right through the smoke.
I mean, this is already a win.
3 players down here.
Elige know.
4 players down here.
Okay, they definitely know what is up. Let's see if they can shut this down. On the wide, too many angles. Nice adjustment, but Siren good to the draw. Double in the feed, it's getting level. Yikinta took a lot of damage. Siren still has that Galil tucked into the tight line. Kit on Nitro again. Keep your eyes on that as he does win his duel. Siren revealed. It's up to Nitro to take it. And Siren down. Nitro should have a good shot at the round because Magic's coming in low and they're already on the bomb. He's not going to announce his presence. The door is closed and so is the round.
Oh, that's so frustrating for Magix there. You're expecting them to tap the bomb, try and draw him out. Just sits the defuse, calling the bluff again. Nitro the hero in back-to-back rounds, and all he has to do is hit E.
Yeah, I wonder if that is linked to just, you know, knowing the tendencies of the players. Going, he's probably going to be lurking around.
In this type of situation as well, right? It's a 2-on-1. If you just stick the defuse, you're basically removing yourself from the play and hoping to get covered here. So Magix not being able to play himself into this round, and it will be another buy here, this time on the lighter variety for Spirit. They haven't used all of their cash money. Lost bonus starting to work in their favor.
Could have been a very different round if Nitro hadn't closed that door. Maybe from the south, but he wasn't raised in a barn. There's a gap in that smoke. Yakinda can catch anyone trying any funny business. Yeah, she's not happy with that. Gonna almost facilitate them crossing. Nice counter utility. Here comes the hit. Straight through the flames. Lots of flashes. Yakinda lost, confused, dead. Nitro has to dig his heels in here. Wonderful's just popped off elsewhere and the bomb now loose. Nitro needs to get into damage control mode. This is a threatening round from Spirit. Every round has been close, down to the wire. Literally and figuratively. Spray from Elige, needs to get out of this one. Smoke is well placed, just needs to survive the wall banks as he jumps. Panicked, bomb, still top sight.
Aggression. Curious choice here, Nitro. Very low. Concerned about the Heaven Wrap here. But it's Patsy and Wonderful again.
Very forward position for someone so low. In-game leader wants info. Elige to close the round.
Yeah, pressure alleviated now. Nitro can backpedal. Does not need to stay so forward. But up the fireman pole comes Patsy and down he goes. Wonderful. Needs a couple more if he wants this round.
He's hit some scorches. Would need a double as well.
Time's a problem.
Yeah, awkward. And from behind, Nitro collects. And this is definitely a very good sign of life. If Nitro is starting 7-0 with Liquid, things definitely could be trending in the upward direction. Spirit still on that goose egg as we see the guns.
I think one of the issues here for Liquid, and they will need to try and get their hands around a clean round. Oh, there's the double dig. Yeah, beautiful stuff from Wonderful there. A couple of bangers. But it's how close these rounds have been. And that's without the full buy. That's without all the goodies for Team Spirit here. But still, right in that high are Liquid. And you're going to be inspired by the performance of Nitro early here. Let's see if the remainder of the team can start to contribute and help them get... Oh, this party started one way. And this is a cheeky one. You don't see this every day of the week. Lands on the roller door and gives Elige something to work with. Patsy be mollied forward. Has to make the steps, and that will be heard from the lower deck. Yakinda lying in wait. Oh, not with the bullets. With some util, so just wants to block here. Slither gap, and yeah, he's the type of gentleman close enough to the monitor to see the tiniest of pixel.
Yeah, no one in Counter-Strike quite massages their monitor with their pupils.
They missed the main smoke. Unforced error here from Spirit.
As Yakinda.
Top heart molly from Chopper available here.
Oh.
That's a ramp spam.
That's been heard. That's a ding. Nav. Just throwing some mad ones through. Nitro so far passes every test here. OC in that site as well. Down he goes early. OC's been cleared. Magic's down. A big frag from Josh OC. 2. Make it 3. A triple to defend their honor. Yakinda to provide some support. Patsy down. Chopper in a one-on-one. And Naf, he's going to be a bit delayed on this rotation already. Chopper has to get that bomb down post-haste.
Hit here for Naf.
Oh! He's nearly slipped through the door, Nav. Oh!
Even Naf with a bit of trash. All right.
Piping up against Uncle Chop Chop.
All right, throwing some shade over the fence here. Where are you looking, Chopper?
You got to keep the morale high. Assuming Naf's going to have dropped into the site and walking silently down the ladder. But ramp. Perfect call. Chopper just caught out. You can see immediately he's just trying to get the troops back in it. There have been a couple of heartbreakers. If I look at that round recap, Chad, look at that.
Bloody close.
It's just 1 alive, 2 alive, 2 alive, 1 alive. 3 defuses. Spirit, it just feels like they're just outside of converting every single one.
Yeah, got him right on the edge here, and Spirit know that. Shouldn't be too down in the dumps just yet. Half has just started on their map choice, and all they need is 1.
Like this. Patsy, ooh, flash, but trying an aggressive walkout. And already the frags are looking good. A flurry of them both ways. Yakinda resuscitates Liquid. A quick double and dips into the smoked hut. He's got so many nades. He doesn't want to go down just yet. That's smoke to survive. No wall bang back. Thought Wonderful might chance it. Bomb on Chopper. Does he want to go down those vents? Yakinda's not actively holding it yet. Liege is heard. And Wonderful walks. Yakinda snapped into. Wonderful makes it level. And these pieces just keep moving around. Liquid staying dynamic, nimble. Bomb should be planted again. Surprise, surprise. Oof! Great shot. Just the pixel of Elige's head visible as Wonderful. Looking to take this round by force. Wonderful down, an immediate trade, a knee-jerk reaction from Chopper for their first. Spirit finally have one go their way.
Yeah, and immediately you can see the ramifications of that. Liquid will have to be in a force buy here by virtue of the loss bonus, but they have not a whole lot of cash to work with. Low end 1.4 on Nitro, high end 2.4 on Elige. Take a rocket surgeon to work out. This won't be the most potent of buys. Here in Spirit want to take a bit of a pause. They let them stew in their own juices. Wonderful. Off to a great start, hitting some very, very crispy ones. And Hallie, there he is. Machine's favorite. Letting them know. Now looking for the uppercut. And
yeah, I mean, it gave me so much new perspective on Spirit. Not only playing with two of them, but also speaking to one of their staff members and asking about, assuming, right, Chopper's definitely going to be the daddy of the squad. And then he laughs, like actually laughs in my face and says, oh no, you fool. That's he's the big brother, but daddy is Hallie.
a commanding coach. Well, let's see what the call is. He was the one who called the timeout, and Magic smooth moves down the vent, has
Dead
the gap.
silent. Yeah, he's got the Dead Silence perk, just beautiful movement.
Well, now this is an easy round for Spirit. Crossover to Secret. Magix has the vent rotation. All you have to do is worry about cleaning out that double door. You won't have to worry about decon. You flush out the site together. Actually, Magix has opted not to deal with that vent rotation. So Inquisitive here up towards the windows. Very, very early about this. So playing things a little bit differently.
You can see the sound cues that have to be made by both of them. Who flinches first? Oh my god, Elige has got so much on his plate. How calculated will this first contact be from Spirit? Door open. Elige, too many bodies. Wonderful, handles it. Good timing on the first, and the low sight should be theirs. He's got the bomb on his back. Smokes and Molly are up.
If Liquid are smart, that should be the first and last casualty in a round like this. The next round will have to be a full eco, and well, that won't have to be the case if they hold on to these 4, 5, 7s. Wow.
4, 5, 7s, 6. Something.
7, 8, 9.
It's round 6? Yeah. 4, 5, 7's round 6. Magic's though. Oh, I thought he was going to go hunt down a pesky pistol. Wouldn't have been in his interest despite just the Mac 10.
And, well, yeah, you can save here. Should you be able to? Have your vote, have your say. Use the hashtag IEM. Let us know right now on the social medias.
I don't know, man. I'm looking at Inferno. I'm looking at Ancient. Some of those deaths are a bit wild. I mean, Fang had
But it's
one.
active end of rounds.
It is. I agree.
Frozen knew he was over towards, he's outside B. They're coming through the doors. He can get a couple cheeky kills. Come on, Alex. It's not just saving.
No, I'm with you. And
active end rounds.
And it means that there's a whole lot more of that, financial jostling going on, even when the bomb's gone.
Precisely. It's not just sitting and waiting for a minute and 10 seconds.
And us sitting there and saying, we all know what's coming, so let's say nothing.
Well, I think what we need is, and this would be great, we could probably get a sponsor involved, like Tushy, like have a bathroom break. Go use your Tushy now.
Not bad, actually. Wow, Chopper. A bit more loud about his descent this time. Not as stylish as Magic's, but he's there, and he's very aggressive. Yeah, sprays into the face of Elige. Enough with some revenge. It's a rifle now. Oh, nasty ass Naf.
Oh, and he got away as well. I bet he can't believe. Magic's is like, well, I'm down here.
Got the golden gun.
Well, it's actually Siren towards the lower deck. Excuse me, it was Magic's in the previous. Spirit will still have no issue making their way to join him.
So now we send the push Tushy VT?
This one, they could have a crack.
Yeah?
This one, they could have a swing. Yeah, saving the AK, sure. I could give Naf that one. But the other two, OC and Yakinda, I understand they keep the Kevlar, make next round have a couple more, bells and whistles. They can have a look, and they are.
Oh, that could be another AK if you play your cards right. Wonderful. Not one I'd fancy my chances against with our 5-7.
10 kills in 6 rounds. He's doing all right here.
I mean, that's actually, that's a notable improvement as well. We haven't always seen Wonderful get onto flying starts, so important in an elimination series.
Yeah, very important for the Spirit roster indeed. You think about the void that Dexter left, and it feels like ancient history at this point, but if you look at OG matches, he is the man. The identity of OG, I think, would be defined by Dexter and the slaps.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, they will go for the save, so the conservative option employed here. And make sure you also tune in to the main stream. That's twitch.tv/ESL_CSGO. And we're going to be watching IHC taking on FaZe. That's also an elimination match. The Mongolians continue to turn heads here.
They're just playing such decent Counter-Strike.
It's everybody we talk to. We're like, yeah, they're playing proper CS. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Well, we knew IHC was a default heavy team, but nobody was paying attention because they weren't getting the wins. Now they're getting the wins.
And exactly, the way that they were characterized was, yeah, they play decent CS, but they've got these foot faults. They'll trip over their shoelaces on the way in, and the intention and the understanding's there. But what happens when you start tying your shoelaces a bit tighter? Yeah. They start doing damage in Katowice. Love the boost. Look at that, Patsy run boost catapulted in to a nice, safe sight line. Once he slips past credit card, no one can see him.
Well, do they park him here? There's Yakinda again with that deep, squeaky redeploy. Really wants to hold them at bay. Smoke will land, and that is Patsy's opportunity to try and take some space. Yakinda.
That fight is just so regularly threatening. Just spamming smoke. So many players have got it so well ironed out, and this boost is an interesting one too. Orp, wonderful.
Tag Naf. Good bit of damage there. So Yakinda low, that's unconfirmed. Naf, Wonderful might have a good idea that he hit that shot ever slightly. And again, pressure to be applied towards the B bomb site. Stairwell molly. And back towards a top split. Hot now. A flame. Main smoked off. Defensive utility, but they're ahead of this.
Elise will support. It's all about where that fight is taken first. Look at the gap. Nice for Siren. Straight into the site combined. Magic. So now one is all Elige can muster. This Magix just continues to complete the set. A triple and a double in response. OC makes a round out of this loud leg break. And now Naf with that AK takes down Patsy. Wonderful has to clutch up. Did he not hear it? He hears the potential of a Heaven player. AK does sound nice. He'll go for that. And now, well, check out the smoke. Check out the kit. There's two smokes. Oh, Wonderful's really been sold out on this one. Time sensitive, sure. Having to come up clutch. OC with the impact. If they could just find the shot, Liquid will take 5. And OC recovering the round.
Oof. Okay, well, OC's not doing it with the AWP. He's been doing it with that rifle, so good impact from him. I know some of the early highlights I saw of OC when there was a discussion about him, should be on a tier 1 team. This is the North American AWPer. They were on nuke, right? It wasn't with the rifle. It was just some crazy plays in hut, very flicky. Right? That might stick in a couple of people's minds here, but showing that he is comfortable. And Spirit, well, they're going to burn through a second time out here, so they are feeling the pressure. That felt like a round they should have been converting, especially with the freebie from Magix onto Yakinda in that main position. They cleared out top with Elige, the only one putting up too much of a fight. And OC and Naf happen.
So there's free cap. Starts great. Elige that. Trade. Magix.
Spam.
No, and this one, the second. The bitter pill. And a great shot from Naf as well. Let's not forget, he got 2. He got main as well. Repositioned up to Heaven for that final frag.
Okay, well, money's still there for Spirit. Wonderful. Back into the AWP.
Oh. Yeah, Nitro. Nitro.
Oh, please come. Oh, danger indeed.
Nicholas Canella, I bought you an M4, and this is how you repay me.
Sir.
Oh.
One of these is definitely better than the other. Well, let's see. Maybe he gets an ace.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Yep. Don't see that one at the high level often.
No, an MP9 ace on a gun round.
Oh, or leaving an M4 at spawn.
Oh, well, both are rare.
Yeah. Like a Pokemon. Couldn't name a single rare Pokemon. You got one?
Mewtwo.
Nice. Actually, seen the movie. He was playing Heart, and the MP9, obviously, the perfect weapon for the job.
Right. He preferred this.
Yes.
How did that not get flagged?
I don't know.
Regardless. Two-man ramp setup. OC here with Naf again, the dynamic duo.
Yeah, and both of those rifles. Let's go. Liquid, a different flavor again as they look to demonstrate their map pool's depth. And the depth of OC's spray is not bad. 1.5. Chopper gets away with his life. Patsy catching Nitro's aggression. Maybe Yakinda can revenge him. Oh, well handled. Patsy looks like he's up to his usual antics. And Spirit will close that gap. Okay, what a nuke we're having. 4 successful retakes in their 5 rounds of play.
Well, Mr. Diffuse, he played a big impact in that one, didn't he? 2 consecutive rounds. Diffusing in front of their face. Alige looking to save here. Time. Well, you'd think it's an issue, but the bomb getting punched in right now.
Bomb has been planted.
Right here.
Right now.
Right here. Right now. We've reached that hour, everybody. But yes, this is a very important matchup here. One of these two teams will be saying goodbye. Same as our previous game. MOUZ eliminated by Complexity. An upset that I'm not sure too many people saw coming, but great to see the improvement of Complexity. The grind paying off, and you heard from Halzerk in the interview saying they've been practicing 10 hours a day plus since they returned to Europe.
And to return to Elige's statement, just during this last few seconds, he talked about, we prepared the veto and we got what we expected. Obviously, they got their nuke, but returning and comparing it to the last time they met over in Rio, Ancient Mirage Vertigo, a stark contrast.
Yeah, completely different map pool. As that, Elige, we'll hold on to that M4. That's trying something completely different here. And there is the whole conversation about Liquid flirting with the 7 map pool. Is it a bluff? Is it serious? Well, we've seen them play some nuke. We've seen Spirit play some nuke. So there's a reason that they're happy to go to this here. And, well, the start so far is okay. 5-4. But if Spirit start pounding on a couple more rounds, well, then cause for concern. And then the question mark of, hey, this is for elimination, and you wanted to leave nuke through? Really?
Yeah, I think I will reserve my judgment until I see Liquid's T side. I think that's going to be much more indicative of just how drilled out your nuke is. Don't forget that, 2 nukes on record in the last 3 months. Obviously, pinch a bucket of salt on that. But Patsy's second frag, that was lovely. Just baiting the sound. Yakinda just couldn't resist.
Yeah, the problem with those nukes is they just went down at the Blast Spring groups, and they got their ass handed to them by big, 16-2, and double OT affair against OG, 22-20, but still losses. So you question, okay, well, is this, is the start of the, are you only focused, maybe they're only focused on the major, right? But is that acceptable? I don't know. I guess it is what the team has set up for their own year, the plans, how they want to approach it.
Is there anyone I should be crediting that hut wallbang to? Who brought that into vogue?
Counter-Strike, I think.
Yeah, just Counter-Strike. Because it's just, it wasn't something that was paying off as frequently, but obviously it's such a power position, it's surprising that it wasn't as commonplace.
Yeah, I think that teams like Furia, who work a lot through the lobby, would always do this. Yes. You would see like K Serato and Yuri just constantly spamming, harassing, and then they just do the late squeaky walkouts. So, yeah, look, and if we roll back the years a little bit more, people could probably go find this on YouTube if you want, but go search, let me do it right now, actually. YouTube, nothing with a 0 for the O.
That's N0 thing.
Nuke 1.6 wallbangs. This used to be, I'll play this for you, Alex, right here, but this used to be very commonplace in 1.6, the amount of wallbangs that are available, because a lot of the time you wouldn't defend top from in top. You'd be where Naf is right now, and you'd be able to spam straight through this wall.
Just paper.
Yeah,
just
you
made
get to
of
see
paper.
it right here.
Oh, come on.
So,
yep.
Yeah.
Hut dead. Yep, 2 dead. Yep.
And you'd be able to do it from ramp as well. So if it was a hut rush, the ramp player would be able to spam through the wall.
So you could win rounds quite commonly just without seeing a single one of the kills, people you were killing.
Yeah, I have a couple of nice clutches. You can check this out. He knows where the plant spot is. So once the bomb goes down, he knows what it but this was half of the skill, and I understand it's not intuitive for viewers to understand that high level.
That's gangster. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was some of the features of Nuke back in the day. Now,
if everyone can do it, it's
exactly
fair play.
Yeah, they used to go down the vent here, and you'd be able to spam up through the floor and kill the diffuser at the default plant spot.
Who are the memesters that did that boost all the way up?
That's Pub Masters.
Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah. All right, enough of the ancient history.
Yeah, and that's not a map we're seeing today either. Wonderful. Bringing his AWP to play, and OC, that's the first ult we've seen from him, and it lasts about 12 seconds.
Stick to the rifle, son.
Yeah, that's a nasty lesson to learn. Wonderful. Puts him in an early grave. Ooh, Chopper skirting around the silo position. Will be able to keep his eyes on Secret from there safely. Big round for Liquid at this point.
They will have to push in the lobby, right? This is a standard protocol. You lose yard, you don't know if anyone's down Secret. You start to push lobby, and they're going to push into the jaws of the dragon. Horse meat, pretty tasty for dragons, I've heard.
What was in your coffee? Liege still hanging out in that warehouse. Chopper surveying the savannah. And it's going to probably be Yakinda spotted out. Oof! Siren's going to be mad about that. His prey fights back. Okay, yeah, Magic's good for it. Caught on the quick switch. Nitro going to be mad. And perhaps Liquid too. That's a big fight to take. Patsy's gone. Liege gets them both. When most would get one. Don't let this go. Wonderful. Meets Nafsor. And everything is wiped clean.
That's going to feel real good, especially with the OC being in the grave within the first 15, 20 seconds of the round. He goes down. He will get his AWP back. And that is through some hard-fought moments from Liquid there. Liege. Fantastic impact from him. The Desta, they needed to see more of a caliber player just like Liege. So far, so good. Naf, Liege, Nitro, 8 kills apiece. OC with 7. And, well, no surprise, Yakinda down the bottom of the bunch. Nuke is a bit out of the wheelhouse for Yakinda. I can't believe he wins that duel. Yeah. That is ridiculous.
Peculiar. I mean, you're definitely not going to be getting the headshot. I'm not expecting Siren 2. Only a little fraction of Yakinda's booties were spotted. But well played to get his crosshair there in time.
Oh, can they extend this lead? It's just one round at this juncture. Still early on. You can see top right of your screen. Overpass next. It will be the choice of Liquid. And then Anubis, if we need it. The newest map in the map pool. Excited to have this one go the distance today. Only 2 spots left in the Spodek.
Crazy to think. Magic's. Ooh. Change of plan.
Good decision. We've seen this one go wrong before, and, well, we will again. Magic's down on 14 points of health. The bigger issue is they know he's down there. That rotation can be addressed.
Yeah, and crossing with a missing smoke. Lads, who's got one? Chopper investigating and changing the playbook again. Despite Magic's descent, the flash is there. Chopper's got the bomb on his back. He's going to be the first one in. And round they go. Straight into Yakinda. Not enough for the round ender, but ears are ringing. Magix and Patsy walking funny.
Oh, on the fade here. What's Siren going to see? Very close to the unbreakable box, just hoping to catch someone off towards lockers, and they will continue this crawl. So the crunch towards heaven is on, and OC has the AWP. He cannot miss in a situation like this.
Elysian support. You'll hear this. I think he's at least going to be aware that there was some mantling being done. And OC, oh God, that barrel. He's going to look in. Ah! Oh God, OC's giving it up. Heaven is open for business. Nitro now going to be hot and bothered as flashes and Molotovs rain in from behind. And so do the lead. Two needed, 2 delivered. And now the round, surely changing hands back and forth. But it's wonderful again. Dealt a dud hand. Yeah, that's unretrievable.
Seen him in a bunch of these situations here. Number disadvantage, but Elysian will give one away. I don't think he's got the quick moves here to grab that bomb and get it down.
Yeah,
9 seconds.
No clip.
Wait, he might. He's got it. He can plan. If he drops now and starts planning, it's going to be very close.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, Elysian's going to be so mad unless Naf can save him here. Wonderful, clearly unawares. Looking main on the clear. Naf ready. And breaks Wonderful's a brilliant attempt. I mean, that was a no-hope clutch that became a brilliant and favorable, possible, I'll say, not favorable, possible 1v1.
Yeah, and Naf again, the man in the clutch here. He's been alive several times once they found themselves in these sticky situations.
Yeah.
Pip Chopper at the post not that long ago was involved in the OC, and Naf retake of that upper bomb site here. That safe pair of hands, Mr. Reliable. Naf fly, any Naf is in the chat. Sloths awake today. And OC, you can just see it coming. It's like a car crash, you can't look away. Elise with that double up, but then the Wild overextension on towards the outer rafter and almost gives it away.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's 2 for 2 on his AWP adventures. Just left him feeling less than comfortable. 10-5 half still on the agenda for Liquid. If they can really convert this, they'll be making a strong case into the second half for this nuke pick.
Still touch and go here. Take a look at the buy once we get back into play. Even though the scoreline 7-5, now a 2-round lead accrued. Just one defuse kit. Light on util for the likes of Elige. No molly for him. Yikinda with no HE or a flash, so what a strong over purchase as Spirit here, who are still very, very dangerous. Opening move once more. Smoke in front of the squeak. Top hut molly. This time round Elige. Cannot tell if anybody's dropped down that vent.
Kinder proactive, and he's got company. Coming on in. Oh, multiple fights all over the shop. Yikinda catches Chopper at the tail end of the assault, but look at this, just changing places, changing rooms. Wonderful. Forced back. Still hits the shot onto Yikinda. The top side's open for business now. This lobby that's changed hands. One back from Nitro. Reveals his position into the 3-on-3. Still one main in Patsy. And the bomb will go down. Patsy nullified by the smoke. 18 seconds of playtime. That's Wonderful's bringing the aggression out. Great flash! Frag found. Wonderful revealed. And still one hiding out on that site as well. Just him now. It's going to be on Magic's. Elige wide and very happy with that. A wide smile, I imagine, as 8 secure.
Did Nitro just spam him through the hut?
It felt like he was getting shot by 2 people at the same time.
He must have just spammed him through the hut. Okay, well, Liquid, the way that they're pulling these rounds off, it's very gritty Nuke, but it doesn't feel like a traditional game of Nuke by any means. It's actually quite fun to watch. Well, Nuke is always fun to watch, but
careful.
This style especially. It's so brawly, biffy. The rifle's getting a lot of playtime here. There it is. What?
Lol.
Okay, Nitro.
Didn't even flinch. Didn't even flinch.
Just a little zap. A burst to the bop and another round here. Well, that's the half one.
Yeah, let's see if they don't falter against something quick and poppy. It's Tech9s. It's coming Ram. It's Naf, who's just going to spray and loads his magazine. Gives over the M4. OC's AWP in the feed. Needs more. As they're running him down, dropping down, lets it go. 3 to the low site. One will linger. Nitro position, but to be smoked off. Smoke of his own to play around. I like that. And jumping down into his jaws is Chopper. Hard to plant now. Siren might try his luck, but a spray through the smoke is all it would take. Siren aware, doesn't want to take that risk. That's what we were talking about on the reload, though. A smoke for Siren. A fight for Siren. Okay. A weapon for Siren. Hang on. Now that bomb can go down. Potential spray. Siren caught out, and the round is won. Yikinda holds his nerve on that one. Silent descent. Calms his nerves and brings home the 9th.
What a brawl this is.
It is. It's got a very different look to it. And Spirit, you know, this is your pick. You weren't even expecting that Liquid necessarily were going to let you have this.
It's kind of crazy, right? The fact that Liquid don't ban this, they must know at that point it's going to get picked. I think they're hoping that it gets picked. Remember, Spirit are on a 3-map losing streak at this event on Nuke. There's definitely a weakness. The question can be, yeah, Liquid, can you pull off a 7-map pull? Well, maybe not against the best teams in the world, but against Spirit, who are the walking wounded, they think this is their home turf? Apparently not the case.
Liquid galloping to a dominant CT half. Oh, and Yikinda makes it look easy as Magic strafes on out, not ready for hut.
Yeah, that's unusual. If you're going to make that play, traditionally they'd hope there's a top hut molly. I'm going to fly on in and see if it got burnt at all. It was. Yikinda still gets the better of him in this situation, so another rough start to a round here for Spirit. They're going to have to...
Oh, they naded the doors. Good catch again from Jay. Look at this. Getting across, not going to be so easy towards the windows.
Might force them into decon here. And
yeah,
Wonderful can see the doors is open, so aware that there is a problem ahead of them.
Oh my God, and from behind, Elige is about to ruin their day. Go on. Trigger discipline, getting scared as they run. One, and no, he's done. Round is 2, though. I didn't mean that literally. He is still...
Chopper is still alive.
He is still alive.
And he's got another kill.
Production. Sleep at the wheel.
You fooled them here, Alex.
Sorry. Don't always speak literally. Those doors are really going to be quite bothersome. Or the absence thereof. Now, maybe...
He can't go up the vent, because look who's up heaven.
Okay, touche. What can he do?
Nothing, really.
Save?
No, he's just prolonging this, and he can't save. It's the last round of the half.
Yeah, that would make sense as well. Well, some nice kills. A plant would be impossible. And OC confirms it. Damn, 10. That is a haul. That is quite the haul. Liquid making a statement. Spirit's pick. And 5 to work with as we swap sides. Don't go anywhere.
Obviously, it's the strongest gun in the game, and everyone's kind of like abusing it, even on CT if you don't op in certain positions, so I think it's a necessary change.
I like the whole fact that you won't have 5 bullets, so you can't spam the op, and you need to think, and you need to be a lot more accurate in high-pressure situations instead of just banging one shot after the other. I think that is really good.
It makes so the oppers need to maybe think twice about the decisions they make.
I like the op change. I think the op before with 10 bullets in the magazine or in the clip is too broken.
I think that they could probably still do more, in my opinion, to nerfing the op, but you know, I'm a rifler, so that's kind of my thoughts on it. I feel like it hasn't really changed that much just in clutch situations.
I didn't care too much, because everything what you need to do is just to kill people with the first bullet if you shoot, and like 4 bullets is just for out of 4 players.
I really like the change because now you have to be a bit more careful with your bullets. You can no longer just afford to spam through like walls and then do crazy wall bangs all the time, so you gotta be a bit more conservative.
To me, if you're a good opper, you don't need 10 bullets at all. I think the op nerf just nerfs bad oppers.
I think the whole balance around the M4s has really helped out the scene. I mean, in the beginning, you could definitely feel that the ways that the CTs were taking duels against the AKs was like they were really. You could definitely feel that they had been used that having a silencer that would just wreck people all over the place. Whereas it's a lot more balanced now.
It is more down to preference now, so I think the change is good because it was definitely too overpowered.
The A4 I'm still like not completely sure on. The 2900 definitely is still nice for the A1, but the A4 is a lot better in my opinion for just getting a lot of multi-kills. Not even just for spraying, but just for, you know, just shooting, because the fire rate is faster.
It was a bit too noob friendly before. I'll say people could just hold angles and mow people down. Now it's more of a, you actually have to aim, I think.
I really like the change. I think it was too overpowered. I think it was just too easy to spray down 2 people, and it made playing T-sides really difficult. And yeah, overall I like the change. I like that it brings back the A4 in the meta as well, which is my preferred M4, so yeah, I overall like it.
We're back in business, and it seems so are Team Liquid. Yes, we are in the lower bracket. Yes, one of these teams has their journey in Katowice cut down to size and ends here in those lower semis. The winner of this will have one more best of 3 if they want to see the Spodek. Not going to be easy. We'll talk about that when we get there, as we still have a long way to go. Liquid on Spirit's pick, though.
Oof, and this is fast ramp. Elige doing
Show
it
it
backwards.
Admin. He's doing it sideways.
Oh, look at all this space. This is the Hugo Byron, I think we call this one.
Oh my god, the full Hugo in the flesh in Katowice. Now they just have to go back to ramp.
Well, they didn't go up heaven. They didn't follow the call here, but down towards B, they still have a tall task to get through. And there he is, Magix.
The tallest of the tasks. With, a lot on his plate, too. One more OC. Wow, 2 snappy headshots out of him. Leaves Elige hunting for the last. Siren swings open the door. He's known. And a messy duel. Elige, lucky to have gotten away with that one. Game on.
Chopper coming from ramp here. Has the HE. I'd love to get that one down the back pocket of the double door. Could find Elige with this, but it's going to... Ooh, thought about flashing forward for Siren here. This is the nade. It could do the job. 1 HP.
He's alive. Somehow he's alive. Not for long as the headshots found. And playing with the doors now as time is of the essence. And so are the frags. Oh, God, it's close.
This is real close. No kit in play right here.
Come back to the game again, please.
I got the focus on it. I'm looking right here, right now. The defuse 2-1. The defuse is very close here. It's going to be going in the way of Spirit, but only just. Oh, dear. Okay. They pick that one up. They get themselves the pistol round, and they're going to split pistols here on map number 1. All right, all right, all right. It's going to be Spirit settling into that, but I have no idea how this was won. It shouldn't have been the case whatsoever. Sure, the opening kills come their way, but look at all of this. Non-stop action, and the dual Berettas, silly business with the doors, maybe way too silly. Slammed in their face. Defuse comes through, and a force buy back for Liquid here.
I do like this Tech 9.
What about the Unicorn MP9?
I think it's destined for glory. Changed his mind. Actually, he doesn't want to take anything too overcommitted.
And this is really good for Liquid to have this space early. There's still a minute 15 on the clock. They pushed Magix away. He can't really sweep out this area without a teammate. And it would be Wonderful, who has the scout, not really the weapon for the job. Look at Wonderful. He's had to back off all the way into CT spawn. So you can see he is basically removed from the play. So this has worked perfectly for Liquid here. They even have a smoke, a molly, and a couple of flashes to go for a top hit. Oof, and the redeploy of the smoke on the door. So let's see if Spirit want to rejig while they have this 20-second window to do so. Nitro could be late to heaven. They smoke off main.
It's such a powerful tool in the T's arsenal to have ramp early. The uncertainty it develops and creates.
If Naf molly's there, they're screwed.
Yeah, Chopper's got nothing. Main smoke, steps out, Molly. Dead. Chopper, yeah, clean. From OC. Wonderful, just a scout, not the weapon for the job. Yakinda good into the site, and Liquid arrive at 11, unless that Magic's, yeah, he's saving, okay. So 11.
Oh, and that was just ramp pressure into a top pop late after the util had been used. That's a really well-handled round from Liquid there. You've got to give them the props there. Very simple stuff. A kill for OC, Yakinda, and Elige in that one. And well, just to recount the scoreboard, I mentioned before the desk, wanted to see more, I think Maui specifically, from Elige, who has 16 kills in total. But everybody else is contributing as well here for Liquid. 12 for Naf, 12 for OC, 11 for Nitro, 11 for Yakinda. Pretty even in the frag distribution right now, and 11. So sure, they lost the pistol, but they get the conversion. And if they're able to pick up the follow-up here, they're sitting pretty.
One part of this is still, I'm struggling to put my finger on it, but it's because I haven't seen Liquid's nuke a lot, so I don't know if it's commonplace, but just the absence of OC's AWP, you know, like I've probably seen maybe 2-3 AWP frags.
Kind of feels better that way, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, you just, when you brought up the scoreboard, I was like, yeah, actually there is something that perhaps could have been feeding into that. This is another OC frag, an important one that's basically sealed the deal.
He's had 2 or 3, especially on that CT side, multi-kill rounds, right?
Huge.
Where he's able to find a bit of impact with the rifle towards that top site.
And when Liquid were some of the best in the world, they were sometimes getting away with 5 rifles as well.
That's very true.
When Nitro was calling rings around the best, he had 5 rifles at his request.
Oh, a double smoke lobby entrance there. You can see the frustration with the wiggle of the mouse as they both deployed that, but I don't think they expected to see lobby so clear. So trading map territory.
Feels like they got a lot of territory early. Look at this.
I think Spirit know what they've given up, though, right?
Sure. It's just I'm uncomfortable about the bomb on red. You'd got 2 smokes, so you'd have to invest all of them if you wanted to do that.
I'm uncomfortable about a CT Tech 9, so Chopper is the individual down towards B with that one currently equipped, and oh, there he is, flushed on back.
With his sword in his hand.
They've, again, looked to force a rotation.
Right, it's like ramp, but it's secret.
And it's Patsy who's had to join Chopper down towards the lower deck. Now they want to pressure over towards the heavens here. Util set, main smoke, credit card molly, flash to facilitate, and warehouse taken, so going through the paces.
Threatening. Still, that knee-jerk reaction of lobby clear. Now, Naf isn't necessarily holding it, but I think he'll be planning to take a look or two. Patsy investigating on his own volition.
Finds the timing.
Oh, it's perfect. Trade immediate. And so will Liquid's assault. Charging in. Hut's a threat. 17 seconds. They still get their flashes in. Elige, a lot of bodies on the site. Long range control of the spray is brilliant. He saved them from a red face there, as with 8 seconds to spare, Siren can't.
There's a
Put him
gap.
down. Put him down.
Oh.
Defended by Elige. Those Mac 10 frags, valuable. As he gets himself up to 18, OC with 3, malleable.
That's a very, very important round right there. It doesn't matter how you're going to get the contributions in. OC is, and this is Team Spirit down towards an eco. Liquid almost guaranteed the 13th rounds here. This is looking very, very good for them to lock up map number 1 and take us to their map choice of Overpass. You see the gap with the trade right there. And OC just playing crossfire, bopping heads left, right, and center. But you bang on Elige with that long-range spray on the Mac 10 towards the player backside. That was one of the more key frags to make this all possible.
The purest form of an eco. Not a single penny or zloty spent.
It's just going to feel like this is the thing. This is a trap. Like Spirit are like, yeah, our nuke can't be that bad. We can't lose to Liquid.
Oh. Nah. You can't.
And I guess if we applied some Counter-Strike maths here as well, right? I was saying that Liquid had lost a big on this. Well, Spirit have also lost a big on this, but Spirit got a couple more rounds, 8 more. So they were like, oh, well, if they got 2 and we got 10, our nuke should be better, right?
I mean, yeah, I just find it so exhilarating to think that you've taken what I think even the most optimistic analysts would describe as a gamble or a risk. Yes, Spirit, absolutely not been having the best time on nuke, but Liquid don't play a lot of it. And OC farms himself up some extra frags. Patsy and Siren jumping into the spray. And this will break Spirit's mental if it stays this dominant.
Yeah, right. It's just been a bit of a blowout here, but I think the conversation is Spirit haven't really looked themselves.
No. Would you agree that neither had Liquid?
No, I don't think. I still don't think Liquid are looking themselves.
Okay.
I think that this matchup here is definitely a bit of a better showing. Sure, in their opening bout, they beat IHC. I was just double checking that. I was like, is this correct? IHC are the best team at the event.
Yeah,
How did anybody beat IHC?
World number 1,
what's
IHC.
Going on here? But no, that is right. We casted this game right, and we knew what type of overpass we were in for as soon as it started. Timeout taken here. Oof. The last time out for Team Spirit. Feels like they bled through these very quick. And this man on your screen here, Siren, well, when we've watched a couple of these nuke games, he's been a fantastic top anchor. Now that they get the guns out, now would be the perfect time to start showing a little bit of that. Wonderful in early stages, had some massive rounds, but couldn't convert on top of a bunch of clutches there. And that's one of the things that you look back on and go, if we had just converted, one of the one-on-ones we were presented, or wonderful at one-on-one on 2. We didn't lose that silly round to OC and NAF retaking the site, right?
Yeah.
You look at a couple of those moments right there and you think to yourself, okay, it could have been a completely different half, but that's not where you find yourself. You find yourself 7 rounds down, and if you lose this gun round, that's likely the game.
Patsy, I like a forward position from Patsy. Often he can be the spark that ignites Team Spirit, and shining bright on the retreat, he gets himself the opener. I say, as Nitro, brilliant control of the spray, pulls it right back.
Yeah, only 13 kills for Nitro, but he's definitely been having a pretty good game. Elige, wild, but Siren's gone.
Okay, everyone's been on the recoil master, I guess. Yeah, this round for Spirit already just seems like it's falling through their fingers. Every fight they take, they lose.
Wonderful's not saving. They'll chase him. They know he has an AWP. They're going to hunt this. Guaranteed.
Because it could very well be the difference between guaranteeing another round on top of this.
I would be very surprised if they don't start looking for this. And I think they already are. If you could take a look right now, Alicia's scaling through the yard. Wonderful trying to find somewhere to hide on the ramp right now. The bomb, still about 20 seconds left here. See, not doing it noisily right now. And if they were buddied up, then maybe they could take a few more risks and be running. Locker's clear. About 10 seconds now before this one goes off. Wonderful. We'll get away with this. Alicia started investigating over towards CT spawn now. Bomb goes off. AWP retained. And the last hope for Spirit here. The AWP in the hands of their star sniper. But this is just going to be frustrating. Oof, felt laboured, but left himself 7 bullets and only needed 6 to take down Chopper at the very back there. And yeah, you can say that one again.
Yeah. Nothing hurts as much as losing in Counter-Strike. I'm not going to take that. I'm going to take that back. But nothing, nothing sucks as much as feeling helpless in Counter-Strike. And yeah, Magics will feel the same. Siren clearly feeling it. This is your map pick. This is your map pick. And it feels like you can't even make a dent in a team that rarely plays it. Liquid, can they hold on to this momentum? You've got the opening. Oh, Chopper, Moon walks out of the smoke, straight into the clutches of Nitro, whose bullets find Patsy as well. It's like nothing can go right for them. It's like they made a wish on a monkey's paw to play Nuke against Liquid, and this is what it looks like. Cursed.
It's just hollow here if you are a Team Spirit fan. But for Liquid fans tuning in right now, you're getting a double dose of North American success. Complexity, sending MOUZ home, and Team Liquid wanting to do the same here. But remember, still in this lower bracket. And they might lose a little bit more here. Nitro bomb going to go off. Might let go of the shift key. He does. OC takes down Siren, and Wonderful goes down as well. That's everything removed. See you later, Alligator, 15-6. And I think that might be the close here of map numero uno. Team Spirit to defend their honor with 4 Famouses and a UMP. Deary me.
Yukind has found his voice as well, making sure Spirit know. But that feels also good to be on the other side of the server. 15-6. I remind you, a 10-5 half. Swapping over to this defense and even winning the pistol.
Remember, the last 2 outings, Team Spirit have gotten the better of Team Liquid. Back at IEM Cologne and the Rio Major in 2022. But Liquid want to change that dialogue here in 23. This will be the most commanding victory between these two in a head-to-head from either side, if it does stay at 16-6 scoreline. The next closest was a Liquid win, 16-8 back in Cologne. That's forever ago. Didn't help them win the series, though, did it?
GL. Dropping a solid 2 smoke wall and warehouse covered as well. Oh, is it, though? Oh, Patsy being a little weasel as he finds a leash on the edge of it. A nice opener. And no trade this time. That may be the differentiating factor. Chopper jumping for info. Spotted. Yukind making an educated guess as to the reposition.
They have to head top here, right? There are no choppers towards lower. He doesn't have any support. There's no way that Yukind can really draw this. But walking out Squeaky, that's an A map. And, well, checking his corners. Nitro down. Patsy grabs a second.
There shouldn't be a 3v5 here. Liquid. Getting that bomb down.
Yukind can molly heavy after this.
He shall. And you have to respect it. They're all regrouping main. There's only a kit on Wonderful. Way back in, Yukind is very exposed to this. That's the fight. And that's the kill. Yukind reloading in the open. Wonderful takes his sweet time. And that's the fight. That's the descent. Now on towards the bomb, and it should be Spirits. Mission complete. A few more of those required.
Okay, well, they'll pick up some AKs for their troubles here. 3 kills from Wonderful, 2 for Patsy in that round, and the defuse for Wonderful as well means he can get out his prized possession of the AWP if he so chooses. But plenty more cracks at this here, Liquid. And this was the opening death. He's going to feel a little bit hard done by in that scenario, but Patsy doing a very good job isolating the gap. Out of bullets here for poor Yakinda in the back of the site, and Wonderful just mauling. He's still been fantastic, even though the scoreline does not reflect that. 20 kills for Wonderful, 21 on a leash. They're the 2 high flyers.
And we're off. Straight back into the fray. Yard presence this time, Patsy to acknowledge. Straight down the vents, loudly breaking that.
They're going to split into main
They're
here.
walking through this with confidence. Off the flash. Round and down goes Siren. Chopper, a predictable spot, and up from the top is Magix. A good frag, posting it as Naf, unawares, out the smoke, and Liquid counting on OC as he goes through for 1, and that's done. 8. The multi-kills coming through now. Chopper and Patsy this time delivering.
Okay, well, Liquid will get 2 more goes at this, right? Before they will have to take a bit of a save. And that's without me taking into calculation of plants and the loss bonus starting to build. So by the time the loss bonus is maxed out, if they are getting plants come the tail end of these next 2 buy rounds, well, then they will still have buys. So it could be the hardest possible way for Spirit to close this game.
Oh yeah, they're doing it on hard mode.
Nightmare difficulty.
Yeah. Daps on the microphone. Just reminding them that this one should just be a walk to that final round. You've got everything you need.
They've been pretty direct with their finishes in these last couple of rounds here. So OC now with the AWP, you are questioning it. Let's see how it's plied. The idea was good, right? But the timing on it and the fact that those smokes were still up, it meant there was always going to be a gray screen, just not enough pressure. As Spirit withstand another one. And now they have a really, really nice looking buy here to defend with.
See how those opening moves shape up. Patsy putting his name in the feed early in these last couple. Oh, this time Yakinda could get the timing to support them. Doesn't want to overexert himself, knows there's likely an AWP in play. Down they go, and silently to boot.
I'm curious, I don't think they're going to finish B here, just because OC is behind red with the bomb. So likely apply a bit of pressure, force the rotation, and then head back up when you know that you've forced the AWP of Wonderful to rotate. But it's already over towards ramp, so they could scout towards heaven here.
Well, there you go. There's the first presence and pressure applied to that low site.
Yeah, you can see just how threatening with the sound cues, the extra utility being used, and now they back off. Patsy aware of this. You can see him backpedaling now, and he'll be playing the heaven position. This is where you would traditionally see a bit of lobby pressure coming out, but a redeploy of the squeaky smoke.
Yakinda descending from main roof. It could be well timed.
Patsy's not selling his teammates down the river here, but it kind of looks that way. Have to try and find this timing again. Last time only 1 before he got done.
Again, he gets that first. No trade available. Spirit will seize the lead and extend it thanks to Magix. Ready for that. OC Zorp is still there though, and if Elige... Oh no! Denied by Magix. As he sucks the hope out of the Liquid room, at least in this round 3 on the M4.
And I know I'm getting in here early, but stranger things have happened. There is no reason that Spirit can't bring this back. This is the CT side of a map like Nuke. They look very comprehensive in the defense right there. It felt like Patsy, as I said, it looked for a moment that he's selling the team down the river, but he's just waiting for that timing. Right. And being so close towards those barrels, if he heard any step, any noise being made as they leaped on up, you'd have a good understanding of how they were approaching this round. So good stuff from Patsy and Magix in that crossfire.
Last timeout. So Daps is already giving it one shake of the stick, and now he just wants it done.
Is that both teams that have expended all timeouts
I
here
believe
so far?
so. They're going to be on their own.
That's kind of crazy. We still have 6 rounds of play available here within this.
Never mind OT.
Yeah,
that's when the chaos really could.
It could kick off in a moment.
Yeah.
Now, Liquid desperately need a plant here if they want to keep the buys flowing. Oh, interesting. Nitro could have bought an AK and util, but he's actually gone for a Tech 9. They're actually just going for a half buy here.
And maybe a gamble of sorts, or like something a bit more.
They could try something faster because of this purchase. So they've gone leveled out the money. Actually, well-educated decision here means that they can be somewhat threatening now and very threatening in the next.
All right, 2 bites of the cherry for Liquid. Spirit making a cosmetic comeback, or is it something a bit bigger? They've passed the first 3 tests. 6 more to go. Elige, flash through, held at the door and slammed shut by Chopper. Both out the hut, both sent packing. Naf's got that AK as well.
But this is where the depth of Team Liquid's T side is really going to be tested. And this is only the 3rd official we've seen it on this map. So it's going to come down to their understanding of, yeah, we know our weapons in terms of what our players like to do, what strategies we like to run. But they might need to try something a bit outside of the box here. And that's going to be hard to come by. So this all buys in or builds in to the conversation of the Team Spirit potential comeback. And now that they've hit double digits, well, this is where most people start to pay a bit of attention. OC will want to go down here. He wants the loss bonus, whereas Naf doesn't necessarily need it. So OC like just looking for a kill.
He's like the,
the literal canary in the coal mine.
Well, he's a ward for Naf as well. Like, for now, he's just going to function as like, okay, I'll be the early warning system.
Is he an invis or just for the vision?
Yeah, I think he's more of a pink ward. He's visible.
Is that League?
Yeah.
I only know Dodo.
Yeah, flexible.
Use the dust.
If only he had a portal key, he could get the bomb. I think that's Hon. Well, there you go. He's successfully died, Chad. You'll be happy to know.
He's been denied.
Indeed. And Naf, the F for fried.
Can't do that in League.
Denied. Lovely work. Okay, well, we get to see that buy. The complexion of which Chad has outlined is going to be very pretty. Thanks to this conservative approach in the previous round 26. Spirit on a 4-round run of their own. Of course, Liquid opening with 5. After that 10-5 half leaves us here.
Shows you the importance of that force by win in the second round, really, doesn't it? Because otherwise, imagine what this half could look like.
But all it takes is, some successful nades. Quick click to the head. Things can spiral. Things can unravel. But Spirit displaying some fortitude here. Some tenacity. Sure, you only need 1 round, but we're getting 1 every single time. At least for the last 4. Let's go again.
It's going to be a late yard smoke wall this time round, so a change up, but time seems to be an issue. Last time Liquid tried something like this. Legion Yukinda in combination, I think, trying to make this one happen. There you go. You can see the trails. And it's just Elige puffing up his chest and trying to seem bigger than he is. Now, they will know it isn't the secret play because Chopper is already down to the lower deck. Didn't hear any steps, didn't hear a whole lot. And, ooh, Elige with a bit of a gap here, worming through the smoke. Magic to the bat.
Oh, yeah, and Wonderful's here as well. So Magic's and Wonderful spot the bomb. Hit the shot. From behind, Elige had a chance onto Wonderful. Will be slapped away. And Liquid will have to go back to spawn and try again. Spirit looking very determined.
Oof, that could have been a difference-making kill right there from Elige, right? He takes down Wonderful. I know everything else happened so immediately, but they could have maybe had a moment to breathe right there. I think one of the bigger keys is the bomb's only gone down once in this spree of 5 now. And we did highlight that a little bit earlier, that even with the loss bonus building, Liquid would need the plants to make these continuous rounds looking a little bit juicier. And yeah, you can see Elige frustrated about that. Probably felt he should have had it, but Wonderful a bit quick.
Spirit yet to flinch.
And this is the thing, if you're going to pick this map, Liquid, you need to be able to finish, right? The shotgun, oh, they're the ones rattled right now.
Yeah, he'll keep rattling off shots down into that smoke as well. Yukinda, his first victim. Magic's ties up his score as he looks to do the same for his team. OC's been donated some grenades and heading on up to try and set them up.
Okay, open squeaky, smoke main, molly top heart, try and trade.
Look at them though, they've got the perfect setup for this. Spirit gonna be laughing all the way to the bank as they even smoke just to delay. Implies they might know what's up. Wonderful's reporting nothing towards the ramp.
But who else is in topside, Alex? His name's Siren. And guess what he has? A molly and a smoke as well. So they can deploy another grey screen.
Let's do some quick maths. Another 10 seconds on this. 30, 18. So they're going to have, yeah.
No time.
No time. There's the molly. Door open. Frag found. Oh, bit of an overextension of the spray. Chopper only the 2 of the 3. Rifle for OC and a spray through the smoke. Bomb is lost. AWP is ramp. Smoke on the bomb and hope.
Seeming more and more likely here with round after round. This was meant to be a sure thing for Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, in the last run from the CTs, the best Liquid have mustered is 2 kills.
Yeah, right. That's very, very telling here. And another round just concluding with exactly that amount of frags. And the problem is, these rounds will have felt so quick for Liquid. Some of them have been faster, some of them have been a bit slower. But when you're in this position and it's just one more round, it's just one more round. Now the doubt is starting to creep in here.
Do you think that's something that you'd want your players to avoid saying, or would that be still motivation at this point?
Well, you wouldn't be saying it anymore, but you would have, I don't know, 3 or 4
For the
rounds
first 4,
ago.
maybe? Yeah.
And now it's just
silence.
5 more kills.
5 more kills. Yeah,
five more kills.
That's a better frame.
If we get 1 each.
Yeah. Nice division of labor. As Elige goes walkabouts, loudly,
Noisy,
sounding like one. Announces his presence, and upon the fade, no one else is home. Information in itself as Yakinda readies himself for a brawl. Patsy's been very well restrained, managing bursts of aggression with the necessary hold. Difference here being that Nitro is equipped with the bomb as these two start to make Chopper move. This time, flame exchange. He's not going to be opening the doors and running away. He wants to fight, wants info. Down goes OC. Patsy. Another opening kill as we see Spirit really testing Liquid's T-side. It was always a question mark. Nitro leaves the bomb down, spits it out in front of Chopper. Yakinda, sharp. And just needs a couple more of those headshots. Patsy cut down to 39. Wonderful. Unable to stop that plant.
Best chance yet.
This is it. If ever there was an opportunity, Liquid, they've been struggling to get to scenarios like this.
Where the hell is Naf?
I don't know. Does he know?
No man's land right now. He can still come in clutch for all this. Spirit are taking a long time to get this together.
The ball's on him to be walking in the yard to get Siren. He'll be mad about that one. 3 on 3. Even a molly on Naf when he gets there. If he gets there. Careful. Elige. Oh my god, he's lucky to be alive. An AWP bullet.
The time, though.
They just have to defuse, but there's so many people still around the bomb, and wonderful. Frag. Defuse. It has to be a defuse. Someone needs to stop it. Bodyguarded by Magix, and they will.
Oh,
burn him down, the molly. It was the Molotov this whole time. Naf secures it, and they take Spirit's pick away.
Oh, they do it the hard way there, Liquid, but they pick up Nuke. Fantastic showing. A great shot out the gates here, getting themselves up to a 15-6 scoreline, but 16-12 to close here. Spirit, they've shown that they're here for this series, but too little, too late on their map choice. We move on to Overpass.
A knockout punch finally coming in there for Liquid. Nearly another heartbreaker for the NACS fans among us, but they managed to close it out in regulation. They managed to put Team Spirit away with a lowly Molotov.
Good old reliable Naf with that Molotov. He was actually thinking about throwing that earlier in the round down towards Secret, which wouldn't have made much sense to me. He pulled it out, though, and kept it. And I'm glad he did, because obviously that was a great victory for Liquid. The first time this team has won Nuke in at least 3 years, so that's cool for them.
Yeah, it is good that they grabbed the win, right? I think it was really propelled by good starts to halves, right? They didn't win both pistols, but in the second half, they lost pistol, won the second round, had a 5-1 start to the T side, 4-0 start to the CT side. And I think Spirit recovered well in the first half, but when it came down to, situational Counter-Strike, when the round breaks down, your 3v3s, 4v3s, 3v2s, it felt like they were on two different team speaks, the players that were alive. Like, they weren't on the same team speak. Communication must have broken down. They weren't, covering each other. I think there was probably too much chaos in the comms, and Liquid took full advantage of that thanks to their, experience and superior NA comms. They were able to win those rounds, Maui.
Superior NA comms.
It's not a phrase I've heard very often.
Yeah, do we get that a lot?
No, I don't think I've ever actually heard that series of words strung together. Now, there was one round here that was particularly illustrative of what we saw in that map. That's round 11 here, Yanko.
Yeah, this is the one that, kind of shows that you see the entry kill from wonderful 5v4, then, becomes a 3v4, becomes a 3v2. And it's here, right? It's just Elige from main. Guys are falling down one by one. Like, either go into the site together, cover the planter, plant the bomb, or don't let anyone be in a position where they just give, it's the most basic of things in Counter-Strike. You have a man advantage, avoid 1v1 duels. Like, avoid a fight where where your teammate can't trade you. It's as simple as that. Like, that should be your first thought. Don't think about who plays, who does what. Like, just think about positioning if you need to move to help your teammate, right? And that was one example. There was a 2v2 where they were echoing, where it was against Nitro and Elige. Both were low. Patsy's going around to go up Heaven, but Wonderful isn't making any noise. So Elige is just standing there, watching Heaven. Guy comes up, like a bot, dies.
Yes.
And it's like, and this round that we saw, round 11, is like the money on Liquid. They have like 200 across 5 players together in the bank. If Spirit wins that round, they have an anti-eco next, right? They get more momentum, and we might see something a little bit different. But as Mike said, too little, too late from Team Spirit.
It was. One of the guys who was key, though. Someone that we mentioned and we called out just a little bit in the... No, he's gone already. It was Elige, who's part of our Air Force Aim High head-to-head up against Patsy, one of the key pieces here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, we obviously, Elige heard that I was saying that he needs to step up, that this guy has a legacy.
Yes, Maui, he only listens to your segments. That's what...
He was talking about his tweets in the interview.
He reads my tweets, Yanko. He's reading my tweets. He's listening to my segments.
I'm sure he has his
He's hanging on every word
on.
that I say, Yanko. Maybe you should listen like Elige does, actually. Maybe it'll make you even better.
Okay, I'll shut my mouth. I get that too.
But also on the other side of the picture, we had Patsy there, and Patsy just took so long to get activated in this game. It felt like he had to switch to the CT side, which is something that has been a bit concerning for Spirit. I was talking about how I kind of at the end of last year, I was kind of ready to say Patsy's going to compete. Well, I said this at the beginning of this event. I said that he should be ready to compete for Best Entry Fragger of the Year, and we haven't gotten that at Katowice, and that's incredibly concerning because he was one of the reasons that Spirit was having so many of those deep runs, his individual play. But one other guy I have to highlight for Liquid was OC. He did very well in this game, but I have to point out he only got 2 op kills. He was actually doing it all with the rifle, so probably one of the weaker oppers in terms of top 10 teams, OC, but if he's able to just find a performance like this, just positionally beat his opponents because he's just rifling on that A site over and over again, that's a win condition too.
It's funny, dating back to like his extra salt days in that previous roster, the roster that's now Complexity, his rifling was a feature, especially on their T side, something like maps like Ancient and Nuke were one of those as well, where that strong rifling's been an arrow in his quiver for a long time.
Yeah, maybe it was a part of the preparation that Elige was talking about, right? Like, he was playing A a lot. They were playing heavy A in a lot of those rounds, so maybe it was something they saw from Spirit, and, makes more sense for him to play the M4. He had a couple of multi-kill rounds that were actually important on that CT side, and as you said, he's sharp with the rifle, but I think he can have more impact as an opper if, like, I feel like he's not scared, but, doesn't want to mess up.
I think the system...
And there's other players on the team that are all more experienced, that are supposed to be going for the moves and whatnot. I feel like if the rest of the team just tells him, listen, don't worry about anything, just go for it, right? You're skilled, you're fast. Just do whatever you want. Don't worry about dying and us losing the round, right? Like if they made him a little bit more relaxed, I feel like he could be doing a lot more damage if they not necessarily allowed him more space, but created more space.
It's almost like Monacy with Alexi B versus Monacy with Hooksy. Obviously, OC doesn't have the same skill as Monacy, but like if you take that away and just think about OC's particular situation, they are kind of like chaining him up. It feels like he does feel like he has to always do these support roles and things, and so sometimes it would be nice if he just got unleashed in a round a little bit more.
Absolutely.
Well, looking forward, right? Our big concern about this for Liquid was this first map, was Nuke as a bit of an unpredictable element in their map pool right now. They've overcome that hurdle. They've jumped clean over it. Well, maybe not clean. Maybe they clipped the toe on the end there, but all good. They got to the other side. We're headed into Overpass as our next. How are we feeling about this for Spirit, for Liquid? How are we feeling about Overpass in general?
I think it's going to be tough for Spirits. Like Liquid even going on back, the core of this lineup before Yakinder and everything. Like they're one of the best teams on Overpass last year, actually. Only a couple of losses even when they were struggling with the lineup and the roster changes and whatnot. So I think this is where they have a very good grasp of the map and don't need both pistols or good stars to be able to win the game.
Yeah, I think even if they're down, say they get 4 rounds on this starting T side, I think that's enough. I think their CT side is really good. Naf, Elige, Nitro, that's actually a really strong trio to defend B. And for Yakinder and OC towards A, I think they actually have weirdly good synergy too for two guys that seem like they'd have nothing in common in real life.
We'll have to ask them if we get an interview afterwards if they do in fact have something in common in real life. But we are going to get towards that Overpass right now. Who's going to be your key for the Spirit side? If it's going to go the other way, if we're going to get a 3-map series, if the narrative's going to change, who's going to do it for Spirit?
Wonderful.
Wonderful's going to do it. All right, well, it's time for us to hop on into the server. Overpass starting.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Welcome to another episode of In Your Head, where we ask IGLs to rate other IGLs on a scale from nap time to hair loss. And this episode is about Nitro.
I think it was a big loss for Liquid when they lost Nitro in the back in the days. I think they became a worse team.
A huge period of time when Nitro was out of CS and Valorant. I think it affected him a little bit, and I think with every event they are doing much better.
Before he left for Valorant, Nitro on Overpass, he would be maybe a hair loss. He was really good on that map, but yeah, I think Tricky is pretty good now.
I think actually Nitro is one of the ideas when I think the last 5 years is underrated.
He calling right now. My Kinder strat, it's hair loss.
It's a hair loss.
Yeah, it's very good strategy and tactics.
But I also think he's a really good captain, and I think they have also proven now that they have become a better team picking up Nitro. So
I think he's tricky because the game plan they sometimes have can be annoying.
Once you played them a few times, it's pretty. It should be pretty easy to read, and I think they will go in comfort. I think.
Comfort?
Yeah.
So Nitro is easy to read. Is that the TLDR?
I think Team Liquid is easy to read sometimes.
Okay.
2018 was air loss. Nowadays, I think it's more like, I would say it's more comfort.
I feel like doing a game, they get less tricky. I don't know how to explain. It's like the start of the game is always tricky against Liquid, but once we kind of get a control of it, it's like getting more comfortable.
I think it's comfort to play against him because their strats basics, you know. It's all about their IEM.
A bit like Navi, that I mean, they have not the same style, but a bit like that, like playing on the individuals more than. But they have the player for that, so it's not a bad thing. It's just their play style. So
I'll put them at comfort. They will always attack where you expect them to attack. It's just they're very talented as players and have good communication.
Basic?
I wouldn't say that.
No, I would.
Okay, then that's your way.
No, I mean, I was putting words in your mouth. I didn't say it. I was just trying to help you with vocabulary.
Okay.
I don't think anything.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, you're also on the list. Everyone's going to be talking about you, Nitro.
In our current system, especially since we picked up Vikander, probably tricky.
So that was in your head. Thank you so much for watching.
Let's rock and roll with map 2. It is Elimination Series, and we're fast running out of spots, Chad, in the Spodek.
Yeah, 2 spots remaining right now. We've locked in Heroic, Vitality, G2, and Na'Vi. One more for Group A, one more for Group B, and we find ourselves in Group A right now. Winner of this matchup, or the survivor of this matchup here, Team Spirit versus Team Liquid, will be taking on the winner of FaZe Clan versus IHC, and right now I can tell you that is trending one way, and the way you would expect.
IHC 12-10 up.
Ha-ha.
Joke.
Ha-ha-ha. Well, might be the last map here for Spirit if they can't get their act together here. Nuke too slow to get out the gates. Patsy especially highlighted by the desk there. It's too long to activate. This is their chance to make good on the promise and take us to the third. And Anubis would be that third. So the newest map to the map pool to decide. That would be a fantastic way to end off your Monday evening.
Teams we've lost along the way. Big Clan, Cloud9, NIP, MOUZ. And one of these will join them. Fist bumps exchange. You can hear that bassy voice as Hallie gets his last few words in, because it's time. You know what that sound means? We're going into Overpass. Second map of the series. Liquid will be starting on the attack this time around. Spirit taking to that defense.
Good to see Wonderful in form on Nuke.
Yeah,
getting it done with a bit of everything, right? Rifles, AWPs, pistols. He's going to need a lot of that here on the defense of Overpass. 1xBet odds are favoring the horse. Let's see if the Dragon can fly as Patsy takes contact, calls out some info that there is presence over towards A within the early stages. This trio of OC, Elige, and Yakinda just looking for space, and they got it.
You know the difference between a dragon and a horse?
Wings.
One of them is a fantasy. Let's see if Spirit can make a fantasy a reality. It'd have to be 2 in a row. Certainly a nice start on the pistol. But yeah, Liquid, okay, just changing it up, going for a little snake slithering through the underpass.
Well, they cleared out long, right? They saw nobody was home, so now they group up together here and make sure nobody's in connector, and that is called clear. And during all of this, Spirit, well, they've seen nothing, which is apparently enough to get their pieces of the board moving back over. Flash out, water taken, Util to follow in towards B.
Yeah, it's going to be a distance hold, but good taps could get you across the line. Magix hits 2 on the way in. Hard shots to hit, and Wonderful's built upon it. Okay, pistol round done. Team Spirit present.
Okay, a couple of laser beams right there. All of those shots just felt like they were taps. Just tap, tap away and remove all of the Liquid heads. No plant, no kills, no nothing. And we'll catch that again here. So Magix. Yeah, they were as simple as you like.
Anyone
and then
else?
Wonderful gave the same thing a bit of a crack here. Just step on out and lose your head. Everybody into the guillotine here as Patsy wants to remind them. They still got to get through a whole nother 16 rounds of Counter-Strike if they want that shot at FaZe
Oh, Chopper's being a real leader's leader. Why would I have Wonderful save the pennies when maybe I can?
Yeah, and this is a good understanding that Liquid, without this plant, are not going to go for the force buy. So happy to stay with this USP, and if he can wield it in the same way as Magic's and Wonderful just did, it should be a clean sweep of the Glocks once more.
Yeah, but this is also a moment just to get yourself centered. If you're Team Liquid, you really didn't have a voice in that pistol round, and you don't have one here as wow, the first bullet out of Nafs does connect. 100% connection rate.
Just crazy that none of those flashes were able to deal with that position, right? You saw the util from Liquid flying out there, and it didn't seem to bother Team Spirit whatsoever. Chopper now. Oh, there you go, Crispy.
Yeah. Follows in the footsteps of those two, and now it's Siren's turn to farm up some cash. $600 per SMG kill.
They know it's just Glocks at this point, right?
Yeah.
So,
but the restraint is nice. I mean, you know, big names would be running at them.
Yeah.
Spirit, though, I think the nuke result might have put you in a bit of a cage.
I am surprised to see... Well, no, it's Siren. If it was Patsy, he would definitely be getting a move on with that MP9. But because it is Siren, a very safe pair of hands, this anchor. 20 seconds, Liquid. Might need to get a move on in towards this A site just to lose your life. Sounds counterintuitive, but necessary here if they want to buy into the follow-up. 15.
Kill me. Kill me. That's it. Wonderful. Provide. And oblige.
Thank you very much. So that's exactly what both teams were looking for right there. Chopper will be able to drop the AWP across, and that's exactly the first thing he'll be equipping. Will receive the rifle back, gets the FAMAS, and is the only individual in this round of play to have Kevlar. Everybody else, all under 9, will have head armor. Nice shot from Chopper, but that's about it. No AWP available for OC here, and apparently that wasn't too much of an issue for him on Nuke. Let's see how we unfold here as to get OC lobbing out an early smoke to assist.
It is interesting that Liquid, in the last affair, actually banned overpass in that second stage this time.
Let's have a map pull, Alex.
Yeah, it's their pick. And Patsy, he is going looking. Nitro doesn't seem prepared for that, not at all. And no trade. Naf, go on, nade. Shy. Wonderful to support. Elige going hunting, and he's in that sweet spot, covered by Chopper. Their setup is hard to break, and Elige walks into Wonderful. Doesn't even have to announce Chopper in the setup. That's Liquid. Piece by piece, they are torn apart.
Well, they know that Patsy's still down to connect a hero, most likely, because Naf has been looking after this. They didn't know about Chopper. You said he went unchecked, unnoticed. Well, Yakinda, none the wiser. Now it's just Naf and OC. Sure, heroes. Oh, Patsy almost grabbed another one there, didn't he? OC down to 8 points of health. Overpass, probably the slowest map at the moment in the map pool, I would say, with the T default spreads.
Maybe we should talk slower on this
map.
Map.
That works, but
it's not particularly entertaining.
No, I think just more dead air.
Okay, let's do
Let
that
the people just stew in the juices.
Stew. I mean, once we've equipped everyone with the, so we're all on the same page, we can just let the pages turn themselves.
Yeah, let it breathe.
Yeah. That means the rabbit?
Does it? I thought rabbit was Haze.
The hare?
Could be the hare.
Caninchin? Can in English is rabbits. It was plural. Pluralizing.
Oh, Haze might be bunny because it's the pet name.
Yeah. Haza is there. It's Caninchin. Haza.
Okay, you were right. I apologize.
It's all right.
Timeout from Team Liquado. Early one here from Daps. 2 saved AK-47s and some upgraded Tech 9s here, likely to round 4. Very good start here for Spirit. This is the defense that they're looking for. Chopper making sure everyone's got their head screwed on tight to get back to play. Curious if Liquid will be a little bit faster here considering the type of purchase, if they want to set up the pistols and the MAC-10 for something quite swift out the gates here. Now, if they want to bully the B bomb site, that's one option, but I think Siren and Magic's are two individuals with some great aim that are going to be hard to break, and, well, that's not the case whatsoever. Nitro down connector, OC to follow. Naf looking for some pace and some space over towards water here, and he will get it.
Well, that's a sound cue to imply there's an SMG or someone close, rather. Certainly not indicative of the weapon they're holding. That is, though, as he unloads, is in full clip. Run on down, full flash. That was a perfect flash out of OC. And it's enabled them to get into the site. That is the end of Yakinda. Nice work from Magix. Trying to survive now as he gets run on down. MAC-10's barreling towards him. Wonderful in support.
Bomb needs to go down here. It's on OC, doing the flashing and the planting.
This is a power position for Naf, who can cut off the rotate now. Just needs his teammates in the site not to fall foul to this heaven. Retake. Oh, he brings the fight to Patsy. Naf proactive. And now focuses attention in support. Nice angle, adopted, no support, and now all Liquid on Spirit. Only Wonderful, he knows he's got the AWP, and damn, that's some upgrades right there. Hoover them up, get what you can. You come in with a little bit of a broken bar, you come out with everything you need and a round.
That's going to feel nice right there, the fact that that was very cobbled together. Not the most potent of purchases whatsoever, and it was well handled. Once they were in, once they took down Siren here off the back of this flash.
Was it one flash? It felt like it lasted forever.
Yeah, well, that was just the classic nose flash right there in through Monster, so standard stuff. So OC planting the bomb, getting a kill, and setting them up with the flashbang in. Make it the double for OC there, so now he will get out that AWP. Spirit will be able to buy once more here.
That's an important round for Liquid for a multitude of reasons. I think also worth mentioning that they hit a bit of a brick wall on their T side of Nuke, so coming straight back into the T side here and demonstrating early they've got what it takes.
But this is the thing, I think if we look at the bar for a map like Overpass here, if Liquid could get themselves 4 or 5 rounds, that should be a very comfortable T-half, right? It doesn't sound great, but that should be more than enough to work with once they flick on over to the CT side of their map choice.
Ooh, do they flash or do they do dry? Patsy. Flashed. Leash executes. Perfect. Yakinda, 2 for 2 on those.
Hard to miss those. So nice little alley-oop. Good teamwork here as Elish wants to block the information towards long. Will drop a bit of a lurk smoke. This will put into question the rotation. Wonderful surging forward off the back of the death from Patsy.
Good spread and good pressure by Elish. Throwing that smoke. Is he alone? You can see, looking for answers is Magic. Rotates through. Huge gap on B. Siren left alone, left to his own devices. Sure, he's got a smoke and an M4, but he's got to worry about everything. And I think he is just going to recede and let them have the space. Would rather play back into the site.
Magic's and Chopper are coming now.
So he starts to activate. Trying to kick up a fuss. 20 seconds. Going to be hard to dispute a bomb plant here. Nice moves from Siren. He takes down Naf. Trying to run down that plant. Not safe, but neither is OC. Siren a multi-kill. Now one back, and it's still Siren. And Wonderful. Trying to put the cherry on top. 2 there. Looking to clutch up. Elish knows they're down and sends them lower. A second round secure and a clutch from Elish. Lovely stuff as he recovers the AWP as well.
Ooh, got tense there for a moment, didn't it? It felt like Elish, he was a little bit late to that information that both players had already dropped. He was still looking elsewhere. So corrects in time here. 2 big kills. The clutch for Elish, who was fantastic for the team over on Nuke with a couple of handy multi-kills. And this one here is going to break Spirit in the early stages. This was the opener. Great stuff. Opens up the account and clutches out the round. It wasn't for Siren here doing a great job trying to make this an interesting round with 3 of his own. Could have been much, much worse for Spirit.
Doesn't get much worse than that for Spirit. On Yuriko, disrespect the molly. And run into Naf, who's ready for it all. Adjusting, farming, 3, but the AK lost. Undefended, but the bomb going to be running on in with all that info.
Yeah, and immediately restricting this Nitro back to spawn. Yakinda to deal with Connector, which means there's not too many places for that of Team Spirit to run and hide. And speaking of hide, well, found their final resting place. Nitro with the spam removes the final 2. And that was quite a quick round there. So 3 already for Liquid. And if we say the bar was set at 5, they've already done a great job consecutive fashion now. And, well, what type of a buy is available here to Spirit, a timeout called, and probably to discuss exactly that. Wonderful cannot buy an AWP. He was literally $50 short, which means they will not go into round number 7 with the AWP in hand for the CT side. So Naf's actually bought into a Mac 10 here, curiously enough.
Does imply something quick, but you've also got a T-side AWP on your Kinder.
Yeah, and Naf, oh, he was... Yeah, what's happened here? Okay, so we're just taking a look, everybody, at the buy that's been jigged around here. OC has the best spawn. He's ended up with the Mac 10.
Right.
There is no head armor on the other side of Spirit, so if they want to continue the pace here, Liquid, you can see why, but it's just so strange that it's OC, the one to run in first, and your Kinder on the AWP. Well, let's see if this backfires.
Yeah, let's see. Strap in, folks. We're going through. Flashed. OC holding W as he should, and damage traded. They are into the site. Taking it by force now. Cowering in the back of the site around the smoke. Magix has provided himself some cover. And Naf takes down Chopper. Around the edge. Nice frag onto Naf. Reveals himself with lethality. Magix has delayed this pace. Going aggressive again. Maneuvering forward and perfect find on Elige as he pokes his nose out the smoke. Heard the dismount. Patsy with him. If he dares peek up from jail, he's a dead man walking. Perhaps they're going to hope and assume it's clear if they cut noise now. It's too quiet. How long do you wait?
Kinder had pillar control. I don't know if they clear Patsy here.
Nitro does. At least adjust in time. Still hesitant, and understandably so. It was only Nitro, and now Yakinda with a bomb goes down. Magix. Alert. Ready. And able. Nitro. A 1 versus 2. To no avail.
Hands up. Yeah, the body flew back. The hands went up. Understandably so. I think they've had enough of that. And it did backfire, didn't it? OC in. He got traded. Sure, Naf even found a second, but just not enough. Just not enough at all. Liquid tried the pace change. You do love to see it. This was the second from Naf into the site here, but Magix and Co. doing their best. Elige, team flash by Nitro, trying to push through and find some room. And then this laser shot from Wonderful. Bang.
Yeah, that's lovely. And so far, you know, if we talk about those B players, Magix and Siren, both have delivered a multi-kill when that site was tested.
They're fantastic aimers. I think Siren is quite underrated, really. I need to see more of him, and Spirit needs to do some more winning, but I just think from some of the plays that I've seen from him, this kid has it.
Yeah, Spirit's actually one of those teams. Tip of the tongue. Talking about talent scouts, and Siren flattened. Just as we talk about and sing their praises, he's the first to fall, and Magic's just staring at a white screen. Now again around that smoke. They know he'll preside there this time. Lesson learned. Site taken. Liquid straight back to that B site. Not really going to be dissuaded after the shortcomings in the previous.
Yeah, and for a while, it felt like a lot of teams would just hit B over and over and over again, right? You can turn it into an aim map. Once you're able to scale across and get towards jail, fence, whatever you want to call it, the canal of monster control, some really good angles for Tees to take fights with the AK-47 here. And the flashes are enabling a lot of this. You see poor Siren, whether it gets flashed through the monster flash through nose or the one coming over the top through short. Either way, white screen.
And if they do continue to kind of condition like that, if that works out, Magic's probably going to have to try and work out a different setup with Siren. Finding him in the back of water this time worked out wonderfully. We'll see if that's something they can get away with. Oh. Just making sure he can get the call out.
Yeah, well, it's all right. Cough all over the monitor. Someone will come and clean it later.
Fortunately, we had a few years of practicing the disinfection
stations. We're well versed at that these days, aren't we? I never really got word if they get to keep these hand warmers or not, but I did see the gentleman who designed these hand warmers tweeting at us saying that we mentioned him, Heaton was talking about them, and they will be on sale here in Katowice, so I think I might buy myself a pair.
Lovely stuff. This is where the eye contact's made, just coach on coach action, you know, between the rounds, the smart glass.
Do you reckon you look at him?
I'd be
I would be 100%.
I'd be like, let's see who looks away first. Let's play chicken.
Give him a bit of a smile.
Oh yeah, for sure, especially after one of those rounds that breaks the hearts. Particularly like this one from Liquid. I mean, yeah, they saved 3.
Kind of like this version of Overpass. No AWPs, more fun. It's kind of been the tagline for this series.
A trend. Nitro needs the 4th rifle. As he pulls his pieces around the board.
Here's the snake maneuver we were discussing the other day. Just watch the pathing of Yakinda here.
So first contact's Chopper. And he's responsible for this clear. So's Yakinda. Dead in-game leader. And trudging quite quickly with conviction towards that A site. Nice frag on to Patsy. He's expecting a second one. Nice awareness from Nitro. He's right to suspect. Wonderful. Oh, shoosh! Deleted by Nitro with just 13 HP.
That was very good awareness there because Chopper's the rotating player. So when Yakinda takes him down, they would especially be assuming a double long setup because there was nobody swinging for the trade on Chopper. So at that point, okay, yeah, well, Patsy and Wonderful, the A defenders, where are you? Ah, exactly there. Nitro dealing with both and the hunt already on. This is starting to look brutal here. A much better looking Liquid here today.
Yeah, you know, when you set the bar for that T-side haul, you mentioned 5. Well, here we are. 5 for Liquid in just 9 rounds of play.
Yeah, set themselves up a nice bed of rounds here, and it's difficult to watch this for poor Team Spirit, but it's great to see a strong Liquid who likely setting themselves up for a matchup tomorrow against FaZe. FaZe did end up toppling IHC in the 2-0 fashion. It was a 16-3 on Ancient. So IHC's run here at Katowice does come to a close, but throughout it they were able to topple Cloud9 and Furia. 2 very, very big scalps. Not only did they survive by beating Pain, they made their mark by beating 2 big names of the Counter-Strike landscape here. So Liquid versus FaZe if this continues. That sounds like a fixture I'd like to get my sights on. Especially if Liquid are playing like this.
Certainly.
See if they have the balls to play Nuke against FaZe.
Well, a different kettle of fish, for sure. I'd be interested to see that. This 7-map pool they discuss. That boost dismantled despite Magic's taking the contact and has been run down. Nitro.
Been great today.
Yeah, I mean, well, not even just today. Seems like in-game leaders during that break have been hitting the DM. Karrigan, Nitro, stats don't lie.
I think Karrigan had a great Inferno against that of IHC. 23 for 14, a +9. Best in the server. And, well, when you win 16-3, it's a bit hard to look at anybody towards the top of the stat charts. For Ancient, everybody pulling their weight and more. But this is the thing, when Counter-Strike is being played at this highest level, we talk about all these kids who are coming up. We say they can shoot. It's their decision tree that's the problem. Well, when you look at a vet like Karrigan, his decision tree is the best. He's the elder tree, right? The thing he has an issue with is putting the crosshair in the right place. And he's put a bit more time in the deathmatch. That's what Roy said he did. And Roy's sharp as attack here. Siren might not even be getting away with this, Famus. Everybody to lose everything in round number 10 here. He's pinned. He's low. He's flashed. And there you go. He's dead.
Damn.
Change of tone as well. It's a bit more serious in that Liquid camp right now because they know every round they get here on this T side is going to make this CT close even easier. And you highlighted it well earlier that it was the T side and Nuke where they had a difficult time closing out the match. Well, this is a map where they're much more comfortable. Still no AWP. I'm loving it. Like, it sucks because OC was brought into this team to be an AWPer to find a lot of impact. But if they're winning with 5 rifles, why would you bother bringing out the AWP?
Yeah, and
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and it's something you can when required. Right now, not required. Nitro is going to be potentially caught out by this Patsy play. But with the Molly, it is your only clear required. Okay, traded. Nitro finds his 10th. But Patsy dispatches of Yakinda. Resmoke onto one monster. We see the CTs burning through them. Still 2 in play. And okay, Wonderful gives up long. So the uncertainty will start to spread. And you can see so will the CTs. It's looking like they're going to rotate Chopper over and just park Wonderful. Jumping for info. Right call to make.
This should be a spirit round tier. They've stacked accordingly. Chopper just can't get cold feet about all of this. Has to stick to his guns and trust Wonderful to give information on A.
Let's see how OC's rifle fares from short side as the B players start to recede from the early monster contact. Different setup adopted between the two of them. Molly short can focus your attention, that is, if you're not fully blind, looking at the floor. Elige good for the first. Magics should have one, if not more. 10 more bullets and can't even fire a single more. Nitro gets Magics on the floor. Again, Elige, and again, Liquid. This is a different kettle of fish now.
Oh.
Okay.
Let's see if he has anything else in this. Wonderful. Nice shot. Kit and AWP available. Plenty of time. Bomb about 30 seconds left.
Surely you want to rock that clock, Nitro. Don't give him the fight unless they want to do it together. Oh, no. Okay. OC saves them there. Had to make sure he found the head before the bolt. A nice attempt from Wonderful. Always a threat, but I'll tell you what's more of a threat. It's Team Liquid with 7 rounds and 12 grand in the bank. Spirit absent without leave.
Yeah, getting run over here. Dumpstered right now. OC will pick up this AWP. Halley will call an emergency meeting. Getting thrown around the server here. And the layering of flashes from Liquid on that take was fantastic, right? So you see the double nose flash to make sure they're dealing with anybody close. And then you see the flash over deep, and that's why Siren, unfortunately, you see him squinting at the screen on his player camera there, looking at the ground. Nothing he could do, just removed. And Wonderful made this one interesting. Oh. Elige always with the jump scares.
And I love that because not only does it show his investment in the game, but it also just shows how sick this game is that someone that's played 10,000 hours can still react like that.
Considering he's sitting this far away from the screen as well.
Yeah, right.
I know people at home can't see how far away we're sitting, but he sits probably one of the furthest away out of a lot of the players. You compare him to Yakinda, for example.
Yeah, and take notice of Siren's setup next time he's on the full screen. That's,
where that keyboard is. What's he doing?
Why does that upset so many people?
I don't know. At least he doesn't have the keyboard on the lap.
That was very vogue for a while.
That's back in the days before we had 1.5 meters of space on the desk for each player.
Yeah, some people just didn't have the desk space back then.
Yeah, I remember many a LAN where, as the leader, you'd give up the room, just have
really?
the mouse. Yeah, well, you want your
Yeah,
you want your place to brag.
Sure.
you want to.
We couldn't get like what large tables didn't exist back then.
Well, it wasn't like we didn't have a union. We didn't have as many conversations with TOs to say, hey, this is what we would like. You know, they just put up whatever
they could find. Yeah, that's fair.
Sometimes it was tables with nails and staples and a bit of laminate over the top.
Yes, the notorious chipboard I-Series tables with bumps and grooves.
That was a major, actually. I'm being serious.
Oh, Jesus. Nitro onto Patsy. Fortunately, there's a couple more where that came from, hiding on the site and being found one by one. Every headshot handed out, being dealt now by Liquid.
You need the USA chance from here.
It's been a long time since we saw that Spirit flag flying. This will be the 5th in a row.
Look, Mike and Trace won't know what to do with themselves. Liquid and Complexity winning in the same day?
Too much. It's overwhelming.
Is it July 4th?
I think it should be. Get out the fireworks?
That's the one.
Yeah. These prices are something.
There's a balloon there.
These prices are floating. Okay, yep, no.
Any Germans out there want to give us a hand?
Please, thank you.
And anyone out there want to give Spirit a hand? Because they need one right now.
I mean, yeah, fortunately, there's a bank right there, and they've managed to withdraw all their funds and invest them into what has to be a 5th. You cannot see 10 out of Liquid on the T side. I mean, this is their pick for a reason, sure. But to stay competitive, to have a valid discussion about taking it to 3.
Oof, that's some chip damage. That is a nice way to kick this one off. Relatively unconfirmed, and a lick back on the other side with the nade. Double monster setup here.
Haven't seen this boost yet implemented.
They might find Chopper. It's going to be difficult to do so unless he transitions towards the pillar, so they need to harass Magix or Siren back into a play here, but I'm sure they're very happy where they stand right now. There's that molly. You can see and Magix have to move, just burning on the right side of the pillar there. They're hoping to flush him into a fight. They've seen enough. Rejigging right now is Liquid, and they're coming through.
Perfect setup. Spirit, a necessary round, and Magix has taken a massive step in that direction. It's Siren to find a third frag required, and now the bomb loose, lost, and in the monster pipe. Smoke is down to facilitate a reposition. Doesn't even look like Siren cares. He's happy to stick around. He's got plenty of support, plenty of nades.
Liquid don't need a save here at all. They have enough money to get so many more buy rounds. It would be more beneficial to do damage.
So with 25, you want to be efficient with this. Looking for damage, and yeah, Liege unable to provide so. OC coming in hot. Oh, Jesus, not far from the collat. A quick scope to Siren. Style points for sure.
Was looking for double damage once we're back in the Dota realms again, trying to pick that one up from the river.
Put it in a bottle for later.
Okay, well, that is a good response there. And I'm not sure what spurred Liquid into running through Monster noisily without any flashes. That's a bit out of character for them in this half so far. I guess the boost from Yakinda not seeing anybody up close and personal towards Wood was an indication that they should be able to isolate that Monster player, but not the case. A good hold from Spirit, and 8-7 still available here. Just 2 more rounds required to make this half competitive.
2 in the underpass. Chopper. Again, good for the trade. This time, Patsy's the one condemned to an early grave.
They know that's the rotator. You'd expect a bit more B pressure here. Looked like Yakinda was the one reading ahead of that and trying to make the move first, but the smoke to deny perfectly placed. They can't contain Chopper. He could have gotten anywhere right now.
I do like Alicia's walkabouts here. Magic's going for a clear. Yakinda quick. Yeah, damage there. Chopper better. Not ready for this behind. OC quick to the scope. Eliminates Chopper. Brings us back to a 2-on-2. Damage has been inflicted both ways. It's favorable to Liquid. And Alicia's considering his options. He could try and keep one.
Oh,
okay.
Siren didn't see him.
OC talking a lot. Yeah, that information only goes one way. And a frag found. Go on, OC. Take that space if you're brave. Alicia's on his way. It's wonderful. Towards the heaven. Smoke to obscure. Has to reposition. He has to give this a look in. Or does he? We know man can shoot, man can clutch. 5 bullets. Only needs to hit 2. Oh, and the first is in the flash of the plant. Elise tries to cross. Wonderful with the frag, and now it is a battle between the two. On the big green. Oh, OC sticking out like a sore thumb. Booked by Wonderful. It comes too easy. That shot onto Elise, I'd like to see that one again. Good grief, Wonderful. The placement of that first bullet and the second, OC just did not consider heaven.
He's going to be feeling real silly about that one, OC, isn't he? From that wonderful POV, just seeing him come up and him standing in the open, not even looking, not even ready.
Over here.
Just completely outmaneuvered, absolutely destroyed in the 1-on-2, and that was after they found the toes. Lightning fast from Wonderful, but OC made to look a little bit foolish there.
Oh, that makes me shudder.
Yeah, that one might make the skin crawl. Resurgence again from Spirit here. Nitro going through the paces and trying the A-bomb site now. It feels like it's been a lot of one-way traffic over towards B as far as the gun rounds are concerned.
Yeah, I just got off the call with the mathematicians, by the way. 9 is better than 8.
Damn. That must have been an expensive quote.
Yeah.
Well, they have condition B. Wonderful with the AWP now over towards the B site in case it is yet another hit. It's Patsy and Chopper on A, and Patsy extended towards long here.
Different look out of Liquid here, but different out of Spirit. With Patsy there, Wonderful B. And OC spotted out. That was the bomb. Spirit, how do you react to this? So flash, but he manages the spray. Yakinda booked, and a dink as well. Someone put him down. Someone needs to. Chopper catches Elise as well. OC will finally silence Patsy, but the damage is done. Final round of this half.
They have to go A with 30 seconds.
And Wonderful agrees. He's rotated through. There's going to be 3 to break. Good molly. Forces Siren back, and that's a fight. Chopper will win. Thriving right now with a double kill, and maybe another. Chopper closing that gap. It was looking bleak, but Spirit shows signs of life. This is a must-win if they want to stay in Katowice, and 3 on the way out the door of that first half is a big step in that direction. Seven for Spirit to work with as they are up against the ropes. Down a map, swallowing the pride of losing Nuke. Now it's Liquid's pick. Okay. Spirit. A must-win map. Or Katowice ends here. And now it's Spirit's turn to take to the attack. A very good haul from Liquid on theirs. 8, albeit dampened by the last 3 in a row. Spirit giving themselves something to work with in the pistol would be a leap in that direction as well. Let's go. As you can see, the odds doubtful of Spirit's hopes. Chopper staying on his toes, looking for that info. And looks like they could be walking into the stack. Liquid. Trusting Yakinda to call for help if he sees fit, but doesn't look like he'll be using or asking for too much help right now.
Naf has the flash at the ready right now.
Okay, so for the monster tunnel, which 4 of them are charging into, Flash is there. Elise first. Now they're blind. Looking to run them down. Magix has saved them from a lot of damage with a quick one back on the Glock. Round on. Gameplay needs one under the smoke. It gets awkward for Magix now as his whole team has eloped, and now into Yakinda for 1. They've worked out there was a stack. They do manage to retool and reshape this attack. They can keep them guessing. Magix might poke and prod, parks himself short for now as Wonderful goes investigating. They want Naf to hear these steps.
And it has been OC back and forth like a yo-yo right now. He was starting to re-rotate back towards the B bomb site, but that communication and now back down will have been heard, so OC can cheat once more.
18 seconds. One good headshot could be enough to destabilize and secure the pistol round. Looking to split the pistol. Spirit took the first. And now they can get the bomb down, unless... Oh! Nitro hits a banger! Takes him down to just the 1, and that is Liquid's pistol. You're supposed to be covering me. He says, yeah, but he just deleted me.
Well, Captain America, it is America's day right now, finding some great form. 17 kills for him. He was a monster in that first half, finding a whole lot of impact in those rounds 1.
Ooh.
And now 2 in the pistol here to secure the 9th. Maths is hard for Team Liquid here.
But I mean, if I told you in an elimination game at Katowice, Nitro would be coming into the second half with more frags than Elysian Yakinda combined.
I think what they said was, hey, when we were good and we were the bridesmaid to Astralis, what maps, were we playing a lot?
That's true.
Overpass and Nuke.
And we had 5 rifles, and Nitro, you were popping off with the AWP on the A site.
So, OC, shut up.
Yeah.
I'll be taking it. Thank you very much.
Was the last timeout. I just caught that, so Spirit, they're going to be flying blind into this one.
Yeah, well, we've had a lot of this happen, and it's very positive to see the coaches using the timeouts. Yeah. I did get a batch of statistics from Mihao at Rio of how it all worked in terms of the maybe I'm going to go knock on his door and ask for this again, moving into the playoffs for the teams here who have at least made their way to the top 6 of Katowice for 2023. That might be fun for the desk to have some conversations with. If you're listening, Mihao and Steve, you know I'm coming. Spirit with the plant can get a force. Love to get a round back.
Donated off, which should require a smoke.
Immediately, OC and Elige start to dip back towards the site together. So knowing that there is now that third prong of the pressure point, no longer just long and short through the banana, they do respect this. One of the keys here is both of the M4s are on A. So you can see they've put these weapons on the site where they will have the best chance at range. It's 2 Famouses and MP9 in Yakinda's hands towards B, and the timing. Trouble now.
At least he's getting the smoke down. Should channel funnel them in. And Elige opts to take long. This is not a favorable duel with his HP. Patsy still wants to finish the job and comes hunting for him. Damn, Elige gets away with it. Somehow, still alive. OC with it all to do now. Rotate coming. OC fragging. Only the 1. Bomb on the back of Siren. If he goes down, well, he does not go down without a fight. Double. On to Yakinda now. Naf perhaps going to be hard cleared. Siren, man on a mission, determined to win this round. Damage inflicted onto the bomb carrier. Nitro, though, the hero of Liquid, with it all to do. And Chopper's ready. Some leader-on-leader action. And 1 from the Deagle secures the Force victory. I mean, that was exactly what the Doctor ordered for Team Spirit.
Hard fought on that A site right there. OC and Elige both getting kills. It was Yakinda with the MP9 who couldn't get anything done. Everybody else almost finding what was necessary. But a tough one to lose. And this is Elige trying to transition back. Madrix, the late part of this, comes through late, hits a big shot, and so did Chopper with that showstopper. Liquid will try and force back to keep the buy wars going. This is the opportunity for Spirit to get back in the game. They've seized a little bit of power here.
Yeah, they can stretch their legs now, especially if they can take this one clean. Reaction flash from Yakinda. Chip damage from the nade.
Yeah, in a round like this, Spirit would have to walk into the stack, right? It's not really too many Inquisitive Deagles across the map to catch them out. Yeah, scout of OC is not forward to look for tags. They do have info here, so look at Nitro. He's definitely found some twin beneath those wings. Magic's with a very defensive molly, and now the race is on towards A. OC needs some tags, and well, he's got one.
We did, yeah, actually two. I think Patsy, yeah, cowering in the corner, will go down. OC thinks good on his promise to deliver on this scout. Kinder again, a nasty headshot handed his way, and it's Elige's Deeg that fills the feed. He's alive and kicking only for a moment longer. Siren catching tags as well. Need to finish the job. Now have to take his place. 2 on 3. Bomb down front of the site. It's Chopper who should have this one locked in. Trying to find a gap around that smoke. And what is that? Nitro will finish off one of the tags. Siren silenced. 19 seconds. The bomb has to go down on this site. Chopper to bodyguard. Magic has a smoke. Chopper has a frag. And now with 10 seconds remaining, they should just be able to put it across the line. A threatening one from Liquid, but that counts for naught in this scenario. 9-9, says German Liquid fans.
Yeah, this is a big no to Liquid right now because Spirit should be looking good for the double digits first here. We might be trading maps before we get to Anubis.
Oh, yo, I kind of forgot we had that little special nugget waiting for us in the wings.
Yeah, I want to push this one the distance here today. Remember, elimination on the line, survival to take on FaZe Clan tomorrow for the final spot in the Spodek from Group A. And FaZe, I think they've got a score to settle here on the run to get the Intel Grand Slam, their third opportunity. Fell to G2 just yesterday. G2 in some fine form. End of 2022 and start of 23 looking fantastic.
OC's USB good for the first and last for Liquid in this one. As Spirit will find themselves up to the glorious 10. Their third T round in consecutive fashion. Liquid probably going to be kicking themselves. That pistol conversion did not come through. Spirit have really given themselves a nice, comfy cushion to sit upon now.
Yeah, precisely, right? The fact that they weren't able to convert that has given Team Spirit the good half, or good start to this half. And one of the issues, again, is going to be really down to this defense of Liquid and where they're going to apply their trade. OC's going to glass cannon with the AWP here. He does have Wonderful on the other side to fight in a head-to-head. Flash shy, scope not, but OC's still seen enough. Lige getting out of connector as well, so early pressure applied and they've done their job. Spirit, this is without the utility. They've gained so much control that they're not awares of just yet. You'll see the standard follow through. Divider molly, bathroom front, smoke in play. I'll give them a lot of room now. Connector clear. Magic's
easy, Ryder.
On the spot. Hit even better. 2 players more than tickled. Nitro almost at that halfway mark. Naf down to 80 and forces out the smoke. Only 2 of those remaining right now for Liquid in the 60 seconds we have left in round number 20. And not a single kit in play.
That might imply why there's such a forward setup here. Don't forget, OC naked as the day he was born. Sans Kevlar. Elige wins his opening. Okay, Chopper down on long. Nothing else to report from Elige, but OC still posturing forward. There is no info on that gap. That's exactly now covered. And Patsy's shoulder.
Gotta hit those.
That's a tough one. Response from Elige is solid. Bomb spotted. Yakinda good for the headshot. Siren walking straight into that Elige M4.
Oh, wonderful with the save here. Not enough time to give this one a shot. He's going to be backing off as far as he can away from the action. They can pick up this AWP, and I think Naf will be the man to do so. No, Yakinda's got it. Never mind. Naf would still love to get an upgrade away from the FAMAS, and will. And Nitro. Oh, Nitro. Did he catch a whiff right there? Wonderful. We'll get the save.
It's tense now. It's very tense. There's all those people around you, and yet dead silence at times as 10-10. 6 still feels like a lot of rounds required, doesn't it? When you're at this stage in the game, you need 6 just to see the third. Whew. Spirit on that T side.
4-man B stack here by the looks of things. Just going to be a Liege over towards A, so they're bringing OC Sniper Rifle towards the heavens in case it's a fast play, but once again, the pretty standard default spread, 3 towards the fountain area, 1 connector, and Magic's babysitting the backyard of B here. You can see it illustrated. He just has to try and pick a different hidey hole every single round. Give as much information as he can to Chopper to try and piece this call together.
While simultaneously not dying. Speaking of, Chopper on the chopping block. Elige around the smoke, profits. Resmoke Monster. A luxury for Nitro. He didn't have to use his. Patsy's coming knocking towards Naf here. Naf. Oh, deleted Patsy. First bullet accuracy. To a 4-on-4. Regrouping now, starting to see a reshaping of the defense, a boost to be established as well. I wonder if Yakinda's arrival might be caught off by this. Instead, he looks like he's just going to try and flash for info. There's information already as to where they're positioned.
Scope should be heard here.
Yeah, Alicia's cheating over. 30 seconds. Looking for a way in. Smoke's leaving their fingertips. Both ways.
Have to go Monster or it's a save.
What do you do now? The Heaven Smoke just arrived as the smoke on short. Cancelled your plans. You're going in Monster. 19 seconds. Liquid, this is your advantage. Elige has to prove it, as will Nitro. Double on the defense from Captain America, and there you see it, 11. To be inscribed, just a matter of time. 5 seconds, and wonderful. Holding on to that AWP again.
Well, it's both of these franchise players right here, one that's stayed forever and one that's been and gone, but they're both putting up big numbers here. Nitro and Elige, once a dynamic duo of a Liquid that once upon a time, second best team in the world to the greatest of all time, are both firing on all cylinders right now. This is some good stuff. Great shot from Patsy Shaw. Felt like Naf would have had him there with the shadow, but Patsy too sharp, and these two just unloading. Shot after shot, locking things down and leaving Spirit a bit of an awkward position. Just the AWP of Wonderful available here. 19 kills for him. Can he be the difference maker right now? Was in the conversation for Rookie of the Year, him and Patsy alongside Amonisi, who picked up the trophy last year for 2022, and there's a shot that you need.
Exactly what the doctor ordered. Wonderful. Provides the remedy. An opening kill, but that's about it. In the sense of no weapon to be retrieved. OC on the site still. Magic's with some magic.
The floating man.
I'd get tickets to that show.
Got some space through Monster Shore.
Is that not alarming?
A little bit.
Because they're all going back around, and it seems like Liquid are giving them the rifle and the sight.
That is a little bit problematic here, and Elige is actually going to clear out A, not over towards B. So the bomb will go down, and nobody from Liquid will be in position. I'm not sure if
North
Team
America
Spirit know exactly what's in front of them here. Whoever called that this was going to be the A play made a very, very bad read.
Oh la la.
It's still on Wonderful here. I know Magix has the rifle.
It's the flank from Chopper as well that's making me uncomfortable. Elige good onto Siren. Chopper only a Glock as well, so let's see how this plays out. But
he'd need to have a knife kill, really.
Yeah, it's not going to be Glock, is it? They're close. Wonderful. Playing an unorthodox angle. Oh, there's Chopper's dinks. Yakinda will snap into them. Damage. Done. Wonderful. Found. An okay sweat off the brow. Liquid, though. That was nearly a full ordering of a frothy cappuccino.
Yeah, that would have been a yikes right there. That almost got out of control, didn't it? You just saw that gamble towards A. It felt like they knew exactly what was up, but little do they know, they have absolutely no idea. That creep through Monster, that is one that they've gotten away with there, but a plant that is going to help out Spirit a lot within the buy. So they'll take that, considering the circumstances. It's still around, even though it looks good for Spirit into the site for free. It's not a winnable scenario by any means. Yakinda, right? That's the Glock right there. It's just rubbish, isn't it? May as well be shooting blanks.
You can see the frustration, though. I think Wonderful knew he had something in him. Certainly not in the realms of reality, but 12 to Liquid. They are 4 rounds away from sending Spirit out of the group stage.
Well, this is looking very B heavy right now. They feign this A presence and immediately congregate it back outside of the backyard here. Another monster smoke deployed. Yukinda contributing here, and they're going to play up close and personal towards the monster smoke. But Nitro, he doesn't have any smoke whatsoever. Patsy gone. Easy as you like.
Such a valuable scout to take as well. Patsy's not been having a fun game on overpass. And that's a player you do want to keep a lid on.
Yeah, he's had a real rough go of things, hasn't he? Been contained time and time again, and what could have been a 5-on-5 with a bit of a B exec here is going to be 4 players limping in towards the B bomb site. On the fade,
back.
That's nice.
Counter molly, flash is good. Naf, blind, safe. 40 seconds, it just seems very cut and dry. We're about to have a 4-on-4 brawl, and the flash sets them up for success. Naf builds upon it, extends their lead. Siren to try and flip the script, but there's more where that came from. Blind, both still fragging. Both get the shots. Despite the lack of vision, it has to be Elige now, and he's let it go as well. Spirit starting to whir into action with just a couple of seconds left. The bomb will go down, and OC left alone and running away.
That's some miracle shots right there.
Both blind. I mean, I saw the hand over the eyes.
That is insane. I would love to see that from their POVs. I don't know if it's going to be possible for both of their point of views because it was simultaneous. Those frags came in, but that is insane. The rally of flashes, it looked great.
Their crosshair placement must have just been so perfect, and players' intuition with that white screen. You're still moving and shaking as you would.
That's crazy.
Whoa,
That's a miracle right there.
You don't see those. You don't see those. That is divine.
Oh, that's for Spirit to get back into this game. That is one way to do it. If you're Liquid, you can't quite believe your eyes.
And that started with Nitro, right? That was the spam into Patsy. That was Magic's back, flash good, frag in, advantage maintained, extended.
That's so crazy.
Wowzers.
They both look full blind in that situation.
Look, oh, that one, yeah. I mean, we talked about the near miss before. This one hurts. First frag, feeling good, then bang.
Well, it's hard to tell. It doesn't look flashed when the kills come that easy. Sure, they line up, but they were better off not peeking off the flash, which is crazy.
Which is counterintuitive for sure.
Oh, this could be break point here. Money bottomed out right now. Poor Nitro down to just an MP9, especially after his heroics fumbling the boost.
Re-aim now.
Spirit being given a bit of a gift here.
Oh, and Elige caught out. It's Patsy this time. Nice from OC. Levels the playing field immediately. The AWP from short, now known. Speaking of AWPs, wonderful. Taking some liberties on this. And oh, Yukinda! All he wanted was some info, and he gets a wonderful shot to the belly.
You have to gamble now if you're Liquid, and you're gambling incorrectly. Heading back over towards A here. Heartbreak Hotel looking late here on overpass. Now look, the series not done. Anubis if we get there, but this is a tussle. You can see Spirit are not giving up.
They never surrender.
Are Liquid really considering investigating this? It's really not worth it. For a moment they thought about it. We'll call it off.
But, you know, the intuition, the decision-making of Wonderful is great. If you think about what's just happened prior to him going look in there, likelihood is, as he was in the first half, going for safe info off the jump. Well, when you've got the AWP, you can make that safe info quite the opposite.
They're not going to chase here either, Team Spirit. Just taking a look at the finances here. So Naf's going to get 1,900 loss. He can drop another M4. So it can almost be the exact same round as we just saw with an MP9 in play. So there's enough money to make this one threatening yet again for Liquid, but it can't go down like that.
Big frag from Patsy as well. You can see that frag directly correlates to an important round.
Yeah, especially onto Elige, who's been finding some traction here. 19 kills for him, 14 for OC, 13 for Naf. Yukinda bringing up the rear with 8, and his counterpart on the other side of the server, Patsy, with 8 as well. So two players who you expect to be in the thick of things. Both struggling to get off the mark here on overpass, but a timeout called, and This one will be called by Daps, who's still looking cool as a cucumber in the chair behind. Just chilling out. Fire hasn't come through just yet.
Sign of the times as well. Sorry, Chad.
Oh, you're right.
Just in the sense that, you know, Spirit didn't have any timeouts. Liquid forced into calling one. Gives them an extra 30 seconds just to get it outlined. You got 4 rounds now. 4 to take us to Anubis. And Liquid, still an imposing buy. Let's see how things shape up in the early round. You see OC off on an adventure towards the A site. Hasn't been doing too much of this. It's going to be interesting to see if he wants to fully commit.
It's very clear who the better AWPer in the server is. OC's had impact, but I wouldn't say it's been with the AWP. So he might be a little bit scared to try and find a head-to-head duel, but they will need something from him. And this is what they were going for before, when Nitro took down Patsy through the smoke for free.
Wonderful, just adjusting his fringe before he gets the round underway, lining up his nades. The whole squad's here. There is no subtlety. Spirit with all the subtlety of a brick, but bricks can break windows, not Nitro though, as he holds on for the double. And that last divine intervention, I don't think they can count on that again. Recovering a 2-man discrepancy. One's cross sandbags. Good damage. Patsy down. Naf this time. Stamps the ticket of Spirit. Giving it a go. Pre-aimed by Nitro. Looking for another. Denied. Nice find. 4 more to go. It is wonderful. Man is crazy when given a chance to clutch. Chopper perhaps not ready for this though. Elige with his presence a bit too much. Oh, he's got them both. They're wonderful. Considered it. Bomb down. Round 1. Elige secures it. And all of the names you expect to see in the feed. It's Naf, Nitro, and Elige. The bring home 13.
Yeah, just that combination of Elige and Nitro again with multi-kills. It's wild here. He's really doing a fantastic job, Nitro. Right, this is great. A very, very strong showing from the in-game leader here. He's now tied on the scoreboard with Wonderful. Both of them just throwing blows. And Wonderful, he's not alone, but he doesn't have anybody just riding alongside like Nitro with Elige right now. Every moment feels like could be the break point here. Neither team with a loss bonus established. That's why you will see these saves if things are looking over and out. I think they've had enough of walking into Nitro on that B bomb site here. So going back into a default spread. We've seen this from Team Spirit before. Chopper, Siren, Wonderful, the pack to work A. Patsy, Connector, and Magic's over towards the water, dealing with any of the possible B pushes. And what's being one step ahead of this, it looks like Liquid have read the play. Yakinda joining the likes of Elige and OC on the A site this time round.
Definitely already got a different flavor to it. Let's see how Liquid adjust and adapt. 3 towards this side of the map. Patsy got nothing to report on underpass.
Interesting here, it looks like it's a fake. So Elige can actually peer forward after the bathroom smoke fades, but Yakinda and OC's rotation will be somewhat far away. Nitro and Naf will have to either play retake here or start blocking with whatever util they have left.
This is so cool. Spirit, they've given the round a different taste, but they've got the same aim, the same objective, just a little delayed. 40 seconds.
Elige is coming down connector now.
Through short. Oh, Elige could really spoil this party. Rotates good, it's silent, and Siren found. Elige getting another one. Nitro good for it. Magic's revealed off the boost. Elige, they know where he is, but his presence is a threat. He smokes himself off. Survival integral. 25 as Elige is naded down to half. Still that bomb on short. It has to be this site. Yakinda's safe and hiding in plain sight on the barrels. Safe from Wonderful scope. Magic's to explore. OC with his AWP of his own. Oh my god, the molly doesn't spread. He's still alive as Magic's does. Find the head eventually. 3 on 3. Open plant. Not expecting heaven. And Elige goes down as well. Damage inflicted. Falling apart at the seams. Only one man with a dream is Naf. 2 bullets in it and 2 to find. He has the kit. They've both managed to wrap around. Monster exit now to short. This is a hard fight for Naf to win. Can he hit the first? No! A resounding no as Spirit say this game's got legs. We're going the distance, folks. 13-13. And you discussed the loss bonus.
Liquid knew exactly what was going on with that play. They knew exactly where the finish was going to come through, and they still dropped the round. How is that one falling apart right there? Magix even had to plant in the open. He did not have the option to plant close because of the defensive utility on the site. Another timeout called here. Liquid under the pump right now.
Oy, oy, oy. 4,800 on the high end, 26 on the low.
That's insane. I can't believe they didn't win that exchange right there. They get the first 2 kills of the round. Magic's Patsy, wonderful. They make it happen. That was a freebie. They didn't even acknowledge it. Nitro steps out. There's another. Yakinda trying to be too tricky with it. And even so many opportunities. You could see Magic's miss, hit.
He's still there like, please, 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 please.
Yeah, I see ya.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be here right now. Liquid have to take a save. Spirit can get to 14 first.
Topsy-turvy overpass. 13 apiece. Let's see who that number is unlucky for. Seems almost certain this one. Just a question of how long Spirit want to make sure they go through their procedures, avoid any pistol stacks.
Oh, okay. Everybody from Liquid rotating towards this A site right now. Elige in the upper bathrooms.
Could be one hell of an aid.
You want to let them in this situation. I think we'll see a defensive smoke deployed here by Nitro, but it seems so early. A minute on the clock. Elige goes down. The bigger Liquid seem, the scarier it may be for Spirit to end towards this site, and you want them to finish on your site here.
Yeah, they've still got everything they need to execute into the site being thrown out now. So their flight paths will be ironed out. Few opportunities to contribute here. Expecting the stack and flash back, but yeah, that's a team flash. And a frag. Patsy good. Magix as well. And Liquid evaporate. 14 found first by Team Spirit. Now this is Liquid's pick. Will we see them changing hands to take us to Anubis? Spirit, they were, down in the dumps. A recovery in that first half. This could very well never have been if it wasn't for those 3.
It was 8-4 in that first half in favor of Liquid. It felt like they were going to get to double digits on that T side. The resilience here from Spirit. They believed in the comeback on Nuke. Well, now they've got the lead here on Overpass. Now would be the time to see OC step up on this AWP. They come knocking at A. Kill or 2, mandatory and wonderful. He does not miss.
Does seem to be the case, doesn't it?
Spotted. Down. Elige. The better of Magix here. OC's chance.
OC's miss. Piecing it together now, Spirit. They got their pieces in the right place. In limbo is Elige, as he doesn't want to overcommit to either engagement. I say that as he... Oh! The flash from MOUZ. He's forced
Terrible
Elige
flash.
back. And
Terrible flash.
Okay, redemption. With 1. Rotate through. They're coming in. 18 seconds. Yakinda has been quiet, but this would be huge. Sprays on 1. Bomb on the floor, 2 on 2, both a little worse for wear as the bomb goes in. Couple of seconds to spare. Molly to limit their options, but just forces them back to long. Both there. Naf will perhaps communicate something similar.
I don't see a kit.
I don't see a chance. Naf would have to get them both. OC perhaps to provide some support as well. Nav probably working this out. Of course, no answers on long other than the posting. A 10-second defuse and Spirit calling their bluff. No one even checks. Well, of course, the bluff is called and the round soon to be won. Nav with the 10-second. OC, what you got, mate? Flash, frag, G15 is secured, and that kit put on the floor by Wonderful. And his pick, OC loses it all, and he's gonna be feeling rather hot under the collar after that round.
What was that flash? Alicia's back turned. He's calling for a long flash, and it somehow blinds him. I don't even know how that's possible.
Tough. Really, really tough, especially when you consider just the ramifications of this. I remind you, loser goes home.
Oh, we still have Anubis to come, sure, but I know how I would feel if I was Spirit. Winning like this, right, grinding this out, picking this up right now, knowing that you had this comeback that tested the mental of Liquid to close on your map choice of Nuke. It felt like they were never going to get there. So if the mental is one thing to go off here, I'd say Liquid is slowly spiraling into the bin, and this team, a bit like Na'Vi, not known to be the strongest in that department.
It's something they've been working on, Chad. You know, in terms of, I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, it's coming, and so is Christmas.
Yeah. If Liquid, I mean, it's not even about the mental at this point, it's about the buy. Just so happens that those two things coincide.
They might be waving bye-bye to Overpass right now.
Spirit set to convert. Going through the motions and having to take a gamble. It's a balance to be struck. Elige active, a bit too active perhaps, or Patsy met by resistance. Housekeeping done, those rifles will not fall into enemy hands, and around the smoke upon the fade, Magic should be set for the spray. It's good! But Nitro recovers, not ready for another. 3v2, Elige getting spicy with the positioning. It's an unlikely clear. How aware? Oh, Wonderful? Wonderful is
exactly
amazing. Is amazing. Elige vibrating with rage as Wonderful clears it. What?
Oh, I think Elige mentally checked out after that OC team flash at that point there.
Oh, damn.
Call his mental cooked. Call it absolutely done. OC would require a 1-on-3 with the scout in hand.
And Siren's about to walk into A and call it clear.
This one's going to feel great for Spirit here. Anubis up next. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We got a series.
Oh, we absolutely do. The scout does find one, but I think that implies the jig is up. Bit too quiet around here, around these parts.
Well, let's see. We just counted you out. Prove us wrong.
Let the gameplay do the talking. 28 frags for Wonderful. He just needs his 29th. And we're off to Anubis. Running towards Siren, Loud. And Spirit will take us to the third. Anubis secured. What a battle. Mental and in the server. That is crazy. Spirit hold on. Trading blows, taking each other's map picks. Anubis.
Well, that one looked like it was going to be all Liquid, but an unrelenting team spirit cracked that map wide open and bring us the distance in this series and bring us to Anubis.
Yeah, that was surprising almost. You know, it felt like Liquid was in control despite the fact that Spirit won both pistols. Well, lost the pistol, won the force buy round in one of the halves. So, yeah, I think... Listen, I agree with Chad. What's worrisome here for Liquid is, you know, they need to be able to mentally reset. I think they were also feeling like this game is, you know, going to end itself, especially with how well the first half was going. They were like up by a couple of rounds on the T side. So now it's about sort of trying to reset and get into that third map with, you know, good energy and kick it off on the right foot, because Spirit, man, there are no slouches on Anubis.
No, they obviously have that win over Big at this event, and it was a pretty convincing win, even though Big started having a fake comeback in it. I think that right now what's really concerning about Liquid is that it's hard to find out who's going to really jumpstart them, because Yukindar is not playing like himself. Like, he's obviously... I mean, we've heard already that he's sick, and I think that's really showing. Like, sometimes the way that he's dying in some of these rounds seems really uncharacteristic. Just either losing a gunfight like outright, or just straight up not taking a duel at all. Like when he tucked his head in at barrels and just was getting popped and he just never peeked up. That was just the strangest thing I've seen in a while. And so I want to. It's tough because like that's usually when you rely on your Opper or you rely on some other entry rifler to do something, and then that puts a lot of pressure on OC. And we can see right now that OC's having a little bit of disconnect with the Liege in this game.
Yeah, he certainly was.
Oh, they're connecting really well. He flashed them perfectly.
Connected perfectly.
Just making they feel each other. They feel each other's presence. That's for sure, but maybe not in the way that they wanted to.
No, but I mean, it was especially the manner in which Liquid was losing some of these rounds, right? Either it's they have an advantage, or it's Spirit just seems to be in a bad position. They have to go for it because they're down, and somehow they find the kills. Liquid is giving them openings, right? Maybe they should just play the time, don't take the fights, and all of this is happening like in round number 26, Mike.
Precisely round 26, which I believe you wanted to tell us about. What did we see here?
Let's see round 26.
Everything I just said.
Well, I guess we could just let it play out. Who needs to talk over it?
No, but you can see, like, they're in a 4v3 situation.
That's the tapping I'm talking about.
He's shooting at you, and then it's like, you know, the time is getting low. People are swinging individually. I think here is just like a little bit of panic. Do we try to stop the plant? Are we fighting them? Are we letting them plant? And then playing the retake, right? Like, it's all over the place.
It did feel a little bit like we had a sleepwalking Team Liquid towards the end.
We still believed in NAF, though. We always believe in NAF.
Always believe in NAF.
NAF gives you a reason to believe, because even if everything's just terrible for Liquid, it always feels like he's going to come up with 18 and 14 score lines. You know, he's just always able to find some impact, win a weird clutch round that he shouldn't. But then, like, he's not a starter. He's not starting the rounds, and that's where Liquid was falling so far behind. Actually, clutches too. You know, they were actually doing pretty badly. So
You know who was really the closer on this map? It was wonderful. The young Opera over for the Spirit side. I mean, he had that 1v2 clutch, the lightning fast shot onto the player by Pillar, and then the second follow-up from Heaven. But overall, on that map, he dominated the op fight, and he dominated most fights in general.
Yes, absolutely. And even on the first map, you know, he was their best player. So having a great series so far, he's going to be the guy to look out for on Anubis as well, Maui Snake.
I would like to see Wonderful do continue this, because I think that the beginning of this event...
So you want Liquid to lose?
No, for the growth of this guy. For the growth of this guy.
You're rooting for him.
I'm rooting for him as an individual and his future, because it's pretty sick what he can do when he's in the zone.
What's your opinion about OC?
I think I've stated my opinion.
Do you like him?
I think I do like OC, but I also think that he's in the bottom tier.
But you like Wonderful more?
I think that Wonderful's better.
I'm going to cut off this interrogation right now because we've got Heku standing by with a sideline report.
I mean, I'm getting to hear all of this, and I can just hear how you guys are trying to get each other in trouble. But I was trying to get some information from Chopper after the first map, but I was just like, Chopper, give me one. He's like, no, not right now. This time, after this map, I actually got to find out that, like, yes, they did expect to get nuke, but unfortunately it didn't work out for them. But after the first map, they managed to recover. They got overpassed right now. So right now, they're in a pretty good mindset. Hopefully, Liquid feels the same way.
Mindset, I think, going to be key here, right? I mean, we saw towards the end of that map, they go quiet. We don't really have anyone taking the initiative. We have maybe a little bit of disconnect between some site players. That's the kind of thing that in Liquid teams of the past has sometimes haunted them.
yeah, I think we've seen this before, right? And it's up to them to break that sort of habit, or for that to stop happening. I think for Spirit, if anything, man, they're used to. I remember even when I was coaching, and I was playing against them, they would play like 10 scrims a day. Like, these guys play CS all the time, so they could, if this series goes for 4 more hours, they have no problem. Like, quintuple overtime, Maui, like, they can handle it. On the other side,
into existence here?
I don't know if Liquid has the stamina.
Okay, I'll say, talking about stamina, one guy that did pretty well there, that has to do well on Anubis, Nitro. It felt like this was a wasted performance from him on Overpass. He actually did very well, and I think that he could be targeted. I think that he's going to be playing on that A site solo a lot of the time, and some days he looks like this, where on Overpass, what did he get? 24, 25, 20-something kills, and then but we don't get that map to map for him. He's not like a consistent, reliable pair of hands.
This would be a little bit too much. And as I said, Spirit, it played Anubis 2 times in this tournament, 10 rounds on T side against Sprout, 13 rounds against Big in the group stage. Sure, not world beaters, right? But still tells you about their comfort level on the map. And Liquid also, one of the most comfortable teams, one of the teams that's played Anubis the most, 6 times already, with some wins, some losses. But I think also the manner in which they lost to Navi, they can't close it out on CT side. They won both pistols, and then just fall flat, don't win a single round in overtime. That's pretty disappointing.
It is definitely going to be disappointing. But one more map. Which way are you leaning it? Quick takes. Who you got?
Spirit.
Spirit? Who you got?
The best non-partnered team.
I'm sticking with Liquid. I'm keeping the faith. Maui has flipped, but now it's time to flip right on into the server for one more time with Machine and Sponge.
Flip that.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Greetings, everybody. We are ready to separate Liquid and Spirit. It's cutthroat here in Group A in the lower bracket. No exception. Liquid and Spirit battling to meet FaZe for the final spot from the group. Na'Vi G2 going to be battling out for seed, but that's a conversation for another day. FaZe are in that lower bracket and they're waiting for an adversary. It's going to be Spirit or Liquid. Spirit, I think they might have a bit more team spirit after that second map.
Yeah, and they get to start on the T side here by losing the knife, but the T side is where they did their absolute best work against Big, which brought them into this matchup. It was a 13-2 scoreline on their T side, so they definitely have something to offer here today, whereas Liquid dropped this map to Na'Vi. It was a close game, overtime, but we have a lot to dissect from these matches and a lot to get stuck into. Let's get Anubis underway.
And that conversation I tried to start, excuse me, over on the end of Overpass about, Liquid's mental. Let's see, Anubis, an opportunity to show that they can and are changed men. We can bounce back from some oopsies and some daisies.
Best of one right now.
It is, yeah.
Clean slate.
Absolutely. A clean slate and a map that both teams, as you said, no slouch upon. Yakinda spoke of his name on the desk and, he's baited the shots. Confirms eyes on main early. It was Wonderful's P250. And he's had already a great time in this series. He's got Zarks and Jay on our observing. Burning the midnight oil.
Yeah, Jay.
Been a long old day. He's been here. They've been there all day. Jay's been...
Jay and MC.
Yeah.
They from here from start to finish. Giving us a nod here on the context cams.
First one's in, last one's out. The unsung heroes.
OC's baiting for Alicia.
You're making me nervous, though, as he looks back to his monitor successfully. Wonderful. That P250 gets him nowhere.
Chipped away out now, but a two-man advantage surely should be enough. As Chopper trying to pivot here, will park Magix forward, but he has the bombs. They need to regroup, and if they try and split A, well, that's into the stack. OC, Nitro, and NAF all available to deal with this one. Starting to get aggressive. Bit of an Aggie move. Nitro and NAF about to give Siren a nap. And just 2 to find right now. And this is a very flat start for Spirit as they almost get spotted on the jump there from OC.
Do that again. Too late now.
Alex, there's a bit of a gap to plant the bomb. I'm going to say a bit of a gap. I mean a gaping void.
Yes, a chasm. If Yakinda's not going to be able to... Hold this. Hi. Goodbye. Round. And bomb planted. But yeah, the round should go only one way here. Magix versus 5. A tale as old as time. As he does get 1 and 2. And the bomb's still being diffused. Consolation frags for Magix.
Okay, well, the plant's good. The kills are better. It's going to enable him to go AK head armor here. And considering that was a 5v2 situation, the bomb really never should have gone down. So Magix is essentially into a full buy. This can be a very strong second round.
And all of that could have been avoided.
Oh, I wish I spoke Russian.
Oh, yeah, we heard a little bit of you POS.
Sorry, I want to have some fun too as well.
That's allowed.
I just heard Boris say flash, and I was like, all right.
Oh, okay.
I speak Counter-Strike.
He would like a flash at some point, perhaps.
Yeah, well, he might need one here to enable this fight in towards B.
Yakinda gets the info again. He's definitely restrained his jiggles.
Yakinda, I hardly know her.
Chad, comedian Birchall. I love it. And Yakinda will drop his smoke after feeling the scrutiny of those T-smokes. They are landing on the site, and Elige gets himself a little bit tagged up on the way in. But in he is.
And over they come. 4 bodies on the site right here for Liquid to defend against this. They could continue to block as NAF feeling the heat of those flames just behind his feet.
Oh dear! A collapse on the Liquid defense. And Liquid, they won this first round. NAF again rights the ship momentarily. Siren from Dark has got himself back in. OC and Nitro on either side. That's info. Chopper screaming at his boys. There's only one. And they found him. OC down to 6 HP. If he could just get away. Doesn't wait for the flash to pop. Wonderful. Pops his clogs.
Well, Maui was talking about Nitro. Potentially a wasted performance for him on Overpass. He is the A defender here, and that is the anchor bomb site, so it could potentially be a weak point or a targeted position for Spirit throughout this T half, but now he has to try and 1-on-2 with the bomb down, 30 seconds remaining, and only an MP9 in his hands. Best of luck.
I have a question, but I'm going to give Nitro the respect it deserves. So, that double kill there. You know,
yeah, as they waltz on in.
Yeah, people have called it Glizzy in the past, Glyph, Plateau.
I went with Glyph, and look, Ali made it Glizzy, and Connor was happy with it. But it was Glyph originally.
It was Glyph. Glizzy does roll off the tongue, though. But, depends.
Anyway.
Yeah. What I wanted to talk about was, have you ever seen CTs, like, pop off from taking that fight? It just feels like the most favorable exchange.
Yeah, only Naf yesterday, and he was like the third prong fighting. He wasn't the first. If you're an AWPer or something
It just
in
seems
that
like
position,
it's a bait. Don't just like it's just.
It's scary, right? Because this does turn into a bit of an aim map over towards this B bomb site, but Spirit will break serve here, and they're looking to continue the pain. Need another tennis reference.
Yeah. Tell you what, there's no love for Liquid. No, actually, Naf grabs himself a lovely Galil. And Naf, the safest pair of hands in North America, relieved of his life.
Yeah.
OC's on the bait angle we were discussing.
Well, Liege will be able to get this one back. He is a little bit worried that Chop's still around, but speaking of Chop, and Magic's been chopped down to half, and it's just an aim map, Alex. It's just an aim map. Stand, fight, that's fine.
Okay, well, Elige, no slouch in the aim department. What you got for us?
Say again.
Oh, yeah, he will. Conversation's not done. 2 HP. You heard Chopper go for that bomb retrieval, but it's only him and Nitro. Magix will surely be... Oh! Magix got caught off guard. Completely did not consider Nitro's flank that quick. And now they are low. Nitro might have to be the hero. What's going on here?
Well, this around-the-world maneuver is going to take another 10 seconds before Elige is even in a position to help, and he's low on HP. So sure, they might still consider Dark here, but remember, no kit for this. It's going to be too little too late, I feel.
Nitro's just smoked to retrieve. It looks like they almost are playing for the save now.
All right, well, conceding this one. Felt like there was a chance. I suppose the damage done to Patsy and Chop Up somewhat unconfirmed here, not knowing exactly how low these two individuals are. So even though they thought the fight was coming, they will get to retain their rifles, and scoreline will go 2-1 in favor of Team Spirit here. Now, if you are just joining us, welcome. Map kicked off on Nuke. That was the map choice of Spirit and Liquid, a team traditionally, at least in modern Counter-Strike, not really at the top of their charts. I think Maui said it was the first time that they had won Nuke in about 3 years. And you move forward onto Overpass, Liquid's choice, a hard-fought affair, but Spirit, they definitely didn't lose theirs. Led by Wonderful, the young gun on the AWP. Pipped them with the post 16-13, and now we find ourselves on the newest map in the pool.
Interesting to see Halley call one so early here in the third.
Kind of like it.
Just making sure his troops, as they go into what will be just the 4th round of play.
It's hard to contribute a lot here if you're Daps as well. Sure, you can spend these 30 seconds to come up with a plan with the AK and the Galil. You've been able to drop the Deagle and the 5-7 across Yukinda with a flash, the same for Naf. But really, that's all you have. So you get like one crack, and then you can rejig and try again.
Now, I spoke to Daps about that. Like, what can he really get done in 30 seconds? And he says most of his work is done ahead of time, of course. Occasionally, there's something that's been missed. But, you know, you've got Nitro and Yukinda, the brain trust. You can usually count on them to be on the right tone.
Well, I think Yukinda's going to try and set Elige up here for an aggressive aim-aim maneuver with the Galil and a flash. Nitro the same over towards the extremity of B long.